The Hokage Rock in Konoha Village. Hokage Rock is the most iconic structure of Konohagakure in the Land of Fire, its cliff face carved with the visages of the Hokage across generations. Yet today was different from usual. Two boys were up there repainting the stone with fresh paint. Why were they doing such a thing? All of this was thanks to one particular blonde boy. To draw the adults' attention, that mischievous brat had painted grotesque faces over the Hokage visages with buckets of paint. His name was Uzumaki Naruto, currently the most notorious troublemaker in Konoha, a dead last at the Ninja Academy, and in the not-so-distant future destined to become one of the strongest in this world, a great hero who would save it. But that was all a story for later. The protagonist here was not him, but rather the black-haired boy by his side. The black-haired boy was 12 years old and about 1.5 meters tall. He weighed around 40 kilograms, a very standard build. Like Naruto, he was a war orphan with no father or mother. Worse yet, unlike Naruto, he did not even know who his parents were. He had neither family nor name, so the village had been forced to assign him one. After he grew old enough to understand things, he discarded the name the village had given him. As he put it, that name was unbearably ugly, and he simply did not like it. So he chose a name for himself, Zhou Ke. This was hardly the sort of name a child would come up with. No, under normal circumstances, a child would never even think of naming himself. The reason for this was simple. Zhou Ke was a transmigrator. He was not originally a human of this world. He was a human who had reincarnated here from another world. While Naruto was scrubbing paint, he turned to the boy beside him and asked him, "Zhou Ke, why did you come up here with me to clean the statues?" Zhou Ke replied lazily, "I had nothing better to do. Coming along to help you clean is as good a way as any to kill time." Naruto looked at his friend and classmate with moved eyes. The two were about the same age and had entered the Ninja Academy in the same year, ending up in the same class. "Save the sentiment and get back to work," Zhou Ke said, rolling his eyes. "Next time you pull a stunt like this, could you at least use paint that's easy to clean? We're the ones who end up cleaning up after you. Don't make things harder on yourself, yeah? But if it wipes off too easily, what's the point?" Naruto scratched his head, then tossed the worry aside and said excitedly, "Anyway, forget that. Tomorrow's the graduation exam at the academy. Do you think you'll pass?" Naruto scratched his head, then tossed the worry aside and said excitedly, "Anyway, forget that. Tomorrow's the graduation exam at the academy. Do you think you'll pass?" Zhou Ke answered in the same lazy tone, "I'll manage." "You don't sound fired up at all. Come on, we're finally graduating from the academy tomorrow and becoming real ninja. How can you be so unmotivated?" Naruto asked, baffled. "Well, I've already come to terms with reality," Zhou Ke sighed helplessly. The bitterness behind those words was something only he himself could truly understand. Perhaps because he had been too young and underdeveloped at the time, Zhou Ke's memories from before the age of 3 were a blur. Back then, he had not understood his own situation at all and had simply muddled along. Only after he turned 3 did his brain finally adapt to the memories of his previous life, allowing him to understand what was happening. He had actually crossed into another world. There is nothing new under the sun, yet when something like transmigration, previously confined to novels, games, television, or animation, truly happens in reality, it is undeniably thrilling. And I just had to end up inside the story of Naruto, one of my favorite manga. That's amazing. Oh, though my love for Dragon Ball is no less than for Naruto, he had thought, inwardly elated. Brimming with excitement, Zhou Ke's imagination ran wild. As a transmigrator, he was sure he must have some kind of system, that classic cheat of transmigration stories. With that cheating power, rising through the ranks and reaching the pinnacle of life would not just be a dream. Fine, that felt a bit unrealistic, so he lowered his expectations. At the very least, surely he would be blessed with some impressive bloodline, right? Especially given that he had no idea who his parents were. Maybe they were from some great clan like Senju or Uchiha. With such a powerful bloodline, he could dominate the ninja world. Even if that too proved to be mere fantasy, he thought with an adult's mind, and as long as his talent was not terrible, surely he could at the very least become a legendary ninja and rule some corner of the world. Well, that last part was a bit dubious. By the late stages of this story, mere legends of the ninja world barely counted for anything. Still, achieving that would not be a bad outcome. With such dreams in his heart, Zhou Ke chose his new name. It was derived from Joker, not in the sense of a clown, but in the sense of the final trump card. Zhou Ke hoped that one day he could become the decisive trump card that determines everything. Yet dreams are fragile and reality is brutally unforgiving. System, none. Bloodline, no sign of it. Outstanding innate talent, also absent. After several years of growing up and becoming self-aware, Zhou Ke came to understand with brutal clarity that he was just an ordinary person with the mind of an adult. Come on, he thought, I named myself Zhou Ke to be a trump card, not a jester. Training diligently combined with the advantage of his adult-level understanding did yield results. He could feel his strength growing, and he picked up basic ninjutsu quickly. But he could also see his ceiling. The basic 3 body techniques came easily, but everything beyond them grew progressively harder. This became evident when he tried to learn tree walking ahead of schedule. Understanding it conceptually did not mean his body could do it. Fine control of chakra was not something achieved so easily. Using chakra to construct the ninjutsu he wanted was even more difficult. If the basics already take this much effort, how much harder will the advanced stuff be? He thought. Thinking this, Zhou Ke looked toward the geniuses in his class. There was simply no comparison in terms of talent. To be honest, my talent doesn't even measure up to Rock Lee. If even a genius of hard work like him struggles, then no matter how much effort I put in later, I won't be part of the endgame battles. If I can see the end from here, there's not much motivation left to push myself, he thought, sighing. Life was not easy, and Zhou Ke could not help but sigh. His talent was what it was, his upper limit was what it was. Thinking along those lines, relentless training seemed pointless. If he would never be part of the climactic battles anyway, he might as well live a relaxed life. If he stayed on good terms with Naruto, then living as an ordinary ninja might still be quite comfortable. And so Zhou Ke entered a state of deliberate half-heartedness. At least that was how he saw it. To others it looked very different. You jerk, you're just bragging because you've got great talent. Naruto pouted in protest. Naruto's lips jutted out in dissatisfaction. To outsiders, Zhou Ke was a genius. An adult's way of thinking housed in a child's brain. This was what people called a prodigy. He only needed to hear the teacher's explanation once to remember it, and could quickly infer by analogy. Within 2 years of enrollment, he had mastered everything the academy was supposed to teach, reaching a level where he could have graduated early. He had even self-studied techniques meant for full-fledged ninja, despite being an orphan with no one to teach him anything before entering the academy. In others' eyes, that was what a genius looked like, a prodigy born among commoners, just like the late 4th Hokage. Because of this, not only did the academy regard him highly, but even the Hokage had heard that Konoha had produced a promising young talent. Thus, 2 years after Zhou Ke enrolled, the principal personally asked whether he wanted to graduate early. Despite all the expectations placed on him, Zhou Ke did not let the praise go to his head. A person ought to know themselves. Those who misjudge their own place in the world only invite misfortune. With his long-term perspective, Zhou Ke understood the height he could realistically reach in the future. So rather than graduating early, he chose to stay at the academy, strengthen his fundamentals, and build solid relationships with the story's main characters and key supporting cast. If he became sworn buddies with Naruto and Sasuke, he would still be able to walk sideways through the ninja world. Therefore, Zhou Ke declined early graduation under the pretext of wanting to further hone his basics at the academy. The principal did not object, but the current Hokage, the third Sarutobi Hiruzen, had his own thoughts. So young, yet already possessing such mature thinking, and coupled with the talent he had displayed, if things continued this way, he would at least become an elite jonin in the future. Naturally, the third Hokage valued such a treasure greatly. To prevent this promising youngster from falling into the hands of a certain Danzo whose name he would rather not mention, Hiruzen took Zhou Ke out of the orphanage and settled him next door to Naruto. Since the two were already close, they could keep each other company. Hiruzen even covered his living expenses out of his own pocket. For this, Zhou Ke was genuinely grateful to the third. Though the allowance was just barely enough, having his own room was far better than squeezing into the orphanage's communal box. You two stop chatting and get back to work. Focus. Their hot-blooded supervisor Irika rolled his eyes as he spoke. Realizing that scolding alone had little motivational effect, he added, once you finish cleaning off all that paint, I'll treat you both to ramen. Ramen. Awesome. Ramen was Naruto's favorite food. At the word alone, his eyes lit up. He kicked into high gear and finished the work in record time, and the three of them headed off for ramen together. Naruto and Zhou Ke slurped their noodles side by side, speaking in unison. Naruto said, Ichiraku's ramen is so good. Zhou Ke added, free Ichiraku ramen is really so good. Though the lines were almost identical, the extra word changed the tone entirely. Watching his two students, Irika felt a headache coming on. Though they were friends, they seemed utterly opposite in temperament. As their homeroom teacher, he knew the two of them very well. Naruto was like the rising sun, forever brimming with vitality, always charging forward without backing down, growing braver with every setback. Zhou Ke, on the other hand, was like dusk suffused with an easygoing languor. He had not even graduated from the academy yet, and was already thinking about retirement. Was his talent simply so good that everything felt too easy for him? It was truly remarkable that two such different people had become friends. Thinking this, Irika asked them, tomorrow is the graduation exam. Do you two feel confident? Zhou Ke replied calmly, I do. Compared to me, you should worry more about Naruto. He's the one who might not pass. No way. This time I'm definitely going to pass. Naruto declared with conviction. I hope so, Zhou Ke said with a faint smile, already knowing how Naruto would perform later. Irika then asked with concern, if you pass tomorrow's exam, you'll become Genin. After becoming ninja, do you have any new goals? Naruto raised his index finger high and said, of course I'm going to become Hokage. I'll become the greatest person in this village and earn everyone's acknowledgement. Zhou Ke replied lazily, as for me, becoming a jonin and finding a good wife will be enough. A warm home with wife and children. That to him was what truly mattered. Iruka could only sweat drop inwardly. One chased lofty dreams, the other pursued down toward reality. They were opposites in more ways than one. Even their class rankings were reversed. In any case, I hope both of you pass the exam. Do your best, Iruka said at last, cheering them on. Buoyed by Iruka's encouragement, Naruto's fighting spirit blazed even brighter. Yet the next day, his morale deflated like a punctured ball. Why does it have to be the clone technique? That's the one I'm worst at. Upon hearing that the graduation exam would test the clone technique, Naruto completely lost his composure. In the world of Naruto, the most fundamental ninjutsu were the three body techniques: transformation, substitution, and clone. Of the three, Naruto's transformation technique was his best, good enough that he had even created a new variant, the sexy technique, which could transform him into an overwhelmingly beautiful woman. His substitution technique was decent as well, but his clone technique was abysmal. He could not perform it stably at all. Even when he managed to succeed, he produced only a single sickly-looking clone, barely usable in practice. The more he thought about it, the more panicked Naruto became. He tried to comfort himself, it'll work. I can do this. Then it was Zhou Ke's turn. Zhou Ke formed the seals with his usual lazy air and produced 3 clones, flawless ones. The 2 proctors Iruka and Mizuki immediately awarded him an excellent score. As expected, Zhou Ke received the forehead protector of a Konoha ninja, becoming a proud genin of the village. What's there to be proud of? He grumbled inwardly. People say Konoha genin are the strongest, but that only applies to a few. Ordinary genin are just genin spending most of their time looking for lost cats and dogs. After silently complaining about his situation, Zhou Ke took his own forehead protector from Iruka. At the very moment his fingers closed around it, a few words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Perfect transformation technique, unlocked. Staring at those words, Zhou Ke froze for a few seconds. Then he turned his head left and right, confirming that the text moved with his line of sight. Suddenly he burst into delighted laughter. Ha! Zhou Ke's laughter rang out. After waiting so long, his cheat had finally arrived. Iruka and Mizuki were dumbfounded. This child was usually so calm. What had gotten into him to make him laugh like that? Who truly wishes to spend an entire lifetime in obscurity? Zhou Ke certainly does not. One need only look at the name he chose for himself to see it. He is a man of ambition. Yet before the cruelty of reality, he could only bury that ambition deep within, painstakingly polish away his sharp edges, and repeatedly remind himself in his heart to accept the world as it is. But now things were different. He still did not know what this newfound cheat ability truly was, yet as long as it could be used, he would have a chance to become a true ace in this world overrun by overpowered monsters. Of course, there was also a chance he might end up the clown. After a few seconds of manic laughter, Zhou Ke finally became aware of his own state. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he said, "Sorry, sensei. It's just that I finally became a ninja, and I can't quite suppress my excitement." The explanation was reasonable enough, and both teachers accepted it. Mizuki even smiled and said, "I never expected the always mature you to have a side you can't control like this." Iruka nodded in agreement. "Indeed. In any case, congratulations on becoming a genin." "Thank you, sensei. I definitely won't let your efforts in nurturing me go to waste." Buoyed by the joy of obtaining a cheat ability, Zhou Ke's previously languid mood surged with energy. This, however, made the 2 teachers feel somewhat out of place. Why did it feel as if he had suddenly become a different person altogether? Was becoming a mere genin really something so exhilarating? Well, thinking back to their own graduation, their feelings back then had probably been much the same. In any case, the exam had to continue. It could not stall at Zhou Ke alone. So they sent him back to his seat to calm down. Sitting at his own desk, Naruto watched his good friend pass the exam, and his mood became extremely complicated. On the one hand, he was happy for him, and on the other, he felt a heavy pressure as though he were being left behind. Naruto's grades were nothing to brag about, but the 2 of them had been in the same class for years, living in neighboring apartments. Naruto had never been left behind by Zhou Ke before. If he failed to graduate now and had to repeat a year, he did not want to be abandoned and left alone. "Naruto, it's your turn." Iruka's voice suddenly rang in Naruto's ears. "Already?" he thought in shock. "It's fine. Zhou Ke passed so easily, or I can do it too," he told himself as he walked up onto the examination platform. The result was a predictable failure. It seemed that Naruto was the only one in the class who failed. How can this be? He thought in despair, standing alone in a corner watching his classmates celebrate with bright smiles. Watching his friends rise while he alone had to repeat a year. This was truly one of life's great sorrows. "No, I can't sink into this. I'll be able to catch up in the future. Right now I should go congratulate Zhou Ke." "Where is Zhou Ke?" Summoning his courage, Naruto stood up again, intending to congratulate his best friend. But when he looked left and right, Zhou Ke was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Ke, meanwhile, was sprinting madly toward home. Who had the leisure to fool around there any longer? He had to get back and examine his cheat ability. In a flustered rush, Zhou Ke reached his house, shut the door tightly behind him, and began excitedly studying this plugin that had taken more than 10 years to appear. First, he had to calm himself. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Zhou Ke began taking deep breaths. Calm down, he thought. What comes next may be the most important moment of my life. In a moment like this, panic was absolutely unacceptable. This world was exceedingly dangerous. Even if this ability was incredibly powerful before his wings had fully grown, he would have to use it with utmost caution. Otherwise, if he died young bearing a treasure that drew greed before he could truly mature, that would be the height of irony. After weighing pros and cons in his heart, Zhou Ke calmed down completely and formally began examining the 5 sudden characters. First are these 5 words. Perfect transformation technique. So my cheat is a transformation technique. What use is that? Zhou Ke scratched his head. He already performed the transformation technique flawlessly. Could this cheat really be useless? Anyway, I should test the effect first. But how do I use it? Do I control it with my thoughts? Just as Zhou Ke was thinking this, the characters in his vision suddenly enlarged and morphed into an interface. On it were 4 avatars: Uchiha Sasuke, new ninja of the shinobi world; Uzumaki Naruto, new ninja of the shinobi world; Haruno Sakura, new ninja of the shinobi world; and Hitaki Kakashi Genin. Grabbing his hair in frustration, Zhou Ke muttered, "What is this supposed to be? Can't you at least give me a manual?" He complained inwardly. "Don't just throw an interface at me with no explanation." He grumbled in his heart for a while, but the system gave no reaction at all. It seemed he would have to explore it on his own. So Zhou Ke imitated his earlier attempt, focusing his attention on one of the icons. There was a soft bang, and the transformation technique activated. When the smoke dispersed, Zhou Ke had become Naruto. Oh, that's it. He examined himself in confusion. He had indeed turned into Naruto, and the likeness was flawless. At least Zhou Ke himself could not see any flaws. Not having to form hand seals is certainly convenient, but if it's only a transformation technique, it's not of much use. Scaring people might be possible, but relying on transformation alone to defeat an enemy was out of the question. Wait, it feels like something was added to my mind. Zhou Ke sensed that new ninjutsu had appeared in his memory, and following that instinct, he formed the technique, multi-shadow clone jutsu. This was an A-rank ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. By leveraging a massive amount of chakra, it increases the number of shadow clones, allowing one to create thousands at once. Zhou Ke instantly produced 10 clones. I can use clone technique, but multi-shadow clone was beyond me. And besides, I don't have nearly that much chakra, do I? He exclaimed in shock. At that moment, one of the Naruto clones, Clone A, said clearly, this change comes from the transformation technique itself. Zhou Ke retorted, well, they say 3 cobblers together match 1 zhuge, but if you can think that fast, your original body feels a bit ashamed. The clone shot back, it's your way of thinking that's too conservative. Seriously, a mere clone dares to mock me. Zhou Ke said speechlessly. He slapped the clone with an exasperated palm. With a cry of pain, the clone dissipated on the spot. After dealing with the rebellious clone, Zhou Ke continued. Though he was insubordinate, what he said made sense. The word perfect in perfect transformation technique might not refer to the technique itself, but to the transformation. Naruto clone B adjusted an invisible pair of glasses and said, that's how it appears. From what we've seen, this transformation doesn't just change your appearance. It brings over the other person's skills as well. That seems right. But why are you pushing up glasses? We don't even wear glasses, the original asked, baffled. It makes me look more wise, Clone B said, pushing up his invisible glasses again. You look more like an idiot, Zhou Ke muttered, rolling his eyes. Do shadow clones really have personalities this strong? Back in the academy, Zhou Ke had only learned the basic clone technique, an illusion that created one or several afterimages. These clones had no real combat power. They were mere images used to confuse the enemy and were easily seen through. Shadow clones, however, were different. They created fully tangible duplicates identical to the caster with chakra evenly divided among them. These clones not only possessed physical form, but could also use the same techniques as the original to attack. In short, they were real corporeal doubles. He had never imagined that once he created corporeal clones, they would all be so, let's say, overly creative. No one would outright call themselves idiots after all, he thought. If I'm already foolish enough, insulting myself would just be even more foolish. So Zhou Ke immediately shifted the subject. Looked at this way, the value of this technique is enormous. At that moment, Clone C said, but just turning into the members of Team 7 doesn't mean much, does it? Those 3 as children were simply not strong. To think that transforming into them alone would allow him to dominate the ninja world was pure fantasy. Zhou Ke nodded in agreement. True. Wait, it looks like the character selection interface has changed. He suddenly noticed the avatar on the selection interface enlarging, then switching into another layout that resembled a spiderweb. Beside Naruto's avatar was a bar that looked like an experience gauge. 3 lines extended from Naruto's icon connecting to 3 dim, unlit avatars below. Zhou Ke recognized those 3 dim avatars as well Naruto's future wife, Hyuga Hinata, Naruto himself, and Naruto's deceased mother, Uzumaki Kushina. The labels beneath the avatars confirmed his guess Hyuga Hinata new ninja Uzumaki Naruto, first tail of 9 tails chakra, Uzumaki, Kushina new ninja, Kushina shown in her younger days. Rubbing his chin, Zhou Ke speculated, what does this mean? If I use Naruto and meet certain conditions, I'll be able to unlock new characters. Clone be analyzed. From this interface, it seems that just using this transformation will increase experience points. Look, while we're transformed, the experience bar is constantly rising. That's true, but it's rising awfully slowly, isn't it? Let me see what it's at now. Only 10. At this rate, when will I ever reach the next form? Zhou Ke complained, rolling his eyes. Clone B continued. Each avatar has a corresponding experience requirement beneath it. Hinata needs 100, while First Tail Naruto and Little Kushina each require 1,000. Clone C quipped, is it because Hinata is too weak that she only needs 100? Zhou Ke nodded. That explanation does make sense. First Tail Naruto and Kushina should both be stronger than Hinata right after graduation. Even in her childhood, Kushina should surpass a freshly graduated Hinata. Basing experience requirements on combat strength is perfectly reasonable, Clone B concluded with a nod. In that case, Zhou Ke had barely finished speaking when his transformation suddenly dissolved and all the clones vanished along with it. He stared at his own hand in confusion. It's gone. Why? Is there a time limit? With the clones gone, no one could answer him. From here on, Zhou Ke could only rely on his own thinking. Glancing at the clock, in reality, he said, 10 minutes have passed. So the duration of the transformation is only 10 minutes. Or does the limit differ between people? I'll just create 2 shadow clones myself. He did believe that 3 cobblers could indeed rival 1 Zhuge Liang. He needed extra think tanks to help him analyze. Shadow clone uses the tiger hand seal, and I just did it earlier, so it should go. Like this. Zhou Ke formed the seal, and the shadow clone jutsu activated successfully. This time he only produced 3 clones, the same trio as before A, B, and C. Clone A said, oh, you brought us out again. Original, you really can't manage on your own, huh? Clone B added, clearly our wisdom is needed. Clone C remarked, you too, the gap between you and the original is really something. No, you're the same in that regard, the original countered. You just love to butt in with commentary. Looking at the 3 clones, Zhou Ke sighed. You 3 really have distinct personalities. Since that's the case, let's give you names Rebel Sage and Commentator. Yes, let's go with that. Commentator immediately protested, original, you're pretty good at making snarky remarks yourself. Sage pulled the topic back on track. Let's focus on the cheat first. We also have access to the interface, so we should be able to transform as well. Instead of hesitating, we should test it directly. Before he even finished speaking, Sage activated the transformation. He did not choose Naruto but transformed into Sasuke instead. Sage flexed his limbs, arcs of lightning crackling around his hand as he explained to the others. Just like with Naruto, Sasuke's techniques can be used as well. And beneath Sasuke's avatar, there are also corresponding character icons. Rock Lee new ninja, Uchiha Itachi new ninja, and Sasuke with level 2 curse seal of heaven. I get it now. Zhou Ke nodded vigorously. The 3 corresponding characters are a bonded friend or relative and the next stage of that person's own self. Commentator chimed in, this evolution pattern feels like the grid evolution in Digimon. Rebel added, or like the development tree for mobile suits in the SD Gundam series. Sage wrapped it up. In any case, whatever it resembles, we've at least figured out a portion of this system. The priority sequence for future development is clear now. Rebel said dismissively, does it really matter which one we develop? Do we need to talk about priority? Sage refuted him at once. Of course it matters. To ensure combat strength, we need to develop powerful ninjas along the fastest route possible. Commentator said, that's very reasonable. Zhou Ke asked, so which is the fastest route? Rebel replied, that would obviously be the protagonist. Excellent, we can cross out one wrong answer. Commentator immediately remarked. Rebel was clearly not someone who would give the correct answer. Sage nodded in agreement. Exactly. Uzumaki Naruto's progression forms. Genin First Tail Shippuden, 4 Tails Sage Mode 6, Tails 9 Tails Chakra Mode, Full Kurama Link, 6 Paths Mode 6 Paths at the Valley of the End, the last movie form Boruto, Era Boruto Kurama Link, and Baryon-like Heavy Particle Mode. If you break them down, there are simply too many steps. To gain a form that can truly dominate a battlefield, you'd need to at least reach Sage of 6 Paths level. That's far too many stages to climb in between. Rebel asked, then who do we choose? Zhou Ke gave his final answer. Hatake Kakashi. Starting with Kakashi, huh? A 50-50 fighter with everyone. Could that really be all right? Would he be stuck going 50-50 with people for the rest of his life? That was a future he definitely did not want. The sage, in a moment of sarcasm, remarked, what? Are we starting with Kakashi? What use is that half-heartedness? Don't say that. Kakashi is strong in his own right, at least he can hold his own against anyone. Of course, he is not quite suitable to be the main attraction. How can someone with no sense of pressure be an attraction? The sage shot an annoyed glance at the other two clones. The focus of development should be on Kakashi's friends and family. Zhou Ke concluded Obito Uchiha. Exactly. The rebel exclaimed, realization dawning. Kakashi may not be enough, but Obito's full form still holds terrifying suppression power. The sage explained the progression for developing Obito should be youth, angry child, tiger mask, red mask, convict Akatsuki's Obito, white mask, broken mask Obito, Tentails, Jinchuriki black, Zetsu possession, and dual Kamui. Theoretically, reaching the stage of the tiger mask that caused the Nine Tails incident would be immensely powerful. The sarcastic one interjected. A form capable of battling the fourth Hokage is already considered a top-tier ninja. It's quite fitting for the main attraction. The rebel, however, had a differing opinion. Sage, these are just your assumptions, right? We can't be sure the development axis is exactly as you envision, and are you basing this form segmentation on the mobile game? The sarcastic one added, indeed, the angry child is already mentioned. The official name is clearly Obito Uchiha Anger. The sage defended explanations should be straightforward. Using the full name is just too cumbersome. Isn't it better to explain with ready knowledge? The rebel, dissatisfied, wanted to continue arguing, but Zhou Ke, the main body, interjected. All right, let's end the debate here. As the main body, I'll take the lead. Let's proceed as the sage suggested. Why? The rebel was the first to voice dissent. Kamui is both powerful and stylish. Is that reason enough? Zhou Ke countered. Strength is temporary, but style is eternal. The combination of both is a dream. Kamui is a power of the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, transcending causality and horizons, an eye in the divine realm. A dimensional space within the vision, a chaotic space-time technique. Its essential ability is to transfer any object back and forth between the real world and an alternate dimension. This technique is exceedingly popular, as evidenced by the titles of various fanfictions on numerous novel websites. How many stories begin with Kamui being activated? None. Kamui is indeed stylish. Even the rebel did not argue against this. The sarcastic one added, Kamui truly embodies the stylish dandy. The sage concluded, from a strength perspective, choosing Obito is the right choice. Thus a consensus was reached. Seeing agreement, Zhou Ke instructed the three clones. All right, the direction is set. Next, we need to confirm the details of this technique. It's time for testing. With no clear manual, the performance and limitations of this technique must be explored by themselves. Thus, Zhou Ke and his three clones began to tinker with it. At that moment, the sarcastic one suddenly said, did we forget something? The rebel's eyes darted around before he smiled. Impossible, you're overthinking it. Focus on testing the skill. Zhou Ke was fully engrossed in his new ability, completely ignoring whether the rebel's words hinted at a real issue, and continued to explore the skills. Meanwhile, Naruto was aimlessly wandering the streets. He was reluctant to go home. Failing the exam and not becoming a genin felt like a collapse of the sky for him. His goal was to become Hokage, yet he stumbled right out of the gate. How embarrassing. He didn't have a queen like Bainbuluk to take the blame for him. Sai felt too ashamed to face his hometown folks. Just then someone stopped Naruto. It was Mizuki the proctor. After Mizuki said a few things to Naruto, his eyes lit up, and he ran off, while Mizuki watched Naruto leave with a sly smile. Ninja moving forward. I can't take it anymore, I'm exhausted. Zhou Ke lay down on the ground. Though the sage was also tired, he still insisted, through this testing some conditions have been clarified. I can't hold on any longer, the rest you'll have to figure out yourself. With that, the sage's clone was dispelled due to chakra depletion. The other two clones had already been dispelled long ago. Zhou Ke lay on the ground and remarked, this ability is quite draining for me right now. After various tests, Zhou Ke had gained some understanding of this perfect transformation technique. First, the duration is not fixed at 10 minutes. Currently, Naruto, Sasuke, and young Kakashi can only maintain it for 10 minutes, while Sakura can last 20 minutes. According to the sage's analysis, this should be due to the differences in their individual strengths. Aside from not being able to switch forms, Naruto and Sasuke can use all their techniques from their non-seal phase, clearly showcasing their full power during that time. Meanwhile, Sakura's strength at this phase is vastly different from theirs. Due to differences in power post-transformation, is that why the consumption varies? Or perhaps, the closer Zhou Ke's current strength is to theirs, the longer he can maintain the transformation. Well, that's the hypothesis put forth by the sage. Whether it is true or not requires further testing. Next, there's the issue of consumption. After transforming, the chakra used corresponds to that of the transformed character. Naruto's chakra is as vast as the ocean. Sasuke's is somewhat less, while Sakura's, compared to the two, can only be described as promising for the future. Sakura, wait until my Byakugan is fully charged. However, the chakra consumed for the transformation is still Zhou Ke's own, which is why his chakra is depleted now. Zhou Ke pondered, 4 people each can only transform twice, which means in my solo case, I can only use it 8 times. Haha, I'm so weak. Zhou Ke had just graduated as a genin and was lacking in all aspects with a very low chakra amount. After all, he did not possess any special bloodline, and he needed to further explore his potential. Zhou Ke had a premonition that this ability would grow stronger as his own strength increased. But that is a matter for later. While contemplating these matters, Zhou Ke worn out fainted. After a while he woke up from his slumber due to hunger. Upon waking, Zhou Ke scratched his head and puzzled said, I'm so hungry. Why is it dark outside? How did I fall asleep? I was testing the ability. Whatever, let me eat something and go back to sleep. So Zhou Ke headed to the fridge for food while hearing a rustling sound outside the window. This made Zhou Ke unable to help but remark, is there something going on today? Why are so many people running on the rooftops? Whatever, it's none of my business, just calmly eat. Opening the fridge, the first thing he saw was nearly expired milk, and suddenly Zhou Ke recalled something he had forgotten. It seems like Naruto is going to cause trouble today. This news should be quite alarming, but Zhou Ke calmly took the milk from the fridge. No choice, the stomach is the most important. Having failed the exam, Naruto, feeling dejected, was tricked by Mizuki, who told him to steal a scroll called the Sealing Book from the Hokage's office, which contained forbidden high-level ninjutsu. Mizuki intended to use Naruto to obtain the scroll and then escape the village. After confirming the milk was not expired, Zhou Ke took a sip. Although it seems like it won't cause a major issue, I should still go take a look. Even though this doesn't concern me directly, Naruto is my friend. I can't just ignore him after so many years. Thus, Zhou Ke began to take action. After leaving his room, he glanced around, confirming the direction before heading that way. Ninja in motion. After obtaining the scroll, Naruto escaped into the forest. Phew, I actually got it. He couldn't believe how smoothly he had obtained the scroll. Naruto remembered Mizuki mentioning that it contained powerful ninjutsu. If he could learn it, wouldn't he make tremendous progress? Thus, Naruto wasted no time and opened the scroll to start learning ninjutsu. So what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Hearing this voice, Naruto jumped quickly, clutching the scroll to his chest. He looked towards the source of the voice. It was Zhou Ke. Upon seeing Zhou Ke, he sighed in relief and happily said, Hey Zhou Ke, I found something amazing. Wait a minute. Zhou Ke immediately interrupted. Do you even know what you have? Isn't it just a scroll that records ninjutsu? Mizuki-sensei told me that as long as I get it, I can graduate. You believe that? Regardless of whether it's true or not, stealing from the Hokage's office is wrong. Right now the village is full of ninjas looking for you. Do you realize that? Zhou Ke began to emphasize the seriousness of the situation. Is it that serious? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Come on, how did you learn? Zhou Ke rolled his eyes. That's the Hokage's office. There are confidential documents, and you secretly took the scroll from there. That's a big mistake. What if a ninja from another village takes it during this process? Doesn't that make you a traitor? But it's just a scroll that records ninjutsu. It shouldn't be like that, right? Naruto was starting to understand the situation, but still wanted to deny the facts. Who knows? No one saw what scroll you took. Right now, if something is lost from the Hokage's office, it can all fall on you. Zhou Ke threatened. In reality, everything happening was under the control of the third Hokage, so Naruto would probably just get scolded, not face any severe punishment. But this kid is too carefree. If I don't scare him a little, he won't learn his lesson. That wasn't me. How can you pin this on me? Naruto genuinely panicked. He could own up to the mistakes he made, but he couldn't have something that wasn't his fault pinned on him. So Naruto hurriedly said, let's quickly return this. Isn't returning it a bit unfair? Zhou Ke suddenly said. Are you suggesting? Naruto understood Zhou Ke's meaning. Since we've already taken it, why not just practice the ninjutsu on it? Zhou Ke proposed a terrible idea. Aren't you just not afraid of causing a bigger mess? Good idea, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. He wasn't one to shy away from trouble. Thus the two opened the scroll together and began to learn the new ninjutsu. Meanwhile, chaos ensued in the village as the unemployed ninjas scattered to search for Naruto. Among them, Iruka, who knew Naruto best, headed towards where he suspected Naruto might be. Soon he arrived at his destination, where he saw Naruto and Zhou Ke. He exclaimed in surprise, Zhou Ke, what are you doing here? He thought Naruto was just messing around, but now his best student was also involved. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Ke was usually very lazy and wouldn't participate in such chaotic matters. Upon seeing Iruka, Zhou Ke took the initiative to greet him. Good evening, Iruka-sensei. Good evening. Wait, what are you two doing here? Iruka said angrily. Training ninjutsu. Naruto excitedly proclaimed, I've mastered an amazing ninjutsu. When I use it, I'm sure I'll pass the exam. Examed. Could it be that Naruto stole the scroll to pass the genin exam? Iruka discovered the truth. However, this wasn't the entire truth, so Zhou Ke added. I found out someone lured Naruto into stealing the scroll, telling him that as long as he obtained it, he could graduate as a ninja. Naruto had no clue about the details. Who? Who tricked Naruto? Iruka asked anxiously. Well, he's already here, isn't he, Mizuki-sensei? Zhou Ke looked up at Mizuki, who had just arrived and was now standing atop a tree. Mizuki's expression was serious. The situation was not as he had expected. Initially, he only needed to take the scroll from the foolish Naruto and then pin all the blame on him. Now there were two. Zhou Ke had just graduated as a genin, but he had performed well in school and had some combat strength. The most troublesome was still Iruka. Though Iruka had always been engaged in teaching, he was still a chunin and shouldn't be underestimated. In a situation where strength was not favorable, other means were necessary, targeting the heart. Thus Mizuki set his sights on Naruto. Zhou Ke also noticed Mizuki's intentions. He had no desire to stop them. Naruto would find out sooner or later. Hiding it now would only delay matters. Knowing sooner would be beneficial for his personal growth. Preparing to strike first at the heart, Mizuki addressed Naruto. Naruto, do you know why others despise you? Iruka, sensing what Mizuki was about to reveal, urgently cried out, No, don't say it. Mizuki, of course, paid no heed to Iruka's plea and continued unperturbed. Do you recall the sealing of the nine-tailed fox 12 years ago? Naruto. Clearly he had no idea. Very well, Mizuki pressed on. In short, the nine-tailed fox ravaged our village. Since then, an unspoken rule has taken root. Yet Naruto, you alone remain utterly ignorant of it. What? Why am I the only one who doesn't know? Zhou Ke, do you know? Naruto turned toward Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke replied calmly, that the nine-tailed fox is sealed within you. Iruka recoiled in shock. How could you possibly know that? Overheard adults whispering in secret, and then I looked it up in the library. Zhou Ke explained, though of course this was pure fabrication. Zhou Ke had known the truth all along. His explanation was merely a ruse to mislead the others. Hearing Zhou Ke's words, Iruka inwardly cursed. Those gossips who chatter behind closed doors. Discussing Naruto is strictly forbidden. Mizuki mused inwardly. Zhou Ke truly surpasses his age and maturity. Tisich. An insufferable prodigy. The nine-tailed fox is sealed inside me. Naruto's mind reeled, unable to process the revelation. Mizuki had intended to declare outright that Naruto himself was the fox, plunging him into crushing guilt. But Zhou Ke had derailed his plan. No matter. He could still steer the narrative back. Thus Mizuki continued, Indeed, the source of all evil resides within you. It slaughtered Iruka's parents. It orphaned Zhou Ke. You and it are the very origin of our village's ruin. At these words, Naruto collapsed. Such a burden was unbearable for a mere 12-year-old. Iruka shouted desperately, Silence. Stop talking. Why would I ever stop? Mizuki smiled faintly. As he sought to deepen Naruto's psychological torment, he turned to Zhou Ke. Never expected it, did you? Your dearest friend is the very force that shattered your family. Tell me, do you feel hatred toward him? Zhou Ke calmly picked his nose, flicked the mucus away, and replied with unruffled nonchalance, Not at all. After all, he'd known this since his previous life. Was Mizuki really just now telling him? Mizuki blinked, uncertain he'd heard correctly. Impossible. You must harbor resentment. Your parents were slain by him. Naruto stared at Zhou Ke in terror. He simply couldn't bear the thought that his closest friend's parents had died because of him. Zhou Ke met Mizuki's gaze with a quiet smile. Don't compare yourself to me, fool. I truly don't care. Grief over the dead only breeds suffering. The past cannot be undone. And when they perished, I was but an infant. I hold no memory of them whatsoever. To expect deep attachment from me is simply unreasonable. Zhou Ke bore no recollection of his parents in this world. How could he feel genuine sorrow for strangers? Truly so magnanimous. Iruka murmured in astonishment. Zhou Ke's composure surpassed even his own expectations. Even as a fully grown adult, he could scarcely match such equanimity. Was it possible the boy was simply too young to grasp the weight of loss? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mizuki shrieked hysterically. You're just pretending, brat. Seeing Zhou Ke surpass him in maturity, Mizuki completely lost composure. He'd always considered himself exceptional. His lack of recognition stemmed solely from missed opportunity. So he resolved to seize fate himself, steal the forbidden scroll, flee beyond the village, locate a certain figure, and ascend to glory. Yet now he found himself eclipsed by a child that he simply could not accept. That's precisely why you'll never measure up, Zhou Ke mocked, then turned to Naruto. Besides, he's my dearest friend. How could anyone compare to him? Though blunt, the sentiment held undeniable truth. To torment one's closest friend over strangers long gone. What folly! Zhou Ke stepped forward and helped Naruto rise. Everything he said is nonsense. Pay it no mind. But, your parents? Naruto trembled, fearing his best friend's silent condemnation. Yes, they were killed by the nine-tailed fox. But that fox lives inside you, not you yourself. Why should I hate you? Moreover, aren't you also a victim? Zhou Ke countered. Huh, Naruto uttered bewildered. Our fates mirror each other. Your parents perished in the Nine-Tails rampage, making you a victim too. Not only did you lose them, you've endured 12 years of cold disdain. As the vessel of the seal, you should be hailed a hero. Why then are you unjustly branded a villain? That makes no sense, none at all. The life you've lived has been far more harrowing than mine. Iruka silently concurred. Indeed, why blame Naruto for the very beast that harmed us? That's absurd. Mizuki gritted his teeth. Damn it, my meticulously crafted rhetoric rendered useless. An insufferable brat. This point Iruka-sensei, you agree too, don't you? Iruka, what could he possibly say? Initially I blamed Naruto myself. But after being counseled by the third Hokage and witnessing Naruto's profound loneliness, I finally understood. Before Iruka could respond, Mizuki snapped, drawing the massive shuriken strapped to his back and hurling it toward Zhou Ke and Naruto. Paralyzed by fear, Naruto stood frozen, on the verge of being impaled. In that instant, Iruka lunged forward, shoving Zhou Ke aside, then shielding the immobilized Naruto with his own body. A sharp shink, blood erupted in crimson arcs. Iruka's back was pierced clean through. Naruto touched the warm blood dripping onto his cheek, disbelief etching his voice. Why? Why protect me? Gritting through the agony, Iruka offered a pained smile. Forgive me, Naruto, for letting you suffer so much. This is my failure as a teacher. Iruka-sensei. Amid darkness's suffocating grip, Naruto glimpsed light once more, guided by his mentor's sacrifice and his friend's unwavering loyalty. Iruka turned sharply toward Mizuki, eyes blazing. So long as I stand, you will not harm them. Mizuki sneered. Humph. You deceive yourself. The very one who murdered your parents is Naruto. What purpose drives you to shield him with your life? He's nothing but a destructive child. Years of chaos, now armed with vengeance. Once he masters the techniques in that scroll, he'll unleash righteous fury upon the village for every slight endured. Naruto is not like that. He is my finest student. Iruka declared with unwavering conviction. He works tirelessly, focuses with fierce dedication, yet lacks flexibility, making recognition elusive. Still, he understands the ache of the human heart. Today, he would never harm another. The Nine-Tails is not his sin. He is Konoha's hero, Uzumaki Naruto. Tears spilled uncontrollably from Naruto's eyes. This was the second time he'd been truly acknowledged. The first incidentally had been Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke habitually praised Naruto effusively, almost like an ardent admirer. Zhou Ke, what nonsense. He's the illustrious 7th Hokage. Surely early flattery is permissible. Iruka continued. Zhou Ke, take Naruto and flee now. I'll hold him off, even if it costs me my life. Flee? Heh, Iruka-sensei, you misunderstand. Having risen from where he'd been shoved aside, Zhou Ke strode forward calmly. Now, showtime begins. Transformation technique. Zhou Ke formed the seals. His form shimmered and shifted instantly into Naruto's likeness. Was showtime simply becoming Naruto? What purpose could this serve? All three observers shared the same doubt. Mizuki grasped the intent immediately, chuckling. So, you'll mimic Naruto, sowing confusion to divert my focus while you act as decoy. Truly selfless, aren't you? Iruka instantly commended. Brilliant. I'll draw his fire. Both of you scatter and seek help. Report everything to the Hokage the moment you meet someone. Naruto objected. Don't become bait for me. Who said we'd run? We'll defeat him here. Zhou Ke, now wearing Naruto's face, turned to the real Naruto. Naruto, can you bear watching your most revered teacher fall to him? No, I can't. Naruto affirmed resolutely. Zhou Ke, then what must be done? Destroy him. Naruto stepped beside Zhou Ke. The two stood shoulder to shoulder. Iruka panicked. Hey, you two run. Don't play the hero. Foolish arrogance. Mizuki clutched his face, grinning savagely. Too fresh, genin dare speak to me like this. Enough talk. Naruto, unleash that earth-shattering technique and show him what we're made of. Zhou Ke formed the hand seals. Got it. Naruto mirrored the seals, and then, multi-shadow clone technique. X2. In an instant, 2,000 clones flooded the forest. 1,000 born of Naruto, 1,000 of Zhou Ke. Though Zhou Ke himself could never muster such chakra alone. Hence the prior transformation, only Naruto's reserves allowed this overwhelming manifestation. Mizuki staggered under the sheer tide of bodies, unable to discern illusion from reality. Every clone possessed tangible substance. They'd truly mastered the Forbidden Scroll's forbidden jutsu, and executed it flawlessly. Preposterous. A Konoha jest. This had to be a trick. Impressive, but why assume Naruto's form to use this technique? Iruka asked, puzzled. 2,000 identical figures standing together. Far more intimidating. Zhou Ke improvised flippantly. He had no intention of revealing the true potential of the perfect transformation technique. not when its discovery might invite dissection by ill-intentioned minds. But that was for later. For now, focus remained singular: eliminate Mizuki. And upon beholding 2,000 shadow clones, Mizuki froze, utterly paralyzed. 2 rookie genin, effortless to crush. 20 clones. With strategy, victory remained plausible. 200. Retreat with tactical discipline was viable. 2,000. What the hell? Is this cheating? Even an elite jonin would buckle beneath such overwhelming force. Fight. Huh. Yet surrendering here was unthinkable. At the very least, his defiance would remain unbroken. So he shouted down at them, 2,000 clones. So what? You're still mere genin. Their substance means nothing. Ayakak. His sentence shattered midair into a guttural scream, as if something vital had been violently torn from him. He crumpled onto the thick branch where he stood. From behind him, a Naruto clone peered out, brandishing a blood-slicked kunai, grinning. Konoha's ultimate taijutsu secret. 1,000 years of death. How was it? Petals, scattered wounds bled across the ground. His smile had faded. The clone had stabbed Mizuki squarely in the rear. Zhou Ke exclaimed, startled. Whoa, brutal. Stabbing with a kunai directly. Which clone is that? Given that flare, it's clearly one of the 3, not an ordinary clone. A clone beside Zhou Ke adjusted invisible glasses with scholarly poise. That one is rebellion, forever fighting with ruthless, underhanded tactics. Ah, so that's the sage. Huh, really? Is he actually my clone? Zhou Ke wondered. Though not just rebellion, all 3 felt profoundly alien, unlike anything he recognized in himself. From the other side, the comic relief clone quipped, of course he is, but he's one facet of you. Yeah. Let's not dissect that in front of everyone else, he added, nodding toward Irika's Naruto nearby. Fair enough. Zhou Ke nodded, then fixed his gaze on Mizuki. First things first, we finish him. Though wounded, Mizuki remained mobile. The battle was far from over. Shuei gritted his teeth, enduring the tearing pain, and jumped down from the tree. While he couldn't run away, he at least wanted to take someone down with him. Toward 2,000 people. Are you dreaming? The rebel jumped down from behind and kicked Shuei in the groin. Chaos ensued. The new ultimate technique of the Leaves the South Dipper's heartless egg smasher kick. Irika, Naruto, and Zhou Ke all covered their lower halves. The pain of a man is understood by men. The rebel clearly had no intention of letting Shuei off, shouting to the surrounding clones, "What are you all waiting for? Get in there and give him a kick." At the rebels urging, the clones sprang into action, each delivering a kick. After a flurry of kicks, all the clones disappeared after kicking Shuei once, and Shuei was left unable to rise. His condition was dire. Once all the clones had vanished, Zhou Ke also reverted to his original form, looking at Shuei, who was no longer human, and commented, "Was that too harsh?" Naruto, feeling a twinge of sympathy, said, "It does seem a bit excessive. Zhou Ke, your clones were too brutal, weren't they?" Maybe just a little." Zhou Ke replied, blushing. Irika, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Zhou Ke, is there a problem with your shadow clone technique? Why is it so strange?" "Perhaps. It seems I didn't execute it properly. I can fix it gradually from here on out," Zhou Ke casually agreed. "Anyway, can we consider this over?" Iruka-sensei. "Yes. It's time to punish Naruto." Irika glanced at Naruto. After all, Naruto had made a mistake and needed to be penalized. Hearing he was going to be punished, Naruto, perhaps to evade the rising sun, closed his eyes. However, after a few seconds of silence from Irika, he felt something placed on his head. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and discovered Irika's forehead protector was missing, while something seemed to have been placed on his own head. "You've used a technique far more advanced than the clone technique, the multi-shadow clone technique. This time, you've passed the exam perfectly, Naruto." Irika smiled gently. "Huh, does that mean I'm a ninja now?" Naruto's face hadn't yet figured out what expression to make, but tears of excitement had already begun to flow. "Yes. Congratulations, you are indeed a ninja." Irika gently patted Naruto's shoulder and then switched to a stern expression, saying, "However, you must apologize to Lord Hokage and the villagers when you return." "I will." Naruto wiped his tears, saying through sobs, though he was crying, the underlying expression was one of a joyful smile. He had never been this happy before. This is what they call tears of happiness, right? After all, you've already shed all your tears of sadness. Only tears of joy remain. Zhou Ke commented from the side. "Shut up. Stop talking like an adult." Naruto blushed, shyly replying. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to be seen acting shy by peers. Irika turned to Zhou Ke, asking with concern, "Zhou Ke, is something going on with you? You seem more energized than before." Irika was quite attentive to the changes in his students. He was pleased with Zhou Ke's positive change, but also worried that it might lead Zhou Ke to become extreme, adversely affecting his future. "Well, mainly I found a goal." Zhou Ke looked towards the rising sun. "The past is the past, the present is the present, and the future is the future. Now that I have found a new goal, I naturally have to strive upwards like the rising sun." Just like Blackbeard from the neighboring One Piece Edward Teach, living steadily until opportunities arise. But now that opportunities are right in front of me, why wait to make my move? Naruto curiously asked, what do you want to do? Do you want to become Hokage too? Hokage? No, that's not enough. Zhou Ke pointed to the sky with one hand declaring, I will accomplish something earth-shattering in the ninja world and change the entire landscape of this world. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. In his worldview, Hokage was the strongest and the highest existence. Anything beyond that, he couldn't imagine. Irika suddenly felt that this usually honest student didn't seem quite as innocent as he appeared. There was an air of danger about him. However, judging by Zhou Ke's usual behavior, he was friendly and willing to help others, so Irika thought he was a good kid and shouldn't worry about him going astray. Zhou Ke's remarks caught the attention of another, the third Hokage. He possessed a special ninjutsu that could project events happening far away onto a crystal ball, the same kind as that evil old witch's. Of course, this distant viewing technique couldn't be used to find people directly, and it took the third Hokage some time to locate Zhou Ke and the others, so he didn't see everything, but he at least caught the second half. After confirming that Naruto wasn't affected by Shuei-mu, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it seems Naruto is fine and can graduate smoothly. I hope he can become an excellent ninja like his parents in the future. However, the third Hokage focused his attention on Zhou Ke. I didn't expect this kid's chakra to be so impressive. The levels he can reach in the future may exceed expectations. Previously mentioned, the third Hokage had high hopes for Zhou Ke, but those hopes were limited. Although he had a sharp mind and mature thoughts, his physical capabilities were rather average, which limited Zhou Ke's potential. No matter how hard he worked, becoming an elite jonin would be his limit. If he wanted to progress further, he would have to undergo modifications like his former disciple Orochimaru. But now things were different. The multi-shadow clone technique was classified as a forbidden technique because it consumed chakra too aggressively. Those without a vast amount of chakra using it could injure themselves or even endanger their lives. Naruto could create 1,000 clones at once thanks to the Uzumaki lineage he inherited from his mother Uzumaki Kushina, along with the power of the Nine Tails. Zhou Ke lacked both factors, yet he could still manage to do it. Truthfully, it raised some suspicions. Could it be that this kid actually has some kind of bloodline? With this thought in mind, the third Hokage immediately got up from his chair and began rummaging through files on his desk. Since Zhou Ke and the others had just graduated, their files were right there on his desk. After pulling out Zhou Ke's file, the third Hokage reviewed it again. His parents were commoners who died during the Nine Tails incident. From this alone, there seems to be no bloodline talent, but we can't rule out the possibility of a hidden bloodline. I wonder if I can find his parents' records to trace back. That said, the third Hokage also felt it was difficult. After all, so many years had passed and commoners' records wouldn't be preserved well. In any case, let's take a look again. Regarding Zhou Ke's talent issue, the third Hokage decided to hold off for now. After all, he wasn't there at the time, and he was unclear about the quality of those clones. And what if most of the clones were actually Naruto's? After all, Zhou Ke had specifically transformed into Naruto's appearance to use his clones. Thus, this unexpected incident came to a smooth conclusion. Since the third Hokage understood the entire process, he didn't need to place blame. He simply put the entire incident on Shuei-mu's shoulders, briefly educating Naruto verbally, and the matter passed. The next day, Zhou Ke and the other graduates went to the Hokage's office to handle the procedures for becoming ninjas. After completing his paperwork, Zhou Ke came out of the room and saw Naruto lining up outside. Upon seeing Zhou Ke, Naruto complained, "Why didn't you call for me?" After getting up, Naruto wanted to ask Zhou Ke to go handle the paperwork together, but when he knocked on the door, he realized Zhou Ke had already left. "You were sleeping so soundly, how could I call you?" Zhou Ke rolled his eyes in exasperation. This kid had been so excited after becoming a genin yesterday. He was out all day and only returned home to rest, leading to him sleeping like a dead pig, unable to be woken in the morning, so Zhou Ke just left him behind. Fine, it's his own problem, can't blame others, so Naruto switched topics. "Wait for me, let's go eat ramen together later." "Oh, ramen is delicious." Zhou Ke glanced at the queue ahead. "There are quite a few people. You'll be waiting forever. I'll head out first." With that, Zhou Ke waved and left. Naruto scratched his head, then focused his thoughts on his upcoming ninja career. Now that he was a genin, becoming Hokage was just around the corner. It sounded nice, but unfortunately by the time you become a genin and then Hokage, you'll have to wait until after your children are born. Take it slow. After Zhou Ke left the Hokage building, he first returned home, then stretched out lying on his bed, muttering to himself, "So this officially makes me a genin. However, I might get returned by my guiding jonin and have to repeat, but under normal circumstances that shouldn't happen." Aside from a few specifically referring to Kakashi Hatake, other jonin aren't that picky about their students. Normally, they won't send them back to school. Speaking of which, who will my guiding jonin be? All the good jonin of this generation have been taken by others. I probably won't get a good one. Well, it doesn't matter, I can manage on my own. With the perfect transformation technique as my cheat along with my knowledge of this world from my previous life, I can definitely navigate through smoothly. While Zhou Ke pondered this question, someone else was also troubled by it. That was the third Hokage. Looking at the files on his desk, the third Hokage was worried about the class assignments. Under normal circumstances, the class assignments for this graduating class should have been completed long ago. This graduating class had a total of 8 students with backgrounds, namely Nara Shikamaru from the Nara clan, Yamanaka Ino from the Yamanaka clan, Akimichi Chuji from the Akimichi clan, Aburame Shino from the Aburame clan, Inazuka Kiba from the Inazuka clan, Hyuga Hinata from the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Sasuke from the Uchiha clan, and the 4th Hokage's son, the current Nine Tails, Jinchuri Uzumaki Naruto. These 8 would definitely receive the best guidance resources. This was not merely a privilege due to their backgrounds. They were all descendants of ninja clans, and their talents were far superior to ordinary ninjas. Currently, Konoha's combat power was not abundant enough to ignore talent when training kids. They had to prioritize training those with talent. This class had just the right number of competent jonin available to provide high-quality guidance, ensuring that no potential talents would be neglected. However, a team consists of 3 members, meaning there were only 9 slots in total, which left just 1 slot remaining. Currently, 2 individuals qualified to vie for this slot, the Hokage's leading lady Haruno Sakura and the main character of this story, Zhou Ke. Haruno Sakura performed excellently in her academics, and her overall strength during ninja school was not much weaker than Zhou Ke. Considering that a typical genin team would usually include a female ninja, the third Hokage initially intended to put her in one of the 9 slots, forming a team with Naruto and Sasuke for mutual growth. While Zhou Ke had performed well, his talent still paled in comparison to the other 8. Well, ultimately, it came down to a lack of background. However, after witnessing Zhou Ke's performance yesterday, the third Hokage couldn't just casually assign him a teacher. That would be a waste of talent. So should he replace Sakura and form a team with Naruto and Sasuke? The third Hokage considered this thought, but quickly dismissed it after a few seconds. Doing so would make the team too strong. What's wrong with being too strong? In the short term, it wouldn't pose any problems, but from a long-term training perspective, it wouldn't work. The 3-person team system is partly designed to cultivate a ninja's sense of teamwork. Aside from a few exceptionally powerful ninjas, most ninjas complete tasks by teaming up, so fostering teamwork is crucial for ninjas. Therefore, if a genin team is too strong, it could easily create 3 lone wolves, which would be detrimental to future development. Having a deadweight in the team makes it easier to cultivate the concept of companionship. After all, the ninjas of Konoha are ultimately fighting to protect their village and their comrades. Sai were ultimately short-staffed. If only Jiraiya or one of his 2 companions were in the village. The third Hokage side, currently, there were still too few excellent ninjas in the village. Many were too busy with their own duties to have time to serve as guiding teachers. If there were more excellent instructors available, he wouldn't be so troubled. Lord Hokage, this assignment is. Kakashi Hitaki, the jonin instructor assigned to lead the team, glanced at the dossiers of his new squad members and sighed inwardly. This time I've assigned you 4 genin. Just stay put for now. The third Hokage sipped his tea calmly. Kakashi frowned. This violates protocol, doesn't it? Standard squads consist of 4 members, 1 jonin captain and 3 genin. You've been given an extra person. Though it's not entirely unprecedented. Kakashi was no rigid traditionalist, but an additional member meant added responsibility. It felt unnecessarily complicated. So if they insisted on assigning him a 5th, they'd better offer a compelling justification. Otherwise, he wouldn't accept it. The third Hokage explained, originally Naruto, Uzumaki, Sakura, Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha were slated for your squad. Zhou Ke was added at my discretion just now. Is there something exceptional about him? Kakashi picked up Zhou Ke's dossier. Impressive, certainly, but surely that alone doesn't warrant bending established rules. Indeed, under normal circumstances it wouldn't, but the third recounted how Zhou Ke and Naruto had jointly defeated Mizuki, 1,000 shadow clones. Kakashi rested his chin on his fingers in quiet contemplation. If true, his aptitude is extraordinary. 12 years old, and already capable of such a feat. Truly rare talent. Yes, I'd intended to mentor him personally, but with the Chunin exams approaching, my schedule is impossibly tight. Besides, acclimating to squad dynamics first would be more beneficial. So I've entrusted him to you, for now. The third clarified. I see. Kakashi exhaled slowly, then nodded. Very well. If only temporarily, I'll assume provisional oversight. Thank you for your cooperation during this period, the third replied with a gentle smile. Once the Chunin exams conclude, I'll reassess his placement accordingly. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke rose from his bed. Enough idleness. Time to resume rigorous training. Zhou Ke summoned his 3 distinctive shadow clones. The rebellious clone spoke first. Took you long enough. Why keep us cooped up? Considering the host's physical stamina and chakra reserves our sustained presence outside is inherently unsustainable, observed the sage clone adjusting his glasses. True enough. We are rather weak right now, quipped the sarcastic clone. What are you even complaining about? Aren't you just as frail? Zhou Ke rolled his eyes. Precisely because we're weak, we must train harder. Now? Yesterday's session confirmed it. The closer my strength approaches that of a transformed form, the longer its duration extends. Moreover, experience points for transformation personas can be earned through you. That simplifies everything. You focus on accumulating transformation XP, while I push my physical limits to accelerate growth. A sound strategy, the sage clone affirmed with a nod. Per our original plan, priority lies in maximizing Kakashi's experience to unlock the Obito Uchiha transformation option as swiftly as possible. No problem. I'm utterly enamored with the power of Kamui. Yet the sarcastic clone abruptly rebelled. Nope, I refuse. I won't play a male character. I want Sakura instead. Seriously, did your brain short-circuit? Zhou Ke stared dumbfounded. Female avatars held zero appeal for him. He couldn't fathom the sensation of lacking certain anatomy. Becoming a girl felt profoundly alien. The sage clone frowned. Don't indulge whims. Without strength, unlocking a dominant authoritative form should be our foremost objective. I'm not indulging him. Strategically unlocking alternate personas is inevitable. Initiating it early isn't unreasonable. Zhou Ke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Host, don't encourage his arrogance, the sage clone warned, turning sharply toward Zhou Ke. No, it's not encouragement. From a holistic perspective, diversifying our roster is essential. Starting now is pragmatic. Given motivational factors, personal preference yields optimal efficiency. This approach ensures maximum return on effort. Fair point. Judged purely by efficacy, this arrangement holds merit, the sage clone conceded with a single measured nod. In any case, your individual training choices are yours alone. But one condition applies: never let anyone witness your practice. For now, our technique must remain concealed. Zhou Ke emphasized firmly. Understood. All three clones responded in unison. Good. I'm off to train. Do as you please. With that, Zhou Ke departed his home to begin his regimen. Left behind, the three clones commenced their tasks. The sarcastic clone asked first, shall we train diligently or slack off shamelessly? The sage clone replied earnestly, training is non-negotiable. But judging by your tone, you're leaning toward laziness, aren't you? Initially, yes. But since the host granted us free rein, I'll go transform and have fun. With that, the sarcastic clone skipped cheerfully out the door. The rebellious clone prepared to leave as well. The sage clone watched him closely. You've made your own choice. No, I remain committed to the Obito Uchiha path. A power capable of dominating the world. I eagerly await it. The rebellious clone grinned darkly. The sage clone asked quietly, so you rebel not merely against the host, but against reality itself? Naturally, I declare war upon this world. Chortling softly, the rebellious clone strode away. The sage clone scoffed. Merely childish posturing. Let's begin. The sage clone activated the perfect transformation technique, assuming the youthful visage of Kakashi Hitaki, and commenced his training. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke, en route to the training ground, murmured wryly, are these facets of my own psyche? Truly, are shadow clones supposed to be like this? Across shinobi history, none had ever displayed such distinct autonomous personalities. Yet Zhou Ke lacked the theoretical foundation to decipher their nature, so he'd simply have to proceed step by step. For now, relentless training remained the only path forward. The next day arrived, the day of squad assignments. That afternoon, Zhou Ke, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura sat in their classroom. Other students had already been led away by their jonin instructors. Only this quartet remained waiting impatiently for theirs to appear. Naruto grew restless and grumbled, Ugh, what is that jonin doing? So slow. Perhaps he has pressing matters to attend to, Sakura offered politely, the very picture of docility. Yet beneath her composed exterior simmered the volatile spirit of a born fighter. Her demure act served one purpose only: to impress the lone boy in their squad, the aloof, brooding Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, however, gave little thought to their absent instructor. His mind was elsewhere. By the way, why does our squad have 4 members? Other squads have 3. Ours has 4. It feels deeply unnatural. Probably just tossed in wherever there was space, Zhou Ke remarked, doing sit-ups. He spoke lightly, but was the truth truly so simple? Zhou Ke didn't yet know the answer, so he accepted the surface explanation, for now. Naruto, watching Zhou Ke train intently, asked curiously, what exactly are you doing? What does it look like? Training. Yeah, obviously, but have you ever trained this diligently before? Naruto voiced his genuine bewilderment. Sasuke and Sakura shared his astonishment. Years of shared schooling had forged deep familiarity. Zhou Ke was notoriously indolent. His sudden zeal defied all prior understanding. Well then, If I've set my course, I'll follow it without deviation. That is my nindo, the way of the shinobi. Zhou Ke declared, striking a resolute pose. Naruto, a strange, uncanny sense of déjà vu washed over him. Of course he recognized it. That phrase belonged to him. Just then, footsteps echoed down the hall. Had their instructor finally arrived? Naruto seized the opportunity for mischief, swiftly balancing a chalkboard eraser atop the classroom doorframe. Once opened, it would shower the unsuspecting instructor in dust. Humph. Such a trivial prank could never fool a jonin, Sasuke scoffed, cool, dismissive, and instantly proven wrong. Their jonin instructor, Kakashi, entered, and the eraser dropped squarely onto his head. The four genin reacted in stark contrast. Naruto doubled over laughing. Ha, got him. Got him. Nothing thrilled him more than pranking a teacher, though perhaps he should worry about retaliation. Sakura flinched and apologized profusely. I'm so sorry, sensei. I tried to stop Naruto. While inwardly thinking, what a fool. Just as I predicted, he walked right into it. Sasuke stared unimpressed. This is a jonin. Seems rather unreliable. Zhou Ke thought, so the 7th squad's jonin instructor is indeed Kakashi. Did my earlier performance impress them so thoroughly that they assigned me a top-tier instructor, and thus assembled a 4-member squad? Kakashi surveyed the four with quiet amusement. How shall I put it? My first impression. You're all rather unpleasant. An awkward silence fell. Scene transition. First meetings among squad members shouldn't unfold within 4 walls, so Kakashi led them outdoors. There he addressed them. Let's begin with introductions. Share what you love, what you hate, your dreams, your hobbies. Anything of significance. Sensei first. Naruto raised his hand eagerly. Sakura chimed in, exactly. You're the most suspicious one here. Oh, me, eh? Kakashi offered no resistance. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. My likes and dislikes are classified. As for dreams, well, nothing worth mentioning. Interests? Quite numerous. Sakura blinked, speechless, so we only know his name. Then Zhou Ke interjected smoothly. Actually, I've conducted a thorough background review on him. Oh. Kakashi's lazy gaze sharpened instantly. He investigated me. Interesting. How deep did that investigation go? Curious, Kakashi made no move to interrupt. As Naruto eagerly raised his hand again, Tell us. What are his hobbies? Hobbies. Reading adult novels, specifically Ika Paradise, a series detailing romantic and intimate encounters between men and women. Sasuke. So he's a pervert. My instructor is that kind of person. My future looks bleak. Naruto. Whoa, just like the Hokage himself. Could I use the sexy technique on him? Then maybe he'd teach me some secret jutsu. Naruto cared little for lewdness, but excelled at exploiting it for personal gain. Sakura. Ugh. A perverted maniac. Absolutely grotesque. Kakashi chuckled warmly. Haha. Looks like you do know me quite well. Indeed. I conducted meticulous research, not just on Kakashi Sensei, but on all outstanding jonin instructors assigned to this year's graduating class. After all, until the assignment was finalized, I couldn't know who'd be guiding me. So I investigated everyone. A convenient half-truth. Zhou Ke already knew the most prominent instructors intimately, including their backstories. No research was needed. Ah, I see. You sought to assess your prospective instructor's capabilities in advance. Kakashi nodded, beginning to understand. Naruto leaned in, intrigued. So, how strong is Kakashi Sensei? Exceptionally strong. He is a direct disciple of the 4th Hokage, and widely regarded as the foremost candidate among the younger generation of jonin. He masters all 5 elemental chakra natures and commands over 1,000 distinct jutsu, earning him the title Konoha's greatest technician. Hearing this, Sasuke glanced sidelong at Kakashi. He's that formidable. Not bad at all. Naruto beamed. Incredible. So my genius has finally been acknowledged. I've been assigned the strongest sensei to guide me. Hold on. That has nothing to do with you, dead last. Clearly he's here to train Zhou Ke and Sasuke. They're the top-ranking students deserving of elite instruction. I'm not weaker than them. Naruto declared with unshakable confidence. Please, don't interrupt. I haven't finished. Konoha's greatest technician is merely our village's internal designation. In truth, Kakashi Sensei bears another title, renowned far beyond our borders, Kakashi of the Sharingan. What did you say? Sharingan. Sasuke exclaimed, stunned. You heard correctly. Sharingan, Zhou Ke replied, smiling knowingly. Kakashi sighed softly, a flicker of genuine admiration in his eye. Yar. You really did dig deep, didn't you? For a fleeting moment, Sasuke was stunned. Then catching himself, he swiftly composed his expression and resumed his aloof demeanor, asking Zhou Ke coldly, why does he possess the Sharingan? Zhou Ke explained, it is said that during the last Shinobi World War, his comrade Uchiha Obito bestowed one of his Sharingan upon him before falling in battle, granting him, though not of the Uchiha clan, the rare ability to wield the Sharingan. I see. Having grasped the general circumstances, Sasuke chose not to probe further. To members of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingans used by outsiders was a deeply sensitive matter. Yet with his clan annihilated, Sasuke no longer had the will to pursue it. Moreover, Kakashi's mastery of the Sharingan might even prove advantageous at last. There would be someone capable of guiding him in its use. Naruto and Sakura, unfamiliar with the Sharingan's significance, asked nothing more. Kakashi, however, furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "You've certainly done your research. Even unearthed that detail." Indeed, it happened many years ago. Retrieving such information was no simple feat. And Zhou Ke replied, "Not so difficult, really. I merely spoke with elders from the old neighborhood. Their memories hold fragments of the past." "Humph. You truly are mature," Kakashi mused with a faint smile. "Since you've already uncovered so much about me, let us begin introductions with you." Kakashi gestured for him to proceed. Understood. Zhou Ke nodded crisply and declared, "My name is Zhou Ke. I once hoped for a quiet life, but after becoming a shinobi, I found myself drawn toward greater ambition. Now I aspire to become a man who reshapes the entire shinobi world. As for what I like, I cannot readily name anything. If pressed, I am male and my preference lies with women." Sakura thought, "Is this fellow a lecher too? No, that doesn't fit." He showed no particular interest in girls before. In school, Zhou Ke had been unfailingly courteous to everyone, yet rarely engaged with girls. Could such a person genuinely claim romantic interest in them? "I don't believe it." Kakashi nodded knowingly and said, "Very well. Next." Naruto raised his hand eagerly. "Let me go first. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I love ramen. Especially the Ichiraku ramen Iruka Sensei treated me to. What I hate most is waiting 3 minutes for instant noodles to cook. My dream, to surpass the Hokage, to become someone every villager acknowledges and respects. This child's upbringing is truly beyond words." Similar to Obito. After reflecting silently on Naruto, Kakashi turned to Sasuke. "Your turn." Sasuke spoke coolly, "I am Uchiha Sasuke. I harbor many dislikes. As for likes, nothing comes to mind. Dreams, empty words mean little to me. But ambition, yes, I will restore the Uchiha clan and kill that man. Indeed, the gaze of a vengeful soul from the very beginning. It seems I'll have my hands full moving forward." Kakashi glanced toward Sakura. "Your turn." "I'm Haruno Sakura. Someone I admire is." She stole a glance at Sasuke, then blushed deeply and continued, "Well, as for dreams." Oh dear. Another shy glance at Sasuke left her flustered and speechless. At this age, girls naturally pay more attention to the opposite sex. Though Rin never behaved this way. No, she did look after Obito diligently. After briefly recalling the past, Kakashi shifted tone. "Introductions conclude here. From tomorrow onward, we begin mission assignments." "Already?" Naruto exclaimed, raising his hand excitedly. "Sensei, what kind of mission is it?" Kakashi replied, "A 5-person exercise, wilderness survival training." "Why training? Isn't it an assessment?" Zhou Ke explained, "Rumor has it Kakashi Sensei is exceptionally selective. Fail to meet his standards and you'll be sent back to the academy for retraining." Then all my graduation efforts would be for nothing." Naruto recoiled in dismay. He had struggled so hard to become a shinobi, failing this test would render all that effort meaningless. Precisely so. Kakashi handed each of the 4 a sheet of paper. "These outline tomorrow's assessment. Review them at your leisure. Until then, see you tomorrow." The 4 skimmed the instructions briefly before retreating into contemplation. Sasuke thought, "This is the perfect opportunity to gauge his capabilities." Naruto resolved, "I cannot fail here, not under any circumstance. I must give everything I have, earn Kakashi Sensei's recognition, and pass no matter what. I swear it." Sakura thought, "To stay beside Sasuke, I must succeed. This is a trial of my devotion." Zhou Ke mused him. "This assessment holds no real difficulty. No need to overthink it. This test was never about combat prowess. After all, they were mere newly graduated genin, their strength still negligible. What Kakashi truly assessed was team cohesion, whether they could endure hardship together, forge unbreakable bonds, and stand by one another without ever abandoning a comrade. The process mattered little. The outcome did: mutual support, shared resolve. Zhou Ke, fully aware of the test's true nature, knew he would pass effortlessly, and thus dismissed it entirely, turning his focus instead to personal cultivation. And so, the next morning, Kakashi greeted the early rising quartet. "Yo, good morning." Naruto and Sakura shouted in unison, "You're late, again." Sasuke remained motionless, radiating his usual cool detachment, while Zhou Ke, he was still training. Zhou Ke thought, truth be told, physical training is addictive. That constant sense of growth feels utterly exhilarating. Kakashi observed him mid-exertion and inwardly quipped, "This boy belongs in Might Guy's class." With his relentless physical discipline, Zhou Ke should train under Konoha's master of taijutsu, Might Guy himself. Yet Kakashi now understood why the third Hokage had made an exception for Zhou Ke. His maturity of thought, unwavering diligence, and innate shinobi talent marked him as extraordinary. As a civilian-born shinobi, his potential was boundless. Even surpassing the fourth Hokage was conceivable. Setting that aside, Kakashi began outlining the rules. The test is simple. Take these 3 bells from me. And he held up 3 silver bells and continued. You have until noon. Anyone who fails to seize a bell by then forfeits lunch and will be tied to a wooden post while I eat mine. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged grim looks. Yesterday's instruction to skip breakfast suddenly made chilling sense. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke grinned inwardly. Only a fool would obey that. I ate breakfast before coming. Knowing the plot truly is liberating. And then Kakashi added, securing just 1 bell suffices. But as you see, only 3 exist. That means one of you will be eliminated and returned to the academy. And at those words, the air grew heavy with tension among the 3. Without further preamble, the test commenced. They scattered, vanishing into concealment like seasoned shinobi poised to strike. Except one stood boldly, openly, directly before Kakashi. Kakashi sighed inwardly, say, Are you quite all right? A shinobi's duty is to mask chakra obscure form and strike unseen, not confront hidden. What precisely was this approach? What did they teach in the academy? And then, come on, let's settle this once and for all. Naruto declared with bravado. Fair enough, his nature was simply not that of a shinobi. Kakashi rolled his eyes, ignoring Naruto entirely, and focused on the others. Good. Sasuke and Sakura concealed themselves well. They learned well in class. And, where's Zhou Ke? Zhou Ke wasn't hiding nearby at all. He'd gone far away to continue training. And since the process itself bears no weight, why not train elsewhere? You 3, why not join me? Zhou Ke glanced at his 3 shadow clones. For efficiency, he deployed them all. After all, 3 minds may rival 1 genius. And in the comic relief, clone muttered, placed in Kakashi's squad. Looks like our plan to lie low and prosper has just evaporated. And in this was the protagonist's team. Every main storyline event would inevitably unfold before them. Staying inconspicuous would be nearly impossible, not when danger loomed, and feigning death was hardly a viable strategy. Given Zhou Ke's abilities, frequent use of the perfect transformation technique would be inevitable in battle, yet each use increased the risk of exposure. Exposure now would almost certainly draw Orochimaru's attention, and likely reduce him to experimental tissue samples. Zhou Ke sighed. Indeed, at this rate, I'll be dissected within months. This technique isn't merely valuable in combat. It holds immense scientific worth. A flawless transformation jutsu. He is by nature the ultimate experimental subject. Theoretically, he could replicate any shinobi's bloodline limit, making him in essence a living encyclopedia of the shinobi world. Setting others aside, if Orochimaru learned of Zhou Ke's ability, Sasuke would instantly lose his status as the prized sweetheart and become mere expendable material. Is this power not infinitely more captivating than a single Sharingan? True, the risks have risen significantly. But, the sage interjected, so too have the rewards. And why do you say that? Zhou Ke asked curiously. And then the sage explained, you may not yet realize, experience for the transformation technique increases rapidly through combat. Since when? How did you discover that? Zhou Ke asked, intrigued. And then the sage replied, during yesterday's performance tests on the technique's capabilities. I see. Wait, why didn't I know about this? A new question surfaced abruptly in Zhou Ke's mind. Normally, upon dispelling a shadow clone, its memories and experience flow back to the original, but Zhou Ke had never received such data from any of his clones. Why? Could it be his clone technique itself was flawed? And then the sage murmured, it appears not only the transformation technique, but the clone technique as well, differs from the norm, or rather all 3 techniques may be uniquely altered. If both transformation and clone techniques had undergone such profound changes, what of the final technique, the substitution? Did it too possess hidden qualities? Zhou Ke asked. Does the substitution technique function normally for me? It was his most frequently used jutsu, and to date had shown no irregularities. While that remains speculation, it's perfectly plausible the substitution technique remains unchanged. The sage conceded, letting the matter drop. Just then the sage reached out and seized the rebel who had begun to slip away. And in Zhou Ke exclaimed, where are you going? And in the comic relief, clone offered, off to cause trouble, most likely. Trouble? Maybe we should rename him Troublemaker, instead of Rebel. Zhou Ke sighed. Was this clone physically incapable of not stirring chaos? The rebel bristled. This is a golden chance to play a proper game with Kakashi. With a soft poof, he transformed into Obito. Obito's transformation has been unlocked. Zhou Ke immediately checked his interface. The rebel and sage's efforts had indeed unlocked Obito's form. The sage warned the rebel, there'll be ample time for games later. Exposing the transformation technique now would raise impossible questions, and you wouldn't want to spend your days confined, would you? If Zhou Ke ends up dissected and preserved in formaldehyde, his freedom, and ours, vanishes entirely. Humph. The rebel knew well if Zhou Ke were imprisoned, their own autonomy would vanish. That sense of helplessness was intolerable. With the troublemaker restrained, Zhou Ke opted to sit out the exam entirely. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Naruto had already been subdued by Kakashi in mere moments, his reckless frontal assault proving utterly ineffective against the elite Jonin. After suffering the infamous thousand-year death technique, he collapsed in humiliating defeat. Yet despite the swift loss, Kakashi offered genuine praise. His proficiency with the multi-shadow clone technique is impressive. Though his tactics are rash, his mind generates unpredictable, ingenious ideas, giving him exceptional battlefield versatility. He is without doubt a force capable of toppling superiors. Once Naruto was dealt with, Kakashi redirected his attention. Who shall I test next? Sasuke, or Zhou Ke, who remains utterly concealed? As for Sakura, Kakashi had already dispatched a clone to assess her, though such evaluation was scarcely necessary. Her demeanor during yesterday's introductions revealed deep-seated insecurity, most likely rooted in self-doubt regarding her own abilities. Unsurprisingly, Sakura would likely prove the weakest of the four, so a cursory test via clone sufficed. And even as Kakashi pondered whether Sasuke or Zhou Ke would move next, a figure lunged at him. Sasuke. Having waited patiently, he had finally struck. Sasuke fell. Was it a bit too quick? While the difference in strength is just like that, Sasuke was easily taken down. Sakura was also taken down by Kakashi's clone using a ninjutsu. Thus only Zhou Ke remained in Team 7. This made Kakashi very curious. Where did Zhou Ke go? Although waiting idly is an option, it would be too boring. So Kakashi took the initiative to look around, and found that Zhou Ke was training in a small grove. He must have been in the wrong class, right? Are you training by yourself here? Kakashi asked as he revealed himself. Oh, Kakashi-sensei. Did Naruto and the others get wiped out? Zhou Ke asked this question upon seeing Kakashi. Well, let's just say they are incapacitated. Don't you have any thoughts of stealing the bells from me? Kakashi asked. As a ninja, one should have an accurate judgment of the task. With our current abilities, unless you let us go wild, there is no hope of stealing the bells. And you are not the kind of person to assign an impossible task, so I judge that this task must have other solutions. Zhou Ke explained. This can be considered a reverse engineering of the problem-solving process, right? Kakashi nodded in approval, a good judgment. So how do you think this task should be completed? Zhou Ke answered, teamwork, right? Since we are a team, teamwork is the most important, and as our guiding teacher, you should guide us in this. You are correct, but your current approach doesn't seem to consider teamwork. Kakashi pointed out Zhou Ke's problem. He was training here alone, completely abandoning his companions. There is no shadow of teamwork in this. From this perspective, he is also unqualified and cannot pass this exam. However, at this moment, Zhou Ke laughed. Teacher, watch your words, who abandoned their companions. Moi. Kakashi was taken aback, and just then his shadow clone was dispelled, bringing back the news from what it observed. Upon seeing the news from his clone, Kakashi smiled. I see a distraction tactic. You attracted my attention here while your clone went to rescue your companions. Zhou Ke adjusted his imaginary glasses. What does that gesture mean? Kakashi wondered. However, before he could think about what Zhou Ke's gesture meant, Zhou Ke suddenly transformed into smoke and disappeared. What a remarkable sage. Is this the shadow clone technique? It seems I was careless. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, but Zhou Ke's maneuver had earned his recognition. He knew when to advance and retreat skillfully, using tactics to fight strong enemies, while also protecting his companions, ultimately ensuring his own safety. He would definitely become an excellent captain in the future. From this perspective, Zhou Ke should be qualified. Next, it was about how the other three would react. In a series of subsequent tests, the three passed Kakashi's examination, and thus everyone officially became ninjas. Wasn't it said that one person would be eliminated? Well, that was just to scare people. The few who passed the test officially became honorable lower ninjas, and next it was the turbulent life of a ninja. Right? No, not really. Zhou Ke and the others' ninja life began with finding cats and dogs. Well, as lower ninjas, they couldn't be assigned dangerous tasks right away. They basically just did chores. Zhou Ke wasn't bothered by it. After all, for him, it was just a time to train, hone his skills, and enhance his strength. Doing some odd jobs was perfectly fine. But Naruto and the others were somewhat dissatisfied. Doing chores was not the ninja life he had imagined. If they kept doing chores like this, how long would it take to become Hokage? So he directly expressed his discontent to their teacher, Kakashi, but every time he was brushed off, Naruto could only helplessly wait. After a while of waiting, finally, a mission came. Kakashi led his four-person team along with the mission's client, Tazuna, leaving the Hidden Leaf Village. This mission was a relatively simple crank task to protect the bridge builder, Tazuna, as he returned to the Land of Waves to build a bridge. Looking at it this way, it didn't seem dangerous. Not at all. Zhou Ke silently complained, this old man is hiding the fact that someone is after him. This mission requires facing one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Familiar with the plot, Zhou Ke naturally knew what would happen next, but they didn't reveal it. Firstly, he didn't know how to tell the others. He couldn't just say he dreamt there was danger in this mission, so let's cancel it right. Secondly, Zhou Ke recently discovered something. His perfect transformation techniques, character unlocking progress, can be rapidly increased through real combat. The stronger the opponent, the faster the experience points accumulate. So there was no reason to avoid a fight, bring on the battle. Thus the group set off towards the land of waves without knowing the truth. On the way, the enemy arrived as expected. Encountering enemies from the mist village, Kakashi pretended to be defeated to give the 4 a chance to gain experience, leaving them to fight. Naruto, having no real combat experience, was filled with fear and got poison on his hand. In contrast, Sasuke, Zhou Ke, and Sakura remained calm. With a joint attack from Sasuke and Zhou Ke, they easily defeated the ambushing ninja. Because of this incident, they also learned the hidden truths of the mission. Since the Land of Waves is an island nation, a mafia group was controlling the transportation, limiting the islanders' movement, and thus controlling the nation's lifeline. Tazuna's desire to build a bridge went against their interests. After all, once the bridge was completed, there would be no need to use boats to leave the Land of Waves. The mafia in the Land of Waves did not want Tazuna to return to build a bridge, changing the difficult situation of going out and the inability to trade freely, so they hired ninjas to eliminate Tazuna quickly. However, due to lack of funds, Tazuna couldn't hire high-level ninjas, so he could only deceitfully claim it was a low-level task and ask a few lower ninjas to protect him. Although it was understandable, it wasn't exactly impressive. After learning this, Naruto and the others did not choose to abandon the mission. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, it was their first mission outside, and they didn't want to give up halfway. Secondly, Tazuna played the sympathy card, emphasizing that he had a daughter and a grandson to take care of. If you don't help me, I'm going to die. Is this moral coercion? Yes, it is moral coercion. The moral standards of Kakashi's team were clearly above average, and they were just the type to fall for such sympathy tactics, so they decided to continue with the commission. Upon learning that the assassins sent out had been eliminated, Kaido immediately dispatched stronger ninjas, specifically the one Zhou Ke mentioned, Zabuza Momochi. This person was once a captain of the Mist Village, and his valor was on par with Kakashi's. He nearly killed the Mizukage under extremely unfavorable circumstances. Okay, that was a joke. Seriously, Zabuza Momochi is a jonin of the mist, renowned in the ninja world for his superb silent killing techniques. Dissatisfied with the village's tyranny, he attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. After failing, he fled the village and became a rogue ninja, now taking on missions as a mercenary to raise funds for a comeback. This time he accepted Kaido's commission to eliminate Tazuna. After Zhou Ke and the others entered the Land of Waves, Zabuza used the mist technique to trap them in thick fog. This technique uses chakra to create mist, filling the air with dense fog, whose density is determined by the amount of chakra released. This technique can obstruct the enemy's line of sight, allowing the caster to appear and disappear in a milky white world to launch attacks. Although Kakashi realized there was an ambush, he was careless and did not dodge. Zabuza is also an elite ninja among jonin, and Kakashi didn't dare to let his 4 lower ninjas confront him directly, so he adopted a swift, decisive tactic. However, this move fell right into Zabuza's trap. He was deceived by Zabuza's water clone, and then directly captured by Zabuza's real body, using the water prison technique, falling into an immobilized state. Water prison technique uses water to create a spherical prison to trap the opponent, rendering them unable to move or seal any jutsu, and they cannot break free from the inside. However, the caster must maintain contact with the water prison at all times to keep its shape, but once they leave it will be immediately dispelled. This characteristic of the technique was currently the only favorable situation for Zhou Ke and the others. After all, Zabuza's real body was unable to act, because he was busy trapping Kakashi, but he still had water clones to eliminate Tazuna and complete this commission. Faced with Zabuza's water clone, Kakashi immediately ordered the 4 to take Tazuna and run away. He was clear about the strength of the 4 and knew they absolutely could not defeat Zabuza. Zabuza would not play games with them, he would definitely kill them, so they could only run. Run? No, we have to defeat him, Zhou Ke said confidently. Sakura, hearing this, felt dizzy. Where does your confidence come from that we can defeat him? Right now, just the killing intent he radiated is unbearable for us. How can we fight like this? At that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke. That's right. We have to defeat him. Naruto wasn't being arrogant. He was making a decisive statement. In the previous battle, he had been unable to act due to fear, needing others to protect him. This kind of shameful behavior was unacceptable to Naruto. If it continued like this, how could he realize his dream of becoming Hokage? So after the previous battle, Naruto made a mark on his palm to show his determination. Just now he had also been frightened by Zabuza's killing intent, wanting to retreat, but the pain from his palm and Zhou Ke's words encouraged him. How can one run away when faced with difficulties and still hope to become Hokage? I must defeat this man in front of me and use him as a stepping stone on my path to becoming Hokage. As for the last member of the foreman team, Sasuke, upon hearing the statements of his two companions, first ignored Naruto. Idiot Naruto, aside, Zhou Ke is choosing to fight. Does he have some confidence? In Sasuke's understanding, Zhou Ke's judgment of the situation was more accurate than theirs. If he said to fight, he must have some assurance. Does he have a trump card? Kakashi saw that the few were choosing to fight and really panicked, urgently shouting, "Idiot, stop. Once the water clone is away from its original body, it can't be used. If you just run far enough, you'll be safe." Zhou Ke retorted, "Kakashi-sensei, even if he doesn't chase us now, once you're defeated, he can still hunt us down. You can run away from the monk, but not the temple. We need to think of a way to take him down here, or we'll be in trouble later." Hearing this, Zabuza laughed. "That's a good point. As long as you continue with this mission, I will definitely kill you. However, if you kill Tazuna, I might let you go. Sorry, I won't do anything that would tarnish my mission record. Besides," Zhou Ke formed a hand seal and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you dare to command me?" Shadow clone technique. With a bang, Zhou Ke created 2 clones. Why only 2? Where did the rebellious one go? Zhou Ke had a dark expression. Before coming here, Zhou Ke had already prepared a battle plan, but now an unexpected change occurred. The rebellious one was missing. The sage replied, "He split off, but I don't know where he went." Zhou Ke had a bad premonition. The rebellious one might be up to something. Sure enough, a figure suddenly emerged from the water, heading straight for Zabuza. An ambush. Is this the source of your confidence? Zabuza chuckled and said, "But that's too naive. Do you think a water-style ninja like me wouldn't notice movements under the water?" Saying this, Zabuza tightened his grip on the decapitating sword and swung it towards the figure charging out. The decapitating sword, one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist. It is massive in appearance, able to absorb the iron in the blood of enemies, thus self-repairing and restoring physical strength, making it look like a sword that would not break. This ability is useless in battle, right? Well, it indeed has no significant use in combat, but it doesn't stop this large blade from being painful to hit with. This sword is larger than Naruto now. Such a big piece of iron can kill just by its weight without needing any special abilities. The figure rushing out of the water upon seeing the swinging, decapitating sword did not retreat, but charged straight ahead. Because it's a clone, it feels no fear. Then go die. In Zabuza's eyes, this suddenly appearing object should be Zhou Ke's clone. It's normal for a clone to act bravely, since dying would only revert it back to chakra. However, Zabuza would not let this clone get close, so he directly sliced it with his sword. Or did he? The anticipated scene of the clone shattering did not occur. The decapitating sword sliced through the clone as if it were grabbing at the moon, passing right through. Then, to Zabuza's astonishment, the thing that appeared to be Zhou Ke's clone punched him in the face, sending him flying. Due to being knocked back, Zabuza's water prison technique and water clones were all forcibly dispelled, granting Kakashi his freedom and revealing an unexpected character. The situation had turned. In his enraged form, Obito Uchiha, who was trapped under a giant rock on the bridge of no return, was rescued by Madara Uchiha. After training there for a period, he acquired the ability of the Sharingan's Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui, as well as his own mastery of fire release ninjutsu, and the wood release abilities derived from the cells of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama that were implanted in his body. With this form, he could easily protect himself in this ninja world. The freed Kakashi was not overly joyful. Instead, he cautiously turned to the newly appeared figure, a person clad in a black robe entirely wrapped in white mysterious objects with only one eye exposed. Judging by the figure's size and abilities, it definitely wasn't his 4 disciples. Whether friend or foe was unclear, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down just because this person had helped him. Meanwhile, on the side of the 4 small ones, Naruto was somewhat dumbfounded. He had just thought of a great battle strategy, and now there was no chance to implement it. Sasuke pointed at the mysterious figure that had suddenly appeared and asked Zhou Ke, "Is he your trump card?" Zhou Ke quickly shook his head. "I don't know, this isn't my plan." Zhou Ke's original plan was to surround and beat up Zabuza with Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi together. Yet the rebellious one had revealed his hidden trump card, Enraged Obito. Indeed, after this period of effort, Enraged Obito had successfully unlocked his powers. But was it worth revealing a trump card just for Zabuza? Zhou Ke was currently feeling quite speechless. In any case, he would first distance himself from the situation to ensure he wouldn't be associated with it in the short term. Then he would just watch the rebellious performance. Hearing Zhou Ke's words, Sasuke didn't think too much about it. After all, the man who had suddenly appeared didn't give off the same vibe as Zhou Ke. He didn't seem like the same person. Sasuke had simply asked out of curiosity. At that moment, the rebellious one suddenly spoke to Kakashi. After all these years, you're still this useless Kakashi. Oh, so this is the game you're playing. Zhou Ke from behind understood what the rebellious one was trying to do. Cosplaying as Obito. Taking advantage of his transformation technique to perfectly impersonate. While understanding the full story, the rebellious one toyed with Kakashi's feelings. Zhou Ke couldn't help but think, although seeing Kakashi's twisted expression seems quite amusing, he has always treated me well. Is it really appropriate to toy with his feelings like this? However, the rebellious one didn't share Zhou Ke's moral views. He simply wanted to see Kakashi's twisted expression. Hearing the rebellious one's words, Kakashi asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The rebellious one mocked, "Who am I? That doesn't matter. For someone like you who can't even protect your comrades, the most important thing is to survive." Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt as if struck by lightning. Who the hell are you to stab at someone's sore spot upon meeting? Know this figure, this voice. I've seen it, I've heard it. I can't possibly be mistaken. Absolutely impossible. Kakashi's expression twisted under the mask, resembling a torn scarecrow. If his assumptions were correct, the person before him was his fallen comrade, Obito Uchiha. But Kakashi quickly dismissed this thought. Obito was dead, and he had witnessed his death with his own eyes. Even if he had survived back then, after all this time, how could there be no changes in appearance or voice? So this person in front of him was either a fake or a ninjutsu. While Kakashi was pondering this, Zabuza, recovering from his previous attack, remarked, "Humph, looks like this is a familiar face for Kakashi. However, just a brat. Though unclear about what you did just now, since you dared to intrude in this battle, you should be prepared to die. Die. Ha ha." The rebellious one suddenly laughed loudly, then spoke in a chilling voice, as if he had returned from hell. "How amusing to speak of death to me. Having experienced death long ago. Compared to the world after death, this world is truly hell." Hearing these chilling words, the atmosphere on the battlefield fell into an icy silence. Zabuza's previous killing intent hadn't even brought about this level of cold. In the rear, Zhou Ke was astonished in his heart. Holy crap, is this acting or genuine emotion? How can it be so cold? Kakashi, closest to the chilling atmosphere, was more concerned about what the rebellious one had just said. Had he really died once? This guy isn't to be trifled with. Should I retreat? Zabuza began to contemplate whether he should leave. In the ninja world, one couldn't think in conventional terms. Just because the opponent was younger didn't mean they were weak. There were quite a few legendary killers who rose to fame at a young age in this world. At this moment, the rebellious one suddenly asked, "Hey, are you a ninja from the mist?" His one exposed eye glowed a deep crimson, as if it could swallow Zabuza whole. Zabuza took half a step back, shocked. Am I actually retreating just because he asked me a question? What nonsense is this? Zabuza, known as the Demon of the Mist, was ruthless and wild, easily angered, a man of iron will and ambition. Confident in his strength, he had always maintained an arrogant demeanor, looking down on others. For him, it was always about intimidating others. Being intimidated by someone else was simply unacceptable. He couldn't accept this. Zabuza immediately formed hand seals, preparing to use his specialty ninjutsu, Water Release Water Dragon Bullet technique, to show the rebellious one what for. However, the Water Dragon Bullet required 44 hand seals, and no matter how fast he was, it would take a few seconds to execute. By the time the technique was ready, it would be too late. But the rebellious one didn't attack during Zabuza's hand seals. Instead, he continued, "The most important person in my life was killed by a ninja from the mist, so you will accompany them to the grave." Kakashi was shocked. The most important person was killed by a ninja from the mist. Rin. Various clues pointed to this mysterious person being Obito, causing Kakashi's heart to waver. Zabuza was furious. "How dare you ask me to accompany you to the grave? That's outrageous. Is that something a person should say?" Of course, Zabuza wouldn't show weakness. He declared fiercely, "Accompany you to the grave. Since your important person is dead, you can follow her to the underworld." Water Dragon Bullet technique. Seeing the Water Dragon Bullet flying towards him, Kakashi immediately dodged to the side, while reminding the rebellious one to get out of the way. He had instinctively started to think of the rebellious one as Obito. However, facing the incoming Water Dragon Bullet, the rebellious one neither dodged nor avoided it. He simply stood there and took the hit. Watching the rebellious one being engulfed by the water, Zabuza laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, I thought you were something special. Turns out you were just a show-off." A classic case of a chicken challenging a rock. This was Zabuza's current view of the rebellious one. Yet just a few seconds later, this perception would change. The rebellious one actually walked out from the Water Dragon Bullet. Don't underestimate the Uchiha. His calm tone instead created a chilling effect. Zabuza was bewildered. Both the previous strike and this technique had no effect on him. What on earth was this opponent? What kind of monster was he? To mask his inner fear, Zabuza shouted, "Uchiha, are you the last descendant of the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke. Sasuke's attention was entirely focused on the rebellious one. Besides himself and his brother were there other Uchiha clan members. How could that be? The rebellious one didn't respond. He simply walked towards Zabuza step by step. Seeing the opponent ignore him, Zabuza immediately pulled out a kunai and threw it at the rebellious one, then created water clones to attack with decapitating swords, while he himself formed hand seals to use an even more powerful water release ninjutsu. Water release great waterfall technique. This technique gathers chakra in the throat and spits out a massive water sphere towards the enemy. Clearly Zabuza was panicking and started recklessly casting skills, but it was understandable. Facing Kamui panic wasn't shameful. After all, if he triggered the perfect intangibility, he would be in serious trouble. However, whether it was the kunai thrown the water clone strike or the great waterfall technique, the rebellious one casually ignored them, instantly appearing before Zabuza and stabbing him through the body with a sharp wooden spike created from wood release. Ugh! Zabuza let out a wail as the wooden spike pierced through him. This strike was fatal, and with resentment, he looked at Obito, bitterly saying, "Who the hell are you?" Zabuza's resentment was not only because he was dying, but also because his cause of death was so baffling. He was targeting a rogue ninja. Why was he being targeted too? Shouldn't the enemy's enemy be a friend? Dying for the sake of others in the village felt like an undeserved death. It would have been better for him to be killed like a stray dog at least, then he could comfort himself that the opponent was too strong, and the fault lay with the world, not himself. The rebellious one grinned wickedly. "In my eyes, you're nothing more than a stray dog. Why should I answer your questions?" Zabuza retorted. "You're infuriating. See, if I don't say it like this, you're not happy, but if I do, you still aren't satisfied. Truly hard to please. If you want to hate, then blame yourself for not having a special bloodline. Without the naturally powerful abilities of my Uchiha clan, without the opportunity to gain the power of this Mangekyo Sharingan ha." As he said this, the rebellious one used the wood release cutting technique. The wood release cutting technique grows wooden spikes from the user's arm that pierce the enemy, and after entering the enemy's body, they continue to branch out, brutally impaling the enemy from within. The number of spikes depends on the user's chakra. Just like that, the wooden spikes that pierced into Zabuza's body exploded from within, instantly tearing his body into 17 pieces. Zabuza was irrevocably dead. Kakashi was no stranger to such scenes, but he was still surprised why Obito could use wood release. Wasn't that the first Hokage's secret technique? Is this man really Obito? Meanwhile, the four small ones, unaware of the uniqueness of wood release, were still shocked by this method of killing. As ninjas, they had long been prepared to kill. They had seen death before, but such a brutal method left an indelible mark on their young hearts. Wait, why only 3? That's because Zhou Ke himself wouldn't be frightened by such a level of brutality. However, he was still greatly shocked. Zhou Ke frowned, thinking, while Zabuza has his good sides, he is after all a merciless executioner. Feeling sorry for him is pointless, but there's no need to blow his body apart like this, right? Zhou Ke now had another label for his clone: too brutal, extremely dangerous. Thankfully, it was just a clone. If it were an independent person, it would be truly terrifying. At that moment, the rebellious one picked up Zabuza's severed head from the ground and grinned. "You talk a big game, acting like you're so powerful, but in the end, this is all you've got. Truly laughable." After saying this, the rebellious one tossed Zabuza's head aside, like throwing away garbage. "Are you really Obito?" Kakashi hesitated for a second before asking what he wanted to know. "Obito Uchiha is dead. Ooh, I am." The rebellious one paused and coldly looked at Kakashi. "Uchiha Madara." "Madara? Impossible. Or are you saying Uchiha Madara saved you?" Kakashi's mind raced quickly, grasping what the rebellious one was conveying. Hee. Who knows? The rebellious one didn't answer directly. Instead, he continued, "It seems you won't be able to use the eye left for you at all, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui's power, yet you seem completely oblivious, which is truly infuriating." "Mangekyo Sharingan?" Kakashi asked in confusion. Was there such a thing as a Sharingan above the Sharingan? At that moment, Kakashi's left eye suddenly throbbed with pain. This was the Sharingan that Obito had left for him, and he could feel the change occurring in that eye. Simultaneously, Kakashi noticed that the white shell covering the rebellious one's face was slowly unraveling, revealing the true face of the one in the middle. It was indeed Obito, but half of his face had been crushed and disfigured. Kakashi understood that this was the result of the giant rock that had crushed Obito's right half of his face. The eye revealed on the rebellious one. Its Sharingan pattern had changed. The normal Freedomo had transformed into a windmill-like design. "If I had this power, perhaps I could have saved Rin. Unfortunately, the best eye was left for you, yet you still accomplished nothing." As he said this, the rebellious one's right eye activated Kamui, pulling him into the Kamui space. Kakashi reached out with his Urkong hand and shouted, "Wait, Obito, we." The word talk hadn't even left his lips before he was interrupted by the rebellious one's parting words. "The Nine Tails attack was orchestrated by me. The fourth Hokage was killed by me. After leaving this sentence, the rebellious one completely disappeared. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt like he had been struck by lightning, trembling as he said, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" This was the only thought that emerged in Kakashi's mind. The information he just received was overwhelming. Even he, an experienced jonin, could not digest it quickly. After all, it concerned his best friend, and he truly could not accept it. Obito is still alive. After confirming this news, Kakashi felt an immense joy. His friend was revived. It would be strange not to be happy about that. As for why Obito didn't return to the village, he had already concocted an excuse. It was simply because he hadn't protected Rin well. In response to this, Kakashi decided to atone with his life to allow Obito to return to the village he loved most and continue his dream of becoming Hokage. However, the last words of the traitor sentenced this thought to death. The Ninetales incident was instigated by Obito, and both his master and mistress were killed because of him. Obito had no way to turn back now. "It's all my fault. If I had saved Rin, things wouldn't have turned out this way." Kakashi's heart was filled with regret. Kakashi sank into self-pity, while at that moment the three young ones behind him began to recover from their earlier shock. Naruto was the first to speak. "So, is this the end?" "Yeah." Sasuke nodded, appearing very calm, but inside he was far from serene. The Uchiha still has other clan members, and eyes identical to that man's, Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Naruto's attention shifted to Zhou Ke, who he saw diving into the water where Zabuza had fallen. Sakura also noticed Zhou Ke's actions and couldn't help but gulp, feeling a bit nauseous, as she said, "The water is probably full of that guy Zabuza's blood. This is so disgusting." Naruto, unfazed, curiously remarked, "It seems Zhou Ke went down to find something." He retrieved that uncle's weapon. Zabuza was dead, and his beheading sword had fallen into the lake. Zhou Ke was struggling to handle Zabuza's large sword with his small frame. Seeing this, Naruto immediately ran to the shore and pulled Zhou Ke, who was straining to turn over on a dry land, then curiously asked, "Why did you go down to retrieve the enemy's weapon?" "While this weapon seems quite famous, it feels great to take it back as a trophy." Even though he didn't do it himself, it was still his clone that handled it, so taking it back as a trophy was perfectly fine. The sarcastic role came over and asked, "Master, are you planning to use this as a weapon in the future?" "This?" Zhou Ke glanced disdainfully at the beheading sword. "This thing seems useless to me." He was much more interested in the Hiramakiri or the Kubikurabocho, which were also among the 7 ninja swords. After all, both of those swords had remarkable abilities. The Kubikurabocho could absorb the opponent's chakra, weakening their strength while enhancing its own. The Hiramakiri could emit gas from its 2 circular holes, glowing as a whole, forming a chakra aggregate. Simply put, it could inject a large amount of chakra, turning the sword into a larger, thicker blade that could release chakra orbs with explosive force, possessing tremendous destructive power. Its weapon attribute: as the number of enemies killed increases, it could contain more chakra, thereby enhancing its power. It is a weapon that grows stronger with use. Both of these swords had exceptionally high limits. Now, looking at the beheading sword, it was enormous in shape, capable of absorbing iron from the blood of enemies, thus self-repairing and replenishing its physical strength, hence regarded as an unbreakable sword. What kind of junk is this? On what grounds can it be compared to other ninja swords? Zhou Ke's main purpose in retrieving this sword was still to sell it. Whether handing it over to the village, selling it on the black market, or directly finding someone from the mist to exchange for money, it was all a very good choice. Selling it for money is indeed a good choice. The sage adjusted his glasses and said, "All right, the battle is over. We should disappear now." But after making a hand gesture, the sage disappeared. The sarcastic role shrugged and then followed suit. Naruto looked at Zhou Ke's 2 clones and curiously asked, "Zhou Ke, your clones have such personality?" "Well, they're all right," Zhou Ke casually replied. He didn't pay much attention to Naruto's words, mainly pondering the signal the sage had just conveyed to him. What the sage meant to convey was, Rebel had not released himself. He was still doing something else. What was he up to now? Zhou Ke thought, due to the significant disparity in strength, the enraged Obito's transformation could only last 2 minutes, which is why he left in such a hurry. If he delayed any longer and the transformation ended, he would be exposed. Well, although he could transform again in the Kamui space, the battle was already over. What could he be doing without releasing his clone? There was a subtle feeling. Zhou Ke sensed that this time the rebellion was neither good nor bad. Hopefully there wouldn't be any major issues. At that moment, Zhou Ke thought of something, turned back to look at Zabuza's corpse still floating on the sea, hesitated for a moment, and then jumped back into the water. Naruto curiously asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" After all, he's a legendary figure. It seems a bit too much to let his corpse sink into the sea. I should retrieve him and give him a burial. Zhou Ke's reasoning for doing this, besides the aforementioned reasons, also stemmed from a sense of guilt. Even though he didn't do it himself, it was still his clone that executed it. Zhou Ke couldn't just sever ties with himself. Although in this life and death world killing was not unusual, the guilt from his first kill was still present. Giving someone a grave could also be a way to alleviate his own sense of guilt. I'll help you. Naruto immediately created a clone to assist Zhou Ke in retrieving Zabuza's corpse, and then they both dug a hole to bury him. While burying Zhou Ke thought, how should I put it, although I killed you, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. If you have any grievances and want to come find me, feel free to do so, but I still think it's better to be dead and peacefully rest in another world. Reciting a few words like this could also be considered as giving Zabuza a eulogy. By the way, Kakashi was still immersed in memories of Obito, completely unaware of what Zhou Ke and the others were doing. In any case, the battle was over. The four young ones woke Kakashi from his self-pitying state, and then everyone continued with their mission. Although his own matters were significant, the priority for a ninja was still the mission. As a mature ninja, even if Kakashi felt tremendous pain inside, he had to persist, finish the current task, and then think about Obito. However, an unexpected yet expected event occurred. This mission's main antagonist, Kato, was killed. This happened the day after Zhou Ke and the others reached Tizuna's home, when news suddenly spread through the village that Kato's gang, which had been entrenched in the land of waves, had been brutally annihilated. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Ke and the others promptly arrived at the scene. As soon as they arrived, Sakura instinctively covered her mouth. The stench of blood was too strong, she felt like she was about to vomit. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of burnt clothing and shattered limbs, making one want to retch. Charred marks from fire jutsu and traces of wood jutsu were everywhere. These two elements also served as proof of who the murderer was. No need to think, it was definitely the rebel. By the way, the rebel had returned the night before, so he must have eliminated Kato and his men last night before releasing his clone. On the ground, pools of bright red blood formed twisted serpentine patterns, winding and spreading, dyeing the land a shocking crimson. Corpses lay scattered across the ground, some already torn apart by wood jutsu, while others had been burned to charcoal. One could barely see the expressions of sheer terror on their still relatively intact faces, as if narrating the horror and despair they had experienced in life. Their wide-open eyes showed no signs of life. They were charred. What signs could there be? These lifeless eyes became silent witnesses to the massacre. The surrounding buildings also suffered greatly. Walls were riddled with holes from fire jutsu interlaced with jutsu, twisted the structures, and glass shards littered the ground, glimmering coldly. Flames ravaged the ruins, consuming everything flammable, crackling and sound like the laughter of death echoing through this silent world. The entire scene was filled with the air of death, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression and fear. Zhou Ke furrowed his brows and thought, what was the point of making such a big scene? Kato and his subordinates were part of the mafia, committing countless heinous acts. Their deaths could only be met with applause, not deserving a shred of pity. However, you could kill them, but what was with all this bloodshed? Not only was it polluting the environment, but it was also too ostentatious. At this stage, it was still about making money quietly. Gaining fame too early was not a good thing. It seems I can't let the rebel out so carelessly anymore. Zhou Ke thought to himself. The rebel had become too rebellious. Using him felt less like a double-edged sword and more like a reverse-edged blade. All the edges pointed back at himself. How to use this clone indeed required careful consideration. Zhou Ke continued to ponder. However, if the rebel is merely a facet of me, he wouldn't just kill for fun, he must have other motives. With this in mind, Zhou Ke began to glance around with his eyes. At this moment, Sasuke asked Kakashi, "Kakashi, did that man do this yesterday?" "It should be him." Kakashi was still in shock over the drastic change in Obito. This brutal sight was hard to reconcile with the Obito who cherished comrades, was emotional, kind-hearted, had dreams, was optimistic, lively, and proactive, often late in helping the weak. The transformation was too immense. At this time, Sakura raised her hand and asked, "Now that the bad guys are gone, does that mean our mission is over?" Their mission was to protect Tizuna during the bridge construction, and now that the threat to the bridge had vanished, it should be considered finished, right? Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, "In theory, yes, but considering that someone might come for revenge, we can't leave until the bridge is completed." Everyone nodded in agreement with this conclusion. Does that mean they would be staying in the land of waves for some time? Well, for Zhou Ke, it didn't matter where he trained, staying in the land of waves was fine. Naruto and Sasuke were also quite eager because Kakashi said he would guide their training, but Sakura, she wasn't particularly interested in training, and besides sitting around during the mission, she had nothing else to do, so she appeared very bored. She was likely the one who wanted to finish the mission quickly and return home the most. Fortunately, since Kato was no longer around, the citizens of the Land of Waves no longer had to fear Kato and could build the bridge. With ample labor, the bridge was progressing swiftly. It was expected that in a few days the Grand Bridge would be completed, and then Zhou Ke and the others could return to the village. Zhou Ke spent these days training alone. Though Kakashi said he would guide everyone, he had already mastered the chakra wall climbing technique during his schooling and had even progressed to chakra water walking. Kakashi had no intention of giving Zhou Ke any special training for now. and since Zhou Ke wouldn't necessarily be in his class all the time, he let him practice on his own for the time being. So what would Zhou Ke train on his own? Of course it was the Rasengan. The Rasengan is a technique that gathers chakra in the hand, causing the chakra to move in different directions and compressing it to form a high-density chakra sphere, which possesses immense destructive power. It is the ultimate form of chakra shape transformation. The Rasengan doesn't require hand seals and can be activated with a single hand. Its destructive power is extremely strong, and its potential for further development is very promising. More importantly, although the learning difficulty is high, the requirements for the user are not stringent. Even Naruto, who struggled to control chakra in the early stages, was able to learn this ninjutsu through hard work. Zhou Ke was confident he could learn it on his own. The learning process for the Rasengan is divided into several stages. First stage, gathering chakra in the palm. Second stage, releasing chakra steadily and continuously. For example, placing a water-filled balloon in the hand, then releasing chakra to make the water inside move irregularly until the balloon bursts. Third stage, maintaining the released chakra and materializing it until it can break the balloon. After completing this stage, the Rasengan could already cause damage, but it would only result in relatively light surface injuries and could not penetrate trees. Fourth stage, combining everything from the previous stages, gathering high-density chakra in the hand, continuously releasing and maintaining it, and finally solidifying it into a small typhoon, which possesses great power, capable of piercing trees and shattering rocks. Currently, Zhou Ke had already begun training on the third stage. As Zhou Ke formed the ball, he said, "My transformed Naruto can already use the Rasengan, so my body has some muscle memory for its usage. Using the Rasengan is now much easier. If only I could summon my clone to practice together." Due to the previous incident where the rebel acted on his own, Zhou Ke was temporarily afraid to let him out. There was no choice. This clone was too much of a troublemaker. Until he had a serious talk with him about returning to the village, Zhou Ke didn't want to let him out to create more trouble. Just as Zhou Ke was pondering how to communicate with the rebel and have him consult with him before acting out again, the chakra ball he was forming suddenly exploded, sending Zhou Ke flying and crashing into a tree. Falling to the ground, Zhou Ke lamented, "I really can't be distracted while training. The moment I lost focus, I couldn't stabilize my chakra. But the Rasengan is really hard to practice. Only by practicing myself could I understand how much effort and sweat Naruto put into mastering this technique. Phew, I should take a break." Zhou Ke sat down and then took out a scroll, starting to grin. "Huh, why did I start grinning? Oh, it's of course because I thought of something happy. I finally have money." Zhou Ke shouted in his heart. The scroll in Zhou Ke's hand was found in the ruins of Kato's company, containing Kato's assets. The rebel's actions would not simply be for the benefit of the people. His primary goal was still black market dealings. "Rebel, what nonsense! I am aiding the people and just want a little money as a reward. There's nothing wrong with that." This was how the rebel defended himself. When he went to kill Kato, he threatened him to hand over money for his life, and after Kato had lost a large number of men, he immediately complied and handed over his treasure. "I hope this unknown killing god will leave here quickly." Of course, the rebel did indeed leave quickly after obtaining the treasure, but before leaving, he casually killed Kato. "Sorry, promises are made with good people. You, a bad person, should just die honestly." Kato thus died with resentment. Since the rebel had no intention of taking the treasure back, he sealed it in the scroll and buried it in a hole. Zhou Ke also guessed what the rebel had done. After observing for a while, he found the hidden scroll the rebel had concealed. Kakashi, lost in thoughts of Obito, didn't notice what Zhou Ke was doing. This scroll contained the wealth that Kato had plundered from the common people over the years. As a well-known rich man in the ninja world, Kato's assets were quite substantial. Zhou Ke felt that even if he retired and no longer became a ninja, he could live comfortably. However, given that all this money was acquired through Kato's wrongdoing, is it appropriate for Zhou Ke to take it all? Zhou Ke, well, even though it was done by my clone, I helped the people of the Land of Waves avenge their blood feud. Taking this money is justified, and I don't need to return it to them. Moreover, because of this money, Zhou Ke only wanted to chat with the rebel rather than figure out a way to banish him completely. After all, having someone do the dirty work is quite nice. This just shows that the rebel is indeed a side of Zhou Ke. Neither of them is a good person. A faint smile flickered across Zhou Ke's lips as he carefully rolled up the scroll. After all, wealth should never be flaunted. Revealing such unexpected fortune in public could easily invite unforeseen calamity, so discretion was paramount. He would wait until returning to the village before unsealing it. Beyond the monetary reward, this mission had yielded another trophy, Zabuza Momochi's execution blade. Zhou Ke rose and retrieved the massive blade resting nearby, gazing at it thoughtfully. "Now that I have funds, this weapon has lost much of its utility. What then shall I do with it?" He began weighing how best to maximize its value, when suddenly footsteps echoed nearby. Footsteps I've never heard before. Zhou Ke instantly turned, and there stood a face he should have recognized. "Ah, bye." Oh, I'd completely forgotten about him. By a descendant of the Yuki clan had been adopted and raised by Zabuza Momochi as his loyal attendant. A soul innately gentle, yet capable of transforming into an utterly merciless instrument of war should Zabuza demand it. Incidentally, though his appearance resembled that of a woman, Bai was in fact male. Originally after Zabuza's defeat in their first battle, Bai would have intervened to rescue him. But this time Zhou Ke had struck too swiftly, obliterating Zabuza from within using the piercing technique, leaving Bai no chance to intervene. He could only watch Zabuza die. Wait, then why was Bai appearing now? Could he possibly be here for vengeance? Zhou Ke's heart leapt with alarm. Bai was no weakling. Though he lacked the raw power to contend with Sasuke or Naruto at this stage, his reluctance to kill rendered his techniques comparatively restrained. Needles, after all, carried limited lethality. Yet if vengeance now drove him, he would hold nothing back. Would that double his combat effectiveness? Regardless, Zhou Ke braced himself for transformation. Any sign of hostility, and he would shift instantly. This time he would become Kakashi. Yet Bai's first words shattered Zhou Ke's assumptions entirely. Bowing deeply, he said, "Greetings. I have come to express my deepest gratitude." Zhou Ke did not lower his guard. "Are you Zabuza's comrade?" he asked cautiously. "You know who I am." Bai replied, puzzled. He hadn't even introduced himself. How had Zhou Ke deduced his allegiance? "You were the Mist Village forehead protector." That was enough to surmise. Zhou Ke offered smoothly, covering his earlier presumption with plausible reasoning. Though bold, it had served well as a test. From Bai's demeanor, just now he seemed unlikely to seek revenge, though deception remained possible. Observation would continue before any further conclusions were drawn. "I see." Bai touched his forehead protector, then removed it and cast it aside. "Ah, you no longer need it?" Zhou Ke asked curiously. Bai replied with, "Lord Zabuza gone, the Mist Village holds no meaning for me." Zhou Ke pressed on, "Then tell me, have you come here to avenge him?" "No. Though we were enemies, that was purely within the realm of shinobi duty. Combat to the death during missions is expected. But when no mission conflict remains, no further battle is necessary." "You're remarkably composed. Still, I'm not certain what merit I've earned your thanks." Zhou Ke asked, genuinely curious. "You recovered Lord Zabuza's body. That to me is the greatest kindness imaginable." Bai replied solemnly. At the time, he had nearly rushed forth to fight Zhou Ke's team and seize Zabuza's remains. But Zhou Ke's act of burying Zabuza had stilled his rage. Clearly, this opponent possessed compassion. No need to torment them further. Compassion. Had Zhou Ke overheard Bai's inner thoughts, he'd already be drenched in cold sweat. Guilt indeed ran deep. Unaware of Zhou Ke's turmoil, Bai calmly produced a bundle. Money. A great deal of money. Zhou Ke frowned. "This is..." Bai explained his purpose. These funds were gathered by Lord Zabuza to rebuild his strength. Combined with the mission's reward, they would have sufficed, but now they serve no purpose. "So I wish to entrust them to you. Your garments bear many patches. You must surely need these funds." Zhou Ke, ever frugal. Poverty had long taught him thrift, mended every tear, and wore each garment until it surrendered to time. 3 years new, 3 years old, 3 more years patched and preserved. He shook his head urgently. "I cannot accept this. After all, what kind of person kills another then claims their hard-earned wealth? Shrimp and pig heart." A rhetorical flourish mocking moral contradiction. Was it truly unthinkable? Perhaps not. Zabuza, after all, was no paragon of virtue, so taking the money posed no ethical quandary. And for Zhou Ke, wealth remained perpetually welcome. No, I'm not short on funds now. There's no need to claim this sum. Let Bai keep it for himself." After intense internal deliberation, Zhou Ke resolved to decline the money. Bai was a good man. The funds belonged rightly with him. Thus Zhou Ke told Bai, "Keep this money yourself. It will ease your life considerably. Let me remind you, a single coin can humble even the mightiest hero. A poverty brings profound hardship." Bai smiled gently. "No need. I'll require no money henceforth." "Ah, you speak as if you intend to follow Zabuza into death?" Zhou Ke asked. "At first, yes," Bai admitted. "But now, I wish to keep vigil over his grave. I need no money, not because I lack means, but because I feel no desire for it. A wise choice. Life is singular. Cherish it well. Still, perhaps you'll reconsider keeping the funds. You strike me as deeply compassionate. If you find yourself with spare time, why not open an orphanage? Our shinobi world abounds in orphans. Someone caring for them would be a true blessing." Zhou Ke's suggestion stemmed not solely from benevolence, but also from sincere concern for Bai. In his past life watching Naruto, he'd always felt a quiet sorrow for this young man. Why wasn't he a woman? Ahem, off topic. His fate mattered little. What pained Zhou Ke was that such innate kindness had bloomed in the wrong era. In peaceful times, Bai would surely have known happiness. Now an opportunity existed for Bai to live quietly, peacefully. To prevent some future moment of despair from driving him to self-destruction, Zhou Ke offered purpose, caring for orphans. Surely that will anchor him. Bai paused, then looked at Zhou Ke with quiet wonder. "You are truly an exceptional shinobi. Ah, nothing special, Zhou Ke replied, awkwardly scratching his head. Just a bit naive. Aren't most newly minted genin like that? Not at all. Most think only of themselves. In any case, thank you for the suggestion. Since you refuse the funds, I won't press further. I obediently reclaimed the bundle. Zhou Ke continued, by the way. Do you wish to reclaim this execution blade? No. It is but a worldly possession, neither essential nor meaningful to Lord Zabuza anymore. Finally, he added, thank you. May your path ahead remain clear and untroubled unlike ours. With that, Bai turned and departed. Zhou Ke called out, one last question before you go. Do you intend to hunt down the one who killed Zabuza and seek vengeance? I dislike vengeance. With those words, Bai walked away. Watching him vanish, Zhou Ke mused inwardly, truly noble. Yet, what a pity he's a man. Very well. Apparently, Zhou Ke's deepest fixation remained unchanged. With Bai's matters settled, the Wave Country mission concluded without further incident. Once the bridge was complete, Kakashi hurried the 4 genin back to Konoha to report to the Hokage about Obito. En route, Zhou Ke gestured toward the massive execution blade slung across his back and asked Kakashi-sensei, how should we handle this? Submit it to the village. Kakashi glanced at the blade trailing behind Zhou Ke. It nearly matched his height, and dragging it along the ground was inevitable given its unwieldy proportions. Gazing at the weapon, Kakashi remarked, normally mission-acquired equipment belongs to the participating shinobi. Take for instance the 6 paths tools seized by Tenten during the 4th Shinobi World War. If your teammates raise no objection, you may keep and wield this execution blade. Naruto interjected immediately, I don't mind. Unsuited to swordsmanship, he had no use for it. The others nodded in agreement. So this blade is mine. Zhou Ke confirmed. For ordinary equipment, yes. But this is one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist's legendary blades. Politically significant to Kirigakure, it carries substantial diplomatic weight. Its disposition rests solely with the Hokage. Rest assured, however, if it must be surrendered, you'll receive compensation of equal value. That said, do you truly favor this blade? It suits me well enough. As someone without lineage or privilege, acquiring such a famed tool presents a rare opportunity to elevate my strength. Since I've spoken so plainly, Sensei, when reporting to the Hokage, might you kindly advocate for generous compensation? Zhou Ke schemed silently. Surrendering the blade held no consequence for him. Their practical utility was minimal. What mattered was extracting maximum value from it. Should retention prove possible, he already envisioned its future applications. Kakashi, hearing this, revised his assessment upward. This child thinks far ahead. Unlike peers who grow arrogant after fleeting superiority over Naruto or Sasuke, he plans deliberately for long-term growth. Even I, fresh from graduation, lacked such foresight. From Kakashi's perspective, Naruto bore the 9 tails and descended from both the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. His talent and prospects were extraordinary. Sasuke's Uchiha bloodline likewise promised vast potential. His current inferiority to Zhou Ke was temporary. Surpassing him was inevitable. Yet Zhou Ke had already anticipated this trajectory and begun laying foundations. Kakashi finally grasped why the 3rd Hokage granted him such extraordinary favor. In any case, resolution awaited their return to Konoha. That very evening, the team arrived home. Kakashi dismissed Naruto and the others to their homes, then escorted Zhou Ke directly to the Hokage Tower for briefing. After listening to Kakashi's concise report, the 3rd Hokage drew deeply on his pipe and sighed heavily. So this is what transpired. Kakashi began Hokage-sama. The elder waved him silent, turning instead to Zhou Ke. Let us first discuss the spoils this child acquired. Certain matters could not be broached before a child. Best to dismiss him first. Kakashi understood, stepping back respectfully. The 3rd Hokage turned to Zhou Ke. What are your thoughts regarding this blade? Indifferent, Zhou Ke replied lightly. I'm content to retain it, or surrender it to the village. I see. And if retained, how do you intend to wield it? Given your current stature, wielding such a blade seems impractical. Zhou Ke nodded. Indeed. Yet its utility may reveal itself in time. Considering the long term. The 3rd stroked his beard, pondered briefly, then said, I have a proposal. Tell me if you find it acceptable. Zhou Ke bowed slightly. Hokage-sama, please proceed. We'll entrust the blade to you temporarily. Test whether it suits your style. If it does, it shall become your official weapon. If not, return it to the village, and you'll receive fair recompense. This arrangement reflected genuine consideration for Zhou Ke. Like Kakashi, the 3rd viewed him as exceptionally strong now, but with constrained ceiling potential. Though Zhou Ke had once appeared prodigiously chakra-rich, such as when assuming Naruto's form to subdue Mizuki, the truth was more nuanced. His baseline capacity allowed only 4 or 5 shadow clones, a sudden surge not sustained abundance. External augmentation therefore became vital, and the execution blade offered precisely that. Given his demonstrated aptitude, rigorous training could indeed surpass Zabuza, thus strengthening Konoha's ranks. Zhou Ke found the proposal ideal. After all, with perfect body replacement technique at his command, few assets within Konoha held lasting allure for him. Still, one concern lingered. Hokage-sama, if Kirigakure envoys arrive demanding the blade, how shall we respond? Must we comply simply because they ask? The third scoffed. Kirigakure was no ally, Konoha owed them no deference. If they desire it, let them offer compensation several times its worth. Looking at the long-lost imposing aura of the third Hokage, Zhou Ke shrugged and expressed indifference. Thus the matter was settled, and after leaving the beheading sword behind, Zhou Ke left the Hokage office and returned home. Wasn't it said that Zhou Ke would take the sword for a while? Why is it still in the Hokage office? Well, this is a legendary ninja sword of the mist-hidden village brought back from outside, so it needs to be examined and studied by the technical department. After Zhou Ke left the Hokage office, the third Hokage and Kakashi began discussing serious matters. The third Hokage supported his chin with his hands and said, "Is it Uchiha Obito who calls himself Uchiha Madara? Kakashi, are you sure that is the real Uchiha Obito and not an impersonator?" "I cannot be certain. However, at the very least, that Sharingan definitely belongs to Obito." Kakashi moved aside the forehead protector covering his left eye and said, "At that time the two eyes resonated, and since then my eye has been able to take on this form." After encountering the transformed Obito, Kakashi learned how to actively activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi's transformed Sharingan and said, "The Mangekyo Sharingan, huh? It's been quite a while since I've seen that eye." Kakashi curiously asked, "What is this eye?" The third Hokage explained, "Legend has it that it is an upgraded form of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, which not only greatly enhances the original Sharingan's abilities, but also aligns with the user's strengths. It is said to have the strongest heavenly eye that can see through the three realms. In short, it is very powerful." "Is that so?" Kakashi nodded knowingly. In the battle with Zabuza, Obito ignored all of Zabuza's attacks. "Is that the ability of his Mangekyo?" "Perhaps. Each pair of Mangekyo has different abilities, so I cannot confirm if that is the eye's ability." The third Hokage could not provide a definitive answer. Kakashi continued to ask, "So can my eye perform actions like Obito's?" "Well, the Mangekyo's abilities are not only different for each pair of eyes, but even a single eye's ability may vary. You'll have to try for yourself to see what kind of ability it has," the third Hokage suggested. Kakashi nodded in understanding. "I see. All right, back to the main topic." The third Hokage redirected the conversation. From the current intelligence, Uchiha Obito did not die in the battle of the Kanabi Bridge. He was saved by the Uchiha and relied on the cells of the first Hokage to survive. This is also why he possesses Wood Release. "I see." With the third Hokage's insight, Kakashi understood why half of Obito's body had been crushed, yet he could still maintain the appearance of a normal person. "I didn't expect that besides Yamato there would be someone who could perfectly integrate with the first Hokage cells and utilize his Wood Release. But it's an Uchiha, which is truly ironic." The third Hokage lamented, "And he is also the mastermind behind the Ninetales disturbance. It seems that the Uchiha were indeed wronged at that time." Kakashi hurriedly said, "Hokage-sama, there may be hidden circumstances." "Kakashi, I know he is your closest friend, and you cannot analyze his situation calmly. But without new evidence, we cannot determine what he intends to do. In any case, consider this matter a top-level secret, and do not disclose it to anyone else. Also remember to tell your 4 disciples to keep this matter confidential." "Understood." Kakashi nodded in agreement and expressed his thoughts. "Hokage-sama, without intelligence, how about I investigate it myself? If it weren't for the guidance of the Jonin and the need to bring back information about Obito, Kakashi would have already rushed off to find him. Friendship in Konoha is indeed intense." "Kakashi, where are you planning to investigate?" The third Hokage countered, "I know you want to investigate because you care about your friend, but if you don't even have a starting point, how can you investigate?" Kakashi. He was speechless. Indeed, he didn't even know where Obito was active. How could he investigate? Think in reverse, what could be his purpose in doing all this? The third Hokage countered. "Purpose?" Kakashi asked with a frown. "Exactly what is the reason for his reappearance after so many years? Previously, it was the Ninetales disturbance with the target being the Ninetales, but was stopped by Minato. What is his purpose for appearing now? Is it still the Ninetales?" "I cannot be certain." Kakashi hesitated. "We cannot be certain, but for now we can only follow this line of thought. Now we need to eliminate unnecessary thoughts and focus on protecting Naruto. If the opponent's goal is Naruto, he will eventually appear again." The third Hokage advised earnestly. "Yes." Kakashi sighed. This was the only way for now. The third Hokage also understood the bonds of friendship in Konoha, so he shifted the topic. "All right, let's set this matter aside for now. The Chunin exams are about to begin. Do you think your 4 little ones will be able to participate?" Kakashi also focused on the matter at hand. After training in the land of waves, they should be fine. In that case, let them participate in this Chunin exam, but Having one more person complicates things. The third Hokage expressed concern. This joint Chunin exam had teams of 3 participating in the preliminary test, and now with Zhou Ke added it was difficult to arrange. Kakashi suggested Zhou Ke should team up with other Chunin who are competing individually. The Chunin exam does not guarantee that the entire team will advance to Chunin. There will inevitably be some who cannot, and these Chunin will re-team to compete. It's quite common. The third Hokage, well that's true, let's arrange it a bit. Preparing ninja tools. After Zhou Ke left the Hokage building, he saw Naruto waiting outside. Zhou Ke curiously asked, "Aren't you going home?" Naruto scratched his head and said, "There's nothing to do at home. I was just thinking of waiting for you to go eat together. Let's have ramen." Facing Naruto's enthusiastic suggestion, Zhou Ke happily accepted. After all, it was evening, and he was hungry, so it was time to eat. Thus the two went to eat ramen together and then returned home. Having traveled all day, everyone was pretty tired, so they didn't say much, and each went home to rest. However, Zhou Ke didn't truly rest. Instead, he held a summary meeting with his 3 clones. Self-reflection. Only by summarizing oneself can there be better development. So Zhou Ke summoned the 3 clones and began the meeting. As the chairperson of the meeting, Zhou Ke said to the 3, "All right, the first major event has ended so hastily. Do you all have anything to say?" The sage and the sarcastic one looked at the rebellious clone, while the rebellious one appeared lost in thought as if it had nothing to do with him. Thus Zhou Ke proactively asked, "Mr. Rebellious, don't you have anything to address?" Although the process was a bit reckless, the outcome was good, right? The rebellious one countered, "The matter ended smoothly. Our Kakashi is aware of the existence of the Mangekyo and will also use it. Our combat power has significantly increased. We even earned money and no one got hurt. Isn't that a perfect outcome? Main body, you don't think killing is wrong, do you?" The sage pointed out, "Don't bring up those irrelevant matters. You know very well what the main body wants you to explain. Why didn't you communicate with us in advance and acted alone?" Though the rebellious one's methods were a bit cruel, they remained within acceptable limits. However, not informing the others was a bit excessive. The sage said, "Ready perfectly. To succeed, one must have a comprehensive plan. If you act randomly without informing others, it can easily lead to trouble." The rebellious one retorted, "Not necessarily. Gonna be okay. Things will work out in the end, and being adaptable can also lead to success." The sarcastic one quipped this catchphrase, "Are you two some cautious heroes?" Zhou Ke looked at his 3 distinctly characterized clones and felt a stomachache starting. He sighed and said, "In any case, I hope you can discuss things with everyone before taking action in the future, or else I will have to limit your appearances." Yes, I will." The rebellious one casually agreed. It seemed like he didn't take it to heart at all. Zhou Ke scratched his head. Looks like he would have to think of other ways to limit him. After a sigh, Zhou Ke continued, "All right, let's discuss the next topic. What are your thoughts on the upcoming development paths?" The sarcastic one remarked, "Aren't we supposed to follow our preferences as planned? Even if we follow our preferences, we need to define the path." Zhou Ke replied, "After unlocking tasks, experience will be reset, and to open a new path, we need to accumulate experience again, so we can't do anything haphazardly. Let's determine our respective development paths. First, you, the sarcastic one, what path will you take?" The sarcastic one looked at his character panel. "For me, it's Sakura Shippuden Sakura. Then I should be able to unlock Tsunade. My goal is Tsunade. Indeed, the big-breasted woman suits me best." As always, he likes female characters. Now it can also be confirmed that he prefers busty female characters. The sage, "I originally planned to take the Sasuke route, but now I intend to unlock Itachi first." Zhou Ke curiously asked, "Why?" The sage is their most rational one, so Zhou Ke wanted to hear his opinion. For the upcoming Chunin exams, having Itachi appear may lead to some interesting changes. The sage replied, "Oh, I see, that should be quite interesting." Zhou Ke nodded in understanding, then looked at the rebellious one. "What about you? Are you still going to continue down the Obito route?" "No, I'm not going down that path anymore." The rebellious one said with a wicked smile, "After unlocking the angry Obito, there's an interesting option, and I decided to go with that." "What interesting option?" the sarcastic one asked, but rather than asking, it was better to take action. The sarcastic one directly opened the follow-up unlock tasks for angry Obito and said, "Oh, old man, Uchiha Madara." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke immediately opened the angry Obito interface and saw that the follow-up characters for angry Obito were the mysterious masked man Ninetails Disturbance, also known as the Tiger Stripe Obito Uchiha Madara Old, which is the elderly state of Obito during the time when he was known as Madara. The last one was Rin Three Tails Jinchuriki. Old Madara. In the long run, it's a very good choice, but unlocking Old Madara requires 1/0 experience, which is not cost-effective. Zhou Ke hesitated. The elderly Madara should be the weakest form of Madara aside from his youth, given that in order to survive he needs to be connected to tubes, and his body is too old to function normally. What combat ability does he even have? However, following the sequence, the next unlockable after Old Madara would be the Edo Tensei Madara, and if that can be unlocked at least until a character of the 6 paths level appears, he would be able to hold his own. But the interim period would be quite painful. After all, elderly Madara not only can't fight, but also struggles to move. How can he use him to accumulate experience? And the Idle One raised a crucial question. Moreover, we are still facing a problem, which is that our strength is still too weak, and the transformations can hardly be maintained for long. The sarcastic one remarked, indeed, angry Obito can only hold out for 2 minutes now. How long can Edo Tensei Madara last? 30 seconds. That's not even enough to play a round of the Naruto mobile game duel. Yes, so improving our strength is also a matter of urgency. Zhou Ke said helplessly, but since the perfect transformation technique was unlocked, I haven't slacked off at all, yet the speed of improving my strength is just like this, and I feel very helpless. Without family secret arts, no special bloodlines, and the cheats only being pure cheats, and even lacking a medicine elder, it's very difficult to achieve a burst of strength in a short period. No, it's not impossible, the sage said thoughtfully. Is there a way? Are you suggesting I should get something like Hashirama's cells to strengthen myself? Or switch to a different Sharingan? Can I handle that? Zhou Ke didn't believe he could withstand either of those things. The rebellious one was speechless. Main body, you are thinking in the wrong direction. Didn't a cheat that even ordinary people can use just appear? Just now? Zhou Ke recalled what he had just seen. The next selectable characters for Angry Obito, Tiger Stripe Obito, Old Madara, and the Three Tails Jinchuriki Rin. Zhou Ke suddenly realized, right? There's the path of becoming a Jinchuriki available. Even if he can't control the power of the tailed beast, the improvement to his own stats is real. Moreover, since Rin, an ordinary person, can become a Jinchuriki, Zhou Ke has no reason not to be able to either. The sarcastic one said, but becoming a Jinchuriki will make us targets of the Akatsuki organization, which is a bit dangerous. The rebellious one scoffed, once we boost our stats, we can freely use Uchiha Madara's power. Alright, expecting a tailed beast to save us from Madara's level is unrealistic, but we should at least be able to start using him for an hour, right? Tailed beasts are a kind of fantastical creatures formed by massive chakra possessing varying numbers of tails. Due to their immense power, tailed beasts have been exploited and plundered by humans, with various countries sealing them within human hosts to control their strength. Such humans are referred to as Jinchuriki. In response to Zhou Ke's excitement, the sage promptly doused it with cold water. Although you've found a shortcut, the options available are quite limited, my essence. Zhou Ke, confused, asked, what do you mean? The sage explained, currently the only unsealed tailed beast is the Three Tails Isabu, and it resides at the bottom of a lake near the hidden mist village quite far from here. For us now, finding it would be challenging. Moreover, while becoming a Jinchuriki would significantly enhance your capabilities, we lack the exquisite sealing techniques of the 4th Hokage, which would allow one to absorb the tailed beast's chakra without being influenced by its mental will. You certainly don't want to end up like Gaara, unable to sleep peacefully day and night, right? Most Jinchuriki harbor a mutual animosity towards their tailed beasts and risk being corroded by the beast's consciousness. However, depending on one's strength, they can control a certain degree of the tailed beast's chakra and even undergo tailed transformation. Only through mutual understanding and acknowledgement can one perfectly master the tailed beast's chakra. Given Zhou Ke's current strength, becoming a Jinchuriki indeed poses a risk of being affected by the beast's consciousness. The complainer remarked, indeed, staying up late is bad for the skin, and it leads to dark circles, making one look ugly. Zhou Ke retorted, is that really the point? However, is there no way to persuade the tailed beast to cooperate with me? The rebel replied, do you really think that's realistic? It's unrealistic. It seems this shortcut isn't an easy path after all. Nonetheless, it's a step in the right direction. First, I need to enhance my strength as much as possible, and once my power is sufficient, I'll seek out the Three Tails to become its Jinchuriki. Zhou Ke concluded. No, actually, it's not necessary to find the Three Tails. There's an even better method, the rebel said with a smile. Zhou Ke exclaimed in surprise, There's another way. The sage looked at the rebel. That method might not necessarily work, right? The rebel countered, how would we know if we don't try? Stop being cryptic, just say it clearly, the complainer interjected. The rebel explained, why not extract the tailed beast directly from our transformed forms? Is that even possible? Zhou Ke exclaimed, shocked. Can the tailed beast extracted this way exist independently? Isn't that like stepping on one's own foot to reach the heavens? Where does the power of the tailed beast come from? Does it materialize from the air? That doesn't align with the principles of mass energy equivalence, does it? The complainer said, come on, our transformation technique is already quite unreasonable. The chakra consumed for transformation is obviously insufficient for the skills used afterward. This technique itself is quite illogical, and yet you're seeking rationality within it. That does seem to be the case, Zhou Ke admitted, feeling embarrassed. The sage said, currently it's uncertain whether it's truly feasible, but... The rebel continued following the sage's lead. When transforming into Naruto, the power of the Nine Tails is indeed present. The only uncertainty is whether this Nine Tails exists independently. If that's the case, wouldn't trying it directly clarify everything? Actions speak louder than words. Zhou Ke promptly transformed into Naruto. Then he began. Zhou Ke wondered, how should I contact the Nine Tails? You say to take action, but you don't even know the key method yet. The three clones exchanged glances, equally unsure of what to do. At that moment, the sage suggested, hold your breath, focus, and direct your consciousness within yourself. Or, simply use ninjutsu on yourself, just like we often did back in school. Oh, Zhou Ke tried this method and indeed entered his mental realm. The dim streetlight fails to illuminate the entire street. I can't seem to reach deep within my heart. It's quite dark here. Upon entering the inner world, Zhou Ke found himself in a dark, narrow passage. While considering the Nine Tails is imprisoned, it's no surprise it's not bright here. After a brief complaint, Zhou Ke walked deeper into this narrow passage and soon arrived at a vast space. A bare room with 3 walls and a large iron door revealing the entirety of the space. While it's a prison, does it need to be lavishly decorated? Just as Zhou Ke stepped into this space, a voice emerged from the prison. Now that's an interesting technique. Even I can be transformed along with it. Hearing this voice, Zhou Ke curiously asked, are you Mr. Kyubi? How do you know that name? The initially playful Nine Tails tone turned unfriendly upon hearing this. I know everything. Zhou Ke pretended to be profound, resembling a certain old sage. Get lost. A single word encapsulated the Nine Tails' current mood. I'm not interested in wasting time with you. Zhou Ke quickly waved his hands. I was just joking, and don't take it to heart. The Nine Tails remained silent, appearing uninterested in Zhou Ke. Great, since it doesn't want to engage, Zhou Ke had to take the initiative. Thus, he boldly walked through the large iron door only to see a claw rushing towards him. Die. The outcome of battle is a common occurrence. Dear hero, please start again. The transformation technique was forcibly undone, and Zhou Ke got up from the floor of his home, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The complainer expressed concern. Damn essence, are you all right? I'm fine. Zhou Ke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and angrily shouted, what a temper. It actually killed me with a single slap. The sage calmly analyzed. It seems that spiritual death, while in transformed state, forcibly cancels the transformation technique, but although you bled, it doesn't appear to be serious. The bleeding was simply because I bit my cheek upon waking up. No, I need to find it to reason with it. Enduring for a moment leads to a storm. Retreating only increases anger. Zhou Ke was determined to confront the Nine Tails. The complainer remarked, reasoning with a tailed beast. Might as well go physical. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes, transformed into Naruto again, and delved back into the mental realm to find the Nine Tails. The rebel remarked, the essence is quite stubborn. After saying this, he got up and prepared to leave the room. The sage asked, where are you going? Out for special training. I'm really looking forward to Uchiha Madara's power. Saying this, the rebel disappeared in an instant. After the rebel left, the complainer questioned, is it really okay to let him go out like that? The sage replied, it's a double-edged sword. His reckless actions could easily expose us, but because he has no reservations, his speed of improvement is the fastest among us. If he can unlock powerful characters sooner, we won't need to be as cautious as we are now. Being overly cautious is still due to the lack of power. With sufficient strength, one can be fearless. The complainer transformed into Sakura Haruno Shippuden and began training. During this time, the complainer had accumulated enough experience to master the basics of Sakura. Looking at her new body, the complainer remarked, after growing up, I have more femininity, but my chest is a bit small. It seems the complainer is not too satisfied with Sakura's chest. Well, Sakura's modest size cannot be compared to Tsunade's giant assets. The sage glared at the complainer with dead fish eyes. If you like big breasts so much, why not go with Hinata's route? The complainer disdainfully replied, Boruto's series is just a watered-down version with no value. The sage shot the complainer a glance, unwilling to entertain this pervert. Preparing for ninja tools, Zhou Ke returned to the iron door, sealing the Nine Tails, pointing at it, and scolding, why are you so unreasonable? I kindly came to chat with you, yet you slapped me to death. The Nine Tails disdainfully replied. Hearing the Nine Tails tone, Zhou Ke became even more dismissive. You stubborn brat, you're clearly lonely and desperately wish for someone to talk to. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails furiously exclaimed, what did you say? Stubborn brat. I don't need anyone to talk to. Zhou Ke retorted, what basis do you have for saying that? The Nine Tails was momentarily speechless. Do I need proof to express my inner thoughts? What a joke from Konoha. However, being a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, the Nine Tails wouldn't be easily swayed by Zhou Ke's words, quickly returning the question, Ho, what proof do you have? Of course I do, please watch the VCR. Waving his right hand, a screen appeared. Here in Zhou Ke's mental realm, he could change things as he pleased. He directly played the scene of Naruto Uzumaki with Kyuubi connection, making his entrance along with all the moments where the tailed beast provided chakra to Naruto. Look, when Naruto accepted you, weren't you quite happy? Upon seeing this scene, the Nine Tails didn't rush to rebut, but instead furrowed their brow in confusion. I synchronized perfectly with that brat. Impossible. I personally killed his parents. His hatred towards me should be the strongest. This is absolutely impossible. Zhou Ke corrected. What's impossible about it? If the person awaited by the Sage of Six Paths can't even overcome such hatred, how can they change the world? The Nine Tails looked at Zhou Ke. What exactly are you? A reincarnator. Are you afraid of this title? Zhou Ke declared proudly. I've seen all the stories of Naruto combined with my incredible world-shattering ninjutsu. I can certainly change this world. The Nine Tails scoffed. Change the world. What a joke, just you a little brat. Zhou Ke responded, what can't be changed? After all, in this world the one with the strongest fist reigns supreme. Only with sufficient strength can one dictate the rules. The Nine Tails couldn't refute this, as they had lived for thousands of years witnessing how the shinobi world operated. Thus the Nine Tails could only say, humph, what does that have to do with me? I'm merely an illusion conjured by your transformation. Once the transformation technique is undone, I will cease to exist. Zhou Ke shook his finger. Not necessarily. What if I extract you now and absorb you into my body? Then you would exist in reality. The Nine Tails retorted, humph, you only covet my power and pretend it's for my benefit. Indeed, I do want your power, but you also have the opportunity for freedom. Wouldn't mutual benefit be better? Zhou Ke countered. Zhou Ke's honesty left the Nine Tails momentarily at a loss for words. You're quite candid. I personally dislike lying. Living in deception to survive makes me extremely uncomfortable. But alas, weakness is the original sin. Without power, I can only do things I dislike to live. Zhou Ke sighed helplessly at the end. The Nine Tails remained silent. Seeing that the Nine Tails didn't respond, Zhou Ke took the initiative to ask, so do you have any thoughts on cooperation? No, the Nine Tails firmly replied. Zhou Ke was taken aback. I poured my heart out, and you have no thoughts at all. The Nine Tails explained, to me this world is utterly terrible. I have no interest in living in it. Don't think you can tempt me with such things. The Nine Tails' words were indeed true. Having lived for thousands of years, they were constantly feared by humans who both feared and sought to exploit their power. Such occurrences had happened countless times. Their life as a fox had been filled with far too little joy. To be honest, had it not been for the agreement with the Sage of Six Paths, they would have wished to simply vanish. Unfortunately, tailed beasts are chakra conglomerates. Even if they die, they will eventually resurrect after some time. Unable to die, how frustrating. Zhou Ke scratched his head and agreed. Indeed, your life is quite uncomfortable. However, it's better to live than to die, and living long can lead to good things. Say what you will, but I have no interest. The Nine Tails lazily rested their chin on their hand and remarked, moreover, even if I agree, do you have any way to break the 8 trigram seal imposed by the 4th Hokage? This seal is still quite secured. It won't be undone just by tearing off the sticker. Without the corresponding technique or a key left by the sage, there's no way to extract my power. Is that really a thing? However, the 8 trigram seal will weaken over time, right? Eventually, it should be possible to force it open, right? Zhou Ke countered. The Nine Tails commented. You certainly know quite a bit, don't you? Initially, they wanted to trick Zhou Ke into not bothering them, but it backfired. Now they could only ignore this annoying fellow. The problem is that they are inside this guy's belly, although they can only appear when transformed into Naruto. This guy seems to enjoy turning into Naruto. Wouldn't that mean they would constantly be bothered by him? What a despairing future. The Nine Tails thought, why not just cooperate with him and get to have some fun? That might not be a bad idea. A thought of collaboration sparked, and suddenly the world seemed vast. The Nine Tails suddenly felt that this might not be such a bad idea, and they would also have the opportunity to control this brat and engage in some interesting activities. However, the Nine Tails is proud and would not agree so quickly. It would need to be dragged out for a while. Zhou Ke noted, it seems you won't agree anytime soon, so I'll just take my time. It appears Zhou Ke is planning a long-term strategy. Joey, who had initially felt a flicker of interest, now relaxed. After all, it wasn't her need that demanded urgency. Why rush? Let him perform first. So Joey settled in, arms crossed and posture effortlessly aloof. Zhou Ke, naturally unaware of Joey's inner musings, began pondering how best to win her over. His chosen method. Watch the entire Naruto anime, 720 episodes, cover to cover. With no reliable strategy immediately at hand, he decided to start with the series itself. Perhaps Joey would move herself, moved by her own empathy, and volunteer her aid. Joey, you're already a mature tailed beast. You ought to move yourself. So Zhou Ke erected a colossal screen outside the cage and began playing the full Naruto series. Yet watching alone seemed dull, so he conjured plush recliners and snacks preparing to savor this peculiar interlude. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten Jiui. He crafted an identical set scaled precisely to her immense size. Jiui stared dumbfounded. How exactly had this human conjured such flamboyant spectacle within her own mental realm? After a moment's hesitation, she voiced her bewilderment aloud. Simple. I cast Jinjutsu on myself, Zhou Ke replied calm and unruffled. Jinjutsu differs from ninjutsu or taijutsu. It targets the five senses, weaving illusions that ensnare perception. A masterful Jinjutsu user can even manipulate chakra flow within an opponent's neural pathways at will, an art demanding both intellect and battlefield acumen. Back in school, Zhou Ke had privately studied Jinjutsu, not to wield upon others, but solely upon himself. Why? Well, life was simply too dull. As an orphan, Zhou Ke lived modestly. Entertainment was a luxury he couldn't afford. Neither could he revert to childish play. So he devised a solution, casting Jinjutsu on himself. The inspiration came from the infinite Tsukuyami. The infinite Tsukuyami weaves dreams through overwhelming Jinjutsu to fulfill desire. Zhou Ke needed only craft such a dream for himself. No grand complexity required. In essence, it was little more than daydreaming, elevated by chakra. Unlike ordinary daydreams, this one required chakra. Hence, when the sage told Zhou Ke, just do as you always do, it was no idle remark. He practiced this ritual endlessly, revisiting past films and games in his mindscape, savoring flavors lost to his former life. This was how he found joy amid hardship. That said, his mastery did not extend to combat. He never used Jinjutsu against others. His expertise lay exclusively in self-application, for that was the sole focus of his study. Jiui fell silent after hearing his explanation. Impressive, yes, but why did it carry such a quiet, aching loneliness? Indeed, this boy carried solitude like a second shadow. Preparing ninja tools. 2 days later, Kakashi informed his team of the upcoming Chunin exams. Yes, Naruto cheered. Becoming a Chunin meant drawing one step closer to Hokage. For him, it was monumental. Sasuke too saw the exams as a crucible, to test his growth since the Wave Country battle where his shortcomings had been laid bare. He'd trained relentlessly, now he sought validation. Zhou Ke remained indifferent. The Chunin exams held little weight for him. His true priority remained Jiui's transformation. Whenever fatigue called, Zhou Ke would assume Naruto's form and slip into the mental realm to watch Naruto alongside Jiui. They'd already finished the Chunin exam arc and were now poised to depart for Tsunade. Sakura was the only one among them daunted by the exams. Understandable, given her comparatively modest strength. Fear, quite frankly, was inevitable. Naruto, brimming with excitement, declared to the others, "This time, we will become Chunin." No, Kakashi interjected. This year's Chunin exams restrict teams to 3 members, so one of you must join another squad to participate. Her heart lurched. Was he speaking of her? By sheer measure of strength, she lagged far behind Naruto. Even her presence risked becoming dead weight. A trio of Naruto, Sasuke, and Zhou Ke would pass effortlessly. Yet that very certainty plunged Sakura into dread of abandonment, her body trembling unbidden. Naruto and Sasuke both noticed Sakura's distress. Naruto spoke first, joining another squad. "Fine by me. I'll finally shine without that idiot Sasuke dragging me down." "Humph. You'd be better off staying put, tended to by others. I could elevate any 2 partners to Chunin." Both deftly shielded Sakura's pride while affirming their intent to leave. "No, it is Zhou Ke who will join another team." Kakashi's words silenced them instantly. "Understood." Zhou Ke nodded, clear-eyed and composed. "Edge. Why Zhou Ke?" Naruto asked, baffled. Surely he wouldn't admit outright, "She's your anchor, your burden, so you may rise faster." Kakashi paused, then deftly shifted responsibility. "This is the Hokage's directive. Such arrangements reflect his deeper wisdom." "Ah, Hokage-sama is truly amazing." Naruto beamed, nodding earnestly. Zhou Ke shot him a dry glance, thinking amazing. More like cowardly buck-passing. Whether it was evasion or truth mattered little. Zhou Ke pressed forward. "Who are my 2 teammates?" "You'll find them waiting in the Hokage's office." "Understood." With farewells exchanged, Zhou Ke strode toward the Hokage tower. After stating his purpose to the Yanbiyu guard, Zhou Ke entered the Hokage's office. Seeing him enter, the 3rd Hokage smiled warmly like a kindly grandfather. "You arrived swiftly. I'd expected Kakashi to delay a bit longer. Your teammates haven't arrived yet." Kakashi's chronic tardiness was legendary across the village, so the Hokage had built generous leeway into the schedule, only to be surprised by Zhou Ke's punctuality. "Ah, I suppose I was quick. As soon as Kakashi-sensei spoke, I came straight away," Zhou Ke murmured, scratching his neck. You possess admirable time discipline. Until your teammates arrive, let us discuss something else." The 3rd retrieved the executioner's blade from behind his desk and said, "Zhou Ke, the research division has completed its analysis. It poses no risks. Use it freely." "Oh, Zhou Ke stepped forward, accepted the blade, and set it aside. Won't you examine it closely? The Hokage asked, curious. Zhou Ke glanced briefly at the blade and replied, no need. I'll inspect it thoroughly later. The third stroked his chin. This boy shows no enthusiasm for the blade at all. Then why did he request it in the first place? He was about to ask, when the door opened. His two teammates had finally arrived. A young man and woman entered, both clearly older than Zhou Ke in stature. They appeared to be around 15. The third addressed them warmly. Hiryo Nanami, this is your new teammate. Strive together to become Chunin. Yes, Hokage-sama. This time Hiryo Tsushi will not fail your expectations. The eldest male declared, voice blazing with fervor, as if his very blood burned to erupt. The girl tilted her head slightly, then sighed. Seems difficult, and it'll cut into my gaming time. Can I skip it? Never mind. Becoming Chunin means higher mission bonuses. My current salary won't cover new games. Hearing those names, Zhou Ke's eyes flattened into lifeless fish eyes. He recognized both. From anime he'd watched in his past life. Clearly the author had taken a shortcut, borrowing characters wholesale from other series. Two singular individuals. That was Zhou Ke's succinct verdict. The third concluded, now that introductions are made, the rest is yours. Find a place to get acquainted. Though formed hastily, I trust you'll collaborate wholeheartedly and pass the exams as Chunin. Yes, we will not fail your expectations. Hiryo roared, though he'd already declared this once. Nanami yawned softly. Whatever works. Can we hurry this along? Same here. Zhou Ke echoed helplessly, utterly at a loss for anything more original. And just like that, the trio was assembled. They left the Hokage Tower and gathered in Konoha's park for their first proper meeting. Hiryo spoke first. I'm a few months older than Nanami, so I'll begin. My name is Hiryo Tsushi, 15 years old. This is my second attempt at the Chunin exams. I failed last time due to unforeseen circumstances. This time I will succeed. As he spoke, his voice swelled with impassioned resolve, and inexplicably a stirring heroic soundtrack swelled behind him. Zhou Ke gaped, mentally recoiling. How does a self-introduction ignite like this? Where did that music even come from? And please, don't lift the theme from the disastrous life of Kekkei. What about copyright? Wait, didn't the manga mention no new applicants had taken the Chunin exams in 5 years? Where did he emerge from? Fair enough. I appeared out of nowhere too, so this world no longer follows canon. After his fervor subsided, Hiryo turned to Nanami. Your turn, Nanami. She drawled, I'm Nanami Chikaro, 15. I love video games. I'm currently a genin, and this is my first Chunin exam. Disu. Zhou Ke groaned inwardly. Lady, you were born in the wrong era. Right now consoles are still PS1 era. Arcades dominate. Come back in a decade or so. By Boruto's time VR exists. No, wait. Though death still stalks this world, it's still infinitely saner than the surreal chaos of Danganronpa. Now it was Zhou Ke's turn. He addressed them plainly. I'm Zhou Ke, an orphan. I have no surname, only this name. 12 years old, freshly graduated genin. Hiryo gasped. Oh, to take the Chunin exams right after graduation. You must be exceptionally strong, Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke scratched his cheek. Not bad really. But our graduating class is unusually gifted. Besides me, 9 others will sit the exams. Whoa, impressive. A fiery contest awaits. Hiryo flared anew. Nanami countered dryly. Stronger enemies might hinder our advancement though. Not so. As the only one with prior exam experience, Hiryo offered seasoned insight. Chunin status isn't awarded solely to the victor. It hinges on performance. A formidable opponent highlights your strength, making your skill undeniable to the evaluators. Zhou Ke nodded thoughtfully. Well said. A worthy adversary reveals far more than effortless annihilation ever could. Nanami. Fine, I'll go along with it. With foundational details exchanged, Hiryo continued. Now let's share our abilities. I'm a taijutsu specialist who wields fire release. I strike down every foe with blazing fists. Are you secretly a student of Might Guy? Nanami added. Medical Nin. Combat capability limited. Finally, Zhou Ke spoke. Well, I'm newly graduated. No specialization yet. I excel in shadow clones, projectile weapon accuracy, and transformation technique. Also, my forte is intelligence gathering. Any question, ask me. Rather than emphasize his peerless transformation technique, he highlighted his even more unparalleled intel mastery. In this shinobi world, he knew everything. I see. Intelligence gathering. Impressive indeed. Hiryo praised. His emotional support, at least, was unmatched. Nanami sounds capable. Time's up. Let's end here for today. And with that, she turned to leave. Zhou Ke blinked. Already? Can't we talk a bit more? No. I'm returning to my game. And she was gone. Hiryo apologized on her behalf. Forgive her. She means no offense. I understand. Hiryo isn't are you and Nanami isn't close? Zhou Ke asked curiously. Yes. We graduated the same year, though assigned to different squads. Hiryo began recounting their shared history. though that tale perhaps belongs to the next chapter. According to Huilu's description for Chihai, being a ninja is just a job, playing games is life. Therefore, the ninja's work consists solely of basic tasks, and after graduating for a year, they even take on the role of medical ninjas, preparing to stay in the hospital without going out on missions. This time, she only participated in the Chunin exams because her superior forced her to. It seems that for this girl, being a ninja is truly just a job. Huilu participated in the previous Chunin exams and performed quite well in the stages, but due to an injury to her teammate, she had to withdraw midway and did not make it to the end. Filled with determination, Huilu declared, "This time I will definitely lead you all to the end." Zhou Ke responded with a fist salute, saying, "Then it all depends on you, big brother." Huilu nodded in response and continued, "There are still a few days until the exam, so we're not in a hurry. Let's bring Chihai along tomorrow and get familiar with each other's abilities." All right. Zhou Ke agreed with a nod. Just like that, after exchanging addresses, Zhou Ke and Huilu waved goodbye. After Zhou Ke was alone, he pondered what to do next. I no longer belong to Class 7, so I don't need to gather with Naruto and the others. Next, I should find a place to continue my training. Upon further reflection, besides training, Zhou Ke realized there wasn't much else he could do, so he decided to continue training. Having made his decision, Zhou Ke prepared to go to a deserted place to continue refining his Rasengan. However, while moving across the rooftops, he heard a shout. "Let go of Konohamaru." Wait, that voice sounds familiar. Naruto's voice. What's happening over there? Without time to think about what was happening, Zhou Ke immediately rushed towards the sound. However, Zhou Ke was a bit late with his own speed, so he used the transformation technique to liberate a new form. Then, like a flash, Zhou Ke disappeared from his original spot. Meanwhile, over by Naruto, a young man in black was about to punch a little boy named Yuanfei Konohamaru. This little boy named Yuanfei Konohamaru is no ordinary child. He is the grandson of the third Hokage, aspiring to become Hokage himself. However, he had recently been captivated by Naruto and became one of Naruto's little followers. But this is the grandson of the Hokage. What kind of audacity does that young man in black have to dare do this? Is his mother a wholesaler? Just as the young man in black swung his fist, a stone shot towards him. A flash approached the young man in black even faster than the stone, quickly rescuing Konohamaru and kicking the young man in black. It didn't end there. The stone that had just flown over also followed up and hit the young man in black's face. After suffering consecutive attacks, the young man in black covered his face and fell to the ground, then reacted by shouting, "Who attacked me from behind?" As one of the assailants, Sasuke was taken aback, not because of the young man's words, but because of the fleeting yellow figure that had just zipped by. He immediately activated his Sharingan upon noticing something flash by and could barely catch a glimpse of the residual light. What kind of speed is this? The Sharingan couldn't even catch it. From that person's build, they should be about the same size as them. When did Konoha produce such a genius? That flash had now returned to Naruto's side, holding Konohamaru. Looking at the yellow-haired youth embracing him, Konohamaru's eyes sparkled. "So cool. Hey, you're a boy, why are you shouting about being cool?" Naruto felt a bit awkward. Earlier, he had rushed forth to save his little brother, but for some unknown reason, he stumbled and fell, and now his little brother wasn't even looking at him. Would he lose his only little brother? No, who is this person? Everyone present looked at Zhou Ke, who had transformed into a yellow-haired figure filled with questions. "Damn it, it must be you." The young man in black angrily got up from the ground, preparing to get back at the person who had just kicked him. However, just as he was about to make a move, he was restrained by his female companion who had come with him. "Calm down, Kanjuro. There are too many enemies, and that handsome yellow-haired guy's strength isn't weak. Be careful." Kanjuro looked at his sister Temari speechlessly. "Sister, did you just say handsome? Are you interested in that yellow-haired guy who kicked your brother?" Sakura internally agreed with Temari. Meanwhile, Naruto voiced the collective confusion, asking, "Who are you?" "I am your father." This was definitely not something he could say. Although Zhou Ke was currently using the appearance of Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze, in his youth, he couldn't just say that this was his father's appearance, especially since Naruto still didn't know that his father was the fourth Hokage. I forgot to mention Zhou Ke's current transformation is that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In his Genin days, after the last discussion, Zhou Ke had changed his approach. Naruto's line had too many forms to unlock, clearly not very useful, so he decided to switch to a more relaxed line. Like Naruto's father. On another note, when was Minato's line unlocked? This goes back to the time in the Land of Waves. After that training, basic Naruto had accumulated enough experience. Zhou Ke didn't hesitate to directly unlock Naruto One-Tail Chakra Cloak form. Then this One-Tail Naruto had 3 new options: Shippuden Naruto Guard Chunin exams and Minato Namikaze Genin. As mentioned above, Naruto's path is long and winding, searching high and low but finding nothing. Unlocking this line takes too much effort. However, Minato is different. After his youth, it's highly likely he would be the young Minato whose strength was already enough to shake the ninja world. Would you fear the Rasengan? After all, Minato was only 24 when he died. If he couldn't shake the ninja world in his youth, he wouldn't have had the chance to become Hokage so early. Moreover, the subsequent forms would be that of Hokage Minato and the Edo Tensei version of Minato. His strength in death was still quite formidable. Unlocking this form would at least allow Zhou Ke to coast through major updates. The reason he used Minato earlier was mainly due to Minato's incredible speed. Although Genin Minato couldn't use the Flying Thunder God, yet his body flicker technique was already incredibly fast. He once defeated 3 Cloud Ninja who abducted Kushina with his remarkable speed. This speed is clearly not ordinary. Alright, back to the main topic. Naruto asked on behalf of everyone, "Who are you?" I am Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke said somewhat awkwardly. His awkwardness wasn't due to his current appearance, but mainly because he felt that his earlier actions were somewhat unnecessary. When Zhou Ke kicked Kanjuro, he realized that the current situation wasn't as serious as he thought. The duo across from him, the boy was named Kanjuro and the girl was named Temari. They were actually Genin sent from the neighboring Sand Village to participate in the Chunin exams. The reason for this conflict was, after Zhou Ke reported to the Hokage's office, Naruto and the others disbanded and Sasuke had left first to train. While Naruto and Sakura, who stayed behind, discovered that Konohamaru along with his 2 companions had been shadowing Naruto in the process of their playful antics, they accidentally bumped into Kanjuro, who disliked children and wanted to teach Konohamaru a lesson. Kanjuro is a puppet master adept at using chakra threads to control puppet ninja tools in battle. Naruto had never encountered such an opponent and was caught off guard by Kanjuro's chakra threads, unable to save Konohamaru. Luckily, Sasuke, who hadn't gone too far, noticed the commotion and promptly returned to save Konohamaru with a stone. Or at least that was how it was supposed to go. However, due to Zhou Ke's interference, it seems that not much has changed. Kanjuro just got kicked an extra time, and Zhou Ke revealed an additional transformation. Forget it, exposing myself is exposing myself. Ooh, after all, I will need to use Genin Minato sooner or later. Using it early is no big deal. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhou Ke became indifferent. Hearing the unfamiliar yellow-haired individual say he was Zhou Ke, the 3 from Class 7 were a bit dumbfounded. Naruto took the initiative to ask, "Why do you look different now that you've changed teams?" "This is the transformation technique. I've been researching it lately," Zhou Ke explained. Transformation technique. Sasuke felt confused. His Sharingan was still activated, but he couldn't see that Zhou Ke was using a transformation technique. Was his Sharingan not good enough to notice? Or was Zhou Ke's transformation technique simply too good that ordinary people couldn't see through it? Naruto nodded in understanding, then a new question arose. Then why transform into this appearance? This is the inverse seduction technique that complements your seduction technique. See, isn't this face very handsome? Zhou Ke smiled confidently. Naruto felt indifferent just thinking. It looked a bit familiar. Meanwhile, Sakura felt Zhou Ke's point. This face was too handsome. With slightly curled lips filled with confidence and a warm smile like a spring breeze, such a face would be the main attraction at a host club, too lethal to women. Naruto, as if inspired, stroked his chin and said, "Can it really be done this way? Of course. Watch me perform." Saying this, Zhou Ke instantly moved towards Temari. Seeing Zhou Ke suddenly appear in front of them, Temari and Kanjuro were shocked. They hadn't noticed Zhou Ke's body flicker speed was this fast. If he were an enemy, they might have been dead by now. The two immediately reached for their weapons, ready to defend themselves. Seeing their actions, Zhou Ke merely smiled slightly, then gently spoke in a silky voice towards Temari. "I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I accidentally harmed your brother due to unforeseen circumstances. I truly apologize." "Huh? Do you think just apologizing is enough?" Temari, what are you doing?" Kanjuro was about to say this matter wasn't settled, but then noticed Temari's expression was off. "Why is your face turning red? Are you feeling spirited?" Temari was clearly captivated by Minato's handsome face and Zhou Ke's silky gaze, shyly saying, "Well, actually we also have some faults. It's not entirely your fault." Hearing this, Kanjuro was left speechless and exclaimed, "What do you mean we also have faults? It was me who got bumped into first, and that brat didn't even apologize. Then I got kicked and hit by a stone, and I'm the one suffering here. Woo woo woo." Before Kanjuro could finish his sentence, Temari grabbed his face and silenced him. As Temari gripped Kanjuro's face with a firm hold, her arms' veins bulging, she bashfully said to Zhou Ke, "I'm sorry, my brother doesn't understand things well." "Kanjuro, sister, I'm your own brother. Why are you treating me like this?" Meanwhile, Zhou Ke continued gently, "No, it's completely not your fault, miss. It's our oversight. As an apology, please accept this bouquet." With that, Zhou Ke took out the wildflowers he had picked up earlier and gently placed them in Temari's hair. Being treated so gently, Temari's heart surged with waves of delight. She had never felt this good in her 15 years of life. At the same time, because of this delightful feeling, she gripped Kanjuro's hand even tighter. Kanjuro was almost out of breath. Meanwhile, Sakura shouted, "Miss Flower arranging. He's really good at it." Zhou Ke's actions were exactly what she had dreamed of having Sasuke. Do refer to Naruto the last movie. At this moment, Sakura lamented why Sasuke couldn't do such things. Naruto had a look of someone who had learned something new, while Sasuke, who was squatting on a tree not far away, was dumbfounded. Were they under a genjutsu? Why did these two women suddenly become infatuated? "What are you all doing?" A voice both exasperated and somewhat annoyed rang out. Sasuke turned his gaze towards the sound and saw that an additional person had appeared on the tree branch beside him. Was it a gourd baby? This was none other than the renowned 5th Kazekage Gaara. Details can be searched independently. Upon seeing the newly appeared figure, Temari immediately snapped out of her infatuation, and even Kanjuro, who had been fierce moments ago, instantly became docile. Naruto was puzzled. Who is this person and why does everyone seem so afraid of him? He awkwardly chuckled. "We haven't done anything, just having a friendly exchange with the people from Konoha, right?" After saying this, Kanjuro shot Zhou Ke a frantic look, as if to say, "If you don't cooperate, I'll take you down with me." Yes. Temari also cast Zhou Ke a pleading glance, as if to say, "Appa, please help." "Temari, did you just go to Korea?" Faced with the pleading gazes of the two, Zhou Ke smiled slightly, and then appeared beside Gaara, dispelling the transformation technique. Gaara so fast. The Sand's automatic defense didn't react at all. Gaara was astonished by Zhou Ke's speed while preparing for an attack. At this stage, he still had a certain level of self-restraint and wouldn't go all out. Gaara, who had been poised to strike, was momentarily stunned by Zhou Ke's question. Gaara was the Jinchuriki of Shikaku the One-Tail. His treatment in Tsunagakure mirrored Naruto's in Konoha. Both were sons of village leaders, yet neither earned recognition. Instead, both were reviled as harbingers of calamity. Gaara's plight was even more tragic. His own father led the persecution against him. Had Zhou Ke been Gaara's father, he would have declared without hesitation, "What calamity? This is an omen of auspicious fortune." Of course, it was widely acknowledged that Gaara's father suffered from profound mental instability, a fact requiring no further elaboration. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhou Ke's unexpected remark left Gaara utterly flustered. His mind could not process its logic, so he chose to ignore it entirely, vanishing in a swirl of sand and reappearing beside Temari and Kankuro before turning to say, "Let's go." "Oh." Kankuro dared not utter another word and hurried after him. Being the eldest brother was no easy task. His younger brother was terrifyingly strong, emotionally volatile due to traumatic upbringing, and prone to lethal violence without warning, making him nearly impossible to reason with. And unsurprisingly, the root of all this lay with his utterly incompetent father. The three siblings lived in perpetual discord. Temari, however, did not depart immediately. Instead, she paused, glanced back at Zhou Ke, and asked, "Is this truly who you are?" Actually, it could be better." His tone suggested reluctant acceptance. Zhou Ke, however, remained unfazed. Beauty to him was irrelevant. True elegance resided solely in raw power. After Gaara and his siblings departed, Team 7 gathered. Sakura asked curiously, who exactly were they? "They're delegates from Tsunagakure participating in the Chunin exams. Children of the Kazekage, each possessing formidable strength," Zhou Ke explained. Sakura gasped, "How did you learn all that?" "I glimpsed their files while passing by the Hokage's office earlier," Zhou Ke replied offhandedly. His fabrication sounded plausible enough. The trio accepted it without suspicion. Naruto, meanwhile, tilted his head in curiosity. "Come to think of it, that person you transformed into looked oddly familiar. Have we met before?" "Indeed, we've seen him often," Zhou Ke answered. Sakura leaned forward eagerly. "Who is it?" "The 4th Hokage," Zhou Ke said, gesturing toward the Hokage monument looming in the distance. "Oh." The three exchanged bewildered glances, then sudden realization dawned. No wonder he looked familiar. It's the Yondaime. Their shock stemmed from different sources. Sakura and Sasuke were stunned that Zhou Ke would dare assume the likeness of the Hokage, a gesture most Konoha shinobi would never risk. Naruto, however, felt only acute embarrassment. He'd repeatedly defaced that very monument with graffiti. Facing its living embodiment, he squirmed with secondhand shame. To ease the tension, he changed the subject. "So, you've met your new teammates. How are they?" "They each possess striking individuality," Zhou Ke replied. "But since they had pressing matters to attend to, our conversation remained brief." "Is that so?" Naruto stroked his chin, then turned earnestly to Sasuke. "Well, regardless, they're certainly better than deadweight Sasuke." Sasuke offered no reply, merely scoffed, and walked away. Sakura, however, erupted, slamming her fist onto Naruto's skull. "Who's the deadweight?" Zhou Ke stepped in to mediate. "In any case, we'll soon face one another as opponents. Should we meet during the exams, I won't hold back. And I don't need you to." Naruto declared confidently, "I'll pass the exams effortlessly and become the first Chunin among us, earning everyone's awe and respect." "Then may you rise like Lu Meng of Wu," Zhou Ke remarked. And with that, he too turned and walked away. As the others departed, Sakura followed suit, leaving Naruto standing alone, awkwardly adrift. Konohamaru called out in Nikki, Naruto, "Were they ignoring you?" Naruto laughed heartily. "Impossible. They're just afraid of me." He swallowed his pride like shattered teeth. Naruto would never lose face before his junior. Preparations for shinobi tools. The next morning, while the sky still held the faintest blush of dawn, Hayato roused Zhou Ke from sleep. Hayato greeted the groggy, half-open door with cheerful vigor. "Good morning, Zhou Ke. A day's purpose begins at sunrise. I'm here to gather you for formation." Zhou Ke peered past Hayato into the dim pre-dawn sky and deadpanned, "Brother, do you know what hour it is?" Hayato grinned, radiant and unbothered. 5 a.m. Is there an issue? Man, what can I even say? I've never witnessed Los Angeles at 4 a.m., but I've now seen Konoha at 5. Zhou Ke prided himself on diligence, but even he rose no earlier than 6. 5 a.m. was simply excessive. For a fleeting moment, he fantasized about punching Hayato square in the face and slamming the door shut to resume sleeping. But once awake, returning to bed felt futile. Resigned, Zhou Ke dragged himself out of bed and followed Hayato into the hushed morning. Their next destination was Nanami's residence. En route, Zhou Ke voiced a concern. Wouldn't a young woman be enjoying her beauty sleep right now? No, only this early is appropriate. Hayato retorted, wearing an expression that clearly implied you wouldn't understand. Zhou Ke stared blankly. What on earth did that mean? He would soon find out. Hayato led Zhou Ke to Nanami's home and knocked. After a pause, the door creaked open, and Nanami peered out, dark circles stark beneath her eyes. "Good evening." Zhou Ke blinked. Did she pull an all-nighter? Not quite, Nanami corrected gently. Nighttime is when shinobi truly operate. Fine, your logic holds. If that's how you see it, then so be it. Zhou Ke had no intention of debating philosophy with someone he'd known less than a day. As Nanami explained, she was a nocturnal soul. The pre-dawn hours marked her natural waking time. That was precisely why Hayato had arrived so early. Delay any longer, and she'd rush back home to collapse into sleep, repeating yesterday's fiasco. You dashed home last night to sleep, right?" Zhou Ke muttered, mildly exasperated. Such capriciousness seemed ill-suited for a shinobi. Yet viewed through the lens of a medical nin, perhaps one stationed permanently at the hospital working overnight shifts, the reversal of day and night made perfect sense. Zhou Ke said nothing more and simply followed them toward the training ground. Today's gathering aimed to familiarize the team with one another's abilities, sparring being the swiftest path to mutual understanding. Yet upon arriving at the training ground, Zhou Ke encountered an unexpected figure. Rock Lee. Lee was a senior from the previous graduating class, brilliant in spirit, but fundamentally untalented in chakra control. Consequently, he could neither perform ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, earning ridicule as the academy's perennial last-place student. Deprived of both inherited Kekkei Genkai and elemental affinity, his path seemed insurmountable, yet he refused to abandon his dream of becoming an exceptional shinobi. Fortuitously, the elite Jonin Might Guy recognized his indomitable will and became his mentor. With unwavering resolve and relentless discipline, Lee trained from before dawn until long past dusk, enduring failure after failure, yet never yielding. He forged himself into a paragon of sheer perseverance. All sweat, no shortcuts, though that last line was of course tongue-in-cheek. Lee truly was a genius born of effort alone, his dedication evident even now, rising at 5 a.m. to train while others still slept. Zhou Ke thought, inwardly retracting my earlier claim. I'm hardly diligent compared to him. Lee began training at 5. Zhou Ke still slumbered soundly until 6. Where precisely was his effort? Zhou Ke had indeed seen Lee during school days, but having been in a phase of deliberate apathy, he'd observed without ever engaging. Someone, however, was acquainted. Hayato waved cheerfully. "Good morning, Lee." Lee mid-stretch turned and lit up instantly. "Senior brother Hayato." Hearing the title, Zhou Ke turned to Hayato. "You two are brothers in training." So this fiery youth was also Might Guy's disciple. Hayato shook his head. "No, I merely received guidance from Sensei Guy. Calling myself his disciple would be presumptuous." "No, please don't say that." Lee insisted fervently. "Senior brother Hayato is Sensei's acknowledged disciple. Never belittle yourself." Hayato chuckled warmly, less a rebuttal than a graceful retreat from debate. Lee then noticed the two figures behind Hayato and asked curiously, "Senior brother, who are they?" "Ah, they're my teammates for the upcoming Chunin exams," Hayato announced, brimming with unexplained enthusiasm. Lee's eyes blazed with excitement. "Oh, new teammates. Excellent. Now you can finally take the Chunin exams too." "That's settled then. We'll test our strength on the battlefield." Hayato and Lee clasped fists, flames of sheer vitality erupting around them, blazing so fiercely that even the rising sun paled in comparison, as if dawn itself had been birthed from their passion. Zhou Ke and Nanami instinctively stepped back. Nocturnal creatures rarely thrived in such scorching proximity to daylight. Zhou Ke murmured inwardly, "Too hot. Stand too close, and I'll melt." By the way, senior brothers, what brings you here at this hour? Lee finally remembered to ask amid his surging energy. Hayato explained, since we're newly assembled, we must first assess one another's capabilities. Then, may I stay and observe? Lee asked, barely containing his eagerness. Hayato began to agree, then paused. Well, I should consult my teammates first. He turned to Zhou Ke and Nanami. Zhou Ke shrugged indifferently. Nanami, however, voiced caution. He's our competitor in the exams. Revealing our strengths prematurely is unwise, though admittedly, I'm not particularly opposed. Zhou Ke dryly retorted, then why mention the first half? Nanami replied calmly, that's standard strategy for a seasoned player. Warnings exist to be given. Zhou Ke sighed, you win. Her composure, though her skill remained unknown, was nothing short of legendary. Lee hesitated. Her reasoning was sound. Disclosing tactics before the exam was unwise, and he couldn't compel consent. At that moment, Zhou Ke spoke up, we don't mind. So don't overthink it. But if you feel uneasy, perhaps we spar instead. You mean, to fight? Lee asked, thoughtful. Exactly. I'm genuinely curious about your strength, senior, Zhou Ke affirmed, slipping into a ready stance. Lee smiled, a flash of brilliant white teeth, and declared with infectious charm, senior, is unnecessary. Just call me Lee. With that, he executed 2 flawless backflips, creating distance between them. Hayato and Nanami tactfully withdrew to the periphery. Lee relished sparring, and Zhou Ke's invitation served a clear purpose to gauge his true combat ability unaided by transformation techniques. He'd trained entirely alone with no instructor or benchmark for comparison. How could he possibly assess his own level? Facing Lee, the quintessential rival of his generation, offered the most objective measure of his current prowess. Hayato stepped forward as referee. Begin. Hayato commanded, and the match ignited. In a blur, Lee appeared before Zhou Ke, 59 seconds. A lie. Lee hadn't yet attained that legendary speed, but to Zhou Ke it felt instantaneous. Zhou Ke barely raised his arms to shield his head before Lee's precise thrust struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward airborne. Nanami blinked in surprise, already over. Being challenged, and then instantly overwhelmed, was rather mortifying. Hayato interjected firmly, no, it's far from over. Mid-flight, Zhou Ke formed Hand Seal's multi-shadow clone technique. And with 3 sharp cracks, 3 clones materialized. Lee had already closed the gap. Leaf Hurricane, a classic taijutsu move, a spinning high kick. Seeing the clones, Lee instantly adapted Leaf Great Hurricane, a full-body rotational kick vastly expanding its radius. He intended to strike Zhou Ke and all 3 clones simultaneously. His plan faltered before execution. His kicking legs seized tightly in a firm grip. Trapped, how could he unleash the Leaf Great Hurricane? The technique died before it began. Zhou Ke, along with his clones, Rebellion and Sage, immediately surged forward, unleashing wild, unrefined punches. Huh. Lee stared dumbfounded. You summon clones, then throw haymakers. What kind of strategy is that? Zhou Ke also realized that his close combat skills were lacking. Well, not just lacking a bit, but vastly inferior. Compared to Xiao Li, his movements were akin to those of a mere human. The commentator internally scoffed, who says such things about themselves. Clearly, he still possessed some rudimentary skills. Well, as the commentator said, Zhou Ke indeed had only elementary skills, but it was completely insufficient compared to Xiao Li. A ninja of similar level like Naruto could rely on sheer numbers to fight, but Zhou Ke lacked Naruto's terrifying amount of chakra to freely use a human wave tactic. This won't do. Meanwhile, Hui Liu and Chi Hai, watching the battle, also showed signs of confusion, with Chi Hai questioning Hui Liu, that should be the shadow clone technique, right? Yes, that clone is a physical entity. It's indeed the shadow clone technique, Hui Liu nodded. Isn't its durability too strong? This was Chi Hai's point of confusion. Both Hui Liu and even Xiao Li were quite astonished by Zhou Ke's shadow clones. Wasn't their quality too good? While one can enhance the durability of their shadow clones through training to avoid them shattering upon contact, shadow clones are ultimately just shadow clones and cannot withstand too much damage. Yet Zhou Ke's 3 clones showed no signs of change despite taking various hits. Are they truly shadow clones? Zhou Ke and Xiao Li's battle fell into a stalemate. Xiao Li had one leg locked by the commentator, unable to move freely, but he compensated for his lack of mobility with sheer willpower and agile movements, fighting like he was standing on stilts, relying solely on his powerful core abilities and flexible upper body to reach a draw against Zhou Ke, the sage and the rebel. After fighting for a while, and feeling that neither side could claim victory, Zhou Ke took the initiative to create distance with his clones. The rebel said, "We can't win in physical skills." The sage pushed up his glasses and replied, "If you want to win, you must use ninjutsu." Zhou Ke pondered for a moment and said, "So let's just call it a day. This battle ends here." Even though there was no clear victor, he couldn't fully ascertain his current strength. However, in the recent battle, Zhou Ke had already come to understand his shortcomings, which was enough for him. Naturally, there was no need to continue fighting. Seeing that Zhou Ke had no intention of continuing the battle, Xiao Li relaxed his body, stepping back from the fighting stance, and approached Zhou Ke, asking about his earlier doubts. Did you use the shadow clone technique just now? It feels different from the shadow clones I've seen before. Zhou Ke replied, yes, they are shadow clones. My shadow clones feel quite different from others. Their durability is significantly stronger, but they are still only slightly better than normal shadow clones. If you fought with full strength, they should be easily destroyed by you, right? As he said this, the 3 clones dissipated on their own. Oh, the rebel didn't dispel himself. He was kicked away by the sage. Otherwise, given his rebellious nature, how could he possibly cooperate with Zhou Ke? Did you notice that I wasn't using my full strength? Xiao Li asked curiously. Zhou Ke pointed at Xiao Li's ankle and said, you have a heavy burden strapped to your leg, don't you? Xiao Li exclaimed, how did you figure that out? My movements should be the same as a normal person's, right? Yes, they are the same as a normal person's, but Zhou Ke said proudly, when my clone locked you down, only your upper body could move freely. I noticed that your upper bodice agility didn't match your lower bodice. You're not the type who only trains their upper body, so it's clear that there's a burden on your legs. Hearing Zhou Ke's analysis, Xiao Li couldn't help but praise what impressive observational skills. You noticed something so subtle? Zhou Ke, like Pinocchio, raised his head and said, of course he. Luckily, Zhou Ke wasn't Pinocchio, otherwise his nose would have grown long. Chi chimed in from behind. Wasn't it because the clone was holding on to Xiao Li's leg that you noticed the burden on his leg? It seems to be that way. Zhou Ke awkwardly scratched his head. This was purely an act. He only wanted to divert everyone's attention from his shadow clones. As Zhou Ke expected, everyone no longer focused on his peculiar clones and began to familiarize themselves with each other's abilities. By the way, after battling Zhou Ke, Xiao Li took the initiative to leave. Having had a satisfying fight, he didn't want to linger here. After that, Hui Liu and Chi also showcased their abilities. Hui Liu was, as he claimed, a taijutsu ninja, and when launching taijutsu attacks, he could simultaneously use fire release, igniting his fist. This was Fire Fist. While it's somewhat like a weaker version of the Morning Peacock. Chi, aside from being a medical ninja, also excelled at water release and using various ninja tools to create traps for attacks. She could skillfully use Water Dragon Bullet along with a bunch of explosive tags to attack enemies. Doesn't it look a lot like the second Hokage's water release, Great Explosive Water Colliding Wave, plus a weaker version of Explosive Tag? So, could Chi be considered a junior version of the second Hokage? In any case, both of them were quite strong. However, as it was time for Chi to sleep after understanding each other's abilities, the team disbanded, each returning home. Back at home, Zhou Ke couldn't help, but my teammates are quite strong. It feels like passing the preliminaries won't be difficult at all. With strong teammates and his knowledge of the plot, there was surely no problem passing the first 2 stages of the preliminaries. Well, even if my teammates were inadequate, it wouldn't be a problem. The biggest issue now is still myself. My strength is insufficient. With that thought, Zhou Ke summoned his 3 clones. Hey, that battle was really unsatisfying. The rebel stretched lazily after manifesting, and then turned to the sage. Why did you kick me just now? Just helping you dispel your clone. The sage said, eyes closed. Humph. Then how about I help you dispel now? The rebel said, dissatisfied. The sage remained silent, continuing to keep his eyes closed, as if looking down on the rebel. Feeling infuriated, the rebel was about to start rebelling. Seeing the situation turning sour, Zhou Ke quickly said, all right, enough nonsense. Let's get down to business. Zhou Ke's words drew everyone's attention. The rebel was the first to speak. So, what scheme has the main body thought of now? You're the one who likes to come up with schemes, right? Don't say you don't understand what I'm about to say. The sage interjected for Zhou Ke. The main body wants to discuss the issue of taijutsu, right? Exactly. Zhou Ke nodded. After my spar with Xiao Li just now, I realized my taijutsu is truly too poor. The commentator commented, that's only when compared to a taijutsu ninja, right? It's still at a normal level, isn't it? That's true, but just having normal ninja level skills isn't enough. Zhou Ke said to his 3 clones, before we were only focused on enhancing ninjutsu and completely neglected training in taijutsu. This requires continuous practice to improve, so now that we've realized it, we should start training immediately. Kakashi hasn't given me enough guidance. Learning taijutsu from him seems unrealistic. Without a teacher, we'll have to train and learn bit by bit ourselves. Well, that's certainly true, but the rebel shook his head. There are shortcuts in taijutsu training. This left Zhou Ke confused. What do you mean by that? It's our perfect transformation technique. We can use this to quickly learn taijutsu. The sage replied. Zhou Ke stroked his chin, pondering, can it really be done this way? It's just like the feeling we had when we learned the Rasengan before. Although this experiential knowledge cannot be directly inscribed onto our bodies, it can still serve as a reference for learning. Experiencing it practically is far superior to a teacher's verbal instruction. It's much more convenient than finding a teacher. Zhou Ke nodded in understanding. Indeed, at that moment, the commentator remarked that said we couldn't take down the normal Xiao Li even when we teamed up. We are quite far from being strong enough. Humph, isn't that because the main body is stubborn, insisting on challenging a taijutsu ninja in taijutsu? That's a foolish idea, using their weaknesses against them. The rebel remarked dismissively. Well, it's not just for that, it's to better understand myself. Zhou Ke scratched his head innocently. Finally, the sage concluded, in short, the first 2 stages of the Chunin exam preliminaries will be easy to pass, but to excel in the final stage of the preliminaries and the official match, we need to use these last few days before it starts to learn something through the transformation technique. Right, we can't go into the Chunin exam as Obito, can we? We'll end up being captured and sliced apart. Zhou Ke couldn't help but sigh. Always worrying about everything without strength, it's just a miserable existence. What's so terrifying about that? Worst case, I'll leave the village. With my talent, I'll surely improve my strength significantly within half a year. Then let's see who dares to mess with me. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes in disbelief. How can it be so simple to just leave home? In that place where the leaves dance, there lies his beloved hometown. For Zhou Ke, this. Although he couldn't be certain if it was his birthplace, he was sure that the place that nurtured him as he grew up was his hometown. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhou Ke would never abandon his homeland. The rebel. Zhou Ke clasped his fists and earnestly said, in any case, let's start training. This time, I need to learn from Shaoli and put in 300 effort to become stronger. Thus, a fervent training session was about to begin. Wait a minute. The sage suddenly pulled the excited Zhou Ke back and said, before starting special training, go find Kakashi. What for? Zhou Ke asked curiously. The sage replied to ask him for 2 chakra test papers. I need to start training in nature transformation. Chakra is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of various components controlled by the human body. The nature transformation of chakra involves adding different attributes to chakra, which can give ninjutsu additional effects. There are 7 types of chakra: nature, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. Fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth are known as the 5 primary natures, while yin and yang are special forms of nature transformation. Generally, ninjas take several months or even years to master nature transformation, but of course Naruto and Sasuke both perfectly mastered this skill in just a few days. They truly are the protagonists. What the sage intended to do now was to begin training in nature transformation. The commentator asked, isn't it a bit early? Time is limited now, shouldn't we focus more on taijutsu training? Better to prepare ahead of time. There's no harm in being ready. Moreover, our experiences can't be fed back to the main body, but when we split from the main body, we all share his memories. So basic taijutsu training, let the main body handle that. What kind of unfair treaty is this? Zhou Ke rolled his eyes in disbelief. Why is it only I who nurture you, and you can't nurture me? We're helping you fight for free. What do you have to complain about? Do you believe he'll report you for exploiting free labor? The rebel pouted, propping his chin. Zhou Ke's eyes widened. Is this guy really my clone? The commentator said, by the way, is there really no way to pass our experiences back to the main body? Theoretically, there is a way. The sage expressed his conclusion after thinking, like using genjutsu to directly implant experiences into the main body's brain. However, this method is not only cumbersome but also risks damaging the brain, so it's not recommended. Of course, there are better methods, like the kind of spiritual connection used by the perfect Jinchuriki to directly transfer experiences to the main body. Currently, those are the only 2 methods I can think of. After hearing this, Zhou Ke scratched his head and said, one option isn't good and the other is currently impossible. Well, it seems I can't rely on you anymore. In any case, one must depend on oneself. The rebel patted Zhou Ke's shoulder. Zhou Ke gave the rebel a deadpan look. He really wanted to slap this guy to keep him from taking his clone's place. In any case, go find Kakashi for some chakra test papers first. Let's see what attributes we excel in. As for everything else, we'll discuss it later. All right, it seems we can only do that. Once the decision was made, Zhou Ke immediately went to find Kakashi. Since the disciples were all preparing for the Chunin exam, Kakashi could afford to be lazy and found a secluded place to read secretly. This was the appearance Zhou Ke observed when he approached him. In reality, he was also secretly training the new abilities he had gained with the Sharingan. Although he didn't show it, he had been keeping Obito in his mind. If he couldn't find Obito now, he could only focus on enhancing his strength so that when he encountered Obito again, he could use his own power to make him reveal everything. Kakashi, who was originally in the midst of training, immediately pretended to be lazy and lay on a tree branch, pretending to watch a romantic paradise when he sensed someone approaching. Found you, Kakashi-sensei. Zhou Ke called out from a distance. Is there a problem with the new team? Zhou Ke asked, trying to gauge Kakashi's reaction. Chakra attributes. Are you planning to start training in nature transformation? Kakashi raised an eyebrow and asked. Learning nature transformation is fine, but the exam is approaching. A cramming won't help with this. Does he really think he can master chakra nature transformation in just a few days? Even if you could, how would you practice ninjutsu? Time is simply not enough. It's not urgent. I mainly want to see what my chakra attribute is, Zhou Ke said, scratching his head, looking a bit foolish. Actually, I have a test paper right here. Kakashi pulled out the chakra test paper, claiming it's just coincidental was a lie. He had prepared this paper when he first became a jonin. Despite his usual lazy demeanor, there lies a meticulous heart beneath it. As Kakashi took out the test paper, he thought of the 4 people in Team 7. Naruto has a poor foundation and can't even attempt chakra nature transformation. Sakura has a sufficient foundation, but she has no ambition to grow stronger. Currently, only you and Sasuke can train in chakra nature transformation. This paper is actually prepared for you and Sasuke. With that thought, Kakashi handed the test paper to Zhou Ke. Thank you, sensei. Zhou Ke expressed his gratitude politely before directly using the test paper. The test paper split in half. Wind attribute. Kakashi stroked his chin and made a judgment. That's a rather rare attribute. Wait. Kakashi's words were abruptly swallowed back because the test paper in Zhou Ke's hand didn't just split into 2 halves. It became 4 pieces. Moreover, it didn't stop there. The 4 pieces each exhibited different changes. One corner burned, another wrinkled, one became soaked, and the last crumbled into dust. What is going on? Confused Zhou Ke could only look to Kakashi. You're the teacher, surely you can figure out what's happening. This situation. Kakashi pondered for a moment, speaking with a tone of confusion. I've truly never seen this before. No, I haven't even heard of it. Zhou Ke, Kakashi explained, this test paper reacts to the most prominent chakra attribute. Lightning attributes, wrinkle, wind attributes, crack, fire attributes, burn, water attributes, dampen, and earth attributes, crumble. So, does this mean I possess 5 attributes? Zhou Ke followed Kakashi's explanation. After all, the test paper showed reactions for all chakra attributes. Yes, you seem to have all 5 attributes, but this isn't the norm. Kakashi shook his head. Zhou Ke curiously asked, what is the norm? Kakashi elaborated, it's not that people with complete 5 attributes don't exist. Take me for example, I can use all 5 chakra attributes, and because of this talent, I can copy my opponent's ninjutsu in a short time using the power of the Sharingan. Without the corresponding chakra attributes, even if you learn the release methods of ninjutsu, you won't be able to use them. Oh, sensei, you're so impressive. Zhou Ke said enviously. This was acting. Those who have read the Naruto manga know Kakashi's remarkable abilities, but here he still had to act surprised. Well, mainly to provide emotional value to Kakashi. If he was happy, he would naturally look after him more. I guess it's okay. Kakashi acted nonchalant, but only he knew the truth of the matter. He didn't stop because of Zhou Ke's praise and continued, back to the point, as I said, people with complete 5 attributes do exist, but generally, they will have a preferred chakra attribute. For example, my strongest attribute is lightning. Zhou Ke raised his hand and said, I've heard of it. Your famous technique is called Chidori, which gathers lightning chakra in your palm to form a high-intensity current, making your hand like a blade with strong penetrating power. This technique was named because it sounds like 1,000 birds chirping. And because Kakashi Sensei, you once used Chidori to sever a bolt of lightning in nature, it was also called Raikiri. Kakashi chuckled and said, you seem to know quite a bit. Since you have a lightning attribute, teaching you this technique is no problem, unfortunately. Because it requires you to rush towards your opponent quickly, you might miss the enemy's movements due to the high speed, and you need to coordinate with the Sharingan to maximize its effectiveness. Am I right? Zhou Ke asked. You even know that. Your information gathering skills are impressive. Kakashi praised. It's okay. Zhou Ke imitated his tone. Using their own words against them, whatever you just said, I'll repeat it back. Are you responding to me with my own words? Kakashi smiled helplessly. Well, typically the chakra test paper shows your strongest attribute. Having 5 attributes appear simultaneously like this. At least I've never heard of such a thing happening. Could it be because of that perfect transformation technique? As a hanger, Zhou Ke had some awareness of his own abilities, so he found this situation rather unremarkable and calmly asked, so, is this phenomenon good or bad? Well, I can't give an accurate explanation, but I can provide 2 hypotheses. Kakashi shared his thoughts. One possibility is that something within you possesses 5 types of chakra, which is causing the test paper to react. That sounds scary. Zhou Ke made a twisted expression. That can't be possible, right? It shouldn't be possible. You don't seem like the kind of person who would have a lot of chaotic things inside you. Kakashi denied. The second possibility is that your chakra attributes are very balanced with no single one particularly high, which is why all 5 attributes appeared simultaneously. It can be like that. Zhou Ke frowned. This felt like the worst of both worlds, too average. Seeing Zhou Ke frown, Kakashi curiously asked, why the frown? The word average often gives a mediocre feeling. Proficient in everything, but excelling in nothing. Zhou Ke didn't quite like this feeling. After all, his self-given name reflected that. Those who aspire to be the best are not willing to accept mediocrity. Kakashi nodded. There is indeed such a saying, but It's also possible that you are a genius like the third Hokage mastering all 5 nature transformations. As he said this, Kakashi gently smiled. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, you're so gentle. Zhou Ke awkwardly scratched his head. I'm just speaking the truth, it doesn't count as gentleness. No matter what Obito has become, the will he passed on to me, I will never give up. Comrades, disciples, I will definitely protect them. Kakashi was not only speaking to Zhou Ke, but also reaffirming his thoughts in his heart. He would never give up on the ideas inherited from Obito, even if he had to confront Obito himself. The next time I see you, I will not remain a strong man anymore. I will definitely bring you back to the village. This is Kakashi's current resolve. Huh, why is the teacher getting so fired up by himself? Zhou Ke felt quite perplexed. Then after learning about his attributes, Zhou Ke bid farewell to Kakashi and headed back to his place. Kakashi watched Zhou Ke leave and felt a bit surprised. Didn't this kid want to ask about how to train? He just left directly. It doesn't seem like it's just simple curiosity about his attributes, so. Is there some special method? Kakashi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Let's study it after the Chunin exams. After all, the exam was approaching and Kakashi didn't want his actions to distract Zhou Ke. Ninja tool preparation underway. Zhou Ke returned to his training place with his backpack. The Shadow Clone trio was already there practicing. The sage saw Zhou Ke return and immediately asked, so what was the final result? Zhou Ke explained the situation to the other 3. The sage stroked his chin and pondered, all 5 attributes, huh? Rebel, you don't seem surprised at all. Ah, because I had already tested it in advance. Suddenly the sage began to hand signs. Siwu Shinuin, fire release, great fireball technique. He spat a huge fireball into the sky, scorching the leaves. Zhou Ke, huh, didn't you tell me to ask about my chakra attributes? How come you already know how to use nature transformation ninjutsu? The rebel squinted his eyes and teased, oh, interesting, huh? The complainer loudly criticized, wow, when did you learn this? I had nothing to do while accumulating experience in transformation, so I started researching nature transformation techniques early. Truly a sage, he was well prepared. Zhou Ke scratched his head in confusion. If you could already do this, then why did you have me ask about nature transformation? Because I wanted to confirm what our strongest attributes are. But is it really a balance of all attributes? No wonder there's no difficulty when practicing attribute switching. The sage thought aloud. Attribute switching. Upon hearing this term, Zhou Ke felt a bit dazed. Did you not just practice fire release? The sage did not reply directly, proving it with action. Cho, In, Shun, Chidori. Seeing the lightning erupting from the sage's hand, Zhou Ke's jaw dropped. Indeed, you are following Sasuke's path. The Great Fireball and Chidori are both signature techniques of his. It's normal to be able to learn them. But how did you do it so quickly? The sage, as if it were all natural, said, I've already experienced these 2 techniques through Sasuke's body. Oh, once you experience it firsthand, and then summarize it well, you can master it quickly. Why you make it sound so easy, but after experiencing it, I don't feel that way at all. Zhou Ke couldn't believe that statement. He had experienced the Rasengan too. Wasn't he nearly killed during practice? The complainer aptly criticized, we are clearly the same person, our configurations should be the same, but why does it feel like there's such a huge gap between people? Rebel shrugged and said, well, perhaps it's the gap created by experience. Zhou Ke experience. The sage said, discussing this is pointless, time is tight, let's continue training. The complainer nodded, indeed. By the way, body, what is that backpack you brought back? It's a special grade soldier food pill. The backpack was filled with soldier food pills. Although he didn't show it, the money he borrowed from Kato had already made Zhou Ke wealthy, and buying these special grade soldier food pills was a small matter. Is this what it feels like for Batman and Iron Man? This is so exhilarating. Zhou Ke felt like he could almost float. While the feeling of being able to spend freely buying whatever he wanted was indeed thrilling. Many people work tirelessly to continue experiencing this feeling, right? The complainer curiously asked, what are you buying so many soldier food pills for? Of course, for training. Zhou Ke explained. Soldier food pills are the food ninjas eat during battle. They can instantly enhance chakra and restore chakra, but because they are like compressed rations, eating too many can cause digestive issues. Rebel, ho, it seems like you're no longer satisfied with your usual efficiency. Yes. Zhou Ke nodded. This time, not just the 3 of you, I will also allocate several clones to train together. The insufficient chakra will all be replaced with soldier food pills. Isn't that a bit too much? The sage frowned. Not to mention the digestive issues caused by soldier food pills, the mental fatigue accumulated isn't a pleasant thing. The 3 of us won't be able to return your mental fatigue, but the other clones will return it to you, as it is. It doesn't matter. They'll just rely on willpower. Zhou Ke clenched his fists. My battle with Lee made me realize that my efforts are still far from enough. Like him, I am also someone without talent. The only difference is that I have a ninjutsu that feels like a cheat, but if I truly want to become stronger, relying solely on this ninjutsu won't work. I must learn from him and train with an effort exceeding 300%. Even for the name I gave myself, Zhou Ke cannot afford to fall behind others any longer. I will absolutely become the true ace joker. So, where do I claim the paired wind blade? The plan is set, and Zhou Ke can officially begin the training. He intends to create a clone of Zhao Li before producing several more clones to train together. By the way, aside from the 3 clones, the others cannot utilize the perfect transformation technique on their own. This indirectly proves how special these 3 clones are. After using the Sage's point to awaken the young Itachi, the remaining experience points lit up Zhao Li, and then Zhou Ke directly transformed into Zhao Li's appearance using the perfect transformation technique. Just after completing the transformation, Zhou Ke was astonished by Zhao Li's body. What kind of power is this? So light, yet powerful. I feel like this body can perform any action effortlessly. With that said, Zhou Ke executed a backflip followed by a 360-degree spin. It would be a pity not to participate in a gymnastics competition. Next, Zhou Ke experienced Zhao Li's destructive power. He kicked a tree with full force, breaking it, and then followed up with several punches that reduced the broken tree into fragments. The Zhao Li Zhou Ke transformed, and it does not carry any weight, and his combat power can be directly compared to the Chunin exam and his battle with Gaara. After all this, Zhou Ke couldn't help but exclaim, unparalleled strength. It's hard to imagine this comes from someone just a year older than me. How much effort and sweat did he put in? Well, he definitely put in more than we did, the sarcastic role remarked. The sage nodded in agreement. All right, enough with the exclamations. Instead of lamenting, why not learn from Zhao Li's spirit of hard work and fully immerse yourself in cultivation? True, Zhou Ke immediately activated the shadow clone technique, producing 6 more of himself to start learning martial arts using Zhao Li's body. Konoha Whirlwind. Upper turning kick, Konoha Gale. Lower turning kick, Konoha Great Whirlwind. 360-degree kick, Konoha Rising Wind. Kicking the opponent into the air while executing a spinning kick, Shadow Dance Leaf. Lower upward kick. Kicking the opponent's chin and sending them flying, then executing further attacks in the air. He became familiar with all these commonly used skills. Then the transformation was forced to end. Zhou Ke wiped the sweat from his brow. Phew, this is quite tiring. The sage shook his head and said, not everyone can train with shadow clones like Naruto. Using shadow clones after transforming increased your physical consumption, reducing the duration of the transformation. It seems so. However, I have already understood how to use those techniques. Next, I just need to continuously train my body to memorize those skills. Zhou Ke opened his backpack and began to consume military rations. The sage looked at Zhou Ke's actions and said, main body, let me give you a suggestion. A suggestion? Just say it. Zhou Ke gestured invitingly. You could transform into Naruto and then train in martial arts. Huh, that doesn't seem helpful, does it? Zhou Ke asked with confusion. He had tried using Naruto's body to practice the Rasengan before, but aside from familiarizing himself with the technique, it didn't allow him to learn the skills directly. After all, the practice process mainly allows the body to develop muscle memory, enabling the body to naturally execute these techniques. Can practicing these skills in someone else's body really help develop muscle memory? Practicing Naruto's skills using Naruto's body won't work, but using Naruto's body to practice other skills is feasible. The sage explained. Really? Is it possible to do that? Without further ado, Zhou Ke began trying it out. After transforming into Naruto, he started practicing Konoha Whirlwind. After all, Naruto is like a sea of chakra, easily able to create hundreds of clones to train simultaneously. After a while, Zhou Ke dispelled the clones and the transformation, beginning to sense the changes. He exclaimed in surprise, wow, I really feel something. What is the principle behind this? The rebellious one laughed and said, isn't this principle quite obvious? Naruto already knows the Rasengan. When you transform into him and use the Rasengan, it's natural that you can release it. With muscle memory already maximized, how can you further increase it? The sage continued along the lines of the rebellious one's words. I've already tested this. Our transformation technique does not merely turn us into someone else, it superimposes the corresponding character's stats and skill experience onto our bodies. Any abilities we lack are directly overridden while our stronger abilities are retained. Take Naruto for example, his stats are all superior, but our chakra control is significantly better, allowing us to utilize his ninjutsu with finer precision. For instance, the sage transformed into Naruto and demonstrated a single-handed Rasengan. Naruto can only use a one-handed Rasengan in his later stages, but we can do it now. It seems our transformation technique has plenty of potential to explore. With this ability, why didn't you tell me sooner? Zhou Ke asked in confusion. The sarcastic role replied, you never asked, so why should they tell you? Zhou Ke looked at the sarcastic role speechlessly. So it's still my fault, huh? The sarcastic role shrugged. Too bad. Zhou Ke. He really wanted to punch them? I quickly mastered fire release and lightning release using this method before. The sage patted the main body, reminding him, while this method is convenient, the accumulated fatigue is no joke. We are clones. If we get tired, we will be dispelled and return to your body to rest. However, as the main body, overdoing it could lead to serious consequences, including sudden death, which is why I didn't tell you this method. It sounds reasonable, but I still think it's better to mention it. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes. There's a significant difference between saying you don't understand and saying you won't understand, even if it's just 3 words apart. Besides, it's not like there isn't a way to prevent sudden death. You could just protect the body while I train, right? The 3 clones are quite independent. Even if he faints, they won't dispel, so they can take care of his body. Isn't that a feasible solution? Well, you can take your time training. I'm going to practice my own stuff. Feeling bored, the rebellious one left alone. The sarcastic roll said, I'm going to slack off. Good luck, main body. Zhou Ke replied, come on, cooperate a little here, you guys. These clones are so unreliable. They'll help out, so get started quickly. Only the sage stayed behind to assist. It's always better to have the smart one around. Thus Zhou Ke began the most intense special training of his life, and his strength rapidly increased. Then, the time for the Chunin exam officially arrived. On the afternoon of the Chunin exam day, at 4 p.m., the candidates gathered in room 301 of the ninja school to participate in the first exam of the Chunin exam, written test. Zhou Ke and his 2 new teammates arrived early in the classroom to wait. Chihai was slumped over the desk, yawning. It's too early, we could have arrived later. He was dragged here after being woken up from his sleep, looking quite grumpy. Hui LV raised his fist and said passionately, coming early to observe the opponents helps in the upcoming battles. Don't you think so, Zhou Ke? More or less. Zhou Ke was already observing the other candidates who were also taking the exam. They had arrived quite early, and there weren't many people in the exam hall, or rather, most of them were stuck downstairs. Before the first written test began, there was a small test finding the correct exam room. The exam proctor for the first test had cunningly set up an illusion on the second floor, making candidates who stepped onto the second floor mistake room 201 for room 301. If they couldn't see through the illusion, they would be disqualified from taking the exam. Many people were directly blocked by this illusion stuck on the second floor. Of course, there's no need to worry too much about them. As long as someone can see through the illusion and dispel it, they can come up together. By the way, Zhou Ke and the others entered the exam room through the third floor window, effectively bypassing the illusion. After waiting for a while, candidates began to arrive one after another. Seemingly, the illusion had been dispelled. While waiting for the candidates to enter, let me briefly explain what the Chunin exam is. The full name is the Joint Chunin Exam, an exam for lower-ranking ninjas to advance to Chunin, held twice a year. Generally, it serves as an important occasion for observing the national power between Konoha and its allied ninja villages. It's like a blood sport. This time the Chunin exam is hosted by Konoha, so the number of participants from Konoha is the largest, reaching a total of 78. Next is the Sand Ninja Village, also one of the 5 great hidden villages, 30 participants. The rest are from small villages: the Rain Ninja Village, 21, the Grass Ninja Village, 6, the Waterfall Ninja Village, 6, and the Sound Ninja Village, 3. From the number of participants, it's clear that Konoha is the strongest, followed by Sand Ninja. These 2 are there to compete seriously. The rest are just there to accompany the prince to school, merely for the examination. Of course, in reality, aside from Konoha genuinely wanting to promote lower-ranked ninjas, the other ninja villages have different motives. But let's not get into that for now. Thinking about what will happen later, Zhou Ke used so many participants, yet only one will pass the exam in the end, making Chunin seem quite precious. But later Chunin will be everywhere. Is this an inflation of power due to version upgrades? Just as Zhou Ke was lost in thought, a voice interrupted his musings. Zhou Ke, you weren't blocked by that illusion. Naruto ran over to greet Zhou Ke after entering. Zhou Ke replied, we came in through the third floor window. We've all learned to climb walls. Who has the time to take the stairs? Is that possible? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't noticed the illusion downstairs and almost embarrassed himself. If he had known about this method, he would have chosen to take the detour. Zhou Ke said, by the way, I noticed your and Sasuke's clothes are a bit wrinkled. Did you guys have a fight with someone? That guy with the thick eyebrows challenged Sasuke. He ignored me, so I ended up fighting him for a round. Well, I had the upper hand. Naruto said proudly. Really? Zhou Ke looked at Naruto with sharp eyes. Naruto felt nervous under Zhou Ke's intense gaze, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. His movements were a bit fast. I wasn't used to it and got tripped up, and then I ended up crashing into the wall. But I've figured out his movements now. I won't lose to him next time. I hope so. Zhou Ke didn't say much, simply wishing Naruto good luck. At this moment, Hui LV, who had been listening nearby, suddenly interjected. Did you just fight Xiao Li? Xiao Li? Oh right, that guy with the thick eyebrows is called Rock Lee, right? I did fight him. Naruto turned to Hui LV and asked, who are you? Zhou Ke introduced, "These two are my temporary teammates. Hui Lv Chuji and the other is Chihai Chichio. And this is my former teammate and good friend, Uzumaki Naruto." After hearing Zhou Ke's introduction, Hui Lv greeted Naruto with a bright smile. "Hello, I'm Hui Lv Chuji. Let's have an exciting duel next." Enthusiasm can leave a good impression. Naruto was instantly moved by Hui Lv's enthusiasm and replied warmly, "I accept your challenge. Brother Hui Lv, by the way, I won't lose." I won't lose either." Hui Lv looked at Naruto with exuberance. This made Naruto feel a bit excited. Well, a normal person might think the other was gay upon seeing such a gaze. But for Naruto, it was somewhat touching. Recently, everyone he encountered only had eyes for Sasuke, completely ignoring him. This made Naruto very frustrated. "Don't look down on people. I am strong too. Not worse than Sasuke." Now finally someone recognized him. It was truly heartwarming. "Do you know that guy called Rock Lee?" Sasuke approached and asked. He was particularly concerned about Xiao Li after having a rough time with him. Xiao Li, with no lineage, is a hard-working genius who relies solely on his efforts to train, so he took the initiative to challenge Sasuke, an orphan of the Uchiha clan. The result of the battle was naturally Sasuke being outmatched. He had never faced a pure taijutsu ninja before and was almost left looking ridiculous by close combat. He even began to question his life. This made him want to understand what that man was all about. "Yes, we often train together," Hui Lv replied. Zhou Ke further explained, "They are brothers under the same teacher." That thick-browed teacher. Naruto thought of the thick-browed watermelon-headed teacher who stopped Xiao Li, might guide. "Exactly," Zhou Ke affirmed. Sasuke shifted the questioning to Zhou Ke. "Do you know that master-student duo?" Zhou Ke answered, "Xiao Li has met him before and even fought a match. I also did some investigation about him afterward. He is not good at using ninjutsu and is completely clueless about genjutsu, so he focused all his energy on training taijutsu. Given your current close compatibility, even with the Sharingan activated, you wouldn't be his match. To win against him, you need to combine ninjutsu and tools to have a chance." I understand. Sasuke did not negate Zhou Ke's words, as he had activated the Sharingan during his previous fight with Xiao Li, but still couldn't keep up with Xiao Li's movements, so Zhou Ke's statement was certainly valid. Rock Lee, the much-anticipated rookie. This remark drew everyone's attention. The speaker was a white-haired man wearing glasses. Naruto, speaking for the group, asked, "Who are you?" Before the bespectacled man could reply, Kiba interjected, "Is that you, Senpai Kabuto? Are you taking the exam this year too?" Well, my skills aren't exactly impressive, so I just keep showing up hoping for a stroke of luck," Kabuto replied with a polite, yet slightly awkward smile. Senpai Kabuto is actually highly capable. It's just that his luck hasn't been on his side in past exams, Kiba countered, then introduced him to the others. "This is a senior from several graduating classes ahead of us, who previously sat for the Chunin exams. His fundamentals are exceptionally solid and he excels at intelligence gathering and analysis. Truly a reliable mentor and trusted comrade." Hearing this, Zhou Ke couldn't help but think inwardly he would later become. Zhou Ke held this view because Kabuto was in fact Orochimaru's deep covert spy, planted within Konoha village itself. Orochimaru had been a disciple of the third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. After losing the succession race for fourth Hokage, and after his forbidden human experimentation came to light, he chose to defect from the village and pursue his ambitions beyond its borders. It was he who secretly founded Odogakure, the Sound Village. As a child, Kabuto suffered an injury that left him with amnesia and was subsequently taken in by the orphanage director Tsunade's former teammate Yukimi Noara. Later, however, Danzo coerced Yukimi into serving him. To protect her and ensure the orphanage's survival, Kabuto assumed her duties as Danzo's operative, embarking on a path as a shinobi. From childhood, he was trained as a spy dispatched across nations. Yet Danzo ultimately manipulated him into confronting Yukimi herself. And when Kabuto mistakenly killed her, he concluded his very reason for existence had vanished. It was then that Orochimaru found him and extended an invitation to join Odogakure. Desperate to rediscover purpose, Kabuto accepted, and henceforth became Orochimaru's most trusted subordinate. Now he operated undercover in Konoha, conducting intelligence operations on Orochimaru's behalf. As a spy, he could not afford to stand out. Though his true strength had long surpassed that of elite jonin, he deliberately cultivated the image of an inept genin, a perennial failure who repeatedly attempted yet never passed the Chunin exams. In summary, outwardly unassuming yet profoundly dangerous. Kiba's introduction piqued Sasuke's interest, not only in Rock Lee but also in Gaara, the Sand Village's enigmatic prodigy. Hoping to glean intelligence on Gaara, Sasuke turned to Kabuto, renowned for his mastery of reconnaissance. Kabuto seized the opportunity to assess each hidden village, yet his remarks about Odogakure provoked indignation among the Sound Village's 3 nin team. Sakan, famed for shattering boulders, barehanded, scoffed, "Humph. daring to label Hokage a second-rate minor nation's shinobi village. How arrogant, sneered Kin, the sole female member of the trio. Shall we entertain him for a while? The third, a mysterious figure swathed in bandages, Taiya's teammate Dosu Kinuta, added very well. So we're mere second-raters now. Then let us enrich their records on Hokage shinobi, thoroughly. Let's make it brutal. Without hesitation, the sound trio launched a sudden assault upon Kabuto. Zhou Ke observed every move, but made no attempt to intervene. He had noted the trio from the outset dangerous individuals, yes, but he merely watched unmoved. Their target wasn't him, it was Kabuto, the spy, and soon-to deputy leader of Hokage. Watching them tear into one another was far more entertaining than interfering. Thus, choosing not to reveal his strength, Kabuto allowed himself to be caught off guard, and took a humiliating blow at their hands. Of course, since this was still an official exam, the trio stopped short of true cruelty, delivering only a sharp symbolic reprimand. Shortly thereafter, the proctors arrived on scene. Seeing this, Dosu immediately claimed he'd simply gotten overexcited, and promised it wouldn't happen again. The trio then returned to their places. Yet even as they walked back, they remained unruly. Sakan deliberately shouldered Zhou Ke aside. Simultaneously, he shot Zhou Ke a contemptuous glance. Was it provocation? A challenge to draw blood? Zhou Ke, however, paid it no mind. Such childish taunting held no appeal for him. When Sakan saw Zhou Ke respond with utter indifference, his disdain deepened, and he scoffed, "Coward." Zhou Ke merely thought, "Really? You're acting superior now because I refuse to stoop to your level." Hokage is full of blind fools. Since these three would perish during this very Chunin exam, Zhou Ke felt no inclination to act against them. Once the proctors entered, the first exam officially commenced. As previously stated, it was a written test. Though labeled a written exam, it did not test penmanship or rote knowledge. Its 9 questions were deliberately formidable, nearly impossible for all but academic prodigies. However, 2 Chunin, already privy to the correct answers, had been embedded among the examinees. Thus, the true objective was stealthy information acquisition, or in official parlance, assessing a genin's investigative acumen, copying answers without alerting proctors or bystanders. 5 detected infractions resulted in immediate disqualification. Alternatively, candidates with exceptional foundational skill could pass outright. Solving the problems independently rendered cheating unnecessary. A 10th question followed, an optional bonus. Declining it meant automatic 0, even if all prior answers were flawless, and a 0 score disqualified the entire team from the exam. Choosing to attempt it, yet failing, carried a dire consequence: permanent banishment from all future Chunin exams, for life. This warning, delivered by the proctors, was intended solely to induce psychological pressure. After all, Konoha's proctors held no authority over promotions in other villages. The true aim of this final question was to test team cohesion. Anyone who forfeited out of fear for their own advancement, and thereby doomed their teammates, proved unworthy of promotion. Thus, any candidate who dared attempt it would inevitably pass this stage. Of course, such considerations were secondary for Zhou Ke. He first needed to complete the initial 9 questions. Complete them? Who has time for that nonsense? And I certainly won't sit idle for minutes on end. The final question was in truth the heart of the exam. The preceding 9 mattered little. Unwilling to waste precious minutes, Zhou Ke devised a plan to accelerate proceedings dramatically. The moment answer sheets were distributed and pens lifted, chaos erupted, literally, within the examination hall. Smoke bombs concealed in multiple corners detonated simultaneously, plunging the room into absolute suffocating darkness, like a realm where even fingertips vanished from sight. I can't see. What's happening? Someone's moving. Proctors, where are they? Panic rippled through the chamber in rising waves. Many examinees, lacking mental fortitude, panicked at the abrupt disruption threatening to unravel the entire examination. Then Ibiki Marino, chief proctor of the exam, stepped forward and commanded, "Silence. This is merely standard issue smoke. It will dissipate shortly. Remain seated. No extraneous movement. Any who rise or wander will be deemed cheaters." His stern words calmed the trembling nerves of the crowd. Instantly, wind-style shinobi among the proctors joined forces, channeling gusts that swept the smoke clean out the windows, restoring light and clarity. Yet once vision returned, the examinees discovered, astonished, that their answer sheets had vanished. Not one sheet remained, not a single copy. Rather, they had been reduced entirely to ash, confirmed by smoldering embers still glowing faintly in the corners. Alarmed anew by the disappearance of their papers, the examinees stirred once more, until Ibiki raised his voice again, ordering silence and instructing them to await the proctor's investigation. Half the proctors immediately began a meticulous sweep of the entire examination hall. Seated calmly at his desk, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and reflected inwardly remarkable speed. In mere seconds, every paper was retrieved and incinerated. Though enveloped in smoke, he had sensed precisely what transpired. He was not alone in perceiving the truth. All those possessing sufficient skill, including Chief Proctor Ibiki himself, had discerned the sequence of events. Ibiki mused, "So this is your gambit. Intriguing." Ibiki Marino led Konoha's interrogation and torture division, an elite operative whose mastery lay not in physical coercion but in psychological domination. His uncanny ability to manipulate minds enabled him to break even the most resilient spirits without laying a hand on them, earning him the grim epithet, the sadistic proctor. A master of behavioral analysis, he swiftly reconstructed the incident in his mind. He deduced, having reviewed the questions, the perpetrator judged them unsolvable and opted instead to sabotage the entire exam by destroying all answer sheets. Presumably, he assumes we lack backups, forcing either postponement or unconditional passage. As Chief Proctor, he possessed the unilateral authority to expel any individual examinee, but that power fell far short of declaring the entire cohort disqualified. The joint Chunin exams were not Konoha's exclusive affair. As host village, halting the event over such an incident would irreparably tarnish Konoha's prestige. Therefore, mass disqualification was unthinkable. Moreover, with no examinee possessing a surviving paper uniform, treatment was the only equitable solution. Fortunately, Ibiki was no naive idealist. He already possessed a countermeasure: skip straight to the final question. As established earlier, passing the first exam required only attempting the 10th question, regardless of performance on the first 9. Jumping directly to it posed no procedural violation. That was precisely Ibiki's intention, though first he wished to verify the precise mechanics of the sabotage. As Ibiki pondered this, a proctor approached to deliver preliminary findings. The reporting proctor stated the smoke bombs were pre-placed, equipped with timed detonators. Sensory Nin reported 3 figures moving post-explosion, none matching any registered examinee. Their speed was extraordinary. Their body flicker technique must be peerless, and they wield fire-style jutsu with lethal precision. After incinerating the papers, they vanished, like shadow clones dispersing. If only we'd enlisted a Hyuga clan member for surveillance today. The Hyuga possessed the Byakugan, a Kekkei Genkai granting panoramic X-ray vision, capable of identifying perpetrators with absolute certainty. Yet due to Hyuga participants competing in the exam, internal bias concerns prevented their involvement in monitoring. Instead, ordinary sensory Nin, limited to detecting vague motion signatures, were deployed. Ibiki asked, did the sensory Nin detect which examinee employed the shadow clones? No, but as examinees entered the hall, the sensory Nin reported a peculiar sensation. It appears the culprit deployed shadow clones upon entry, transformed them, and concealed them in plain sight. Ibiki smiled faintly. Impressive. Almost as if they anticipated our exam format and prepared accordingly. Every answer sheet reduced to ash. No trace remains to narrow suspects. Exceptionally well executed. Precise planning, flawless timing, zero evidence left behind. While others came to take an exam, he came to stage a covert operation. By this feat alone, he warranted Chunin promotion. No, ordinary Chunin could never accomplish such a thing. The reporting proctor asked, what next? Should we request new printouts from headquarters? Ibiki shook his head. Too late. It would disrupt the subsequent rounds. Indeed, the 3 preliminary exams formed a tightly sequenced chain, with only a generous intermission between preliminaries and finals. There was simply no time to reprint, nor had contingency stockpiles been considered. This scenario had never been imagined. No need for concern. We'll proceed directly to the final question. With that declaration, Ibiki infused his fellow proctors with renewed confidence, effectively resolving the crisis. While the proctors conferred, examinees below likewise debated what had transpired, and among them some drew startlingly close to the truth, such as the Hyuga clan's representatives. 2 Hyuga competed this year, Hinata, Hyuga daughter of the clan head, and Cupid. Just a jest. No disrespect intended toward Niji. The second was Niji Hyuga, a prodigy of the branch house. At the onset of the smoke, Niji activated his Byakugan and witnessed the entire sequence unfold. Yet afterward, he puzzled inwardly. Who were those 3 clones? The sabotage had been executed by Zhou Ke's 3 shadow clones, rebellion sage and commentator, disguised as a youthful Minato Namikaze. Niji, unfamiliar with Minato's younger appearance, grasped the mechanics but remained baffled by the identities. Beyond Niji, one other examinee stood even closer to the truth, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke focused his Sharingan on Zhou Ke, trying to discern any clues. The culprit being scrutinized by Sasuke, Zhou Ke was now perfectly displaying his acting skills. Sitting in his seat, his hands tightly clenched into fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. The uncertainty ahead weighed heavily on his heart like a giant stone. Zhou Ke's gaze occasionally darted towards Ibiki, who was discussing something up front. As if he held the fates of all the candidates in his hands, Zhou Ke attempted to take a deep breath to calm his rapidly beating heart, but the tense atmosphere in the air seemed to possess a certain magic, making each breath feel exceptionally difficult. This was the emotion Zhou Ke exhibited outwardly, yet inside, he was grinning maniacally like Yagami Light. The plan is working. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ke was filled with such laughter in his heart. Is such a person really righteous? Regardless of how insane Zhou Ke's inner drama was, he maintained a facade of normalcy on the outside, so after a brief stare Sasuke closed his Sharingan, lost in thought. Was that really Zhou Ke who acted just now? When the smoke appeared earlier, Sasuke activated his ocular technique, Sharingan, just like Niji. However, unlike Byakugan, Sharingan could not see through, so Sasuke was unaware of the specifics of what happened. Yet Sharingan could see changes in chakra, allowing him to glimpse 3 chakra signatures moving at high speed through the smoke. Merely seeing 3 chakra signatures moving fast didn't confirm that it was Zhou Ke did it. Well, Sasuke had his reasons for thinking that, and the reason was speed. The speed of those 3 chakra signatures was too fast. And he had seen this speed before. Was it the little Lee who had previously beaten him up? No, it was the Flash that saved Konohamaru a while back. At that time, when Zhou Ke transformed into Minato to save Konohamaru, Sasuke had already arrived and witnessed just how fast Zhou Ke was. His speed even surpassed Kakashi, making him the fastest man Sasuke had encountered so far. This left a deep impression on Sasuke. Kakashi had not yet used his full strength, so Sasuke was unaware of Kakashi's true speed. Thus, Sasuke immediately focused his attention on Zhou Ke. However, he kept it to himself. Oh, after all, Zhou Ke was his comrade, who had actively exposed their own ally. If it was indeed Zhou Ke who acted just now, then why did he do it? Sasuke could guess. Thinking along these lines, Sasuke shifted his gaze to Naruto. That's right, it was for Naruto. After the exam papers were distributed earlier, Sasuke had reviewed the questions. He confidently thought, great, not a single one I can answer. The questions were too difficult. Even he, an excellent ninja school graduate, might not be able to answer them, let alone the bottom-tier Naruto. And it seemed Naruto wasn't good at cheating either. Under normal circumstances, he would likely be eliminated in this round. And because they sat together, the other 2 from Team 7, Sasuke and Sakura, would also be eliminated. It looks like Zhou Ke would do this to help his comrades. No, it was to help Naruto after all. Ever since school started, they had been very good friends. For some reason, a sour feeling welled up in Sasuke's heart at this thought. And just as Sasuke was contemplating this, Ibiki finally announced the investigation results. There were none, and they directly began the final question of the exam. Moreover, due to the complete destruction of the exam papers, the next round would be decided by a single question. This caused an uproar among the crowd, with many candidates excitedly standing up. For the majority of candidates, even if the questions were difficult, they would still have questions they could answer or methods to cheat, and besides, there were 9 questions to make mistakes on. You just outright removed that safety net and went straight to a sudden death scenario. Who could handle that? Thus, some candidates, specifically those from outside of Konoha, began to question the organizers for shifting the blame of their own mistakes onto the candidates, which was clearly irresponsible. Ibiki's only response to the noisy candidates was, this written exam is also your mission as ninjas. If your mission objective is snatched away, it counts as mission failure. Is it reasonable for you to complain about it here as ninjas? You still have one last chance to salvage this mission. Oh, what else is there to say? Or have you all already decided to give up on the mission? Zhou Ke marveled inwardly. Wow, as expected of someone in the interrogation profession, they sure know how to talk. Once Ibiki said this, no candidate dared to say anything further. Although they were candidates, they were already ninjas, and many had completed hundreds of missions, so they naturally understood the meaning behind Ibiki's words. Seeing that the candidates had quieted down, Ibiki announced the requirements for the final question. Upon hearing this requirement, the temperature in the examination hall dropped below freezing, out of fear. If they chose to forfeit answering this question, the exam would end there, but if they answered incorrectly, they would never be able to advance to the Chunin level for the rest of their lives. There was no way to choose. Ibiki watched the candidates starting to sweat coldly and thought, wow, jumping straight to the last stage, this high-pressure atmosphere is even better than expected. Originally, there were 9 questions worth of time for these candidates to mentally prepare, but now not only were the exam papers gone, but there was no time either. They had directly entered a life or death segment. Generally, a lower-ranked ninja couldn't withstand this psychological pressure. Look, some have already chosen to withdraw. This exam was much stranger than before, as some old hands chose to withdraw for safety. Sake, and with someone leading the way, those with poor psychological quality began to collapse following the lead and also withdrawing from the exam. Watching more and more people give up on this exam, although Ibiki maintained his expression, he inwardly lamented that this time was somewhat fortuitous. Being able to eliminate more people than expected would yield good reviews for this job. Moreover, as the pace quickened, he could leave work early. Should he go for a drink later? However, just as Ibiki was contemplating whether to have a drink, someone stabilized this crumbling situation. It was Uzumaki Naruto. With full confidence, he declared that even if he was eliminated here and spent his life as a lowly ninja, he would still strive for Hokage and would not be intimidated by them. This courage not only steadied himself, but also calmed the other candidates whose psychological defenses were collapsing. Even Ibiki couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "What a guy, there's actually someone so reckless." However, while the action was reckless, it stabilized the morale. Such an interesting little guy. With Naruto's outburst, there was no longer any point in dragging it out, so Ibiki announced the end of the exam, declaring that all remaining candidates had passed the first round. This caused an uproar in the hall. Was it really over this quickly? Were you just messing with us? Ibiki kindly explained to everyone what this exam was truly testing, and upon hearing the truth, the candidates' dissatisfaction was quelled. The other party made some good points. Oh, what else could they say? Moreover, they had passed this round of the exam. If they were eliminated for causing a ruckus, that would be a huge loss. So the candidates stopped expressing their discontent and quietly waited for the next round of the exam to begin. Isn't the usual procedure to start immediately? Why are they still waiting? That is because this round of the exam ended too quickly and the examiner for the next round was still resting. Ibiki had already gone to find her, and until her arrival the candidates could move freely. Thus the members of each small team gathered together to discuss what had just happened. Nanami yawned and complained, "Unexpectedly easy. Was the previous exam just a formality like this? Not answering a single question does indeed feel like just going through the motions." Grey Lu sighed, "Of course not. This time it should be due to someone's actions." Grey Lu symbolically scanned the surroundings. After all, even he who had no basic intelligence couldn't analyze anything. Zhou Ke helplessly sighed, "Bad luck. It seems this year's candidates are very strong, making our path to advancing to Chunin even harder." There was a sense of a top student lamenting after an exam that they had done poorly. Of course, this was also an act, and while acting the part, Zhou Ke didn't forget to observe others to see if anyone would turn into Renjia and discover any clues. In his heart, Zhou Ke thought, "Sasuke and the Hulu are both looking at me. Not bad they noticed it was me causing trouble." After the exam, Kanjiro and Temari gathered around Gaara to discuss what had happened during the exam. "It was that guy who did it," Gaara calmly said while staring at Zhou Ke. Temari followed Gaara's gaze to Zhou Ke and asked in confusion, "The person who flirted with me using transformation jutsu before." Hearing this, Kanjiro recalled how his sister had acted infatuated, pinching her own face, and he angrily said, "Is it really him? How can you be sure?" As soon as he asked, Kanjiro regretted it, speaking to Gaara in such an unfriendly tone. If Gaara were to get angry, that would be deadly. Fortunately, all of Gaara's attention was focused on Zhou Ke, and he didn't mind Kanjiro's tone, still calmly stating only he can use body flicker technique at such speed. Prompted by Gaara, Temari and Kanjiro recalled the incredible speed Zhou Ke displayed when they previously clashed. Temari enlightened, "Indeed, he is that fast." Kanjiro, however, was puzzled. Why did he do that? While saying this, Kanjiro secretly glanced at Gaara, hoping he would provide an answer. However, this time Gaara said nothing, just staring at Zhou Ke. His gaze contained a hint of fixation. Was he so concerned about Zhou Ke? Well, this stemmed from the words Zhou Ke had said to him before. "Let's be friends." At the time, Gaara had not thought much of it, but whenever he was alone, that sentence, that scene, that image would automatically pop up in his mind, haunting him, making it hard to forget. Due to certain reasons, Gaara had long been unable to sleep, so every night when it was quiet, his mind was filled with Zhou Ke's words about being friends, and even beautiful images of them as friends would arise. Are you sure this isn't an illusion? Illusion technique, creating a friend. This was absurd. It suggested that he who was born with errors and had never been loved since childhood yearned for friendship. No, I was just annoyed by his words. When I get the chance to act, I will definitely kill him. This was Gaara's current thought. What a Yandere. Because of this thought, Gaara immediately noticed that the person moving in the smoke was Zhou Ke's clone. "I feel like I've been targeted by a Yandere." Zhou Ke suddenly felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. While Sasuke was also suspicious of Zhou Ke, with so many people around, approaching him would surely bring trouble, so he decided to hold off until there was no one around to ask. After a while, the examiner for the next round, Mitakaheim Red Bean, arrived holding several skewers of glutinous rice balls and asked Ibiki, "Why has it started so early?" Ibiki briefly explained what had just happened. Red Bean teased, "Wow, interesting, even you, the devil interrogator, couldn't catch the culprit's tail. Seems quite capable." Not just a bit capable. "You should pay attention to the rest is up to you." Ibiki waved his hand and turned to leave. After handing over to Red Bean, his work was temporarily over and he could take a break. Red Bean said nothing more and directly introduced herself to the candidates. "My name is Mitakaheim Red Bean, and I am the examiner for your next round of exams. You actually have 90 people. So many. Now Red Bean finally counted the number of people who advanced, reaching as high as 90. No wonder Ibiki ran so fast. It turns out they didn't eliminate many people at all. Red Bean rolled her eyes. Great, now the workload has increased. But it didn't matter. Her job was just to arrange their departure and ensure a certain degree of safety for these candidates. Combat between ninjas is not child's play, no matter how careful. Death is inevitable. Those responsible for monitoring can only do their best to ensure safety. Well, if you're afraid of death, then don't be a ninja. So Red Bean didn't think too much and directly began introducing the questions for the second round of the exam, the Death Forest Survival Competition. There are 15 Heaven Scrolls and 15 Earth Scrolls randomly distributed to 30 teams. Each team must acquire a pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the central tower of the Death Forest within 5 days to pass. This time the rules are simpler and easier to understand than before. Just grab the scrolls you need and reach your destination to succeed. Upon hearing the exam project, Naruto felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He no longer wanted to take written exams. Zhou Ke, on the other hand, smiled slightly. He had been looking forward to this Death Forest survival competition for a long time. As previously mentioned, experience points for unlocking characters can be quickly accumulated through real battles. Isn't this Death Forest survival competition a perfect battlefield? Setting aside Zhou Ke and his group, there are still 29 groups of people. This is a significant number of walking experience points. If we defeat them all, perhaps we could directly unlock the young shinobi. Well, no matter what, let's just do it. Subsequently, the 90 candidates, led by Hongdo, arrived at Training Ground No. 44 in Konoha for the second examination. Due to the possibility of death, candidates must sign a death waiver before entering the testing area. Once the waiver is signed and submitted for the scrolls, the examination officially begins. After saying goodbye to Zhou Ke and Naruto, Zhou Ke and his 2 teammates ventured deeper into the Training Ground No. 44, known as the Death Forest. This training ground is a primitive forest area with a radius of about 10 kilometers, surrounded by over 44 entrances. Inside the training ground, there are rivers and forests with a tall tower in the center. The forest is dense with trees impenetrable to light, filled with various dangerous natural creatures. One misstep could lead to death for an ordinary person. It is truly a death zone. Of course, it's a bit different for ninjas. With so many entrances, all the participants can set off simultaneously. Zhou Ke's team, however, did not head straight into the depths of the forest. Instead, they first found a place to hold a team discussion. As the captain, Hui Lu proactively said, "So what are your thoughts on this competition?" Zhou Ke stroked his chin, contemplating before looking at Chi. "Let's see if the game master has any good suggestions." "Yes," Chi responded with enthusiasm. Zhou Ke couldn't help but comment, "You seem much more energetic than usual. Now is when I'm fully awake." A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Chi's eyes. The second examination started at 6 o'clock, and the night owls were beginning to awaken. Hui Lu gave Zhou Ke a resigned look. He was already used to this kind of situation. Well, being energetic is good too. "So what do you think about the current situation?" Zhou Ke asked curiously. There are basically 2 strategies for this examination. One is to quickly find the target, seize their scroll, and rush to the central tower to complete the exam. This strategy has the least risk, but relies on luck. Encountering a winnable opponent would be a stroke of luck, and if that opponent holds the scroll we need, that would be even better. Conversely, if luck is not on our side, we might have to wait until the end to obtain the scroll. The second strategy is to set an ambush near the finish line, waiting for the team that has gathered their scrolls to reach the end, allowing us to benefit from their efforts. Although this method is stable, it requires a waiting period. At least we should pick a team that we can comfortably defeat. Hui Lu summarized. In simple terms, one is fast, but relies on luck, while the other is stable, but requires patience. Zhou Ke, which do you prefer? I don't like dragging things out. Delays can lead to changes, so let's go for a quick solution. Zhou Ke opted for the first plan. Of course, this was just for show. The real reason was his eagerness to fight. Experience points were waiting for him. How could he just stand still? Traveling through time and space, giving it his all, a miracle would surely happen. Apologies for the digression. Hui Lu, I think the same way. A spirited young man like me certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Let's have a good fight. After seeing the 2 express their opinions, Chi also agreed. She was fine with either method. Thus, the 3 prepared for battle. However, before the fight, they needed to find the enemy. Zhou Ke asked, "Do either of you know how to sense ninjutsu?" Hui Lu shook his head immediately, while Chi hesitated a moment before slowly shaking her head. "All right, it seems neither of you can. In that case, I'll go find someone." Zhou Ke took it upon himself to take on the task of finding the enemy. Hui Lu curiously asked, "Zhou Ke, can you sense ninjutsu?" "I can't, but I have a simple method, shadow clone technique." 3 shadow clones were summoned by Zhou Ke. Since there were no sensing ninjas, he decided to use a numbers tactic to gather intelligence. After all, the shadow clone technique was originally meant for that. Zhou Ke commanded, "Everyone understands the plan. Let's begin according to the plan." One of the rebellious members complained, "This is too slow, all this talking is a complete waste of time." Ignoring Zhou Ke's still unspoken words, the rebellious one left. The sage said, "I have things to do, I'm leaving first. Staying here to bully the rookies isn't fun. I'm staying put." "Zhou Ke, can you three at least give me some face and cooperate a little?" Hui Lu chuckled to ease the awkwardness. Haha, Zhou Ke's clones are quite individualistic. Though Chi said nothing, she seemed to sense something. If the complaining member was unwilling to move, then Zhou Ke would have to investigate intelligence on his own. Thus Zhou Ke grabbed the complaining member by the collar and jumped into the distance, saying to Hui Lu and the others, "I'll go teach him a lesson, you all wait here." Hui Lu looked at Chi in confusion. Does the shadow clone need its own lessons? Chi shook her head, saying, "I don't know." The complaining member, dragged behind a tree, said, "Body, why did you drag me here? I don't want to go out." "You don't have to go out, but you must disguise yourself as me," Zhou Ke said in a commanding tone. "Oh, you're worried that if you go out they won't agree, so you want me to pretend to be you here." The clone quickly grasped Zhou Ke's intention. This examination tests the team's ability to work together. To pass, all three members must simultaneously hold the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Considering this, no one can leave the team due to injury or death. Otherwise, even if they gather the scrolls, they still cannot pass the examination, rendering all their efforts in vain. Thus, they need to avoid anyone going off alone and recklessly putting themselves in danger. Zhou Ke said to the complaining member, "I have a safety net, there's no such thing as recklessness. However, they don't know about my special abilities, and I can't tell them. So I'll just deceive them with a benevolent lie for now." "Okay, I can still act, you go ahead, Body." The complaining member waved his hand, urging Zhou Ke to leave quickly. "Zhou Ke, are you the master here, or am I? Why are you the one giving me orders?" Zhou Ke didn't want to stoop to his own clone's level, and thus left without a fuss. After Zhou Ke left, the complaining member couldn't help but say, "The Body is living quite a tough life. But being cautious isn't wrong, or otherwise." Sigh. With a sigh, the complaining member pretended to be Zhou Ke and appeared in front of Hui Lu and Chi. The complaining member smiled and said, "Sorry, I kicked him a few times earlier to teach him a lesson, and he's gone off to work obediently now. While my shadow clone is too peculiar, I'm sorry for the show." "Zhou Ke, your shadow clone skills are quite impressive. I can't even create clones that can take a hit." After a moment of admiration, Hui Lu expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to you, we wouldn't have been completely in the dark about how to start." "It's no problem. Well, we're all on the same team, and mutual support is the right choice." It must be said that though he usually seemed unreliable, when he got serious, the complaining member was indeed good at it. Perhaps his usual unreliability was just an act. Just then Chi suddenly said, "Someone is back." Why use the word back? That's because the one returning was Zhou Ke's clone. The rebellious member jumped over from the distant trees and threw a scroll to the complaining member. "Weaklings next." With that, the rebellious member sped away. It seems he happened to encounter a small team, easily dispatching them and seizing their scroll. He truly came and went in a hurry. No need to rush like that, right? Hui Lu's thoughts reflected this, and he promptly asked, "Your clone acted rather quickly. He has a more aggressive personality and doesn't like to stop much," the complaining member explained, picking up the scroll in hand. "Is this the Heaven Scroll? What do we have?" Hui Lu glanced at it. "This is the Earth Scroll, which means..." Chi interjected, "We've gathered them all, we can head to the central tower now." Hui Lu was taken aback. "Isn't this a bit too fast? Zhou Ke, are you really this strong?" "Of course I am the strongest in my class. In fact, I already possess Jonin-level ability." Expecting the complaining member to be as humble and cautious as Zhou Ke was unrealistic. "That's amazing." Hui Lu clapped enthusiastically. "It seems Hokage didn't want us to nurture you, but rather hoped you would lead us through the exam." "I will definitely not disappoint Hokage-sama's expectations." Chi remarked, somewhat speechless. Hokage-sama probably didn't think that much. After all, even Hokage-sama might not be aware of Zhou Ke's true strength. Hui Lu asked in confusion, "Really?" The complaining member stared silently at Chi. Chi didn't continue on that topic, but shifted instead. "Anyway, now that we've gathered the scrolls, the next step is reaching the finish line, right?" Hui Lu nodded. "Indeed, now that we have gathered everything, let's head towards the finish line. By the way, will we end up being the first to finish since we gathered the scrolls so quickly?" The complaining member remarked, "Perhaps, but we'll only know for sure when we reach the finish line." Hui Lu nodded in agreement. "That's true. Then let's set off." With that, Hui Lu took the lead. Chi said nothing and immediately followed, while the complaining member paused for a second to create a shadow clone, then passed the necessary information to the clone before letting it disperse, transmitting the events that occurred here to the other three. Zhou Ke, who was still looking for people, was taken aback upon receiving the information. This can be played like that. Seriously, can't this group of rebellious kids just tell me everything they know? Zhou Ke hadn't expected that his clones could also use shadow clones to send messages back. What was all the fuss about information transmission when the rebellious member was hiding money? Just tell me directly the money is over there, right? No, that's the rebellious one. It's normal for him not to cooperate. Zhou Ke thought for a moment about the rebellious member's character. It made sense that he wouldn't cooperate. At this moment, Zhou Ke suddenly stopped in place, puzzled. But now that the complaining member has gone with Hui Lu, what should I do? Surely I can't just casually head back, right? Though explaining wouldn't be a big deal, it felt awkward to have to go out to gather intelligence when I can't control my clones. Moreover, the complaining member had also passed on his boasting to Zhou Ke, making Zhou Ke's head hurt even more. None of these clones were discreet or reserved. It was unbearable. Are these people really me? I hope I'm not going insane. Zhou Ke was being tormented by these clones, starting to doubt whether he had some sort of multiple personality disorder. Wouldn't I further suspect that this world is fake? That everything is just a fantasy before I died in my previous life? Well, if Zhou Ke had Uchiha blood, he would certainly make a qualified Uchiha clan member. After sighing for a moment, Zhou Ke re-energized himself. Forget it, no need to overthink. What matters is the present. Since it has come to this, I will also go find someone to fight. It seemed he had perked up, but there was a hint of self-destructive feeling. Or rather, was he planning to vent his frustrations on random passersby? Indeed, someone was indeed out looking for a fight, but it wasn't Zhou Ke, it was the rebellious member. Preparing ninja tools, the Sound Ninja Trio. Sake disdainfully said, this training ground is quite large. After wandering for a while, we haven't found anyone. Toss carefully listened to the surrounding sounds while replying, it's just the beginning and most people don't dare to act rashly. A bunch of cowards, it seems they lack confidence in their own abilities. Since they want to take action, let's take the initiative and go find someone to play with. Sake immediately agreed, good idea. What about that soft persimmon from before? Sake recalled Zhou Ke the weakling and planned to find him again. Sure enough, despite his big talk, he still preferred to pick on the weak. Great idea, let's show that group from Konoha who play house what a real ninja is. Jin agreed. Stop. Toss raised an objection. Lord Orochimaru told us to remain still for now and observe before receiving new orders. Is it really that bad to have a little fun? That softa probably only dares to run away when he sees us. Sake teased. Is that so? Do I really only run away? Who goes there? The Sound Ninja Trio was shocked. The ninjas from Sound Village were extremely sensitive to sound, possessing an extraordinary ability to perceive sound that even allowed them to understand written characters just from hearing them. With such keen hearing, a voice suddenly echoed nearby. What was that? The three immediately turned to look in the direction the sound came from and saw a person standing on a tree branch. The rebellious member stood there with his arms crossed, grinning wickedly. Yo, I've come to find you, you little weakling. Endure for a moment, and the storm shall pass. Retreat one step, yet fury only swells. Rebellion possessed no patience like Zhou Ke's. No, he would not lower himself to quarrel with these three petty fools. Dare they provoke me? You are already dead. The trio across from him stood unflinching. Upon recognizing Zhou Ke, rebellion, Sak sneered with contempt. So this is who it is? Not the spineless coward who couldn't even utter a thread in the exam hall. And now you've walked straight into your own demise. Jean chimed in, indeed, silent before the crowd, whispering venom only behind their backs. So you fear humiliation above all. Rebellion ignored them both, fixing his gaze instead upon Tos. It seems only you among this trio retain a modicum of sense, enough to sense danger closing in. Hearing this, Sak erupted in fury. How dare you ignore me? Die? Vacuum slash. Vacuum slash, the signature technique of Sak. From wind ports embedded in his palms, he unleashed a blast of pure atmospheric pressure laced with zero-frequency ultrasonic waves. By precisely modulating air pressure, he could effortlessly deflect an opponent's shuriken or hurl distant foes backward with sheer force. He could even rebound incoming attacks. With both arms thrust forward in focused preparation, he could unleash a wide-area vacuum slash, a technique once jokingly dubbed the legendary bullet technique. Sak raised his hand and loosed the shockwave toward Rebellion, who failed to react in time. Struck Heathen, Rebellion was hurled away in an instant, vanishing beyond the trio's line of sight. Satisfied with the result, Sak laughed mockingly. Behold, this power can shatter stone itself. Before such might you are less than nothing. Watching his comrade behave like a fool, Tos snapped in exasperation. Idiot. You didn't hit him at all. What nonsense are you spouting? Sak refused to believe his attack had missed. Still puffing with arrogance, he vanished after being struck, clearly fleeing in terror. What is there to fear? Indeed, what is there to fear? Rebellion's voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Sak, as if hearing the sharp stinging sound of a slap. Tos frowned, thinking, the voice surrounds us. Has he already countered our auditory senses? Has he already analyzed our abilities? Though Rebellion's true strength remained unknown, his intellect was unmistakably formidable. TOS felt with chilling certainty that he'd just kicked solid iron. Yet this is also opportunity, the chance to prove ourselves before Lord Orochimaru. To seize fortune amid peril, the stronger the foe, the greater the proof of one's worth. TOS resolved to defeat Zhou Ke, Rebellion, to validate his own capability, and thus braced himself for battle. As TOS assumed his stance, Rebellion's voice rang out again. Heaven's path lies open, but you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gate, yet you burst right in. Now abandon your comrades and flee. You may yet live. But now, prepare for rebirth. Stop hiding and show yourself. Sack unleashed vacuum slashes indiscriminately into the surrounding air, churning up thick clouds of dust and acrid smoke. Yet a lone figure emerged atop the swirling haze, striding calmly toward them. From within the smoke, Rebellion's voice drifted. Your power shatters stone, while he nearly died, crushed beneath one. Perhaps you do hold the key to countering him. Huh, just kidding. Kidding. You dare joke. Enraged, Sack aligned both palm vents directly at the silhouette, maximizing output, and fired. A cannon-like shockwave slammed into the figure, blasting away the smoke in an instant, only to pass through the body as if through mist. Oh, a phasing phantom. Rebellion had transformed into the wrathful Toby. Jean stared bewildered. What are you? The one who ends your lives. In a flash, like a wraith, he flickered forward, reappearing instantly before Sack. TOS shouted urgently, dodge, now. Too late. A wooden spike erupted from Rebellion's arm, piercing deep into Sack's abdomen. His viscera ruptured. Blood surged upward from his stomach through his esophagus and erupted from his mouth, splattering across the pale white armor woven from white Zetsu clones. That pallid flesh now streaked with crimson, unnervingly grotesque. Sack's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not accept that he had fallen so swiftly. One blink, one breath, and he would face the final eternal box. It was unbearable. Tremble, then shriek in abject terror. Still silent, his opponent stood frozen, speechless. So Rebellion gave him a jolt to restart the stalled gears of his mind. He hurled Sack to the ground. Wooden tendrils erupted from the spike embedded in his gut, spreading inward, siphoning blood, hollowing his body. Rising internal pressure forced crimson fluid from every orifice, yet denied him death. Was this truly the work of a human being? Agony beyond mortal comprehension tore from Sack's throat, a wail no human should ever utter. A lesson carved in flesh: kill the chicken to frighten the monkeys. The two remaining stood paralyzed, utterly shattered. Die. Jean lunged from the side, thrusting a kunai, only for it to pass clean through. Tu's sonic assault proved equally futile. Oh, a phasing phantom. Rebellion's intangibility remained active, rendering Jean and TOS utterly powerless, forced only to watch as their comrade was tortured. Then Rebellion grinned, a cruel, twisted smirk. Truth be told, I find such shrieks rather grating. So off you go. Would release piercing roots. The wooden tendrils inside Sack detonated, rending his body into fragments, ending his wretched life. Sack's severed head rolled to Rebellion's feet, its wide-open eyes screaming unspoken defiance. I merely bumped into him, mocked him a little. Why did he kill me on the spot? Don't wait until you're harmed to recognize bullying as wrong. Jean stood dazed, her mocking words still ringing in her ears while her comrade lay butchered before her. The whiplash was staggering. TOS, witnessing this, turned and fled without hesitation, kicking Jean hard as he ran, sending her flying straight toward Rebellion. Comrades, the Sound Village holds no such collectivist ideals. Survival is paramount. To boost his own odds, TOS betrayed Jean without remorse, sacrificing her to delay Rebellion's pursuit. Rebellion did not chase TOS immediately. Instead, he seized Jean by the throat with one hand. Lifted off the ground, Jean thrashed wildly, uselessly. A thin stream of urine trickled down her leg. She had urinated in sheer terror. Rebellion glanced after Tu's retreating form, then turned back to Jean with a smile. It seems your comrade abandoned you. How fragile your friendship truly is. Please spare me. I'll do anything, she cried, trembling. Oh, anything. Be specific. Rebellion smiled faintly. I'll give you everything. Anything. Just let me live. Anything. Pity. I have no interest in you. But the experience points gained from eliminating you, that does intrigue me. Arrivederci. His grip tightened. Jean choked, then went still. After discarding Jin's body, Rebellion gazed toward Tu's escape route. I told you. Fleeing is already too late. Better to choose a dignified end than prolong your dread with each frantic stride. With those words, he vanished. TOS sprinted with every fiber of his being, forgetting even the instinctive leaps of a shinobi, fleeing like a soul stripped bare by terror. As the strongest and most perceptive, Of the trio, such collapse seemed illogical. Yet his terror stemmed not only from Rebellion's pursuit, but from the looming shadow of his own master, Lord Orochimaru. Cursed fate, I return empty-handed. Orochimaru-sama will execute me. TOS trembled. Orochimaru kept no useless tools. Returning as he'd become nothing more than a lab rat for dissection and experimentation. No, I can survive. A final lifeline flickered in his mind, Rebellion's intelligence. If he delivered this report, especially if Orochimaru took interest in Zhou Ke, his life might yet be spared. This was To's last hope, provided he escaped this forest of death alive. Where do you think you're going? Hawk! TOS screamed, shattered, then scrambled backward, tumbling over himself in blind panic. Damn it! Why is he faster? No, run. He crawled frantically back along his own path, too terrified to even consider direction. After a desperate sprint, his stamina collapsed. He slumped behind a massive tree, muffling ragged breaths, straining to hear any sound. Now a bird startled by a leaf could send his soul fleeing his body. Bitter regret consumed him. Why hadn't he restrained Sack's reckless idiocy? Why provoke this horror? And how? Their attacks passed through him as if he were smoke. Was he even human? Perhaps TOS now grasps the terror the Uchiha clan endured on the night of their annihilation. When even the tree speaks, my life is over. Rebellion's head emerged silently from behind the trunk TOS leaned against, leaning close to his ear, whispering with spectral calm, "Here's Johnny." TOS screamed his final cry, then detonated inward from Wood Release piercing roots. Thus perished the Sound Village's three-man squad. Even had they survived this forest, their fate remained sealed. Orochimaru viewed them as expendable. Their deaths in Konoha were in truth preordained. After dispatching TOS, Rebellion gazed at his palm and chuckled, "Haha, my main body grows stronger indeed. Even sustaining this wrathful child form now exceeds 10 minutes. Excellent. Time to push further, and yes, real combat yields far richer experience. Slaying villains even grants bonus gains. Truly fits my hatred of evil. Pity my main body seems to have forgotten. No matter. With fragmented memory, forgetting is inevitable." At that, Rebellion fell silent, clenching his fist tightly. Moments later, he released it with a sigh. No use dwelling on it now. The accumulated experience, plus what these three yielded, is nearing the threshold to unlock Madara. Once unlocked, far greater possibilities open. Next, I'll seize every point in this exam, until experience overflows. He clenched his fist anew and leapt decisively into the shadows. Yet after several bounds he halted. I'd forgotten. Our existence must remain hidden, for now. Time to erase all traces. Naruto's Team 7, having set out shortly before, paused to rest and strategize. Sakura swallowed hard, glancing at Sasuke and Naruto. "Sasuke, Naruto, did you hear something?" A scream. Dusk had fallen. Light dwindled to mere slivers, piercing the dense canopy of this primeval forest, visibility shrinking with every passing minute. Amid such oppressive gloom, a shrill, agonized wail drifted from some unseen distance. Bone-chilling. A scream. "I didn't hear anything," Naruto declared blithely. Then, remembering his role, instantly adopted a heroic tone. "Don't worry, Sakura. I'll protect you no matter what." Thank you," Sakura replied flatly, then turned, batting her lashes sweetly toward Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, will you protect me too?" "Protect yourself." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "You're a shinobi now. Stop relying on others." Though he withheld the remark, it flashed through his mind, before his focus snapped back to the scream. Yes, it's real. Someone's already acting. Should we rush over and seize their scroll? Naruto asked, eyes alight. Idiot. Sasuke sighed. It could be a trap, and we don't know how many await there. We mustn't act rashly. What's so idiotic? As Zhou Ke always says, while the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman profits. Let them clash. We'll stand ready to reap the spoils. Under Zhou Ke's influence, Naruto's grasp of strategy had deepened markedly. Sasuke paused, then nodded slowly. Fine. Thank you, Naruto. Protect Sakura. Though outwardly dismissive, he immediately tasked Naruto with Sakura's safety, while launching 3 kunai toward a distant shadow. Mid-flight, the kunai were violently repelled by a sudden gust of wind pressure. Naruto instantly pulled Sakura aside as Sasuke dodged left, both evading the blast. Whoa, enemy. Naruto began forming hand seals for multi-shadow clone technique, when a colossal serpent meters thick erupted from the darkness and lunged, swallowing him whole. Naruto aborted the jutsu mid-seal, shoving Sakura clear with all his strength, before vanishing into the serpent's maw. Sakura shrieked, Naruto, stop screaming and think, woman. TCH. Seeing Naruto devoured, Sasuke's composure cracked. He formed seals for grand fireball technique, only for an ice-cold voice to coil around him from behind. Finally found someone. Who was it? A pallid face emerged from the shadows. Need there be any doubt? With the serpent already revealed, it could only be Orochimaru. Orochimaru, a legendary shinobi, first witnessed the power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan during an unexpected encounter, and from that moment, he became utterly obsessed with its might. He sought to seize the bodies of Uchiha clan members through his unique jutsu, the body replacement technique, allowing his consciousness to transfer into another vessel, thereby attaining immortality. After years of relentless human experimentation, Orochimaru successfully perfected this forbidden art. Though techniques tied to eternal life are strictly prohibited, he sacrificed countless lives in pursuit of his ambition. Yet once the technique is executed, the user cannot perform another transfer for 3 full years. Through it, however, the Uchiha's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, could be claimed as one's own. Initially, Orochimaru set his sights on Itachi Uchiha, the clan's legendary prodigy and the very one who had annihilated his kin. But having proven no match for Itachi, he reluctantly abandoned that plan and turned instead toward Sasuke, the younger brother. After all, only the two of them remained publicly acknowledged as surviving Uchiha. Orochimaru was no desperate opportunist. He first needed to assess Sasuke's potential. Thus, during the second phase of the Chunin exams, he dispatched 3 grass village shinobi, then silently eliminated them, flayed their faces, and assumed their identities to infiltrate the exam. His sole purpose was to test Sasuke's aptitude, and like a serpent to offer temptation. Though Sasuke did not recognize Orochimaru, and though Orochimaru wore a flawless disguise, even deceiving his own student Anko, he sensed one undeniable truth: this foe stood beyond his reach, separated by a chasm of existence he could never bridge. Even against Zabuza, he had never felt such paralyzing dread. Fear now flooded his heart, leaving only one instinct: flight. How could he possibly escape? To flee single-mindedly, however, would guarantee failure. Just then a figure descended from above, drawing a blade and slashing toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's brow furrowed. How had this intruder evaded his perception entirely? Years of serpentine jutsu cultivation had honed his senses to near-reptilian acuity. He detected danger through minute shifts in ambient temperature. His forked tongue sampled scents from the air, granting him uncanny environmental awareness. Moreover, serpents summoned by Orochimaru coiled throughout the vicinity, acting as extensions of his vigilance. To approach so stealthily and strike without warning could only mean one thing: this was a master among masters. Orochimaru did not hesitate. He recoiled, evading the blade, then turned to glimpse his assailant's face. Or rather, he glimpsed nothing at all. The figure wore the mask and uniform of Konoha Zanbu. Had the village's elite forces arrived to intervene? Sakura, desperately trying to save Naruto, faltered. This was still the Chunin exams. Why had Anbu appeared? Perhaps Sakura had yet to learn of the Anbu. Yet we may assume Kakashi had already introduced them. Still, if this masked figure had come to protect them, were they now safe? Sasuke, however, perceived something entirely different, for this silhouette was achingly familiar. The uniform, the mask, the stance, recurring endlessly night after night in his darkest dreams. The man he swore to destroy with every fiber of his being, his own elder brother Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke clenched his fist over his chest, gripping his shirt as his heart threatened to burst from fury. Impossible. Why would he appear here? No, it must merely be resemblance. Sasuke refused to believe Itachi, the perpetrator of the clan massacre, would dare return to the village. He clung instead to the notion that this was but a lookalike. At that moment, Orochimaru smiled faintly, a nostalgic lilt in his voice. It has been some time, Itachi. I never imagined our reunion as traitors would take place in our homeland. It truly is him. Sasuke's expression twisted in anguish. The figure resembling Itachi remained silent. When he offered no reply, Orochimaru peeled away his disguise, revealing his true visage, and chuckled. You've returned for what purpose? To protect your little brother. Itachi discarded his mask and spoke coldly. Orochimaru, do not lay a hand on Sasuke. They mentioned Sasuke. Both their targets are Sasuke. No, I must get him out of here. Sakura, forgetting Naruto entirely, resolved to extract Sasuke from the battlefield at once. She began Sasuke-ken, but before she could utter another word, Sasuke lunged forward, drawing a kunai and driving it toward Itachi's exposed back. Itachi, he roared, charging, though shouting one's target's name before striking hardly qualifies as stealth. Indeed, Sasuke's judgment had been obliterated by hatred. Yet while his action was reckless, Itachi's response was even more astonishing. He neither moved nor flinched, allowing the blade to pierce his back. I struck true. Sasuke exulted. Was his lifelong obsession finally fulfilled? The murder of his parents, the slaughter of his clan, years of torment, had vengeance at last arrived. Wait, this feels wrong. A substitution jutsu. Upon penetration, Sasuke realized his error. The Itachi he'd stabbed dissolved into crows, reassembling behind him before slamming him violently to the ground. Damn it. After all these years, am I still powerless? Sasuke cried in despair. What had changed since those earlier days? He remained effortlessly subdued beneath Itachi's foot. Had all his training, all his suffering been utterly in vain? Then Itachi spoke. Calm yourself, Sasuke. Precisely now, when rage clouds your vision, you must hold fast to clarity. Sasuke froze, bewildered. This tone, this presence, it was all wrong. This was not the cold-blooded murderer, the merciless killer known as Itachi Uchiha, but rather the gentle elder brother who had always watched him with quiet, unwavering affection. Seeing Sasuke regain composure, Itachi continued, your opponent is a disciple of the third Hokage, the legendary Sannin of Konoha. He is extraordinarily dangerous. You stand no chance against him. Take your friends and leave, now. Nanny. Sasuke stared stunned. Such tenderness could belong only to his beloved brother. So who then was that monstrous killer? An impostor masquerading as his brother? Or perhaps a fractured psyche, one half kind, the other monstrous? No, he's deceiving me. After all, he is the greatest liar of all. Sasuke settled upon the answer most palatable to his heart, yet failed to notice how softly his thoughts had begun to flow. Indeed, deep down he longed far more for his brother to remain that gentle soul than to accept him as a monster. Just then serpentine heads surged forward, striking simultaneously at both Sasuke and Itachi. Shadow Clone Snake Hand. A crank jutsu wherein multiple serpents concealed within the sleeves launch a surprise assault, constricting or biting their prey. Summoned and enhanced, these serpents possess superior strength and cunning. Itachi kicked Sasuke hard toward Sakura. He kicked me. So he is still the villain. Then swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a clone. The clone intercepted the serpentine barrage and detonated instantly. This was Itachi's signature technique, clone explosion, summoning a crow clone that self-destructs upon contact, inflicting devastating area damage. Even Kakashi's calm state Sharingan could not detect its deception. Itachi required no seals to trigger the blast, and its force was immense. In effect, the clone and the serpentine hands canceled each other out. Itachi immediately raised his gaze, only to find Orochimaru vanished. Unfazed, he remarked coolly, "Is this your prepared countermeasure against the Sharingan?" Orochimaru's laughter echoed from all directions. Facing you, one must prepare thoroughly. At that moment, a colossal serpent crashed through a tree, jaws wide, lunging at Itachi. Itachi formed seals again, but not to cast a jutsu. Instead, he fixed the serpent with a piercing gaze of his Sharingan, and the beast froze immobilized. Through sheer ocular dominance, he had seized control of Orochimaru's summoned serpent. Meanwhile, the hand seals he'd formed were not wasted. He redirected his chakra toward Sasuke. Itachi Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. A crank jutsu wherein flames erupt from the mouth like scattering seeds of the impatience flower, dispersing in all directions to engulf enemies. Each flame was precisely guided by chakra. Evading them all demanded superhuman reflexes. Visually dazzling, the technique wielded formidable destructive power. Sakura, standing beside Sasuke, gaped. Hadn't they just agreed to protect them? Why was Itachi now attacking Sasuke? Sasuke, however, understood instantly. He spun and shielded Sakura, and as if guided by will, the phoenix flames veered around him, hurling themselves instead at the twin serpentine jaws closing in from either side. The earlier serpent had been mere misdirection. Orochimaru's true objective remained Sasuke, via the multi-shadow clone snake hand, a rank evolution of the original technique, multiplying serpents to execute coordinated intimidation, restraint, and capture. In an instant, dozens of serpents erupted, each assigned distinct roles, delivering layered, overwhelming assault before the target could even react. Phoenix flames shattered most of the serpents, but several survived intact. One serpent's head swelled grotesquely, jaws parting to disgorge Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru's combat style was recursive. He summoned serpents who in turn disgorged him. He drew swords which serpents then brandished. He vomited serpents that vomited swords that vomited serpents, like nested dolls of flesh and fawn. In essence, he had refined the serpent's molting instinct into a grotesque regenerative warfare doctrine. Frankly, it was revolting. Now fully manifested, Orochimaru opened his maw wide, intent on swallowing Sasuke whole, then spiriting him away. Itachi sealed rapidly and called out Sasuke. Hearing that long unheard voice, Sasuke acted on instinct, launching his clan's inherited fire technique, Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Orochimaru countered with matching precision. Wind Release Great Breakthrough. Orochimaru's signature wind jutsu crank unleashed via single-hand seal. From his mouth erupted a gale whose scale reflected the caster's mastery. Orochimaru's gust dwarfed Sasuke's fireball, dispersing it effortlessly, hurling both Sasuke and Sakura backward. Yet Sasuke's attack was not futile. It bought Itachi the critical opening he needed. Once more, Itachi launched the Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. while Orochimaru responded identically with the great breakthrough, scattering the flames. But this dispersion proved catastrophic, revealing hidden shuriken concealed within the fire. This was the Phoenix Sage Fire Claw Crimson, a reinforced variant embedding projectiles within the blaze. The wind scattered the flames and exposed the shuriken. Dozens pierced Orochimaru's body, transforming him into a living pincushion. Simultaneously, Itachi closed in, short sword drawn, and drove it straight into Orochimaru's forehead with a sharp metallic shank. Had the Serpent Sage fallen at last? Hardly. Orochimaru was the ultimate survivor, the shinobi who defined endurance. If he claimed second place in longevity, none would dare claim first. At the moment of impact, Orochimaru's body deflated like a punctured balloon, his serpent-style substitution jutsu. Without seals, he expelled his true form from his outer shell, evading even certain death, though for others such evasion would drain vast reserves of chakra. Itachi noted a slit opening beneath the desiccated serpent skin, the exit through which Orochimaru's core self had emerged. A grotesque surgical birth. Orochimaru vanished, and with him silence. Only his spectral voice lingered, truly worthy of you, Itachi. Engaging you without thorough preparation is indeed perilous. Itachi replied calmly, before these eyes you hold no path to victory, Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, as ever unshaken in confidence. Very well, I shall withdraw for now, but I will not abandon Sasuke-kun, nor can you guard him eternally, Itachi. After all, you too are a traitor. With that his voice faded, leaving uncertainty as to whether he truly departed. Meanwhile, the serpent that had ensnared Naruto dissolved with a soft pop, its summoning dispelled. Naruto, mid-preparation to burst the serpent's belly with a shadow clone, tumbled helplessly onto the forest floor, utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? Regardless of Orochimaru's retreat, Itachi had no reason to linger, and donned his mask, once more preparing to depart. Then Sasuke shouted, "Stop, Itachi." The battle had tempered his fury. Now composed, he issued a deliberate challenge. "Why have you returned to Konoha?" Itachi paused, not turning fully but glancing back slightly. "Truth remains cloaked in darkness, and my purpose dwells there too. If you seek truth, grow stronger. For now you cannot even intervene in battles waged by true power." With those words he dissolved into a flock of crows. "Stop, answer me first." His plea went unanswered. Itachi was gone. Damn it. Sasuke slammed his fist into a tree. 5 years had passed since the night of annihilation. And still, he remained unchanged. Utterly powerless. Why am I so weak? His anguished cry echoed through the forest of death. After leaving, Itachi did not linger but kept fleeing into the distance while thinking to himself, the experience of defeating Orochimaru has been accounted for, and it has stimulated Sasuke in a reasonable way, allowing him to grow stronger from his previous complacency. This Itachi is not the real Itachi, but rather a shadow version created by the sage whose purpose was the inner monologue just now, gaining combat experience against Orochimaru and stimulating Sasuke. This battle was won rather fortuitously. After all, Itachi during his time in the Umbu was quite dangerous to fight against Orochimaru. If Orochimaru had fought the sage without restraint, it would have likely ended badly for the sage. Fortunately, due to the experience of being swiftly killed by Itachi before, Orochimaru was extremely wary of him and retreated immediately, otherwise it would have been difficult to handle later. At that moment the sage sensed something, but still thought to himself without revealing it, "Is Orochimaru tracking me?" Sure enough, he didn't retreat honestly. Since that is the case. With a sudden sound, the shadow version of Itachi turned into a crow and vanished. After a while, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, muttering as he disappeared. Did he leave using a jutsu? But it seemed more like a shadow clone was dispelled. Orochimaru did not continue to speak, but lowered his head to ponder. He had some doubts about the identity of this Itachi, as there was no reason for the real Itachi to appear here alone. However, judging from the way he disappeared just now, was this a shadow clone sent here? If so, Orochimaru's previous departure was rather hasty. Forget it. Although I didn't plant a curse mark on Sasuke, his desire for power, after what just happened, he already has it. Next, I just need to find an opportunity to further entice him. Orochimaru is very confident that Sasuke will come to him. After all, there is currently no one in Konoha who can teach Sasuke. If he wants to gain power, he can only choose to come here. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly jumped in. It's Kabuto's team. Kabuto immediately reported, "Lord Orochimaru, the entire TOS squad has seemingly perished." By the way, when Kabuto came forward to report, he and the 2 members of his team showed displeasure. Well, Kabuto is not yet the second in command, and there is competition among them, so these 2 naturally felt unhappy with Kabuto's self-centered behavior. Oh, they died so quickly. Orochimaru felt slightly puzzled. Although he didn't take them seriously, he understood their strength. Among the teams participating in the Chunin exam, only the elite squad sent by the Sand Ninja could swiftly kill them, but that squad entered from the other side's entrance and shouldn't have arrived so quickly. Kabuto continued his report. There are traces of wood release used at the scene of their deaths. Oh, this news is quite interesting. Let's go take a look. Orochimaru followed Kabuto and the others as they left. Their bodies have all disappeared. Kabuto continued. Orochimaru rested his chin on his hand and said, "Oh, have they been disposed of? What are the specifics?" "Exactly." Kabuto explained further about what happened. "We followed Lord Orochimaru's instructions to inform those three about their next mission. However, upon arriving at the agreed-upon location, we found that they had disappeared with only slight traces of a struggle, their broken equipment, and evidence of wood release used, and then nothing else. So there was not even any blood left." Orochimaru asked. Kabuto replied, "No, a pit was dug in the ground, as if both the people and the earth were taken away. The method of disposing of bodies and erasing traces is to throw all related items into the Kamui space directly. After all, Kakashi has been practicing Kamui recently, and has been casually tossing things into the Kamui space, so throwing things in there won't surprise the owner of that space, but will only make him scold Kakashi. Can that fool stop throwing trash into my space?" That seems to be the case. In that case, it will be difficult to investigate. The other party seems unwilling to reveal any information related to themselves, which clearly stimulates Orochimaru's curiosity, making him want to know who that person is. "Do you need me to investigate?" Kabuto asked. "I'll assign this task to you for now." After thinking seriously, Orochimaru decided to hand the task to Kabuto. After all, he still had the Konoha collapse plan to execute. His Sound Ninja Village also lacks manpower, and there are many things he has to handle personally. For this mysterious figure, Orochimaru planned to take his time. After all, what he has the least of right now is time. However, this scene was observed by someone hiding in the shadows. The rebel thought, "Oh no, has Orochimaru set his sights on me? It seems trouble is coming." Well, the one being troubled is the main body, and if this incident can make him abandon the idea of hiding and developing becoming more aggressive. Oh, that would be nice. The rebel noticed Kabuto and the others' movements, so he stealthily followed them. Clearly, the rebel is not afraid of trouble. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke himself is oblivious to what is happening as he has just saved a red-haired girl. Zhou Ke kicked aside the bear he had taken down with his taijutsu, looking at the girl who was frightened by the bear, and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" The girl did not respond to Zhou Ke, but trembled as she hugged her scroll, her gaze wavering, as if she was trying hard to focus, mumbling something about glasses. Oh, she is nearsighted. Zhou Ke sensed the source of the girl's fear and proactively helped her find her glasses. He quickly spotted them on the ground and handed them to her simultaneously, teasing her, "Red hair, your hair is red. Quite special. Huh, red hair." With glasses on the red-haired girl, Zhou Ke's brain automatically retrieved a certain character. "Oh, thank you." The girl instinctively expressed her gratitude and then put on her glasses, seeing Zhou Ke's appearance. A boy with short black hair. Not exactly handsome, but above average in looks. Nonetheless, quite pleasing. This was the girl's first impression of Zhou Ke. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke looked at the girl and curiously asked, "You should be called Xiangling, right? You know me?" The girl asked in confusion while also harboring some doubts. This person wouldn't have ulterior motives, would he? She tightened her grip on the scroll. "Xiangling, the correct name should be Xianglin, but I have gotten used to Xiangling, so let's stick with it. Is a red-haired beauty with glasses, a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessing powerful chakra and excellent sensory abilities. Xiangling has a fiery temperament, is stubborn, and expresses her likes and dislikes very directly. Well, I've gathered most of the intelligence from this Chunin exam." Zhou Ke puffs out his chest and said, though that's what he claimed, he actually hadn't gathered any information, and he had forgotten that she was also participating in this year's Chunin exam before meeting Xiangling. To avoid awkwardness, Zhou Ke continued, "I remember you are from the Grass Ninja Village, right? So we are rivals. Well, good luck, see you." "Huh, aren't you here to steal the scroll?" Xiangling asked in confusion. "Or are you worried about that? My team has already gathered the scrolls, so just keep yours safe." Saying this, Zhou Ke jumped towards the distance. Watching Zhou Ke about to leave, Xiangling thought for a moment, and immediately followed, "Wait, can you do me a favor?" "A favor? What kind of favor? We are rivals after all." Zhou Ke said somewhat speechlessly. "Saving your life without asking for a reward is already quite generous. Why are you pushing your luck? Please, I will reward you," Xiangling pleaded. Zhou Ke asked with curiosity, "A reward? What kind of reward? If there's a reward, then we can talk about anything. Can you help me find my teammates?" Xiangling stated her request. Zhou Ke looked around and said, "I see, so you are here alone because you got separated from your teammates and you want me to help you find them." This deadly forest is like Zhou Ke's backyard, but it is different for Xiangling. After all, she can't even defeat a giant bear, so this forest is too dangerous for her. Now that she has Zhou Ke, who looks easy to talk to, as a helper, of course, she wants to give it a try. Xiangling, fearing Zhou Ke would refuse, continued, "I know their location. You just need to take me near there." That sounds simple, but why should I help you? What reward can you offer me?" We are rivals after all. To impress me and get me to help you, the reward has to be substantial. This Xiangling couldn't think of what reward to give him at once. Money doesn't seem very enticing, and the other party's scrolls are already gathered. What can she offer? Xiangling thought for a moment and realized a key question. Since the man in front of her has already gathered his scrolls, why is he here alone? Could it be that he also got separated from his teammates? Thinking of this, Xiangling asked, "Why are you here alone?" "Me. I'm here to find someone to fight," Zhou Ke said, clenching his fists. "Don't be fooled by my refined appearance. Oh, I actually love to fight, and I want to eliminate rivals as much as possible at this stage." "Huh, then does that mean I'm a target too?" Xiangling shrank back. "You? Not really, you're too weak," Zhou Ke said disdainfully. "Fighting a bear is already so tiring. Even if he battles her, the experience gained wouldn't be much. It's better to continue hunting in the wild." "A fight?" Xiangling suddenly thought of something and said, "In that case, I can help you find an opponent. How about that?" Xiangling specializes in using sensory ninjutsu, Kagura's eye, one of the abilities of the Uzumaki clan. By closing her eyes and opening her mind's eye, she can sense abnormal movements within a radius of several dozen kilometers using chakra. If there is a specific chakra identified, she can also sense detailed positions and movements. She can grasp details such as the number of opponents, their characteristics, and even their speed of movement. Additionally, when in danger, she can hide her chakra, possessing the power to escape all dangers, though it seems ineffective against animals. Moreover, she can use her ability to sense others' chakra to determine if they are lying. Because of this ability, despite only exchanging a few words, Xiangling judged Zhou Ke to be a trustworthy person. With this ability, Xiangling can help Zhou Ke quickly find opponents. "Oh, really?" Zhou Ke asked curiously. He also thought of Xiangling's ability, and with that she could indeed quickly locate enemies. Zhou Ke currently lacks sensory abilities and can only wander around looking for enemies, which is incredibly inefficient. Now that he has a radar willing to help, he feels he can't miss this opportunity. He must seize it. Thus Zhou Ke said to Xiangling, "If you can help me, I don't mind taking you to your teammates." "Okay, since you agreed, it's settled." Xiangling immediately began searching for people using Kagura's eye to sense, and then jumped back like a startled rabbit. Seeing Xiangling's startled expression, Zhou Ke curiously asked, "What scared you?" "I sensed a chilling and terrifying chakra. It feels like a snake is staring at me." "A snake? That must be Orochimaru," Zhou Ke recalled. Only Orochimaru fits the description of someone terrifying and snake-like. Knowing that Orochimaru is still wandering in this forest, Zhou Ke found it strange. Didn't the sage disguise himself as Itachi to fight Orochimaru? How could Orochimaru act as if nothing is wrong? Could it be that the sage lost? The most reliable sage losing? Zhou Ke found it hard to imagine. At this moment, Xiangling noticed something and thought to herself, besides that dark chakra, there is also a strong chakra, whose nature is very similar to this person beside me, but the emotions are completely different. On the surface, there seems to be nothing, but internally, anger, a very strong anger. What is going on? Xiangling looked at Zhou Ke in confusion, as Zhou Ke's chakra felt almost identical to that of the other presence. But the emotions are completely opposite. What could this mean? Xiangling didn't mention this, but shifted the topic. "You don't seem to be surprised by my abilities." Zhou Ke pointed to himself with a thumbs up and said, "I am very capable. Known as the jack of all trades. Your ability is called Kagura's eye, the secret ability of the Uzumaki clan, right?" Xiangling pouted and said discontentedly, "Actually, you came specifically to find me, didn't you? If you didn't know the ability, it would be one thing, but knowing my ability makes it hard not to suspect your intentions." Zhou Ke spread his hands and said, "On my honor, I really only remembered your ability after seeing you. This is a heartfelt confession, sincere and genuine, truly from the bottom of my heart, right?" No, it feels more like an act lacking any sincerity, but ironically in Xiangling's perception, everything Zhou Ke said seemed to be true. Is her sensing ability malfunctioning, or is it, as she initially felt, that this man is exceptionally sincere? Xiangling did not know the answer, but for now she indeed needs this man's help to continue moving forward. This is quite troublesome. Does Zhou Ke have feelings for Xiangling? Of course he does. Upon seeing Xiangling, Zhou Ke thought to himself that such talent wasted in Shaoran Cun would be a pity. It would be even more wasteful if Dashi Wan or Zhuozhu took her. Better to recruit her as his own subordinate. He spoke plainly throughout because of Xiangling's nature. Lies would accomplish little, sincerity might move her more. But sincerity alone would not be enough to sway a person, so Zhou Ke continued, "There is little future for you in Shaoran Cun. Interested in joining me? Compensation can be negotiated, salary, and such. I can give you a lot of money." Xiangling said nothing and simply stared at Zhou Ke. "Well, it was only a suggestion, you need not take it to heart." Zhou Ke waved his hand. Expecting one line to make someone change sides was unrealistic, but time was on his side. "Enough about that for now. Continue with the commission you promised me." Have you found the opponent? Found them over there. Xiangling pointed. Understood. Can you keep up with my speed? Zhou Ke asked as he prepared to depart. Is your speed very fast? Xiangling teased. Though Zhou Ke was stronger, his earlier leaps had not seemed extraordinarily swift. Zhou Ke smiled faintly, then with a tone meant to astonish Xiangling said, and now you will witness what I call the golden flash. Transform. With a bang, Zhou Ke assumed the form of Shui Min Jinin. Xiangling's heart inexplicably thudded 3 times in quick succession. Was it palpitations? No, she was simply smitten. How can such a perfect face exist in this world? That face belongs in heaven, she thought sincerely. Indeed, the owner of that face seemed heavenly in that moment. Outwardly, Zhou Ke smiled gently while inside, he felt triumphant plan succeeded. He had always thought Shui Min's visage would work wonders. The scheme to use that face to charm women had proven effective. Xiangling, struck as if by fate, blushed and asked Zhou Ke, is this your true face? Zhou Ke immediately broke character and replied with a deadpan expression, using Shui Min's face. No, this is what the 4th Si Dai Huang looked like as a boy. Because he's handsome, I often take this visage. Xiangling, seeing the ruse exposed, became furious. If it's not your real face, why do you take this form? Just to deceive girls. Being handsome makes one more welcomed, Zhou Ke replied playfully. Judging by how you acted earlier, weren't you tempted to run off with me? Xiangling's face flushed crimson. He was right, and she had no retort. Why couldn't I control myself earlier? Zhou Ke continued, moreover, this face is a special advantage against members of the Xuanhua clan. The 4th Si Dai Huang's wife was from the Xuanhua bloodline like you. Ah, is that so? How did you know I am of the Xuanhua clan? Xiangling was puzzled. Chaoran Siyuan did not know of her origins, and she had almost forgotten the word Xuanhua herself, having heard it only from her mother when young. Zhou Ke plucked at Xiangling's red hair and said, you did not know. The Xuanhua clan is known for its crimson hair. Incidentally, my best friend is from the Xuanhua clan too, though his father's blonde lineage suppressed that crimson and he became blonde. Ah, is that true? Well, whatever. I've never met other Xuanhua folk, so what does it matter if the hair is red or not? Xiangling shrugged indifferently. Zhou Ke stroked his chin and asked curiously, you seem more carefree now. You used to be reserved, a shy kind of beauty. Has your nature changed? So what if it has? Does it bother you? Xiangling snapped, as she had a temper too. Perhaps the women of the Xuanhua clan truly carried the fiery blood of scarlet peppers. No, I would never complain. Zhou Ke laughed and swept Xiangling into his arms. Hey, what are you doing? Xiangling was startled by the sudden lift. It's quicker this way, Zhou Ke said, carrying her in a classic princely hold as he ran toward the direction she had pointed. Hey, that's cheating. Xiangling protested indignantly, though her blush betrayed a shy pleasure. She, a gentle water-like beauty in her own mind, was now cradled lightly by a commanding man in a princely embrace. 2 roseate clouds of color bloomed on her cheeks like spring peach blossoms, shy and alluring. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and draped her in a soft, mysterious glow. The man's arms were sturdy, as if they could bear the weight of the world. His deep eyes held tenderness and resolve, as if at that instant he would shelter her from all harm. Could any woman withstand such a scene? Especially with that very handsome face, even knowing it was a disguise, it was hard to resist. No wonder Xiangling accused Zhou Ke of cheating. Using another's visage to ensnare hearts felt dishonest. Zhou Ke asked, shall I put you down? No, keep me like this for now, she replied. Though she knew the face was false, the experience felt genuine. In her years aside from her mother, no one had treated her with such gentleness. Could she not for once savor it? Who would dare stop her? In short, whether real or not, Xiangling resolved to enjoy the moment. After leaping toward the direction Xiangling had indicated, Zhou Ke soon spotted the target, a small team from Yuan. Target locked. Ready? Zhou Ke asked the one in his arms. Wait, what are you going to do? Xiangling, still basking in warmth, suddenly felt a jolt of unease. It ran through her like an electric shock. Of course this. With sudden movement, Zhou Ke flung Xiangling high into the air. You bastard. The abrupt weightlessness made Xiangling cry out in alarm. Could he not warn her first? The 3 ninja from Yuan were equally startled. What was that crimson-haired woman screaming in the sky? Her shriek drew all 3 men's attention upward, and none noticed Zhou Ke at their feet drawing kunai. Then the golden flash erupted. 3 swift strikes, and the 3 Yuan Jinin collapsed without even seeing their assailant. A brutal clean finish. At that moment, Zhou Ke caught Xiangling as she fell back down. That was so fast. Xiangling was dumbfounded. She had braced for impact, yet Zhou Ke had swept through the foes with a blur of motion and then caught her. Was this some acrobatic performance? How do you feel? Romantic, perhaps? Zhou Ke asked in return. I only feel that you are reckless, Xiangling sighed. His prowess was unfathomable. With him clearing the field, her chance of promotion might rise. If she later performed even a little well, she might pass. This made her feel she had little hope of becoming Chunin on her own. Also take this, Zhou Ke said, shoving a scroll he had seized from the Uren trio into Xiangling's hands. You're giving it to me. Xiangling was puzzled. Her own team had failed to secure that scroll, yet this stranger handed it over casually. I told you, my squad said already, that scroll is useless to me. Consider it a gift. If you wish to repay me, keep helping me seek out enemies. After defeating the 3 Uren ninja, Zhou Ke felt emboldened and intended to continue, clearing every team in his path. She thought, he is strong. If I help him eliminate the other contenders, my odds of promotion will rise considerably. The Chunin exam did not promote only the top champion. A solid performance could suffice. But without opportunities to showcase talent, strength alone was meaningless. If Zhou Ke removed those she could not face, she might shine later and pass. Xiangling embraced this plan and decided to aid Zhou Ke further. She resumed using her Shinkagai-like perception, but the sensing produced an anomaly. Strange, his chakra feels different now, she thought. If they had not remained together, she would have suspected a swap. But being beside him the whole time made it perplexing. His chakra's nature had shifted, warm as the sun. What could explain it? Found another enemy? Zhou Ke asked. Found one. Xiangling did not mention the odd sensation. If it were a secret, she should not speak of it. Would be safer to pretend ignorance. She kept the strange feeling to herself, not wanting to risk drawing unwelcome attention. Xiangling relayed the enemy's position and Zhou Ke resumed his killing spree, his aim to become the undisputed Slayer King. Equipment was prepared. The next dawn, Ming Ren's squad awakened from sleep. They stirred often during the night. After all, they were still in the Chunin exam, and the forest bristled with danger, so someone had to keep watch. After a simple meal, Xiaoying asked curiously, was last night unusually quiet? On the first night, there had been no sounds, allowing them a deep sleep. In a normal place that might be fine, but this was the death forest teeming with beasts. Such silence felt unnatural. Zhuozhu nodded in agreement and analyzed, indeed too quiet. The animals in this forest seemed to sense danger and have hidden away. They must be afraid of me, Ming Ren said proudly. Zhuozhu no longer cared to humor that fool and inwardly mused, danger. That snake-like man. The thought of a serpent carried a certain menace, perhaps Itachi. Damn, why am I afraid? Zhuozhu steadied his trembling hand. Whether thinking of Da Shiwan or Itachi, Zhuozhu's body reacted with conditioned fear, an ingrained dread that gripped him. Facing an opponent whose mere motion could end him made Zhuozhu quake. The terror of death coexisted with a burning frustration at his own lack of talent. I need power, more power, he thought, clenching his fist. This half-hearted way of getting stronger could not continue. He had to find a rapid path to strength. But how? He saw no path, and the uncertainty darkened his expression. Ming Ren and Xiaoying noticed Zhuozhu's gloomy face and clenched hand. Xiaoying wondered silently what's wrong with Zhuozhu. She dared not ask and did not understand his mood. Ming Ren, ever blunt, said, Zhuozhu, does your stomach hurt? If you need the restroom, I have paper. Zhuozhu was left speechless. Could he stab Ming Ren with a kunai for that remark? Seeing Zhuozhu's murderous expression, Ming Ren sobered and declared, it's normal for us to be underpowered. We just graduated and are not even Chunin yet. But I will not stop here. I will grow stronger and become acknowledged by everyone as Hokage. If you cannot, then watch me and despair trailing behind. Who are you calling the trailer? Xiaoying rebuked and punched Ming Ren lightly on the forehead. Ming Ren thought ruefully, I only said that to spur him on. Still, that was too much, Xiaoying said as she glowered. Feeling remorseful, Xiaoying smoothed Ming Ren's hair. The gesture made Ming Ren blissful. She cared for me, she has feelings for me. Xiaoying found his elation exasperating. Why was he so gleeful? Watching the banters, Zhuozhu forced a wry smile and mocked himself inwardly. I lack even his courage. What am I doing? After self-mockery, he lifted his gaze to the sky. Ming Ren is right. I am not even Chunin and yet dream of surpassing Itachi. That is fantasy. My strength has improved, and I see the gap between me and Itachi more clearly. I must train harder with that goal, grow stronger, and eventually learn the truth hidden in the darkness from that man. Though nearly drawn into the chakra's darkness by Da Shiwan and an Itachi cosplay by some sage, under Ming Ren's influence, Zhuozhu returned to the path of light and pressed on. Perhaps the root of his instability was his brother's habit of playing Night of the Annihilation recordings dozens of times. No wonder he was unhinged. Truly a peculiar Uchiha mind. Without that meddling, his brother might not have become the legendary renegade. At that moment, the three sensed something and turned toward the same direction. Ming Ren said seriously, Zhuozhu, did you hear that? You heard it too, I did. Someone approaches. Prepare for battle. Zhuozhu ordered. Ming Ren dashed forward alone. Idiot, don't act alone. Zhuozhu admonished, then told Xiaoying, you provide support and watch our flanks. Don't let anyone sneak behind us. Xiaoying nodded, understood. Having given orders, Zhuge followed immediately. Ming Ren as the vanguard collided face-to-face with the approaching figure. Ming Ren, Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke, well, it's you lot. Both felt hostility and ready to trade blows, but upon recognizing each other they quickly stilled, only to have their faces bump together. The impact shook leaves from the trees. The collision was forceful. They staggered to the ground holding their heads. Ming Ren complained first, "If it's you, at least shout a warning." Zhou Ke retorted, "Brother, this is a wilderness elimination match. Who would announce their position in advance?" Ming Ren conceded with a nod, "True." By then Zhuge had arrived and frowned at Zhou Ke. "Keep distance from him, Ming Ren. We cannot be certain he is really Zhou Ke." Zhuge's caution was not unfounded. Earlier in the arena someone had impersonated Ming Ren to ambush them. "He is Zhou Ke. I can be certain of that," Ming Ren declared, who would fail to recognize his friend. "I'm touched by your faith, but Zhuge makes a good point." "Be careful," Zhou Ke said as he rose from the ground. "I could dispatch such ambushers with ease." "No need to worry," Ming Ren boasted, unwilling to admit Zhuge had reason. Zhuge scratched his head helplessly. Ming Ren's empty bravado made him wish Zhou Ke were a teammate instead. Ming Ren did not press the issue and instead asked Zhou Ke, "Are you operating alone?" "Well, you could say that," Zhou Ke replied awkwardly. He felt awkward explaining that his decoy had already checked in at the finish. If the examiners discovered he had a substitute, their results might be voided. The second phase required each team's 3 members to present the scrolls at the tower center in person, so technically Zhou Ke was bending the rules. Zhuge asked bluntly, "Did you do something against the rules?" Zhou Ke summarized the situation. Ming Ren asked, puzzled, "Your squad already cleared phase 2. That fast? And you had a decoy pass while you went out alone to clear the field. Aren't you going a bit far?" "Sorry, but if you call it going far, I don't want to hear it from you," Zhou Ke retorted. After all, Ming Ren was no stranger to audacity. At that moment a voice called out, "Hey, wait for me." Xiangling appeared carrying a bundle of scrolls. Zhuge looked at Xiangling curiously, "And this is?" Zhou Ke introduced her. "Oh, she's Xiangling. We met by chance and formed a temporary team." Xiangling indignantly tossed a scroll at Zhou Ke's head. "You do know I'm your temporary teammate, not your servant. Why am I carrying all the scrolls?" Zhou Ke shot back. "You weren't much help in combat. The only useful role was collecting spoils." "What do you mean my only role was gathering spoils? I did the scouting. At first you treated me so gently. Then you started slacking. Where is that promised princely embrace?" Xiangling poured out her grievances. Having spent the night running with Zhou Ke, she was exhausted. What benefit had she reaped besides a single scroll? Was he not going to let her rejoin her team? Had she become a tool? The sweet words at the start felt like lies. In the end, not even the handsome face remained. Zhou Ke scratched his head sheepishly. "Carrying you all night is tiring. My arms can't hold out forever, and my transformation cannot last indefinitely. Fine, I'll return you to your team now." He took a scroll from Xiangling, tossed it to Ming Ren, and said, "You probably don't have this corresponding scroll. Take it. This lets you go straight to the central tower to clear this phase. I'm taking her away now." Saying that, Zhou Ke lifted Xiangling and leapt away. Ming Ren marveled. Zhou Ke is really something. Zhuge's brow furrowed. He realized, "I thought we were on the same level, but Zhou Ke is stronger." Zhuge had glanced at the woman Zhou Ke carried. She held 9 scrolls. That meant Zhou Ke had defeated 9 squads in one night. Putting himself in Zhou Ke's position, Zhuge lacked the confidence to match such a feat. It made him re-evaluate. Being called a genius has inflated me. Others, coarse brow Zhou Ke, even Ming Ren, are not weak and have worked harder. The memory of powerlessness before Dashi won and Itachi returned. "Oh well, I must work harder," he concluded, steadying himself. Regaining composure, Zhuge told Ming Ren, "Let's return. A Xiaoying alone could be in danger." "Okay." Ming Ren nodded, and the two headed back. The trio then proceeded toward the tower carrying the scrolls. Zhou Ke walked towards her teammates while holding Xiangling. Xiangling gazed at Zhou Ke's profile, unable to help but think, although this guy treats people like tools, he is actually quite gentle. After spending an entire night together, Xiangling had gained some understanding of Zhou Ke. Well, it was just this internal monologue. "By the way, I still don't know his name. Ew, I just heard something like Zhou something." Since Xiangling wasn't present when his name was called, she still didn't know Zhou Ke's name. Running around with someone whose name she didn't even know for an entire night. This felt so strange. At that moment, Xiangling suddenly felt something and nervously warned, "Wait, someone strong is approaching, but feels like someone who looks a lot like you." "Huh? Someone who looks like me?" Zhou Ke questioned, puzzled, and then it seemed he felt something as well, quickly stepping back. At that moment, a kunai suddenly appeared where he had been standing. Was someone throwing kunai at Zhou Ke? Zhou Ke helplessly set Xiangling aside and picked up the kunai, throwing it upwards. What a quick reaction. The rebellious one sitting in the tree fork caught the kunai Zhou Ke threw back. Zhou Ke stared with dead fish eyes, and said, "Rebellious, do you want to revolt?" "Ha ha, I wouldn't dare, but it's just. While I was working hard, you were there flirting, which really annoyed me." The rebellious one sulked, pouting. "Zhou Ke, what do you mean flirting? I am training my tool." Of course, he couldn't say that out loud, or all his previous actions would be in vain. "Alright, I won't criticize your lazy behavior anymore. Here, take these." The rebellious one tossed 5 scrolls to Zhou Ke. "What are these?" Zhou Ke asked curiously as he received the scrolls. "I took down 5 groups. But it seems my efficiency isn't as high as yours." The rebellious one glanced at Xiangling. Having a perceptive ninja's help certainly made things faster than wandering around alone. "Alright, I'm done with my tasks. I'm going back to rest." With that, the rebellious one prepared to dispel himself. However, just as he was about to dispel, he thought of something and smiled at Zhou Ke, saying, "By the way, it seems I've caught the attention of Orochimaru. Be mentally prepared." "Huh? What did you say?" Zhou Ke exclaimed, shocked. How did he get targeted by Orochimaru just by going out for a stroll? Before Zhou Ke could ask further, the rebellious one dispelled, vanishing. Watching the rebellious one turn back into air, Zhou Ke said gloomily, "Damn you, immortal." This was just what he feared. Being targeted by a pervert like Orochimaru, the future would be tough. Zhou Ke scratched his head helplessly. "It's not that I'm afraid of Orochimaru. After all, to stand out, I must inevitably confront such villains, but isn't it too early for this?" Currently, the cards in his hand weren't enough. Zhou Ke didn't want to face this mid-boss so early. Meanwhile, Xiangling was also a bit confused. Zhou Ke was becoming more and more mysterious in her eyes. After spending a night together, she had discovered that Zhou Ke's transformation technique had issues. Who uses transformation techniques that change their chakra nature too? And just now, the rebellious one's appearance also made Xiangling realize that Zhou Ke's shadow clone technique was problematic. Who has a clone with a personality completely opposite to the main body? Moreover, the inner feelings of this clone felt like an unfathomable abyss. Utterly dark, with only the suppressed rage pulsating from the depths like a heartbeat. This was a dangerous person. However, despite sensing Zhou Ke heading towards danger, Xiangling found herself increasingly curious about him. She wanted to uncover this man's secrets. Zhou Ke thought for a moment and sighed. "Forget it, let's consider this a motivation for myself. Only with danger is there greater motivation to move forward. Now that I'm being targeted by a poisonous snake, I must push myself to continue growing stronger to the point where the snake won't dare to peek." Adjusting his mindset, Zhou Ke looked at Xiangling. "Let's go, we'll take you to your teammates." Xiangling slightly nodded in agreement. His acting was quite good, making it seem like he had no ulterior motives. Then Zhou Ke continued to carry Xiangling forward. Lying in Zhou Ke's arms, Xiangling carefully observed him again with her divine eye, and then thought to herself, is it really completely different from the feeling of the clone? This person is really strange. After careful observation, Xiangling could confirm that Zhou Ke wasn't just using acting to conceal his true thoughts. He genuinely had no trace of darkness in his heart, in stark contrast to the previous clone. Why would the main body have such a significant gap from the clone? Normally, isn't the main body supposed to be utterly dark inside, while the clones retain only a part of the main body's traits and appear quite pure? How come it's reversed? By the way, do you have any thoughts about my previous proposal? Zhou Ke suddenly asked. This caught Xiangling, who was still pondering Zhou Ke's nature, off guard. "Huh? What proposal?" "Joining my team. Are you interested in this proposal?" Zhou Ke reiterated. "This?" Xiangling nodded in understanding, then curiously asked, "What do you want to do by bringing me in? If you're inviting me to join the team, at least tell me what we'll be doing." Zhou Ke candidly replied, "I have ambitions to dominate this ninja world." "You sensed it too, right? That's quite an ambition." Xiangling teased. "It's not small, but I'm confident I can do it." Zhou Ke said earnestly, "But one person's power is ultimately limited. If I want to dominate the ninja world, I need a team. So how about it? Are you interested in joining my team as a partner in this venture? I'm a potential stock with great future prospects," he said, completely in a style of empty-handedly ensnaring a wolf. Actually, I don't really understand what you're talking about." Though Xiangling was more mature than her peers due to her lonely life, she was still just a 13-year-old genin whose ambitions and future prospects were beyond her current scope of thought. "Joining my team means enjoying services of handsome boyfriends and reverse harem techniques, where you can be carried by various handsome princes every day, etc." Zhou Ke continued, speaking too grandly. If the other party didn't understand, he might as well be realistic and appeal to her interests. This? Xiangling's eyes sparkled. Switching to something simple and understandable was indeed very effective. Xiangling was instantly tempted, but she still had feelings for the grass ninja village. To leave so easily, she needed more incentives. While Xiangling had no feelings for the grass ninja village. Due to her special constitution, she had been treated like a human-shaped medicine pill in the grass ninja village, able to quickly restore her or others' chakra and injuries by biting any part of her body. Her mother also had the same constitution as her daughter, and after being bitten to absorb chakra multiple times, she eventually exhausted her chakra and died. So she was eager to leave. Of course, Xiangling didn't agree to Zhou Ke immediately. After all, being a rogue ninja was very dangerous, and if Zhou Ke couldn't be relied on, her future might not be better than it is now. Thus, she planned to go back and think carefully before making a decision. As they got close to Xiangling's teammates, Zhou Ke set her down from his arms. "All right, for the remaining distance you walk on your own. I'm leaving. And here are the extra scrolls." Xiangling handed the extra scrolls back to Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke didn't say much, obediently accepting the scrolls and preparing to leave. At that moment, Xiangling called out to Zhou Ke, "Hey, you still haven't told me your name." I almost forgot." Zhou Ke remembered that he hadn't introduced himself to Xiangling yet, so he turned at a 45-degree angle, pointed at himself with a thumbs up, and said coolly, "I am Zhou Ke, the last trump card. Goodbye." With that, Zhou Ke instantly vanished. Reflecting on Zhou Ke's departing figure, Xiangling couldn't help but think the last trump card. His name is even cooler than he is. After Zhou Ke left, he headed towards the central tower. Almost half of the teams had become his experience points, and the rest were either not from the same ninja village or some small fries. There was no particular value in seeking them out. Moreover, after battling all night, Zhou Ke was somewhat tired and planned to rest at the tower before continuing to train his ninja techniques. However, Zhou Ke didn't idle on his way to the tower. Whenever he saw someone from his ninja village along the way, he would give them the extra scrolls he had. Building personal connections would make it much easier to ask them for help in the future. Then around noon, Zhou Ke finally arrived near the central tower, but a fierce battle was already taking place there. The 7th squad of Konoha versus the Sand Ninja Trio. Naruto and Sasuke were teaming up to fight Gaara. Zhou Ke landed beside Sakura, who was preparing in the back, and asked what's going on. "How did you guys bump into the Sand Ninja? Is that Zhou Ke?" "Great." Seeing Zhou Ke, a visibly relieved Sakura wiped the sweat from her palms. Zhou Ke was here. The ninja world was safe. Zhou Ke is here. A victory is assured. I suggest letting the bullets fly for heritage. Don't just say it's good to tell me what's going on." Zhou Ke quickly asked as he saw Naruto and Sasuke being chased around by Gaara's sand. "We came here to advance, but their trio is guarding this place to steal our scrolls." Sakura briefly explained, and Zhou Ke understood what was happening. Relying on their strength, Gaara and the others rushed to the vicinity of the tower at the start and began to lay in wait. Being a Jinchuriki, Gaara's strength was overwhelmingly superior in this version. At this stage, only Naruto, who could unleash the Nine-Tails chakra at all costs, could compete with him. During the Forest of Death phase, Naruto couldn't even communicate with the Nine-Tails, and it wouldn't necessarily cooperate completely, so don't think about winning. They were essentially a force of destruction, making deliveries of gathered scrolls. However, because Zhou Ke had taken care of nearly half of the participants last night, there were currently no challengers in this area, leaving Gaara and the others to waste a day here. Meanwhile, after receiving Zhou Ke's gifts that morning, Naruto and the others had hurried towards the central tower with the 2 scrolls they had gathered, only to run into Gaara and his team lying in wait here. Gaara wanted the scrolls and Naruto refused to give them. There was the reason for the fight. Sasuke, who had just faced a humiliating defeat, desperately needed a fight to regain his confidence. There was the reason not to retreat. More importantly, although they were bickering, Naruto and Sasuke worked seamlessly together, which provoked Gaara. This friendship was too dazzling for the lonely and unloved Gaara, driving him to madness. Now it was no longer a battle for scrolls, but a pure fight driven by emotions. Currently, the battle situation was unfavorable for Naruto and Sasuke. Gaara's sand combined offense and defense. He could freely manipulate the sand, changing it into various forms for attack and defense. His sand was of 2 types. One was the sand created from his mother's corpse after she died, which was a certain amount of sand in a gourd that acted independently to protect Gaara. The other type was sand that Gaara reinforced using his chakra, which he could transform into weapons like shuriken, a sea of sand spears, or directly encase enemies in sand and crush them violently. Without stimulation and without unleashing the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto could probably produce only a few hundred clones, which were insufficient to break through Gaara's sand defenses. Sasuke could currently only use the fire release Great Fireball technique, which was equally ineffective. Meanwhile, Kankuro and Temari behind were also sweating nervously. Kankuro said nervously, "Hey, Gaara's state isn't right." Temari nodded in agreement. "It feels like he's reaching his limit. If this continues, he'll go berserk. We need to find a way to stop this fight." "How do we stop it? If we go up now, we'll both get killed." Kankuro's eyes showed fear. He had seen too many people killed for trying to calm Gaara down. Temari gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and said to Gaara, "Gaara, how about we just call it off?" Gaara turned to look at Temari. A cold, murderous aura seeped from his green eyes, causing Temari to feel as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, as if a fierce wind were blowing the coldest gusts onto her. Temari felt her brain, her heart, and every cell in her body screaming. To die, to die, to die, to die, to die. She was truly going to die. Gaara's killing intent was absolute. Those two showing friendship on the opposite side must die. Stop, 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 don't fight. At that moment, Zhou Ke rushed to the center of the battlefield, trying to stop the fight. Naruto exclaimed Zhou Ke. It's dangerous, you should come back. Zhou Ke had jumped directly into the middle where it was filled with Gaara's sand, and the opponents, now bloodthirsty, would not stop, just because of Zhou Ke's words. As expected, Gaara ignored what was said and gathered the sand into a giant hand, then squeezed Zhou Ke tightly. Naruto watched as his best friend was about to be crushed. His blue pupils suddenly shrank, revealing red vertical eyes. Blood-red chakra surged forth. Naruto began to transform into the beast. Damn, is he here to cause trouble? Sasuke rushed in to try and help, but Naruto was faster than him. Sasuke blinked and a red figure passed by him. Then a red chakra arm stretched out, dispersing the sand that entangled Zhou Ke and pulling him back. Naruto pulled Zhou Ke back, wrapping him in his arms while the red nine-tails chakra transformed into a beast cloak, completely enveloping the two, and the tail of the beast cloak violently swept away all the pursuing sand. Sasuke exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" Kankuro and Temari on the opposite side were also astonished. What is that? Could it be that he is also? The two had already guessed that Naruto, like Gaara, was also a Jinchuriki. Kankuro was suddenly frightened. Had he provoked a killing god like Gaara? Damn, his luck was too good. If he had gone wild, 10 of his lives wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Meanwhile, Temari was also relieved. Thankfully, that handsome guy showed up to save the day, otherwise it would have been a real mess. Gaara, seeing Naruto transform, held his head in pain. Shikaku, the one tail within him, was causing trouble. Shikaku, is this that stinky fox's chakra? Hey kid, let me out. Gaara said in agony. Shut up. Don't interfere, I want to kill him myself. Even though he was muddled like porridge, he still had basic logic. Why should it be that as a Jinchuriki he had friends? And I have nothing. Gaara's jealousy towards Naruto intensified. Naruto angrily said, no one is allowed to hurt my friends. Zhou Ke's injury had unleashed Naruto's killing intent. Was this the T0 version of killing intent Naruto? At that moment, a hand patted Naruto on the shoulder, and Zhou Ke, who had just patted him, said helplessly, well, while I'm quite touched that you're protecting me, that was just a clone. You don't need to be like this. Huh? Naruto stared blankly as he watched the Zhou Ke in his arms turn into air. The air suddenly became awkward. Zhou Ke wasn't foolish. How could he foolishly rush into the center of the battlefield? He had sent a clone there. The only strange thing was that this time the clone wasn't one of the trio. The Joker was still waiting in the tower, which was perfectly normal, but what about the rebellious one and the sage? Naruto's previous fervor for his companions was all for a group of chakra. It felt like self-indulgence, making Naruto extremely awkward. Because of this awkward emotion, the Nine-Tails chakra also receded, and Naruto gradually returned to normal while starting to doubt his previous behavior. That feeling of being completely uncontrollable made him feel very uncomfortable, and he began to have some afterthoughts. While Naruto paused, Gaara wouldn't. He controlled the sand to rush towards Naruto and Zhou Ke. This time not only was the speed fast, but the area covered was also very large, like a tsunami. This move was called Sand Waterfall, changing the entire area's environment. Instantly turning a region into a desert, the enemies would be attacked and consumed by the fierce waves of sand. Gaara could crush rocks to turn them into sand, then use Sand Waterfall. In a fit of rage, Gaara had transformed the surrounding land into quicksand, launching a fierce attack towards Zhou Ke and the others. The tidal wave of sand was coming from three sides, and there was no time to dodge. Naruto wanted to kick Zhou Ke out of the attack's range and take the hit himself, but Zhou Ke firmly held onto Naruto with one hand while using the other to form hand seals. Activation of the transformation technique. Then the two were engulfed by the sea of sand. Sand Waterfall Burial. Gaara pressed down with both hands, and the sea of sand covering Zhou Ke and Naruto suddenly constricted. It was like being struck by a pile driver. Sand Waterfall Burial, a technique used in conjunction with Sand Waterfall. All substances in the area covered by the desert would be crushed, and those two caught in the sand sea must be in dire straits, right? Sakura, witnessing this scene, fell weakly to her knees and let out a piercing scream. No, Naruto, Zhou Ke. Her teammates had just died like this. For Sakura, who had just become a Genin, this reality was unbearable. Calm down, they're fine. Sasuke retreated and said to Sakura. Originally, he had intended to save Naruto and the others, but his Sharingan had observed Zhou Ke's transformation, and knowing what was happening there, Sasuke decisively chose to retreat and regroup with Sakura. While Sakura was still in confusion, a golden flash suddenly appeared behind her. It was a youthful version of Minato Namikaze. Of course, it was Zhou Ke transformed. After a night of effort, the option for the youth version of Minato had finally been unlocked. Without stopping, Zhou Ke grabbed Sakura and Sasuke, using the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Kankuro and Temari at the back stared blankly. What just happened? How did everyone disappear? At that moment, the golden flash appeared again, not far from Temari and Kankuro. Unbeknownst to them, a strangely shaped kunai was stuck there. This time it was just one person, Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke, holding two paired scrolls, said to Temari, "Sorry, Princess of the Sand Ninja, for alarming you. I'll give this as compensation. Please make sure to soothe your teammate. You wouldn't want him to go berserk and get disqualified from the exam, right?" Since Zhou Ke didn't know what the scrolls in their hands were, he tossed the last pair of paired scrolls to Temari, mentioning in passing that he could give Naruto the correct scrolls earlier, because Konoha had rigged the system. The ninja from Konoha received identical scrolls, thus avoiding internal competition and allowing them to focus on stealing scrolls from other villages. It's a host advantage, right? No need to feel sorry. After tossing the scrolls, Zhou Ke vanished. Temari, receiving the scrolls, complained, "Even though I'm happy you called me princess, what am I supposed to do to soothe him?" Kankuro suggested, "How about we retreat?" Temari thought for a moment, "No way. If we leave now, regardless of the outcome, we would fail our mission. In any case, I'm going." Gathering her courage, Temari walked towards Gaara, while Kankuro, unable to bear watching his sister take risks, immediately followed her. Then the two began to coax Gaara with all sorts of words, and after a while Gaara's anger dissipated, finally calming down. After transforming back to his original form, Zhou Ke plopped down onto the ground, sighing, "Huff, I've exhausted all my chakra. I'm truly worn out." The transformation technique he just used had been the last of his chakra, and now he couldn't squeeze out even a drop. The rescued Naruto and his companions also collapsed beside Zhou Ke. The previous battle had drained them significantly, both physically and mentally, and now that their taut nerves had relaxed, fatigue washed over them all at once. Why is Sakura also slumped down? Oh, after all, she is weak, just watching that battle put quite a burden on her. I really don't feel too good." After catching his breath, Sasuke looked at Zhou Ke and asked, "What technique did you use just now?" "I couldn't see any traces of it at all." Zhou Ke explained, "It's a space-time ninjutsu. If I put it plainly, it's just spatial movement." Sakura immediately chimed in, "I've seen something like that before. It should be a very advanced ninjutsu. You can use such a level of ninjutsu now," Sasuke said with a slight frown. "Is the gap this large?" It can only be used under specific circumstances. It's not particularly useful," Zhou Ke explained. "Though I don't understand what it is, it sounds impressive." "No wonder it's you, Zhou Ke." Naruto provided emotional support to his good friend. "You're also impressive. You managed to use the chakra of the Nine Tails." Zhou Ke changed the topic. He didn't want to talk much about the Flying Thunder God, so he shifted the conversation back to Naruto. "The Nine Tails? Is that the nine-tailed fox? Was that its power just now?" Naruto asked curiously. Zhou Ke nodded. "Yes, that's the chakra of the Nine Tails, a truly terrifying power." "What is it?" Sasuke asked curiously. Zhou Ke introduced to everyone. "It's a powerful beast formed from massive chakra. Currently, there are only 9 of them, and they are incredibly strong. Each one's individual strength surpasses that of the current Hokage. Such a powerful being is actually inside Naruto." Sakura covered her mouth and said, "Wait a minute, I remember my parents saying they never wanted me to play with Naruto. Could it be because of this?" Naruto, who had been feeling proud of his powerful abilities, suddenly felt dejected upon hearing Sakura's words. "Yeah, what was I so happy about? It's what caused me suffering. It's also what made Zhou Ke lose his parents. Having it around is not good at all." Sakura noticed she had misspoken and quickly said, Having such powerful strength can be considered a good thing, right? Why be afraid of him?" "Sister, you really have a knack for bringing up the wrong topic." Zhou Ke glared with dead fish eyes and said, "Sister, the tailed beasts are sealed within, which means it was forced. While the story goes back 12 years, the seal of the Nine Tails was broken for some reason, causing it to rampage within the village. Many sacrificed themselves to suppress the Nine Tails. This left many people fearful of the Nine Tails, and that fear extended to Naruto, as they were afraid he would also go on a rampage like the Nine Tails, triggering another Nine Tails disaster. This caused many to look down on him. Of course, this wasn't shared with us kids, so we are unaware of this matter. So that was how it was. This guy." Sasuke finally understood why Naruto had such a tragic past. Sakura looked at Naruto with pity. Naruto didn't like being pitied, so he feigned indifference and said, "Humph, that's their narrow-mindedness. I will never let that guy's power go out of control. Moreover, I will use its power to help me become Hokage. The sufferings of the past have become mere memories that cannot be changed, and Naruto only looks forward. It's been living inside me for so long, isn't it reasonable to ask for some rent? Besides, I never asked you for rent before. Asking for a little more now should be fine, right? That sounds nice, but didn't you almost lose control just now, That was just the first tail." Zhou Ke interjected, "The Nine Tails has always wanted freedom. If you overuse its power, it will take this opportunity to erode your spirit and then control you as its puppet. At that point, what you do will no longer be your decision." "Naruto?" Sakura asked tremblingly. What will it do?" Zhou Ke calmly replied, "The Nine Tails despises the humans who imprisoned it, the first thing it will do upon gaining freedom is to kill all those who restricted its freedom. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy after all. Having a teammate turn into a human-shaped nuclear bomb was indeed hard to accept. At this moment Sasuke asked, has the village not taken any preventive measures to prevent such a situation? Yes. Zhou Ke nodded. First, the Hokage believes that Naruto can control the power of the Nine Tails. Secondly, they sent the strongest jonin among the young adults, Kakashi, as the guiding jonin. Lastly, they arranged for you Sasuke to be in the same class as Naruto. Sakura asked in confusion, how does having Sasuke in the same class as Naruto prevent the Nine Tails? In this world, besides confronting the tailed beasts with brute force, there are two types of powers that can suppress them. The first is the Wood Release of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. The second is the Uchiha techniques, the Sharingan. Sasuke touched his eyes. My power can suppress the tailed beasts. Absolutely. Zhou Ke nodded and said, it said that after the establishment of Konoha, the then Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Madara, dissatisfied with the Uchiha situation in the village, chose to use force to seize power and had a great battle with the first Hokage. However, Uchiha Madara's strength was inferior to the first Hokage. To bridge the gap, he chose to control the Nine Tails with his Sharingan to make it his summoning beast. If the eye power is strong enough, Uchiha members can easily control the tailed beasts. Hearing this, both Sasuke and Naruto involuntarily looked at each other. Then Sasuke smiled and said, don't worry, dead last. If you can't control the power of the tailed beast, I will help you control it. Naruto immediately turned his head away and scoffed. I don't need your help. I can control my own power myself. Then do as you please. Sasuke also turned his head away. Although the two looked in opposite directions, their hearts were aligned. For Naruto, having someone to rely on indeed brought him a sense of relief. And for Sasuke, his heart was also quite settled. He had had enough of feeling powerless when important people were in danger. Oh wow, has he already become an important person? Well, even though he wouldn't say it, Sasuke had already regarded Naruto as his best friend. Sasuke also covered his eyes and thought, indeed, my strongest power is still this pair of eyes. I hadn't thought of enhancing them for several years. If I want to become stronger quickly, I need to invest my energy in this aspect. Strange, how does Zhou Ke know all these things? Sasuke suddenly noticed a point of suspicion. Zhou Ke, like himself and Naruto, is also an orphan. How does he know this information? Sasuke didn't shy away and directly asked this question. Zhou Ke didn't hesitate, either responding with a mischievous smile. Of course I investigated. But where I found that out is not easy to say. You just need to know it was from places that normal genin definitely cannot enter, like the Hokage's archives, the Umbu archives, and even more secretive organizations' archives. Places like these. Sakura was startled by this. Isn't that illegal? If found out by the Hokage, one would be treated as a spy. So I can't say it out loud, you have to keep it a secret for me, okay? Zhou Ke was certain that the three would keep his secret, which is why he used this line of reasoning, and with this explanation, he could also explain another matter. Sasuke asked another question. How did you sneak into those places? They shouldn't be accessible to us genin, right? The space-time ninjutsu from earlier. Do you guess why I learned this? Zhou Ke winked and continued. By the way, this technique was also learned in the confidential archives. It's the fourth Hokage's best ninjutsu. It's called Flying Thunder God. However, I still have a hard time using it, and can only do so under specific circumstances. It's quite troublesome. Naruto asked in confusion, then why do you want to do such a thing? Zhou Ke continued his rambling. I don't like living in a mystery. After learning about the Nine Tails, I started investigating. As for whether it's against the rules or not, who cares? Following the rules, when will I ever learn about this? Seeking fortune in danger, taking risks is the only way to gain good rewards. I see now. Sasuke nodded in understanding. He finally understood why Zhou Ke was progressing so fast. Zhou Ke not really, and also gleaned something from Zhou Ke's words. Seeking fortune in danger. If you want to become strong quickly, following the rules won't work. You must have the awareness to take risks. Previously, I had been too honest of following the rules. I would never catch up to Itachi in a lifetime. If I want to become stronger, I need to take some dangerous methods. All right, enough chit-chat. The Huluwa should have calmed down. They should have entered the tower, as well we should go in too. After resting for a while, Zhou Ke stood up, preparing to enter the tower and switch roles with the one responsible for complaints, pretending he had been inside the tower all along. Hey, can that even be done? Didn't everyone outside see Zhou Ke? Well, as long as Zhou Ke insists that someone transformed into him, they can't do anything to him. If he isn't caught red-handed, it doesn't count as a violation. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly asked, what's the situation with that guy called Gaara? Sasuke had already noticed the similarities between Gaara and Naruto. Or maybe he saw it through the Sharingan. Well, either way, he noticed. Zhou Ke snapped his fingers and smiled. Good question, I've already dug up information on this matter. Where did you get that information? Does our village's confidential archives have anything about Sunigakure? Zhou Ke continued his tall tale. There is information about Sunagakure, but not about Gaara. After encountering them that day, I sent my shadow clone to follow them. I heard a rough outline from that guy named Temari and Kankuro. That guy Gaara is also a container for a tailed beast commonly known as a Jinchuriki. Is there a common term for it? Sasuke asked curiously. Zhou Ke, that's right, after all there are 9 tailed beasts and each ninja village raises Jinchuriki as weapons of war to use the power of the tailed beasts. Gaara is Sunagakure's Jinchuriki to put it in a way everyone can quickly understand. He's like Naruto, who doesn't even have Iruka. He doesn't even have Iruka Sensei. Naruto couldn't believe it. This kind of suffering was something only Naruto understood. If he didn't even have Iruka, he would have despaired long ago. Perhaps, when he was in the water country, he would have directly gone berserk and let the Nine Tails take control of his body. Sakura organized the information in her mind and then exclaimed in shock that Gaara is also without parents and he doesn't even have a teacher who cares about him. Sister, could you please think before you speak? Everyone here except you is an orphan, Zhou Ke reminded. After being reminded by Zhou Ke, Sakura noticed Naruto and Sasuke's expressions were not good and quickly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You made Naruto and Sasuke pretend everything was fine and say it's okay, but neither of them could manage that. Sasuke turned away, pretending to admire the scenery, while Naruto gave a silly smile indicating he was fine. Only Zhou Ke, who truly had no issues, said to Sakura, you should be more careful in the future and avoid saying things carelessly, but it's easy to hurt people unintentionally. Okay, I understand. Sakura expressed her understanding, but whether she truly remembered it would depend on her future actions. To ease the awkwardness, Naruto changed the topic, saying, does that guy Gaara not have any family? He does, but it might as well be none. Zhou Ke sighed. His father is the 4th Kazekage. Don't be fooled by the impressive title. He is completely inhumane. He only sees Gaara as a weapon of the tailed beast and has repeatedly sent people to assassinate Gaara to test whether he would go berserk at random. The result? All the assassins sent to kill Gaara ended up dead, which turned him into the bloodthirsty and violent person he is today. The man and woman beside Gaara are his older sister and younger brother, who also fear him due to his violent nature and dare not approach him. Well, that's all the information I managed to gather. With a loud thud, Naruto punched the ground angrily, saying, what kind of crazy father is this? A father like that is worse than having none. Naruto's dream father, if he were like this, would rather not exist. Sasuke and Sakura didn't say anything, but they also felt that such a father was extremely terrible. All right, we've said all that needs to be said. Let's meet again inside the tower. After saying this, Zhou Ke vanished in an instant. After Zhou Ke left, the three didn't act immediately, but sat down to digest the information they had just learned. Sakura felt a bit embarrassed to speak after the earlier incident, but she couldn't remain silent forever, right? So Sakura took the initiative to bring up a topic, scratching her cheek, and slightly embarrassedly said, Compared to Zhou Ke, we are like complete novices who understand nothing. Naruto, fearing Sakura would feel too awkward, chimed in. That's true, we are all novices. Sasuke looked at Naruto speechlessly. Just indulge her. After the silence, Sasuke said to the other two, don't tell anyone about Zhou Ke's private investigation for now. Sasuke had already recognized Zhou Ke as his teammate, so he decided to keep it a secret for him. Naruto asked in confusion, not even Kakashi Sensei. After thinking for a moment, Sasuke replied, let's not say anything for now. After the Chunin exams, we can discuss it with Zhou Ke and then make a decision. Naruto had no objections to Sasuke's suggestion. After all, it was helping Zhou Ke. Naruto wouldn't contradict Sasuke, and as for Sakura, she didn't have time to disagree with Sasuke's words, as she was busy agreeing. In a flash, after separating from Zhou Ke and Naruto, he transformed back into the young Minato form with some restored chakra, and then used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the central tower's interior. Hey, did he set a mark in advance? The Flying Thunder God technique can leave a chakra mark on kunai or human bodies. After activating the technique, one can instantly move to the previously marked location. The premise for using this technique is that there must be a mark. This is still the main storyline of Hokage, where there is no Flying Thunder God without a mark. Zhou Ke certainly didn't go to the tower to set a mark in advance, but isn't there someone inside who can transform? After Zhou Ke teleported into a room in the tower, he saw the one responsible for complaints sitting on the bed. The one responsible for complaints greeted him with a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, saying, Yo, main body, how was the all-night experience? The one responsible for complaints had thought Zhou Ke might use this method to return after unlocking the young Minato form. So, he transformed into the young Minato shape and left the Flying Thunder God mark on an ordinary kunai. This way, even without transforming back into Minato, Zhou Ke could return anytime. Zhou Ke released his transformation and stretched, saying, Huff. My chakra is exhausted again. I feel like I'm about to collapse. By the way, everyone has their own room. I thought everyone would be sleeping in a dormitory. The second exam took several days, and during these days participants would be coming and going. Those who passed the exam couldn't be left to sleep on the streets, thus rooms were prepared for them in the central tower. But it was just a place to sleep. What? Do you want to sleep with the others? The one responsible for complaints teased, if you want I can transform into a beautiful girl to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ke immediately wore a disinterested expression and replied, sorry, let's skip that. Zhou Ke male hobbies. While Zhou Ke hasn't really considered gender issues for now, it's the rising phase of his career, there's no time for romance. What a pity, then I'll go rest, see you later. After saying this, the one responsible for complaints vanished. Going to rest. Zhou Ke noticed a blind spot. Does this mean? If I don't summon them, they live there. Combining this with the previous summons, neither the sage nor the rebellious appeared. Zhou Ke grew increasingly suspicious of his shadow clone technique. Could there be something wrong with my cheat? Zhou Ke rubbed his forehead. What he had said to Sasuke earlier had come back to bite him. Wanting to become stronger quickly requires taking risks. But what risks does Zhou Ke have to bear? Who cares? Just because there are risks doesn't mean I should give up on becoming stronger. Zhou Ke shrugged and lay down on the bed. He couldn't give up the current opportunity just because of a potential risk. So Zhou Ke temporarily set aside these thoughts and decided to rest well. Now the fatigue wasn't just from staying up all night, but also from the accumulated exhaustion from training. If he didn't rest well, he wouldn't pass the upcoming third phase of the exam. However, at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Ke sat up with a frown. He had just closed his eyes preparing to drift into dreamland, and now someone was interrupting. How dare they disturb my sleep? It's a pity I'm too nice to lash out at others. Zhou Ke shook his head, stood up, and went to open the door. As he opened the door, he saw Nanami. Zhou Ke curiously asked, Miss Nanami, is there something you need? I just came to confirm whether you had returned. Okay, I've confirmed it. You can continue to rest. Nanami turned to leave after seeing Zhou Ke was fine. Nanami's actions left Zhou Ke scratching his cheek in confusion. He wondered in his heart, did she see through my shadow clone technique? That's quite impressive. Zhou Ke was uncertain whether the other party truly saw through his technique or was just showing concern, and since she didn't say much, he decided not to ask. After all, he was genuinely tired. Then Zhou Ke slept until the next day. Hey, did I sleep too much? Well, after all, I was exhausted. I definitely needed a good rest. However, just after waking up and preparing to find something to eat, Zhou Ke learned some news. The second phase of the competition has ended. How could it be this fast? Well, this is thanks to Zhou Ke's efforts. He had taken out most of the participants himself, and he kindly sent the scrolls to those he encountered, leading many to complete the tasks quickly. The result was a significant acceleration in progress. In just 2 days, the second phase of the Death Forest race had concluded. Thus, the third exam officially began. The examination item was combat. The upcoming matches would no longer be based on teams, but rather conducted as individual draw matches, with the winners advancing to the next round. This was the grand tournament of the world's strongest martial arts. A total of 8 teams advanced from the second phase, consisting of 6 teams from Konoha, 1 from Sunagakure, and 1 from Kusagakure, totaling 24 participants. 24 into 12. This would be a brutal elimination competition. Zhou Ke, however, was in high spirits. Let's have a good fight. My experience points are already eager to burst forth. As Zhou Ke stirred awake, a discussion was unfolding in the surveillance room of the towering structure. Hongdo, chief examiner of the second exam, reported to the third Hokage, Hokage-sama, the final team active within the Forest of Death has withdrawn. No candidates remain inside the forest. May we declare the second exam concluded ahead of schedule? Yes. The third Hokage nodded, pipe clenched between his teeth, then lowered it and furrowed his brow. It ends earlier than expected. Aside from Orochimaru, were there any other unforeseen factors? Orochimaru's infiltration of the exam disguised as a candidate had already been uncovered. Yet, when the third Hokage dispatched search teams into the forest, they found no trace. No sign he had ever been there at all. This was no accident. The deliberate, incriminating traces left behind after the annihilation of the Sound 3 had piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. After delegating the on-site investigation to Kabuto, Orochimaru departed Konoha for his hidden base to conduct deeper research. He left so swiftly that Konoha's search teams never even crossed paths with him. Hongdo was deeply frustrated. The chief examiner had once been Orochimaru's student, and she loathed her traitorous former master with visceral intensity, harboring fantasies of mutual annihilation. This time she'd finally grasped his trail, only to find not even a sliver of serpent skin. A profound disappointment settled over her. Though she remained convinced Orochimaru harbored some sinister design, the third Hokage's question bore no apparent connection to him. So she set the matter aside and focused on her report. Hongdo presented her compiled report. According to eliminated candidates, 9 Genin teams were defeated by a pair, a young man with golden hair and a red-haired girl. for others lost consciousness without ever glimpsing their assailants, only regaining awareness when rescued by our medical teams. The remaining teams fell in two ways. Some were defeated by Konoha's own Jinin, others were brutally slain by squads from Sunagakure. Only their corpses remained for us to recover. And then there were the Sound Village teams. No remains whatsoever could be located. After Zhou Ke's group departed, Temari and Kankuro tried desperately to calm Gaara, but his frenzied exultation proved unquenchable. Thus, ill-fated Jinin from other villages encountered this wrathful omen and paid with their lives. Of course, many brought death upon themselves. Did they truly believe they could approach such a harbinger of doom without consequence? No remains at all. The third Hokage frowned. Could Orochimaru's abrupt withdrawal stem from this? Was this the reason for Orochimaru's anticlimactic departure? His former student's founding of a hidden village was known to the third Hokage, but with Konoha's current strength depleted, decisive action was impossible. He could only bide his time. This was Konoha's weakest era. Beyond himself, the Sannin were all absent. Danzo refused to cooperate. The two elders possessed only modest capability. The Uchiha clan had vanished, and the Hyuga had lost Niji's father years prior. Other mid-tier clans held no exceptional prowess. A new generation of elite jonin, Kakashi Might Guy, had yet to reach their zenith, still requiring time to mature. These forces sufficed to defend the village, but launching offensive operations. Victory itself was uncertain. Even minor casualties would cripple Konoha. Possibly, very likely, Hongdo offered her deduction. The third Hokage stroked his beard in contemplation. So an event unfolded even Orochimaru could not foresee. Who then is the catalyst of this change? He reflected. According to Hongdo's report, the sole tangible clue was the duo, a youth with golden hair and a red-haired girl. At that description, the third Hokage felt a fleeting disorientation, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of Minato and Kushina, children who had once formed just such a pair. Shaking off the reverie, he pressed a hand to his temple, inwardly chiding himself. Age makes one dwell on the past. Minato and Kushina are long gone. Then aloud, how many candidates with golden hair and red hair participated in this exam? Exactly two, Hongdo replied. One is Naruto Uzumaki, a newly graduated genin from Team Kakashi. The other is a female genin from Kusagakure, Kori. Naruto couldn't possibly defeat foes so effortlessly. How capable is this red-haired girl? The third Hokage asked. She passed the second stage, but her combat proficiency appears underwhelming, Hongdo elaborated. Her chakra reserves are vast. She may even be a sensory-type ninja, but she's clearly subordinate to her teammates, taking orders without resistance. Hearing this, the third Hokage mused. Red hair, abundant chakra sensory ability. She may well be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, like Kushina. If indeed she were of Uzumaki lineage, her support in tracking targets would be invaluable, but the identity of the golden-haired youth remained unresolved. Naruto was certainly not the one. If not him, then who? Hongdo praised. Excellent. His team was the first to complete the second exam, arriving at the tower over an hour after commencement, even before I arrived here. So swiftly. The third Hokage expressed genuine surprise. Though he'd anticipated their strength, this magnitude exceeded expectation. After recovering, he continued, Did Zhou Ke leave the tower after arriving? No, he remained in his room resting throughout. The door opened only once when his teammates visited. I see. The third Hokage paused, then said, We cannot yet identify the golden-haired youth, but he must have passed the second stage. Let the third exam serve as our observation window. Acceptable. Hate. The third Hokage turned toward a wan coughing jonin. The young man cleared his throat twice, voice thin and frail. Understood. I will observe each participant closely. The third exam was about to commence. All qualifying teams gathered in the indoor training hall within the tower for official briefing. As with any school assembly, the senior officials delivered their address, while students whispered among themselves below. Team 10, Asuma's squad. Choji starving. Shikamaru, stop complaining. Once the Hokage finishes, you can grab snacks from the vending machine. Ino, wow, Sasuke's team passed too. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Our scroll came from Zhou Ke. Since Sasuke's his teammate, of course he'd share it. Indeed, Shikamaru's team had received their scroll directly from Zhou Ke during his detour. Nearby, Kiba of Team 8, Kurenai's squad, overheard and asked puzzled, Your scroll also came from Zhou Ke. How many scrolls did he even prepare? Shino, likely many. Shikamaru, probably many. Though Shino spoke, he was instantly ignored, a testament to his near-invisible presence, dismissed outright, even in plain sight. Nearby, Niji of the previous Team 3, Guy's squad, frowned. Lee, you said our scroll came from Zhou Ke too. Correct, Rock Lee affirmed. When we separated to explore, I encountered Zhou Ke. He entrusted me with the scroll. It seems he's stronger than your description implied, Niji remarked, glancing toward Zhou Ke. Niji wasn't alone in watching Zhou Ke. Gaara too fixed his attention on both Zhou Ke and Naruto. Naruto's chakra eruption had unsettled him, while Zhou Ke simply radiated formidable power. After all, he'd spirited his team away right beneath Gaara's very gaze. What uncanny speed was that? Naruto and Sasuke stood nearby, yet neither looked at Zhou Ke. Their focus remained solely on Gaara the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Would they cross paths in the battles ahead? Koryu too observed Zhou Ke covertly. His baseline strength goes unnoticed among this crowd, but his transformed state is leagues above the rest. What nature does his technique possess? Tsunade's apprentice Kabuto adjusted his glasses, concealing his excitement. Without even beginning his investigation, the prime suspect had already been named by others. How could he not thrill? Ahem, silence. The third Hokage sighed, gazing at the unruly youths below. A quiet murmur is tolerable, but this open debate crosses the line. Yet from their chatter he'd already deduced the most plausible identity of the golden-haired youth Zhou Ke. He reconstructed the likely sequence board while confined to the tower. Zhou Ke slipped out discreetly, disguised as a golden-haired youth almost certainly mimicking Naruto, and persuaded the red-haired kunoichi, likely of Uzumaki descent, to join him in subduing rivals and seizing scrolls. Yes, that was the gist. His reasoning contained notable inaccuracies in detail, yet its overarching logic held firm. Internally, the third Hokage thought truly worthy of my regard. His potential exceeds even my highest expectations. After the third exam concludes, I'll ask what reward he desires. Zhou Ke's diligence moved the third Hokage deeply. He wished to bestow a meaningful prize as encouragement. Incidentally, as these thoughts unfolded, his speech never faltered. Decades as Hokage had honed his ability to deliver eloquent, unrehearsed addresses while simultaneously engaging in complex cognition. Multitasking came effortlessly to him. While the third Hokage spoke, the Jonin instructors behind him exchanged quiet remarks. Might Guy leaned toward Kakashi. Kakashi, your team performed admirably. Passing the exam was fortunate, but luck won't sustain them further. In the upcoming trials where strength alone speaks, your charges will fall before my students. Huh, were you speaking to me? Kakashi, slow to register, finally responded after Guy's lengthy monologue. Guy inwardly lamented, cursed rival. Kakashi, you thwart me at every turn. Yet Kakashi hadn't ignored him deliberately. He'd been observing Zhou Ke. Kakashi reflected, judging from the candidates' accounts and their expressions, Zhou Ke must have done something significant. Yet this contradicts his typically cautious nature. Thus, something must have warranted the risk. His power has grown. Kakashi sensed Zhou Ke's strength had markedly increased since their last meeting, when Zhou Ke had requested chakra paper for testing. Kakashi grew curious. What training had Zhou Ke undergone to stir such instinctive recognition of his rising stature? Meanwhile, Zhou Ke, the eye of this storm, stood innocently bewildered. Strange. Why is everyone staring at me? I've been inside the tower the entire time. Clearly someone used the transformation technique to impersonate me and distribute scrolls. Don't make it seem as though I sneaked out. This facade is becoming harder to maintain. Zhou Ke sighed inwardly. It seems standing out inevitably draws attention, but since Orochimaru is already watching, let the spotlight shine brightly. Truthfully, the few individuals Zhou Ke guarded against most vigilantly were two: Orochimaru, the early-stage antagonist, and Danzo, the shadowy architect of Konoha's darkest schemes. Later antagonists wouldn't intervene in Konoha prematurely, so they posed no immediate concern. But these two operated openly within the village. Ignore them, and Zhou Ke might one day awaken to find himself bundled into a sack before dawn. Now that he'd drawn their notice, however, strategy shifted: demonstrate irreplaceable value and secure the Hokage's protection. The third Hokage had already shown him marked favor. Now, leveraging this exam as a stage, Zhou Ke would perform brilliantly before the Hokage's eyes, earning greater opportunity and influence. Therefore, please draw me a formidable opponent next. An instant knockout would reveal nothing at all. Just then, the third Hokage concluded his address. The next phase of the exam was about to begin. Hate, Gecko, chief examiner of this round, stepped forward and asked the assembled genin if any wished to withdraw. Hate coughed lightly, then declared, "What follows is brutal, unknown combat. Without restraint, we cannot guarantee your safety. Should you feel unwell or sense no path to victory, now is the time to forfeit." Not a single hand rose. Kabuto, who should have withdrawn at this juncture, remained, bound by Orochimaru's directive to locate the killer of Dosu and his comrades. Thus, every qualified candidate would compete. Hate acknowledged this with a nod. "Very well, your fate shall now be decided." Hongdo signaled the control team to unveil the main display screen. Hate gestured toward the screen. "This display will show the names of contestants matched for battle. Now the first pairing shall be announced." Zhou Ke glanced at the screen and thought, Riley, truly digital lotteries invite suspicion of backstage manipulation. What if the process lacks transparency? Could Konoha's leadership simply assign opponents at will? First round: Zhou Ke versus Niji Hyuga. Ah, this opponent is formidable. Zhou Ke clenched a small fist, exhilarated, as if drawing a winning lottery ticket. Niji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga branch family, was the strongest graduate of the previous year's academy class. A worthy adversary indeed. After seeing Zhou Ke's name appear, Kuroku exclaimed excitedly, Zhou Ke, you're first. Though your opponent is exceptionally strong. Can you win? Zhou Ke scratched his head and smiled gently. Nejizan is a genius of the Hyuga clan, undoubtedly powerful. Fighting him promises to be arduous. Will you lose? Zhou Ke continued smiling. Well, I will win. A palpable wave of self-imposed pressure settled over him. Near Niji, his teammate Tintin asked anxiously, Niji, that opponent seems formidable. Do you have confidence? What do you think? Niji scoffed coldly, then stated firmly, I will win. Equally burdened by expectation. With matchups confirmed, all non-contestants exited to the second-floor spectator galleries. On the way, Naruto told Zhou Ke, good luck. I believe you'll win. Yes, I will win. Zhou Ke nodded. Rock Lee approached and added, I'd hope to fight you again, but alas. Then strive to advance. We'll meet again soon. Zhou Ke replied, do you truly believe you can defeat Niji? Take me as reference. I stand little chance against him. Lee cautioned kindly. Precisely because I've fought you before, I'm certain of victory. Wait, you'll witness something extraordinary. Watch closely. Zhou Ke clapped Lee's shoulder, urging him toward the gallery. Near the instructor section, Mike Guy sidled up to Kakashi. Zhou Ke is also your student, isn't he? He seems supremely confident. Bear in mind, Niji is formidable and shows no mercy. If anyone needs concern, it's your own student, Kakashi replied calmly. Such certainty. Prompted by Kakashi's words, Guy turned his gaze fully onto Zhou Ke. His aura is impressive, his physique well honed. Is he another who strives to surpass bloodline destiny through sheer effort? More or less, Kakashi answered vaguely. By then the arena had nearly emptied. Only Hayate Niji and Zhou Ke remained. Niji regarded Zhou Ke first. I thank you for providing our scroll. But regretfully, I won't ease my stance due to your generosity. While I don't require leniency, you'll lose even at full strength. Remarkably confident. Niji lowered his gaze, expression hardening. Before we begin, let me offer a warning. You are no match for me. Withdraw now. Zhou Ke said nothing, only stared at Niji with silent, incredulous disbelief. That look irritated Niji. He continued, certain truths are immutable from birth. You and I, commoner ninja, versus those born to great clans inheriting bloodline legacies. Our innate aptitudes differ fundamentally, a tragic reality. Talent gaps cannot be bridged by diligence alone. Your fate and mine were sealed the moment we drew breath, ordained by heaven, unchangeable. At this, Niji himself exuded an aura of sorrow, as though he too bore that same tragedy. Indeed, his plight was profoundly tragic, pierced through like Cupid's arrow. A jest, of course. To safeguard their Kekkei Genkai, the Hyuga divided their descendants into main and branch houses. The main house comprised the true heirs entrusted with preserving and advancing the clan's legacy. The branch house served as guardians of the main house, sworn to protect its members. Only one heir could inherit the main house per generation. If multiple heirs existed, one would ascend, while the rest became branch house members. Thus, only one main house exists per generation, and across millennia the Hyuga have maintained but a single main house lineage. The branch house perpetually serves the main house. This system constitutes the most efficient protective framework. At age 3, the main house branded the eldest branch house son with the caged bird seal upon his forehead, a curse mark suppressing the Byakugan's abilities and enabling the main house to control or destroy the branch house members' neural functions at will. Plainly put, branch house members were slaves to the main house, powerless to resist. As a branch house member, Niji bore the caged bird seal, hence his conviction that fate was predetermined. With this seal, the main house patriarch could end his life at any moment. Regardless of his brilliance, he remained forever caged, forever denied agency over his own destiny. I disagree with that point, Zhou Ke interjected suddenly. Oh, which part? Niji countered. If all is predestined, why strive? Everything is already ordained. Is that not so? You train relentlessly to prove your clan's main branch hierarchy flawed, do you not? Ultimately, you yourself seek to alter your fate. Niji fell silent. Zhou Ke pressed on, perhaps you've numbed yourself with fatalism, but deep within you yearn to defy fate. So, dare to say no to your destiny. Shatter the main house, obliterate it entirely. Niji's brow furrowed, lips tightening, voice sharpening with restrained anger. You understand nothing. Don't trivialize this so easily. With that, he assumed his fighting stance. The declaration of war words end here. Fight me. Faced with Niji's poised stance, Zhou Ke shrugged and quipped, tch. When words fail, you resort to brute force. Niji, you still have a long way to go. On the spectator stands Might Guy turned to Kakashi and said, "Your student has quite the silver tongue. I've never seen anyone reduce Niji to this state before." Kakashi murmured, "Zhou Ke is far more mature than I anticipated." Back on the field, Niji, unmoved by Zhou Ke's remark, calmly replied, "Are you prepared? If you face defeat without preparation, don't waste breath claiming it was unfair." "Well, do you know my sensei, Might Guy?" Zhou Ke suddenly asked. Niji's eyes narrowed slightly. Why had Kakashi been brought up so abruptly? Though puzzled, Niji continued along the thread, "I've heard of him from Guy Sensei, his eternal rival. Surely you aren't implying your sensei's connection to mine should grant you leniency?" "Ha ha, absolutely not." Zhou Ke laughed. "My sensei bears the title Konoha's greatest technician, the copy ninja Kakashi wielder of the Sharingan. He stands unrivaled among Jonin today. No other Jonin can match him, and he remains the most promising candidate for future Hokage." Guy instantly swiveled toward Kakashi. "Kakashi, did you truly describe yourself to your student like that?" Kakashi tugged at his hair, exasperated. "I didn't. I'm not. I never said that." Of course, Kakashi would never lose composure so easily. He merely sighed in resignation. "That's just Zhou Ke exaggerating. Go ahead and inflate yourself, but why drag me into it?" "What do you mean? The most promising candidate for Hokage. I'd rather avoid that exhausting, time-consuming job. No leisure left even for reading my beloved orange novels. Don't paint me as power-hungry. What if others misinterpret my intentions?" Indeed, Zhou Ke's words prompted many spectators to glance silently and uneasily at Kakashi. Niji gazed at Zhou Ke with quiet bewilderment. Why suddenly extol Kakashi's prowess? What did it have to do with this battle? Zhou Ke pressed on, "It's deeply relevant. As Kakashi Sensei's foremost disciple, though Kakashi himself might hesitate to confirm it, he has already bestowed upon me the mantle of the copy ninja. And as Konoha's next greatest technician, I declare this facing me, a master of dozens of jutsu. You stand no chance." Zhou Ke had borrowed Kakashi's own legendary boast. But while Kakashi claimed mastery over 1,000 techniques, though in practice he relied almost solely on lightning release and earth-style wall, Zhou Ke lacked the audacity to inflate his tally so recklessly. He chose instead to speak plainly. Niji responded dryly, "Is mastering several dozen jutsu truly impressive?" "Well, naturally, it is impressive, or I wouldn't say it." Zhou Ke moved, shifting into his stance. The moment he did, Niji froze, and so did several informed spectators in the stands. Niji gasped, "This stance, is it?" Naruto hastily turned to Sasuke beside him. "Hey Sasuke, what is that move?" Sasuke activated his Sharingan, eyes locked on Zhou Ke. "Correct. It belongs to that thick-browed one." Lee blurted, "That's my stance." Indeed, the fruits of intensive training were evident. Zhou Ke had mastered Lee's taijutsu. Guy turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi, did you teach him this stance?" "No." Kakashi answered without hesitation. Knowing his old friend well, Guy trusted Kakashi's honesty and turned to Lee. "Lee, you mentioned sparring with him earlier. Was this the taijutsu he used then?" "No. He fought me using only the basic taijutsu taught at the academy. Frankly, his skill level was unremarkable." "So, did he copy it from you after that spar?" Guy mused, stroking his chin. Niji pieced it together and smiled faintly. "I see. After sparring with Lee, you realized your taijutsu fell short. So you mimicked his form and trained relentlessly. But surely you don't intend to challenge me with such last-minute mimicry. Taijutsu demands years of disciplined cultivation to become second nature, to etch itself into the very sinews of the body. Unless, of course, you're an Uchiha." Niji glanced pointedly toward Sasuke in the stands. Sasuke remained silent. Zhou Ke merely smiled. "One won't know whether it works until one tries. Then, brace yourself." "Konoha Senpu." Zhou Ke launched a sweeping kick toward Niji. Niji's Byakugan flared open instantly. As previously noted, the Byakugan grants X-ray vision, perceiving all objects before the user, scanning surroundings with acute vigilance and analytical precision to assess any situation instantaneously. It also reveals chakra pathways and vital points where chakra emerges. With Byakugan active, Niji observed Zhou Ke's minutest bodily movements, yet what he saw startled him profoundly. Had he truly attained Lee's standard of taijutsu in mere days? Or had he been feigning weakness all along? Was he deliberately masking his true capability? At that moment, Zhou Ke's flying kick struck. Niji barely raised his arms to block, and the two clashed fiercely. Yet as they exchanged blows, those who knew the truth grew even more astonished. Zhou Ke wasn't merely imitating isolated moves, he wielded Lee's taijutsu authentically. Konoha Senpu, Konoha De Zenpu, Konoha Reppu, Konoha Shufu, Konoha So Senpu, every technique executed flawlessly. Niji felt as though he were battling Lee himself. From the stands, Guy eyed Kakashi skeptically. "Kakashi, surely you must have guided that boy in taijutsu." "No, I swear his taijutsu was his greatest weakness. Yet in this brief span he's mastered Lee's entire repertoire. Does he possess the Sharingan?" Kakashi muttered, now half convinced Zhou Ke might be a lost Uchiha. Li faltered, his pride in years of relentless training now shaken. In just days, Zhou Ke had matched his mastery. Was raw talent truly an uncrossable chasm? Guy clapped Li's shoulder firmly. Don't dwell on it. Though he replicates your techniques, he falls far short of your true excellence. Guy spoke not idly. He discerned Zhou Ke's flaw, and Niji had too. Niji's initial alarm vanished, replaced by quiet confidence. He assumed the Hyuga clan's foundational taijutsu, the gentle fist, designed to strike chakra points and vital weaknesses requiring Byakugan for precise application. Gentle fist converts chakra into needle-like projections, injecting them into the opponent's body to disrupt internal systems. With 3 precise strikes, Niji sent Zhou Ke hurtling backward. Zhou Ke crashed onto the ground. Naruto frowned. Weren't they evenly matched moments ago? Why was Zhou Ke knocked down so suddenly? Because even with improved taijutsu, he's still weaker than his opponent. No, he's vastly inferior to that thick-browed one. Sasuke shot Naruto a deadpan look. Naruto blinked, but Zhou Ke's movements mirror Li's exactly. Why does he still fall so short? Kakashi explained, because his body isn't as strong as Li's. Naruto, huh? Kakashi elaborated patiently. Technique may be grasped swiftly through innate talent, but a body forged through relentless daily discipline cannot be conjured overnight. Li's taijutsu rests not only on perfected form, but on a physique tempered by years of unyielding toil. Guy added, though the forms are identical, Zhou Ke's speed, strength, and agility remain worlds apart. Thus, identical motion yields vastly unequal results. Niji, smiling faintly at Zhou Ke sprawled on the ground, remarked, your imitation is uncanny, but your speed and power pale beside Li's. You are at best a flawless counterfeit. Precisely, Zhou Ke replied, clutching his wounded side. Mere mimicry is counterfeit, but who decreed a counterfeit cannot surpass its original. Gentle fist pressure points impede chakra flow, but 3 strikes alone couldn't render Zhou Ke combat incapable. Niji retorted, no law states it, but you are weaker than Li. Cease this pretense. Destiny is immutable. You cannot defeat me. Very well. If you cling so fiercely to fate's rigidity, let me offer you this truth. Losing to me is your fate. Accept it. Zhou Ke sprang upright in a single fluid motion and began forming hand seals. Witness true imitation. Transformation technique. Activate. With a soft pop, Zhou Ke transformed into Li's likeness. Niji shook his head, disdain flickering across his features. So your true imitation is merely a transformation. What difference does appearance make? Zhou Ke answered, not with words, but with motion. He vanished from sight. He reappeared, directly behind Niji. Though Niji's Byakugan registered the movement, his initial contempt led to fatal hesitation, and Zhou Ke's kick slammed into his back, sending him flying. The arena erupted in shock. How could speed suddenly eclipse the naked eye? Midair, Niji corrected his posture instinctively. He knew Zhou Ke would pursue, delaying defense until landing meant certain punishment. True enough, before Niji touched ground, Zhou Ke closed an all strike. A precise 1-inch punch sent Niji crashing into the wall, yet this time he braced himself, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. Zhou Ke pressed the assault, relentless, unceasing, offering not a breath of respite. No, I must create distance. Otherwise I'll be overwhelmed before landing a single counterblow, and lose outright. Realizing the dire stakes, Niji unleashed his ultimate technique. King. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. An advanced taijutsu wherein chakra surges from every tenketsu, enveloping the user in a high-speed rotational barrier capable of deflecting incoming attacks. Originally a secret technique passed orally within the Hyuga main house, Niji, of the branch family, had independently reconstructed it. It was hailed as absolute defense. Zhou Ke recoiled before the whirling chakra vortex, and sensed something ominous, a presence locking onto him. As the Kaiten's chakra dissipated, Niji pushed off the wall, launching himself toward Zhou Ke with renewed ferocity, no longer dismissive, but treating him as a genuine adversary. A master of taijutsu, Niji possessed formidable speed, even enhanced by Byakugan's unparalleled perception and dynamic vision. Though Zhou Ke now surpassed him in raw velocity, Niji retained confidence, having sparred countless times with Li. He'd won more often than not. With his mindset recalibrated, the tide shifted, exchanges grew, balanced, the contest approaching parity. Naruto frowned. It still feels like Zhou Ke holds the edge, yet, for sheer velocity, invariably dictated battlefield dominance. Sasuke nodded, correct. Sustained aggression cannot endure. Zhou Ke won't maintain this pace for long. Li silently concurred, exactly. That's why I struggle to overcome Niji. Without 8 gates, explosive power and speed, my velocity cannot overwhelm his reflexes. Prolong the fight, and exhaustion will claim me. Zhou Ke, do you possess a solution? Though stunned that Zhou Ke had so swiftly forged a physique rivaling his own, Li now burned with curiosity. How would Zhou Ke overcome Niji? Niji thought, excellent. I've drawn him into my rhythm. This path leads inevitably to Li's fate. Niji noticed Zhou Ke deliberately retreating, creating distance. Has he recognized the futility of this exchange and sought another approach? Then it's my turn. No, wait. Zhou Ke's speed showed no sign of waning. To charge prematurely would squander every advantage painstakingly gained. Thus Niji resolved to let Zhou Ke act first, defend then counter. After securing distance, Zhou Ke did not advance, but declared truly worthy of last year's strongest. Impressive, but choosing now to shift from defense to offense is your gravest error. Whoa! Chakra erupted from Zhou Ke's body in visible waves. Li cried out, that technique. Is it? Guy demanded urgently. Li, did you ever use that technique on him? Never, Guy sensei. Li affirmed with unwavering certainty. Trusting Li's integrity, Guy pivoted to Kakashi. Kakashi, did you teach him this? Kakashi frowned. Would I entrust such a perilous technique to my student? Wait, surely you didn't teach that one too. What's the issue? A genin is a shinobi, no different from an adult. Guy stood firm. Naruto interjected. Kakashi sensei, what are you all talking about? I'm completely lost. That technique is a double-edged blade, inflicting devastating damage at catastrophic personal cost. Where did Zhou Ke learn it? Kakashi's Sharingan revealed unsettling details. Naruto tensed. That sounds dangerous. Should we stop him? He cut himself short, realizing, with empathy, that he too would reject interruption mid-battle. Across from Zhou Ke, Niji watched the chakra surge, and a chill gripped his heart. Niji thought Li possesses a forbidden technique that enhances his abilities, but Guy sensei forbade its use against us. Could Zhou Ke wield it too? Forbidden techniques always bore terrifying power. If Zhou Ke unleashed it fully, defeat was inevitable. The thought crystallized, and Niji launched forward like a railgun projectile. He must not be allowed to complete it. 8 gates, open. Just kidding. I'd never use that. Zhou Ke grinned at Niji's charge, then formed seals and shouted multiple shadow clone technique. With a sharp crack, 4 identical Lis materialized, attacking Niji simultaneously from all 4 directions. Oh no, I've been tricked. Niji stared dumbfounded. Zhou Ke's transformation into Li, coupled with relentless use of Li's taijutsu, had subconsciously redefined Zhou Ke as Li in his mind. The notion of a ninja technique attack simply hadn't crossed his thoughts. Breaking was impossible. He'd already committed rushing headlong into a 5-man encirclement, including the original. Even Niji, formidable as he was, could not contend with 5 Lis at once. No, I can prevail. They're only shadow clones. My 8 trigrams 64 palms will suffice. Niji steeled his resolve, assuming the stance for his ultimate Gentle Fist barrage. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Byakugan's 360-degree vision renders enemies as points within a circular bagua formation. Within its radius, the target endures 64 precise strikes. Should all 64 strikes land on a single opponent, hitting each of the 64 vital points, they paralyze chakra flow entirely, rendering the victim immobile. Alternatively, strikes may be dispersed across multiple targets. With only 5 opponents, Zhou Ke's forces were woefully insufficient to exhaust the full 64 strikes. Hey, have you forgotten? I'm not Li. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Zhou Ke's original form unleashed a searing fireball toward Niji. Wait, Zhou Ke had transformed into Li. Could Li even perform ninjutsu? As previously established, Li's limitation lay not in chakra quantity, but in precision control. His reserves were in fact substantial, as confirmed in the official databook Rin no Sho, which records Li's chakra level at 6. That figure may seem modest, until compared to others. Naruto's chakra registers at 8 chakra ton is no misnomer, while Sasuke's stands at 4.3 Chidori, drains him completely. Clearly, Li's reserves are considerable, especially given that the 8 gates technique, a pinnacle of physical exertion, demands immense chakra to activate. Zhou Ke's refined technique combined with Li's robust chakra capacity rendered ninjutsu entirely feasible. Yet, when had Zhou Ke learned the great fireball technique? The fruit of his rigorous training. He hadn't merely mastered taijutsu, he'd also assimilated foundational nature transformation techniques. Do you grasp the sheer intensity involved? Creating dozens of shadow clones, sleeping only 3 hours nightly, and consuming chakra pills to stave off collapse, nearly dying in the process. His claim of mastering dozens of techniques was no boast. He had done so spanning all 5 elemental affinities. He'd earned the right to call himself Little Kakashi. Danger. Niji veered sideways. No sane person would meet a fireball with bare fists. Yet as he leapt aside, another clone completed its incantation. Shadow Clone Zhou Ke Wind Release Gale Palm. A fundamental wind technique wherein chakra is altered to generate wind compressed explosively by clapping hands into a violent focused gale. The blast hurled Niji straight back into the fireball's path and amplified its fury, intensifying the inferno. Immediately, a third clone readied its jutsu, Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A brank Earth technique with 2 activation methods, either expelling Earth from the mouth to erect a vertical barrier, or channeling Earth Nature Chakra into the ground via hand seals to raise a wall. Zhou Ke employed the latter, sealing then slamming his palm to the earth, erecting a square wall around Niji, trapping heat, concentrating the blaze. In essence, a furnace. Zhou Ke intended to end the match in one decisive, overwhelming stroke. But would Niji emerge not as victor, but as Roast Niji? Kaiten. Niji refused to perish as Roast Niji. He activated his absolute defense, the Kaiten, to counter Zhou Ke's synergistic assault. The high-speed chakra vortex twisted the flames into a spiraling firestorm, hurling it outward, a hallmark of Kaiten deflecting physical force. Niji shouted, "Pride precedes ruin. Be consumed by your own fire." As the inferno surged toward him, Zhou Ke and his 4 clones simultaneously formed seals and cried, "Water Release Water Encampment Wall." A foundational water technique. Chakra gathered in the throat, expelled as a torrential rotating curtain of water. 5 torrents collided, heated with the wind-enhanced fireball. Water and flame clashed violently, neither yielding, until both dissolved into a single billowing cloud of steam. Instantly, the battlefield vanished beneath a dense, opaque fog, obscuring all sight, concealing every movement within its swirling shroud. Amid the thick fog, Ningxi had already assumed the stance of the Bagua 64 palms, thinking inwardly that water vapor could not blind his disdainful gaze. He had seen every move, and now Zhou Ke stood well within his Bagua domain, primed to taste defeat. Ningxi prepared to spring forward, intending to launch himself and topple Zhou Ke with his splendid 64 palms, claiming victory at a single stroke. But at that moment, Ningxi noticed Zhou Ke's 4 clones weaving a new ninjutsu. Then, as the technique completed, he released them all at once. Leidun Xuanlei Jian, gathering lightning chakra into the right palm, then unleashing multiple arrow-like bolts of white lightning from the palm toward the opponent. For bolts streaked toward Ningxi, the fog only amplified their speed, making them virtually inescapable. Ningxi had no choice but to withdraw the 64 palms and reapply Huitian. As expected, the Xuanlei Jian were all blocked by Huitian. Moreover, the airflow generated by Huitian's rapid rotation gradually swept the steam and dissipated the fog. While performing Huitian, Ningxi kept his eyes on Zhou Ke. All 4 clones had vanished, and his transformation jutsu had undone itself. His chakra must be nearly spent. After using Shadow Clone's transformation and so many other jutsu, such depletion made sense. This time you cannot escape, prepare to concede. Wait, why does he have a chakra orb in his hand? Ningxi noticed Zhou Ke had formed a new jutsu, a sphere of gathered chakra, then gripped it and charged straight at him. Has his mind gone? My Huitian is still active, and he throws that chakra ball straight at me. To Ningxi, Zhou Ke's move looked like a mantis trying to stop a hauling truck. Zhou Ke's little orb was the mantis and Huitian was the truck. If you want to crash, then crash. If you die hitting me, it is not my responsibility, Ningxi thought confidently, only to discover the orb in Zhou Ke's hand was the true truck. At that instant, Huitian's airflow finally blew the surrounding steam aside, and Zhou Ke emerged from the mist. What he held in his right hand left the onlookers utterly astonished. Sandai crushed his pipe in shock and asked which one it was. Kakashi bent the railing before him and exclaimed in disbelief. The older jonin present recognized the technique at once. Luoxuanwen. Zhou Ke pressed the sphere in his hand onto Huitian. During previous intensive training, Zhou Ke had finally completed his study of the Luoxuanwen and could now deploy the technique at will. The Luoxuanwen collided violently with Huitian. Both spins derived their power from rotating chakra. Yet although both relied on rotation, their modes of rotation were fundamentally different. Huitian spun like a gyroscope in a regular circular motion, while Luoxuanwen concentrated chakra in the hand and let it swill in irregular directions, compressing into a palm-sized non-elemental chakra sphere. That irregular rotation yields far greater destructive force than a unidirectional spin. After a tense standoff, the rotation of Huitian was neutralized by the Luoxuanwen, and Zhou Ke surged into its range, pressing the Luoxuanwen against Ningxi. The violent thrust propelled Ningxi outward. He slammed into the wall, and then collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Zhou Ke panted and wiped his brow, muttering that the Luoxuanwen's power had been somewhat offset by Huitian, but since they were comrades, he had held back and not tried to kill. The Luoxuanwen's destructive force is astounding, and normally, it would have torn Ningxi's abdomen open. Because Huitian canceled much of its internal swirl, Ningxi only felt the impact like a heavy punch. The Proctor Jifeng immediately checked Ningxi's condition. Confirming that Ningxi had simply been knocked unconscious by a heavy blow, he declared that Hyuga Ningxi could not continue, and that Zhou Ke was the victor. Zhou Ke breathed a sigh of relief. If Ningxi had been killed, that was not something Zhou Ke wanted. Ningxi was awkward because of past events, but he was essentially a good person. It would be a tragedy if he died. Beyond Ningxi, one other oddity puzzled Zhou Ke. The 4 clones he had summoned earlier were not any of the 3 usual clones familiar to him. Even the comic relief duo had seemingly shirked duty this time. What were they even doing? The medical team immediately entered to begin emergency care. The match was over. As Ningxi's supervising Jonin Mai Kai hurried down to assess his pupil's condition. Xiao Li and Tian wanted to follow, but Mai Kai told them they might be needed for the next match and ordered them to wait above. The fierce contest stirred many different reactions among the spectators. First was Xiao Li. Xiao Li watched Zhou Ke fight in his manner, combining solid taijutsu with powerful ninjutsu to hold Ningxi to a draw. He felt a sting of discouragement, but that quickly turned into fuel, setting his blood on fire. Xiao Li thought to himself that Zhou Ke, like him, was a commoner ninja who had set an example. With effort, anyone could overcome those with bloodline privilege. I must work hard too. Originally, Ningxi had been his target. Now Zhou Ke had bested Ningxi, and Xiao Li's target shifted from Ningxi to Zhou Ke. Next came Mingren. Mingren rubbed his belly and vowed that Zhou Ke had become so strong that he must grow stronger as well. He coveted the Nine Tails' power and resolved to seize it. Then Zhuazhu, who covered his eyes and realized that beyond taijutsu, Zhou Ke had trained a multitude of jutsu, evidently investing far more effort than he had. He could no longer afford to relax. Mastering the Sharingan's applications had to be prioritized. Next was Xiaoying. While she was not particularly important at the moment, the less important crowd can be skipped to move on to those who matter. Shoju remarked that the fellow possessed a kind of aesthetic strength. Ken Jiolong inwardly thought that she had already praised his looks before. Now strength was added to the compliment. Indeed, his speed, taijutsu, and mastery of 5 elemental release types made him formidable. Such power was beyond most jonin. If he continued to develop, he would become a grave threat to Sunigakure. Oh no, Gaara had begun to tremble, his interest aroused. Please do not rampage here, everyone would be doomed. Gaara, eyes alight like a man possessed, thought only of killing Zhou Ke to sate his hunger. Gaara could hardly wait to face Zhou Ke. Whether from Zhou Ke's strength or prior impressions, Gaara had etched Zhou Ke into his mind as a target. Shoju anxiously asked Gaara not to lose control here, lest disaster befall everyone. Gaara replied that he understood, and that now was not the time. If Zhou Ke kept advancing in the tournament, they would meet eventually. He smiled with a look both lecherous and fanatical. Standing below, Zhou Ke shivered slightly. Why did the back of his neck feel cold? Had some obsessive admirer set their sights on him? Finally, there was Xiangling. Her eyes shone after Zhou Ke's performance. As a sensory-type ninja, she had already deduced Zhou Ke's ability to perfectly imitate another person. Xiangling noted that when he transformed into that broad-browed man in green, his chakra nature matched the real one exactly. His transformation did not merely change appearance, it altered his inner nature as well. That suggested enormous potential. Company comfort, perhaps even being treated like a princess. How enticing. Still, Xiangling wanted to learn more about him. She resolved to find a way to stay in Konoha longer. If Xiangling lost this fight, she would be forced to return to Uzumaki. If she won, she could remain in Konoha until the main tournament began. Though the exact date of the next round was unknown, there would be a buffer of time, so she had to advance. But winning would not be easy. Xiangling scanned the arena with worry. She specialized in sensing and healing, yet Uzumaki had not permitted her to train much in ninjutsu or taijutsu. If she could not fight, her only path to advancement would be luck of the draw. Who in the field could she possibly beat? Xiangling realized that likely only teammates from her own village would be opponents she could overcome. She could only pray she would draw someone from her own squad. Contrary to the children's thought, Sandai held his ruined pipe and felt a pang of regret that it had broken after so many years. He considered trying to repair it and reflected that pitting Zhou Ke against the Hyuga genius had been the right decision. It revealed Zhou Ke's potential in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, including his versatility with 5 elemental natures. Perhaps Kakashi had guided him. Sandai felt his own earlier choice vindicated and chuckled that sending Kakashi to mentor Zhou Ke was wise. He suspected the Luoxuan had been Kakashi's teaching as well, until he saw Kakashi go ask Zhou Ke some questions. Kakashi asked whether Zhou Ke had been hurt. Zhou Ke shook his head, saying he had been on the offensive the whole match, and that aside from 3 strikes to the chest he felt fine. Kakashi smiled that Zhou Ke had performed admirably. Hyuga Ningxi was the strongest from the previous academy class, and already surpassed many ordinary chunin in power. Zhou Ke interjected, jokingly asking whether that meant he was roughly at jonin level. Kakashi tempered praise, warning that Zhou Ke still lacked sufficient battle experience, but that on this showing he had a chance to become a jonin if he took the exams. Zhou Ke lifted his chin and laughed that as the class's top graduate he could not possibly be inferior. Kakashi thought that minimal praise had already gone to his head. Stronger flattery would send him soaring. Zhou Ke had been overlooked because he was a commoner and an orphan with no patrons. Many dismissed his academy achievements and assumed his future was dim, preferring instead to focus on the class's other top pupil Zabuza, who carried the Uchiha aura. Zhou Ke's performance had slapped the faces of those who doubted him. A new commoner star seemed poised to shine in Konoha alongside past legends. Kakashi asked the question that had been on his mind: had Zhou Ke completed his chakra nature transformation training before he came asking for test strips? Zhou Ke replied that he had not. He had accelerated the training after asking the teacher and had achieved the results through dozens of times the effort. Dozens of times, Kakashi joked incredulously. He acknowledged Zhou Ke's hard work, but completing all 5 elemental transformations in a few days was extraordinary. Kakashi called him a true prodigy. Zhou Ke insisted he was not joking. He had indeed used dozens of shadow clones to achieve it. Hearing this, Kakashi's smile faltered and his expression turned alarmed. Kakashi asked incredulously whether Zhou Ke had split dozens of clones during his nature change training. Zhou Ke shrugged. Otherwise, how could he have learned so fast? Zhou Ke admitted the process had been grueling. He often fainted from exhaustion and had once nearly collapsed for good. Sleeping only a few hours a day and training with dozens of clones. Only someone like him or Mingren would do such a thing. Kakashi could not find a proper word to describe him. Madness almost fit, yet this was nevertheless his pupil. Zhou Ke countered that without a touch of madness, one could never surpass geniuses. He refused to live with regrets born of his own helplessness. Kakashi felt as if Zhou Ke were subtly nudging him with that remark and let the topic drop. Instead, he asked where Zhou Ke had learned the Luoxuanwen. Zhou Ke teased that he had learned it in a dream and asked if Kakashi believed him. Kakashi's face said, "Do not take me for a fool." Zhou Ke then admitted that he had discovered the technique while investigating old records. It was the signature move of the 4th Hokage, was it not? He gave Kakashi a wink. Kakashi sighed that Zhou Ke had done things he should not have. The boy seemed obedient at a glance, but was clearly a dangerous element. Kakashi glanced up and saw the medical team carrying Ningxi from the arena. He told Zhou Ke this was not the place for a long talk and suggested they move elsewhere, then rose and led the way. Zhou Ke followed. With Kakashi and Mai Kai escorting their pupils from the field, Jifeng cleared his throat. The next match could finally begin. Once behind a closed door, Kakashi sat and asked whether Zhou Ke had trespassed into forbidden areas. Zhou Ke answered evasively that it was more or less, so using the reply to cover how he had come to know so many secrets. Kakashi warned that such actions were wrong and could be treated as espionage. Zhou Ke explained that some matters he felt he had to investigate himself, such as the events surrounding the Ninetales incident. Kakashi understood Zhou Ke's motive. As an orphan who had survived the Ninetales turmoil, it was natural for him to seek answers about the tragedy that probably claimed his parents. He advised Zhou Ke to ask Kakashi or the Hokage for information instead. Kakashi began to lecture, reminding Zhou Ke that as shinobi they served the Hokage and must obey orders. Snooping on forbidden archives was unacceptable. Yet Kakashi ultimately did not punish Zhou Ke, showing a rare indulgence. Zhou Ke, aware of Kakashi's protective streak, smiled and promised he would not repeat such actions. After all, he had learned what he sought to learn. Kakashi grew more baffled still. What files had the boy seen? How had a lower-rank shinobi slipped into Konoha's confidential archives without detection? Or did Zhou Ke possess some hidden talent? Kakashi wondered whether Zhou Ke had read Kakashi's own file to make a certain comment earlier. He resolved to investigate further. With preparations for tools underway, the 3rd round of the Chunin exams concluded. 12 competitors advanced. The qualifiers were Zhou Ke, Xuanhua Mingren Yuzibo Zhuaju Youzheji no Kanjiulong, Xiangling Shouju Luo, Kuliwa Ilanila Lumur Yaoshido, and Shihai Chinchio. Shaoli had been fortunate not to face Gaara. Instead, he met Hinata, whose strength paled beside Shaoli's, allowing Shaoli an easy victory and a berth in the next round. Xiangling too was lucky to draw a teammate from her own village as she fought desperately and squeaked through with a narrow victory. Though whispers suggested the match assignment had been arranged to test whether Xiangling belonged to the Uzumaki line. Yaoshido, still under observation, revealed only a sliver of his true ability and advanced. The greatest surprise was Chihai and Huilu. Huilu, matched against Gaara, suffered a devastating defeat at Gaara's hands and was carried off wounded. As Huilu was stretchered away, he warned Zhou Ke to beware of Gaara if they ever met again. The man was truly formidable. Zhou Ke promised to avenge him should the chance arise. Though Huilu was hardly dead, Zhou Ke's reply was oddly dramatic. Chihai's win was also fortuitous. She had faced another teammate of Xiangling's. In truth, Xiangling's little squad had been assembled to support another Kyuzugakure team, so it was an auxiliary unit. No one expected the main Kyuzugakure team to be quietly eliminated by Orochimaru, leaving Xiangling's weak support unit to advance thanks to Zhou Ke's involvement. Fortune and fate indeed. Even so, their true strength remained mediocre. To other teams, they were mere stepping stones. Thus, Xiangling and Chihai advanced while others were eliminated. a regrettable but common outcome when skill falls short. The fourth stage, the official tournament, would be held a month later. Dignitaries from villages, noble houses, and even feudal lords would attend, so the interval allowed time to arrange their schedules. Opponents for the official matches were also determined at the announcement. Unlike the arranged pairings of round 3, the main contest would rely on drawing lots, finally leaving fate to chance. The matchups were set: Match 1 Zhuazhu vs. Wa Iluo, Match 2 Zhou Ke vs. Luo Kuli, Match 3 Xuanhua Mingren vs. Kinjiolong, Match 4 Shouju vs. Chihai, Match 5 Xiangling vs. Yao Shirdo, Match 6 Yoja Jino vs. Nila Limuru. The second round would pit the winners of Match 1 against Match 2, the winners of Match 3 against Match 4, and the winners of Match 5 against Match 6. In the final stage, the three victors would clash in a free-for-all, a format that had also appeared in the Boritira Chunin exams. Although the draw was by luck, the upper bracket's overall intensity was clearly greater than that of the middle and lower sections. Still, higher intensity posed no real problem. The main tournament was not a simple elimination to decide promotion. Judges assessed performance. Even defeat could still earn a candidate promotion if their display impressed. Zhou Ke and the others had a month to rest, recuperate, or undertake crash training to further improve their skills. Or they could simply relax. Some, like Chihai, intended to take the month off. Mai Kai inspected Ningxi closely, confirming the young shinobi was unconscious, but alive, and coordinated his care. Xiaoli, flushed with determination, left the arena burning to train harder after witnessing Zhou Ke's example. Mingren's resolve to seize power tightened, while Zhuazhu retreated to focus on the Sharingan, convinced he must refine how he applied it. The crowd dispersed in murmurs and speculation. Some admired Zhou Ke's ruthless efficiency, others worried at the implications of a commoner rising so rapidly. Xiangling contemplated how best to position herself in Konoha, sensing opportunity in Zhou Ke's emergence and plotting quietly to remain longer in the village. Sandai, still holding his broken pipe, resolved to see whether it might be repaired and felt a quiet satisfaction at having placed Zhou Ke against a top rival. Kakashi led Zhou Ke aside to question him and admonish him gently, part guardian and part instructor, uncomfortable yet intrigued by what the boy had revealed. Zhou Ke admitted that he had taken extreme measures in his training, and Kakashi, unable to fully scold him, nevertheless warned him of the dangers of prying into restricted matters. Zhou Ke's promise never to repeat such behavior put Kakashi further on edge. What truths had the boy glimpsed in the archives, and how had he gained access? Kakashi resolved to watch the boy closely. The matter warranted study and caution. The medical team finished stabilizing Ningxi and removed him from the tournament grounds under Mai Kai's supervision. As the arena emptied, contestants and spectators alike began to plan for the month ahead, some seeking rest, others opportunity to train and grow. Xiaoli, Xiangling, and the rest each departed with their own ambitions. For some, the road to advancement would be carved by sweat and toil, for others by a bit of fortune. Kakashi and Zhou Ke walked together to a quieter chamber to continue their conversation away from prying ears. Inside, Kakashi reiterated the risks of Zhou Ke's curiosity while acknowledging the boy's hunger for answers about his past. Zhou Ke's frankness and willingness to sacrifice sleep and body to reach his goals left Kakashi equal parts baffled and impressed. Kakashi cautioned that a shinobi's duty was to follow orders and that independent investigations could lead to severe consequences. Zhou Ke accepted the reproach with a half-smile and vowed to refrain from further reckless snooping, claiming he had learned what he needed. Kakashi could not help but wonder what classified files Zhou Ke had seen and how a lower-rank ninja had bypassed protections that should have kept such secrets secure. With that mystery unresolved, the third round closed, and the advancing contenders prepared for the next stage of trials and ambitions that lay ahead. You plan to rest for a full month, not considering intensive training instead. After the match concluded, Zhou Ke sought out Nanami for a chat and received this unexpected news. That's correct, Nanami replied calmly. For this entire month, the hospital has no assignments for me. I can finally relax and indulge in gaming without restraint. Is that really how you're planning to play it? Won't you at least try to push yourself? Zhou Ke asked cautiously. No need, she said flatly. My opponents were clearly far stronger than I am. Effort would be pointless. I'll wait instead for a future match where my opponent is weaker or when fortune favors me just a little more. Nanami turned to head home and resume her gaming. But unlike me, you have much to accomplish. So do push yourself and become a chunin as soon as possible. With that, she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Ke muttered wryly, truly a woman of extraordinary freedom, but perhaps that's not so bad. Better free than doomed by some deranged, despair-ridden lunatic. Hey Zhou Ke, we've both advanced to the main tournament. Naruto, noticing Zhou Ke had finished his conversation, bounded over eagerly. Indeed. Let's give our all in the main rounds. They exchanged a firm fist bump. After a moment's thought, Naruto declared, let's make a pact, we'll both reach the finals. and then fight each other honorably and without reserve. Given the tournament bracket, Naruto could only face Zhou Ke in the finals, thus this vow was the only viable one. Though I'd welcome sparring with you, can you truly reach the finals with your current strength? Zhou Ke asked curiously. Huh, are you underestimating me? Naruto bristled. When have I ever underestimated you? Yet the truth remains, your present strength falls short. Your repertoire is simply too limited. You can't rely solely on shadow clones and wild, unrefined punches forever. Zhou Ke countered. Pouting, Naruto grumbled, what else can I do? No one's taught me any techniques. I've only got the sexy jutsu left. Zhou Ke paused, then asked, would you like to learn that orb technique I used just now? You'd actually teach it to me. Naruto instantly lit up with excitement. Yes, of course I would, Zhou Ke affirmed, nodding. Fantastic. Let's go train right now. Naruto immediately reached to pull Zhou Ke away from the exam grounds toward the training field. Zhou Ke hesitated. Not today. I'm utterly exhausted. Let's rest tonight and begin tomorrow. What a letdown. Fine, tomorrow works too. For now, let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. I'll treat us to celebrate our advancement to the main tournament. Naruto glanced back at Sasuke and Sakura. Hey, want to join us for ramen? Sakura didn't answer directly. First, she glanced at Sasuke, gauging his response. Sasuke declined with a quiet shake of his head. I have matters to attend to. And with that, he strode off, effortlessly cool. Sakura watched him leave and longed to follow. But her feet refused to move forward. She lacked the courage to pursue him. Lately, she'd felt like nothing but dead weight, a constant burden. That self-doubt, already deep-rooted, had only intensified, leaving her with no confidence to trail after him. Unable to chase Sasuke, she turned to Naruto and said softly, all right then, we'll go together. Hearing Sakura agree, Naruto beamed with delight, while Zhou Ke inwardly quipped that unmistakable aura of being the perpetual backup choice. Of course, he kept it to himself. Naruto would understand in time, and voicing it now would only spoil the charm. Just as the trio prepared to leave the Central Tower exam grounds for Ichiraku Ramen, Kakashi appeared in a blur of Shunshin and addressed Zhou Ke. The Hokage requests your presence. Really? Naruto groaned in dismay. Zhou Ke shrugged. Unavoidable, I'm afraid. Ramen will have to wait until next time. Go ahead without me. Though Zhou Ke's absence dimmed the mood slightly, Naruto remained buoyant with Sakura by his side. After bidding farewell, Zhou Ke followed Kakashi to a designated chamber within the tower. The Hokage awaited him there. Oh, you've arrived, the third Hokage smiled warmly. Your performance in this exam was exceptional, beyond even my highest expectations. Well, credit belongs entirely to the Hokage's wise mentorship. Without your guidance, I could never have attained my current strength. Zhou Ke launched into polished flattery, a skill honed through years of corporate life. The third Hokage, an elder statesman long immune to such praise, merely smiled faintly. It seems victory over formidable foes hasn't inflated your pride. Still, flattery, however artful, is best kept sparing. Yet you're smiling so broadly, I suspect you're rather enjoying it, Zhou Ke retorted lightly. Sharp-tongued youth you are. The third Hokage offered only an awkward smile in reply. Fair enough, I merely state facts. So, what summons me here, Lord Hokage? Zhou Ke smoothly steered the conversation back to purpose. The third Hokage answered, in light of your outstanding performance in this Chunin exam, you are hereby summoned to receive formal commendation and reward. Zhou Ke stroked his chin. Surely others performed admirably as well. Though the third round had been summarily skipped by the author, several candidates had indeed delivered commendable performances. A singular reward for Zhou Ke alone seemed insufficiently justified. The third Hokage revealed his true rationale. True, many excelled in the final round. Yet only you shattered over a dozen teams during the second round. No one else came close. You noticed. Zhou Ke chuckled, feigning mild embarrassment. Just like Naruto, you're no model of convention. Still, vitality in youth is refreshing. He reached instinctively for his pipe, only to recall he'd crushed it earlier. Awkwardly stroking his beard, his expression shifted to solemn gravity. Yet certain boundaries must remain inviolate. One of my former students crossed a line so absolute that once discovered, he chose exile. You possess keen judgment. I urge you to heed this precedent and avoid repeating his misstep. So as long as it remains undetected, minor infractions are essentially permissible. Zhou Ke seized upon an oddly specific interpretation. The third Hokage stared speechless. Is that the crux of your takeaway? Didn't Kakashi-sensei promise to keep it confidential? Zhou Ke laughed nervously, like a child caught red-handed. In truth, this was pure theater. He'd long prepared his rebuttal, and Kakashi's disclosure changed nothing. Moreover, the third Hokage's demeanor revealed no intention to punish. Genius, after all, is often indulged. Zhou Ke's rare talent earned such leniency, a truth evident even in Orochimaru's case. The third Hokage was no fool. Orochimaru's transgressions hadn't escaped notice, yet they'd been quietly absorbed as if they'd never occurred. When brilliance shines brightly enough, small transgressions are forgiven, an indulgence born of assured superiority. Such matters cannot remain secret. Tell me, what exactly did you investigate? I can confirm neither the classified archives nor my own office showed signs of intrusion. The third Hokage voiced his deepest concern. Investigating intelligence doesn't require visiting you, grandfather Hokage. There's another person in the village who commands vast repositories of information, isn't there? Zhou Ke replied obliquely. You mean? Danzo. The third Hokage frowned. Aside from himself, only Danzo maintained an independent intelligence network and a private archive. Had Zhou Ke stolen data from him, that would be perilous indeed. Zhou Ke offered no reply, only a faint knowing smile. Those words are yours alone. I bear no responsibility. That would be extraordinarily dangerous. So, how did you manage it? Now his curiosity burned brighter still. He and Danzo had served as teammates, comrades forged in shared hardship. Though ideological rifts later severed their bond, their familiarity ran bone deep. Danzo was meticulous, exacting with subordinates, and rarely erred. His covert unit ROD operated from a fortress-like base, impenetrable, airtight. How could anyone possibly extract intelligence from there? Well, it demands bold planning, meticulous preparation, and careful execution. And above all, my hinge no jutsu. As he spoke, Zhou Ke transformed into a youthful Minato. How do I fare, Lord Hokage? Can you detect any flaw? Minato. The third Hokage blinked in genuine surprise, then rose and circled Zhou Ke, slowly marveling. Your transformation is flawless, utterly seamless. Were you not performing it before me, I might well have mistaken you for Minato himself. Ah, I see now how you accomplished it. His mind raced. Zhou Ke must have infiltrated Root disguised as one of its members, conducted repeated reconnaissance, pinpointed his target, devised a razor-precise plan, and executed a single decisive theft. Only one question lingered. Root employed sensory nin. Could mere transformation deceive them? Theoretically impossible. Yet if even he, the foremost authority on ninjutsu, detected no anomaly, perhaps such deception was feasible. In which case, this boy was born a spy. Zhou Ke, unaware of the Hokage's inner monologue, read his expression well enough to muse internally. What bizarre fantasy is the old man concocting now? The more convoluted his imagination, the better, he thought. Brilliant minds overthink. Zhou Ke needed only plant a seed, the rest would bloom in the Hokage's own mind. As for exposure via transformation, Uchiha Itachi's reckless blabbering had nearly exposed the ability already. At this point, why fear discovery? Once the third Hokage had mentally reconstructed and validated Zhou Ke's fabricated narrative, he sighed inwardly at the boy's staggering potential. Yet one question remained. During the second exam, why did you ally with that Kunoichi from Grass Village? To recruit her for Konoha, of course. Grandfather, surely you know she's of the Uzumaki clan. If you wish to inquire, why beat around the bush? Zhou Ke retorted, exasperated. The third Hokage cleared his throat. Naturally, I am aware. I wish to understand your reasoning. My intent is simple: strengthen Konoha, my Konoha. Zhou Ke declared, voice ringing with conviction. Though Konoha enjoys peace and maintains peaceful relations with other villages, great nations secretly amass power beneath the surface. We harbor no ill will, but vigilance is essential. Our love of peace does not equate to vulnerability. We will not tolerate harm inflicted upon us by foreign powers. Thus, even as we raise the banner of peace high, we must forge our own strength, so that those who cherish peace may wield it and thereby deter warmongers from igniting conflict. Only then can true peace be realized, and Konoha's path to glorious renaissance, to restore Konoha's greatness, once and for all. The third Hokage stood momentarily stunned, accustomed to delivering such lectures, not receiving them from a 12-year-old. Was it inappropriate? Not quite. Especially since Zhou Ke's rhetoric was masterfully crafted, he half considered borrowing it for his own future speeches. Simultaneously, he recognized that Zhou Ke's brilliance extended beyond combat. His political acumen was equally formidable. To think of the village's welfare at such a tender age reflected the very mindset of a Hokage. He'd witnessed such maturity only once before, in Uchiha Itachi. A prodigy indeed. The third Hokage even entertained the notion of grooming Zhou Ke as his successor, though the boy was still far too young. Cultivating such a leader would demand over a decade, and he worried deeply whether he'd live long enough to see it through. Even if he did, the mantle of Hokage couldn't wait that long. With advancing age, his stamina waned daily. Could he truly endure another 10 years in this role? If only one of my 3 students, Jiraiya Tsunade or Orochimaru, remained in the village, I could delegate the duties, then gradually nurture new talent. Alas, no such fortune exists. The third Hokage sighed heavy with regret. Observing the Hokage's pensive silence, Zhou Ke interjected, Grandfather, might we wrap this up soon? I'm starving. Sir, I fought an entire match this morning and haven't eaten a bite. Can I please go eat? Oh, my apologies. I'd forgotten. Let's discuss your reward. What would you desire? The third Hokage decided to first ascertain Zhou Ke's wishes before determining the appropriate boon. Zhou Ke answered without hesitation, I wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Wait, why seek the Flying Thunder God? Hadn't he already unlocked young Minato? He could use it freely already, so why request formal authorization from the Hokage? Precisely to wield it openly, legitimately, unapologetically, without concealment. Formal sanction meant no more clandestine maneuvers, no more complications. The third Hokage paused, taken aback. Zhou Ke still held the form of young Minato. That sight triggered memory. Decades ago, Minato, this very age, had stood before him guided by Jiraiya, petitioning to learn the second Hokage's legendary technique. Heh, how nostalgic. Back then, I even doubted whether Minato could master it. But Jiraiya believed fiercely in his student, certain he'd wield this art to reshape the shinobi world. If only Minato lived today, Konoha's circumstances might be far brighter. Another weary sigh escaped the third Hokage. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes inwardly. Grandfather, must you sigh again? I grasp your fondness for reminiscing about past glories. But I'm a youth in full bloom, easily ravenous. So, will you grant it or not? Please, a clear answer. At that moment, Zhou Ke's stomach growled audibly, echoing his imagined image of Naruto slurping ramen. Hearing the rumble, the third Hokage snapped back to the present. The Flying Thunder God technique is in strength jutsu, exceedingly difficult to master, demanding exceptional sensory perception. Are you confident you can succeed? Absolutely. I already know it. Thank you. Zhou Ke affirmed, resolute. Normally, this technique is never entrusted to a Chunin. Not even Minato learned it until promoted to Chunin, and only then under the personal guarantee of my student, the Sannin Jiraiya. This account is fictional. Minato's actual acquisition of the technique remains unknown. Indeed, lore suggests he may have invented it himself. But for narrative clarity, let it stand. Still, I shall make an exception for you. However, you must win the Chunin exam outright, defeating every opponent to claim first place. Only then will I grant this privilege. Though promotion to Chunin hinges on demonstrated capability, claiming undisputed victory, especially among such a formidable cohort, undoubtedly proves elite-level prowess. To the third Hokage, this condition seemed eminently reasonable. After all, Konoha was no autocracy. His fellow elders, and Danzo, held significant influence. Granting in strength technique to a Chunin demanded justification compelling enough to sway them all. To this stipulation, Zhou Ke responded without hesitation, consider it done. The championship is mine. Just prepare the jutsu, grandfather. Then I wish you success in fulfilling my terms. Now, off you go to eat. The third Hokage smiled warmly like a doting grandfather. Zhou Ke bowed respectfully and departed. The third Hokage watched his retreating silhouette fade, then sank once more into quiet contemplation, a youth of extraordinary talent and vision. If only they didn't need to shoulder such thoughts so early. Children this age should be lost in play, not pondering peace or the village's uncertain future, burdened by adults' failures. First Hokage. Second Hokage. Have I truly upheld the sacred trust passed down from you? Another soft, resigned sigh escaped him. All I can do now is shield these children as they grow. Preparing equipment. Having departed the third Hokage's chamber, Zhou Ke hastened his pace, catching up with Naruto and Sakura and joining them for ramen. After the meal, they parted ways to rest, though Naruto and Zhou Ke lived side by side, walking home together. At their shared gate, they exchanged goodnights, then retired to their respective homes for a brief wash and a deep restorative sleep. Nowhere does slumber feel sweeter than one's own bed. Yet Zhou Ke did not sleep. He had urgent matters to attend. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 clones materialized. The sarcastic clone greeted first. Congratulations, original. You've advanced to the main tournament. A stellar showing brings you one step closer to your grand dream of legendary renown. The rebellious clone shrugged indifferently. Impressive. Merely earning Chunin rank. Why not unleash our newly unlocked elderly Madara form? Give Konoha a proper fright. We'd be famous by dawn. Thanks to the rebellious clone's efforts, the elderly Madara form had indeed been unlocked. The sage clone retorted dryly, don't jest. An elderly Madara can barely walk, hardly intimidating. Moreover, investing chakra in this form is sheer waste. Ultimately, dedicating resources to this incarnation serves no purpose. The rebellious clone persisted unruffled. No matter, further development awaits. Next comes Edo Tensei Madara, and then, watch the shinobi world dance. The sage clone responded coolly, refrained from unnecessary actions. The rebellious clone locked eyes with him. Who appointed you overseer? Don't forget, You're a clone too. Zhou Ke intervened. Since you acknowledge you're a clone, might you show basic respect to me, your original? I didn't summon you here to mediate your squabbles. So, original, why summon us so late? The sarcastic clone asked, ever the most cooperative. I need to understand. Why didn't you appear earlier when I created clones? Zhou Ke had assumed they occupied his clone slots by default, yet apparently he could choose not to summon them. The sage clone explained, we simply chose not to manifest. With so many witnesses present, producing 3 distinct opinionated clones would only complicate matters for you. So your appearance, or absence, is entirely your own decision. Zhou Ke sighed, bewildered. Who exactly is the original here? The rebellious clone shrugged. What can we say? You haven't mastered the technique yet. Which technique? Zhou Ke asked, following the thread. The sarcastic clone chimed in. Yeah, what technique? Clearly unaware. The sage clone glanced at the rebellious clone, then turned to Zhou Ke. Based on precedent, this technique is almost certainly called the perfect clone technique. Huh, perfect clone technique. Zhou Ke's jaw dropped. Perfect clone technique. Such a thing actually exists. Zhou Ke stared in disbelief, primarily puzzled as to why his clone seemed far more knowledgeable than himself. It made him feel like the fool in the room. The sage explained calmly, it's merely logical deduction based on current evidence. If a perfect transformation technique exists and this clone technique is already so extraordinary, then the existence of a perfect clone technique follows naturally. Because therefore, scientific reasoning, quipped the sarcastic voice. Zhou Ke paused thoughtfully, then asked, if I don't summon you, what state do you exist in? Do you dwell within my spiritual realm? More or less, replied the sage. More or less. That's an awfully vague answer. Zhou Ke sighed, speechless. Well, however you choose to interpret it, our nature is profoundly abstract, beyond precise description, said the rebellious one, rising to his feet. Besides, sitting here chatting wastes time, and wasting time is a crime. I'm off to train. With that, he vanished in a blur. Fair point, but balance between labor and rest yields optimal results. I'll rest now, declared the sarcastic voice, sprawling lazily onto the floor. Zhou Ke retorted dryly, I think I misnamed you. You'd suit slacker or cross-dressing master better. The sage added, I shall also train. Rest well, host. And with that the clone departed. Is having a clone who volunteers for cultivation a blessing, or a curse? Zhou Ke let out a long, weary sigh, and climbed into bed to sleep. In another location, Orochimaru's hidden base. Within a secret chamber, Orochimaru prepared for a ritual. Before him stood a bound, living human. A white serpent slithered in from outside, coiled beside him, and opened its mouth to deposit a test tube. Orochimaru accepted it and nodded approvingly. At last, it's arrived. Then, let us begin. He poured the vial's contents onto the floor and swiftly formed hand seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Then, clasping his hands together, Orochimaru slammed his palms onto the ground and roared, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. And shrank, forbidden jutsu pioneered by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, an interdimensional necromantic art. This technique summons the souls of deceased shinobi back into the mortal world, granting them corporeal form. It requires biological tissue from the deceased as a catalyst and a living human body as a vessel, into which the soul is forcibly anchored from the afterlife, then encased in earth to replicate the deceased's original appearance. As it consumes living sacrifices and disturbs the peace of the departed, it is ethically prohibited, a taboo forbidden by all moral codes. Orochimaru now invoked the impure world reincarnation upon Tosu, to interrogate the witness directly, since no clues remained at the battlefield. To uncover what Tosu and his team had truly endured, Orochimaru immediately conceived this method. He returned to his base from Konoha and ordered his subordinates to deliver preserved blood samples taken from Tosu earlier. Though Tosu had been deemed expendable, Orochimaru's scientific rigor ensured such specimens were archived. After applying Tosu's blood and sacrificing a captured lab rat, the jutsu succeeded. The soul of Tosu was summoned from the netherworld. Revived, Tosu gazed at Orochimaru in bewilderment. Lord Orochimaru, have I been saved? Indeed. Tell me what transpired, Orochimaru replied curtly. He had no intention of explaining his refined version of the jutsu to mere disposable personnel. Tobirama, mine, it's mine. So he simply affirmed Tosu's assumption. Euphoric at his unexpected salvation and eager to trade intelligence for favor, Tosu overlooked the unnatural sensation in his body and recounted everything without hesitation. Upon hearing Tosu's full account, Orochimaru gave a single knowing nod, then swiftly unsealed the impure world reincarnation. Tools, after all, are discarded like rags once their purpose is served. Tosu, still elated, barely registered what had happened before vanishing once more, forever fated to be nothing but a tool. In a sense, Niji's words held truth. Some destinies are sealed from birth, immutable and absolute. Having secured the intelligence he sought, Orochimaru turned his attention fully to it. He retrieved the shinobi identification card compiled by Kabuto and located the one bearing Zhou Ke's profile. A newly graduated genin, top performer at the academy, a civilian shinobi with no known affiliations. Parents presumed deceased during the Nine Tails assault. A civilian shinobi. Yet he wields Wood Release. Clearly adept at concealment. Orochimaru flicked his serpentine tongue. His new target had been found. Zhou Ke, I knew it. That reckless rebel did it again. At that moment, a white serpent entered the chamber and deposited a scroll before Orochimaru, Kabuto's report. Orochimaru unrolled it, pupils contracting involuntarily, then smiled faintly. Oh, Kabuto's true identity has been uncovered, and he wishes to meet me. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, bang, bang, bang. A rapid, insistent knocking shattered Zhou Ke's slumber. Who is it? What time is it? Why knock like that? Zhou Ke groaned, dragging himself from bed. He'd just been dreaming of world domination. His reverie had been brutally interrupted. How utterly disruptive. Yet the knocking continued unabated, relentless, and unyielding. Resigned, Zhou Ke rose and opened the door, to be met with a flash of crimson. It was Karen. Zhou Ke frowned. How did you find my residence? He was certain he'd never disclosed his address. From a white-bearded elder who claimed he was off to repair his pipe, Karen shrugged. Turns out it was your Hokage himself. Honestly, I don't get it. He gave a formal speech before us, yet pretends to be a passing old man. Perhaps he's just terribly bored. Zhou Ke offered, at a loss for further commentary. Enough of that. What brings you here so early? You invited me to join your team. I've come to accept. Karen replied brightly. She'd intended to approach Zhou Ke the previous night to negotiate terms, but had hesitated, deterred by her two teammates and their Jonin instructor being present. Today, however, the Jonin had departed for Kekkei with the two eliminated teammates, and the other squad slaughtered by Orochimaru. With newfound freedom, Karen seized the chance to finalize her enlistment. Incidentally, the Jonin's urgency stemmed not only from delivering casualties home, but more urgently from bearing glad tidings. For years, Kekkei had languished as perennial underdogs in the joint Chunin exams. This time fortune favored them, and they'd legitimately advanced to the main tournament. Though dwarfed by Konoha and Sunagakure, they now surpassed several minor shinobi villages. Truly a moment of immense pride. Moreover, with a participant advancing, Kekkei's leader could attend the finals under the pretext of spectating and hold strategic talks with the third Hokage on military alliance and defense cooperation. After all, Kusa no Kuni lay nestled between Hai no Kuni and Tsuchi no Kuni. Should Awakens ever wage war against Konoha, grassland would become the primary battleground. Thus, Kekkei served as Konoha's vital strategic buffer. They could even ride the wave of publicity. The Kazekage of Suna would certainly attend, and Kekkei's leader might sit nearby, effectively claiming third place behind Fire and Wind. Among allied minor villages, they'd pulled ahead by half a stride. Ah, I see. You're indeed perceptive, recognizing that joining my team secures your brightest future. Zhou Ke clapped Karen heartily on the shoulder. Congratulations, you've chosen the most correct path. Karen brushed his hand away, serious. Hold on, I'm only considering it. My decision hinges entirely on the terms you offer. Ah, so you intend to negotiate. Very well then, Zhou Ke began, only for Naruto's door to swing open beside them. Naruto stepped out cheerfully, then turned to Zhou Ke. Hey Zhou Ke, let's train. Who's this? You met her yesterday during the Chunin exams. She's a genin from Kekkei. I know that. I watched her fight closely yesterday. But why is she here to see you? Naruto suddenly snapped his fingers, eyes lighting up. Zhou Ke, you've got a crush on her? No, Zhou Ke answered flatly. No hesitation, no ambiguity. His tone left no room for doubt. Then why is she here? Can't we just be friends? Zhou Ke countered, then introduced them formally. This is my friend, Uzumaki Naruto. And this is Karen Uzumaki, new acquaintance. Please get acquainted. Uzumaki too. Both Naruto and Karen blinked in unison, then fell silent, each lost in reflection. Naruto scratched his head. Yesterday, I was too focused on fighting. I forgot to note her surname. Karen mirrored the gesture. Yesterday, I was too busy envisioning my glorious future. I didn't register his name. Zhou Ke observed their identical motions and remarked dryly, truly kin. Your resemblance runs deep. A playful aside, and canon both share striking parallels, especially their shared infatuation with Sasuke. Kin. Do I have relatives? Naruto stared dumbfounded. Having lived his entire life as a solitary orphan, the notion of kinship was alien to him. Distant cousins at best, Zhou Ke waved dismissively. The Uzumaki clan was once mighty, populous enough to govern its own nation, Uchiha. Alas, the nation fell, and its people scattered across the lands. Really? That happened? Naruto scratched his head again, bewildered. Wait, hold on. His hair isn't red. How can he possibly be Uzumaki? Karen recalled why she'd ignored his surname. That blonde hair doesn't match Uzumaki traits at all. Zhou Ke clarified his mother's hair was crimson, but his father's dominant blonde gene overrode even the Uzumaki's signature red hue. Ah, I see. Naruto nodded, then paused mid-nod. Wait, that means... Zhou Ke, do you know who my parents are? His voice trembled with sudden raw excitement. As a child, no one ever answered his questions about them. He'd long since abandoned hope. Now at last, was the truth within reach? Yes, I uncovered it alongside the rest of the intelligence. Zhou Ke confirmed. Naruto blurted, can you tell me? I can, but first. Zhou Ke glanced at Karen. I have matters to attend to, so I can't speak with you now. Besides, don't you wish to master the Rasengan? Huh, well. Naruto hesitated. He desperately wanted to wield that chakra sphere. Let's postpone the parental discussion until tonight. For now, let's begin your training. Zhou Ke crossed his hands and summoned a shadow clone. The sage emerged. Zhou Ke turned to the sage. Would you mind guiding him? Of course, not a problem. Let's go. The sage led Naruto away. Only Zhou Ke and Karen remained. Karen planted her hands on her hips. So, shall we discuss our matter now? Indeed, but first I need to attend to something. Would you accompany me? Zhou Ke asked. Fine, I've nothing pressing anyway. Karen agreed. Having advanced to the finals with sheer luck, her next opponent was certain to defeat her. A month of intense training would thus prove futile. Better to enjoy Konoha for a month while plotting her flawless defection from Kusagakure. Accordingly, Zhou Ke and Karen visited the shopping district, purchased 2 fruit baskets, and headed to Konoha Hospital to visit Hate first and Niji second. Though their time as teammates had been brief, delivering fruit baskets was simply the decent thing to do. As for Niji, he'd been injured by Zhou Ke himself, so a token gesture of goodwill was morally warranted. Zhou Ke arrived at the hospital holding both baskets. At the nurse's station, he learned both patients shared the same room, convenient, saving unnecessary detours. Guided by the nurse, he entered the room and found them both. Hayate, gravely wounded, lay swathed head to in bandages like a mummy. Niji, comparatively unscathed, rested silently in bed, lost in contemplation as if pondering the meaning of existence. Also present was Tintin, Niji's teammate, keeping vigil, having been eliminated herself with no missions assigned and little else to occupy her time. Zhou Ke greeted them warmly. Good morning, gentlemen. Hate beamed upon seeing him, but immobilized by bandages could only blink and grimace in greeting. Niji's expression twisted faintly at Zhou Ke's arrival. Then he turned away sharply. Have you come to mock me? Madman, if I wanted to mock you, I wouldn't bother showing up, Zhou Ke retorted, handing both fruit baskets to Tintin. I'm simply visiting the injured. He then turned to Hayate, offering earnest concern and kind words. Niji remained silent after his initial remark, staring blankly at the ceiling. Once finished attending to Hayate, Zhou Ke regarded Niji's despondent posture and sighed. Brother, you lost, not died. Don't act as though life's ended. Victory and defeat are inevitable in warfare. No one wins forever nor loses eternally. If losing to me wounds your pride, train relentlessly, then challenge me again. I will accept your challenge anytime. Niji showed no reaction. Seeing this, Zhou Ke chose not to press further. They weren't even friends. He owed Niji no explanations. His words had been offered purely in goodwill, unwilling to watch a genius waste away in despair. Yet if Niji refused to receive them, Zhou Ke felt no obligation to persist. Were you a beautiful maiden, I might indulge you further, but as a man posturing arrogantly, not my concern. Just as Zhou Ke turned to leave, Niji spoke, quietly yet distinctly. Do you truly believe fate can be changed? Zhou Ke paused, glancing back. Absolutely. Granted, certain truths are fixed from birth, but the future remains unwritten. If the past cannot be altered, shape the future you desire. If you cannot change yourself, forge that future for your descendants. There is always something worth striving to transform. Look ahead. If you cannot alter your own destiny, you may still reshape that of your children. Niji fell into profound silence, absorbing the words. That is all I have to say. When urgent, burn paper. I'm off. Having spoken his piece, Zhou Ke departed without lingering. Tintin, bemused, scratched her head. This junior's quite impatient. She'd intended to wash some fruit for him, but in the blink of an eye he was gone. Hate offered gently. Though we've known him briefly, every time I see Zhou Ke he seems utterly exhausted. Surely he pushes himself to the absolute limit in training. He's practically Lee's twin. I suspect he'd thrive under Might Guy's tutelage, Tintin quipped. Elsewhere, in a barren field beyond Konoha's borders, Kakashi trained Sasuke. Their exercise was simple, locking eyes with their Sharingan, honing ocular control through sustained focus. Sasuke sought to deepen his mastery of the Sharingan, requesting special training from Kakashi immediately after the exams concluded. Kakashi meanwhile wished to accrue combat experience against Sharingan users, so he readily accepted the challenge. As they trained, space near them rippled unnaturally. A figure in an orange spiral mask emerged from a dimensional vortex, rotating smoothly into view. He cast his gaze toward Kakashi. So, he's mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan after all. Moments later, Zetsu erupted from the earth beneath him, splitting open to reveal his dual-natured form. The masked man remarked, "You're late, Zetsu. Unlike you, I lack spatial mobility." Zetsu replied wryly, then asked, "Does reality align with your hypothesis?" "Indeed, Kakashi commands the Mangekyo. Those recent anomalies within my Kamui dimension must be his doing." Naturally, this masked man was none other than Uchiha Obito. Lately, he'd discovered foreign debris cluttering his sacred Kamui space. A violation he couldn't ignore, for Kamui was the cornerstone of his supremacy. Thus, Obito launched an investigation, beginning with the most obvious suspect, Kakashi, the sole other possessor of his ocular legacy. Had Kakashi finally unlocked Kamui? To verify his suspicion, Obito brought Zetsu for on-site observation. Yet, confirming Kakashi's ability raised another question: why had Kakashi suddenly grasped the Mangekyo's existence? Without prior knowledge, such power remains inaccessible. Someone must have informed him, Black Zetsu surmised. Any major developments in Konoha recently? Obito asked, seeking leads in recent events. Zetsu reported, the Chunin exams are underway, and Orochimaru prepares his Konoha Crush plan scheduled to commence during the finals. Neither event seems connected to Kakashi's awakening. Just then Black Zetsu mused, could it be Itachi? Among current Sharingan wielders, only Itachi possessed the Mangekyo. Perhaps Kakashi's transformation stemmed from him. Obito shook his head. Itachi was stationed in Amigakure recently. No opportunity to visit Konoha. Then, did he simply awaken spontaneously? Black Zetsu proposed. For now, we must assume so. Obito's gaze shifted to Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. Stronger than he was as a child. Do you intend to act against Sasuke? Black Zetsu asked. Obito voiced his assessment. His heart is steeped in darkness. Ideal for manipulation. Yet controlling him remains difficult while Itachi lives. Zetsu murmured, Itachi remains an obstacle. No matter, he's failing rapidly. He won't survive until our plan begins. Obito's right. I whirled with Kamui energy as he commanded, I'm departing. Increase surveillance on Konoha. And he vanished. Understood. Black Zetsu replied, then sank silently into the earth. Silence reasserted itself as though no one had ever been there. In the valley of the end above Uchiha Madara's head, Uchiha Sasuke was sitting idly. Wasn't he just training with Kakashi using his Sharingan? How did he end up here now? At that moment, Orochimaru emerged from the side and looked at Sasuke in surprise, saying, Sasuke, no, you must be Zhou Ke, right? An exceptionally excellent transformation technique with no flaws at all. The message from yesterday was that Zhou Ke was to meet Orochimaru, so Orochimaru could reasonably deduce the identity of the person in the transformation. Sasuke did not waste words and dispelled his transformation technique. The person in the transformation was obviously not Zhou Ke, but me, the rebellious one. After the rebellious one left last night, he found Do and directly revealed Do's identity. Of course, as a spy, Do did not panic. After all, the rebellious one approached him privately. This behavior clearly was not intended to expose his identity, but rather to make a deal. There was no need to rush if there was something to discuss. Naturally, the rebellious one was not there to negotiate with him, but to find Orochimaru. Neither of them would easily obey and act as a mere messenger, so they engaged in battle. The result, well, Do was hammered down by the furious child. As a result, a pile of things appeared in the Kamui space, alarming Obito. The advantage of the phasing technique was overwhelming at first sight. Even if you guessed the opponent's abilities without a comparable zero-frame Flying Thunder God, it would be very difficult to defeat him. After being defeated, Do was sensible enough to know he was no match and obediently acted as a messenger for Orochimaru, agreeing to meet at the Valley of the End at this time. The rebellious one continued to maintain his seated position, which was actually Madara's head, turning his head at a 45-degree angle to say to Orochimaru, You're a bit late, Orochimaru-san. My base is a bit far from here. I didn't expect that a mere 12-year-old genin could have such presence. It seems Konoha has produced another genius. Orochimaru remarked sincerely. Konoha has produced such geniuses before, like himself, Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hatake, and especially Itachi Uchiha. At 5 years old, he could protect his still infant brother Sasuke at home alone. At 7, he graduated from the ninja school with the highest score, and at 8, he opened his Sharingan in anger after his companion was killed by Obito. At 10, he became a Chunin solely by his own efforts during the Chunin exams, joined the Umbu. At 11, and by 12, he teamed up with Obito to slaughter his entire clan. He unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan at 12. Is there anyone in the Uchiha clan who is this amazing? They've all been killed by him. Where can you find someone more amazing? Sarada, there are, my friend, there are. I also unlocked the Mangekyo at just over 12, of course being this amazing comes at a cost. Itachi Uchiha died at the age of 21. Returning to the main topic, the rebellious one heard Orochimaru's words and smiled, saying, "A genius. Not quite just obtained it, that's all. Oh, it seems Mr. Zhou Ke also has a story to tell." Orochimaru's eyes lit up, combining the rebellious one's statements with his own experiences. Orochimaru reasonably deduced that the rebellious one might be like him, an immortal who seizes others' bodies to extend his life. This sparked Orochimaru's immense interest in the rebellious one. "First, let me correct you on one thing. Zhou Ke is Zhou Ke and I am I," the rebellious one pointed out. "Well then, how should I address you?" Orochimaru asked politely. The rebellious one casually replied, "The name of the past cannot be mentioned now. I only have one code name. Rebellious. Just call me that." Rebellious. Orochimaru was puzzled not by the name, but by the term codename. Codenames are usually given by others, making it seem as if the rebellious one had a superior. Combining this with the previous statement, could it be that he and Zhou Ke are not the same person? That's right. Let's not discuss that for now, Mr. Orochimaru. What do you think is the relationship between chakra and the soul? The rebellious one suddenly asked. On this topic, Orochimaru had much to say, but why was he suddenly inquiring about the relationship between chakra and the soul? After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru provided his answer. Chakra is the product of the combination of mental energy and life energy. This power can carry the soul. Mastering this technique allows the soul to transfer continuously, achieving immortality. Then do you think the soul can be reincarnated? Zhou Ke continued to ask. Reincarnation. I see. Orochimaru's understanding dawned. He realized what Zhou Ke was getting at, and excitedly said, "You and Zhou Ke are not the same person. You have transferred your soul into the body of a child, and to conceal your identity, you did not harm the child's soul, instead hiding in the dark to grow. This is why beneath an otherwise unremarkable appearance there is such power. Talking to a smart person is just easy." The rebellious one smiled slightly, then thought to himself, "This is all your own speculation, and don't come confronting me later if you find you've misunderstood." Meanwhile, Orochimaru had other thoughts. However, if he has been secretly developing, why does he still have to be so straightforward with me? It seems there are more issues. Orochimaru was suspicious of this explanation, but he did not delve deeper for now. All that mattered was knowing that this man called Rebellious was no ordinary person. The next focus was still why he wanted to summon himself. The rebellious one moved his fingers around, confirmed his status, and said to Orochimaru, "Let's get straight to the point. I want to make a deal with you. I'm all ears." Orochimaru licked his lips. This was exactly what he was waiting for. The rebellious one did not speak, but threw a stack of papers to Orochimaru. Orochimaru caught the paper and asked curiously, "What are these?" "The events that will happen in the next period of time if I do not actively intervene." The rebellious one explained. It detailed what would happen from now until Sasuke's defection. Simply put, Zhou Ke leaked the unmarked content to Orochimaru. Of course, due to Zhou Ke's intervention, some content had already changed, and the rebellious one modified these spoilers based on the changes. So this means it's about future events. Orochimaru quickly looked through the papers with curiosity, and as he read, his eyes widened unconsciously. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. Whoa, based on the current situation, the contents here could indeed happen. Are you looking to make a deal with me using this? No, these are just appetizers for you to verify the goods. There are even more shocking contents to come. The rebellious one smiled back at Orochimaru. Although he was smiling, there was a chilling feeling. Even Orochimaru felt this way, so one could imagine how chilling this smile was. Is he trying to imply that he can predict the future? Orochimaru silently put away the papers. Once something is fed to a snake, it won't spit it out. Then Orochimaru continued to ask, "What kind of deal do you want to make?" The rebellious one asked, "You should have Hashirama's cells, right? Isn't he able to use Wood Release? Or does he need Hashirama's cells to further strengthen his power?" Orochimaru did not dwell on this question for long, and continued to ask, "Yes, do you want them now?" The rebellious one replied, "No, I will need them after a while. Around the time when I need to finalize those documents with you. I will come to trade then." "I see, so that's why you said to let me verify the goods, eh?" Orochimaru nodded, and understanding both were clever individuals, and there was no need for more words. "By the way, if you really want to proceed with the deal, then before the trade act, as if this matter does not exist, especially when encountering Zhou Ke. If he learns about our deal, this transaction will automatically fall through." After saying this, the rebellious one suddenly vanished. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by the scene, and then chuckled, so it was just a shadow clone. How interesting. However, why must Zhou Ke not know? What is their relationship? Orochimaru became increasingly curious about this suddenly appearing genius. He took out the documents Zhou Ke had given him and scrutinized them for a while. The contents written here are very reasonable. These events are very likely to occur. However, if you had informed me in advance, I could have made appropriate preparations. Hee as long as Zhou Ke doesn't find out about this transaction, it should be fine. Hee. Preparing ninja tools after leaving the hospital, Zhou Ke and Xiangling arrived at the training ground Zhou Ke frequented. Finding a place to sit, Zhou Ke said to Xiangling, "Alright, it's time to discuss our matters." Zhou Ke took out a scroll from his pocket and with a puff unsealed it, revealing an iron box. Zhou Ke placed the iron box in front of Xiangling and said, "If you choose to join my team, this box of money is yours." "Are you just handing over the money right away? What kind of operation is this?" Xiangling was a bit confused. According to her experience in the Grass Ninja Village, shouldn't there be some kind of enticing offer first? Back when she fled to the Grass Ninja Village with her mother, the opposing side promised various things, but none of them were fulfilled, and her mother was even killed by them. Thus, Zhou Ke's direct offer of money left Xiangling bewildered. In this state, she opened the box and saw 35 neatly stacked bundles of cash, all in 10,000 denomination bills. "How much could this be worth? How much is this?" Xiangling asked directly. "About 35 million, I think." Zhou Ke recalled the money inside consisted of the largest denomination 10,000 bills, with one bundle containing 100 bills, making 1 million per bundle, totaling 35 bundles. That's equivalent to a bounty for a summa. Since this is a Japanese work, let's go by yen. Sensing a hint of malice. This money was naturally obtained from Kato, however not all of it was cash, when first acquired, as most were collectibles. Zhou Ke did not dare to sell these collectibles openly. Fortunately, he had a clone. The sage held on to the sellable items and used transformation techniques to sell everything in the black market, exchanging them for a huge sum of money. Of course, he also did not dare to deposit this money in a bank, so he sealed it all in the scroll and carried it with him. Seeing this money, Xiangling couldn't help but swallow hard. She had never seen such a large amount of money before. How many missions would it take to earn this much money? Now, if she just agrees to join the team, all this money would be hers. Xiangling swallowed again and asked, "Aren't you afraid he'll just take this money and run away? What if she took all the money and fled?" "There's more to come." Zhou Ke replied calmly. This money was merely the tip of the iceberg. Zhou Ke did not believe that Xiangling would give up more money just to leave. After all, no one would complain about having too little money. "I will join your team immediately," Xiangling said eagerly. Against the backdrop of this money, Zhou Ke looked quite impressive. "Well then, congratulations on joining the team," Zhou Ke said, shaking Xiangling's hand. Having just joined the team, Xiangling was now full of enthusiasm and wanted to showcase her abilities, so she asked, "So what do you need me to do?" "For now, there's nothing you need to do." Zhou Ke scratched his head. He recruited Xiangling with future considerations, but there was nothing he needed her for at the moment. "Then why did you recruit me?" Xiangling was at a loss for words. "Well, it's all about long-term planning." Zhou Ke scratched his head. "Alright, we've talked about everything we needed to now. I need to train. You can take this money and go have fun. You probably haven't experienced joyful days much, have you?" If that's the case. Zhou Ke initially planned to train, but considering that Xiangling would be wandering around Konoha alone and not knowing where to have fun, Zhou Ke decided, "I will take you out today," Zhou Ke said, giving a thumbs up. "Is it really that good?" Xiangling suddenly felt a bit scared. Someone being so nice to you without any demands. It was too scary. "Don't worry, you will be busy later." Zhou Ke took Xiangling out to have fun, and then the day passed just like that. Zhou Ke sent Xiangling back to her lodging. Feeling overwhelmed, Xiangling remarked, "What an enchanting day." She had never experienced such a wonderful day. Being able to buy whatever she wanted, eat whatever she wanted, and do whatever she wanted. It was truly freedom. This feeling was too enchanting for someone who had always been restricted in the Grass Ninja Village. "Well, as long as you're happy, just rest well from now on. If you need anything, come to my house or find me at my training place. Goodbye." After saying this, Zhou Ke turned to leave. Watching Zhou Ke's departing figure, Xiangling complained, "This guy is really strange. He says it's for the future, yet he could have used me for training right now." Just one bite from Xiangling would allow for a quick recovery. This would be very useful during training. Should I say this guy is absent-minded or too gentle? Preparing ninja tools, Zhou Ke returned home and happened to run into Naruto, who had just finished training. Naruto was dirty and looked like he had gone through quite an intense workout. Seeing Zhou Ke, Naruto took the initiative to greet him. "Yo, Zhou Ke. Yo, how did today's training feel?" Zhou Ke asked curiously. "Great. Your clone is so smart. The methods he taught me are amazing," Naruto exclaimed. "By the way, don't you know what happened? Isn't it said that the memories of the clones would return, eh? Well, that clone is quite special. It has its own thoughts, and the memories don't return to me, so you should feel it, right? We have slightly different personalities," Zhou Ke asked while casually leaning against the railing of the corridor. Outside Naruto's house is an open corridor indeed. It feels like he understands everything, but it's a bit scary, like a teacher. Naruto recalled being called on by a teacher in school. That feeling, Zhou Ke pondered, stroking his chin. After thinking for a moment, he said, Let's not worry about him for now, since he's teaching. Well, how have you been learning? Well. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm still at the second stage. Previously, it was mentioned that the training of the Rasengan is divided into 4 stages. The first stage is releasing chakra in the palm. The second stage is further practice stabilizing and continuously releasing chakra while rotating it. For instance, placing a water-filled balloon on one's hand and releasing chakra to make the water inside move irregularly until the balloon bursts. Naruto is currently at this stage. Well, it's not bad to achieve this on the first day. Zhou Ke nodded and then thought for a moment, deciding to address the main issue. Let's talk about what I promised you during the day. Regarding your parents. Actually, the Rasengan is a technique created by the 4th Hokage. Zhou Ke suddenly stated. The 4th Hokage's technique. Is it that impressive? Naruto felt a bit surprised. If he could master the 4th Hokage's technique, wouldn't he be one step closer to his goal of becoming Hokage? However, Naruto also found it strange. Why bring up the 4th Hokage now? Is he off topic? Zhou Ke continued. It's indeed quite powerful. After all, this technique was created by the 4th Hokage to protect your mother. Oh, Naruto nodded, not quite comprehending yet. He seemed to still be processing what was going on. Zhou Ke was speechless. This kid can be a bit dense at times. Now would be the perfect time for him to use that brain of his. As Zhou Ke prayed for this in his heart, Naruto's brain finally clicked. Wait, why did the 4th Hokage protect my mom? Could it be? Zhou Ke thought eagerly. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Could it be that they are relatives? Naruto came up with this answer. Why would you think that? Zhou Ke was speechless. Forget it, it's my fault for trying to explain this in a roundabout way, or it shouldn't have been this complicated. Let's just say it plainly, your father is the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Naruto blinked and his mind seemed to crash as he couldn't think straight. After a while, he slowly turned his head towards Hokage Rock and asked in a trembling voice, are you saying? That's true. Zhou Ke explained, well, the information I found describes it this way. The 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails into his son Naruto Uzumaki, using the forbidden technique Reaper Death Seal to protect the village. By the way, I looked into the Reaper Death Seal. It's a technique that leads to mutual destruction, and the user will surely die after using it. My father is the 4th Hokage. As Naruto softly spoke, tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. While wiping his tears, he painfully said, Why did they have to seal the 9 tails within me? Upon realizing that the 4th Hokage was his father, all the confusion, pain, and grievance he had accumulated in the past surged forth. Other than the time Iruka protected him, Naruto hadn't cried in a long time. According to his own words, he had cried all his tears when he was a child, but now they flowed uncontrollably. It was truly painful. He really wanted to ask his father face to face why he had to place the 9 tails upon him, not knowing how much suffering this had caused him. Perhaps it was in hopes of leaving a power to protect himself and to allow his son to safeguard Konoha. Zhou Ke could only say this. He couldn't possibly say. Your parents truly loved each other, and your father, seeing your mother about to die, made the decision to sacrifice himself to allow your mother to see her child one last time, leaving all the suffering to you alone. To be honest, looking at it from this point, Minato is not very suited to be Hokage. Being an elite jonin and enjoying a warm family life would suit him better. Of course, the root of the problem lies with that Obito, who gave you a warm pack to protect me and Konoha. Naruto wiped his tears away, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. Well, after all, this is just my speculation. Don't take it too much to heart. As for the truth, let's wait until you meet the people involved and talk to them face to face. Minato and Kushina left Naruto with chakra before their deaths, and in the future Naruto would be able to meet them again in his own body, but the specifics would be left for that time when they could talk privately. I understand now. Naruto wiped away his tears and returned to his usual state. Then, he ran off. Hey, where are you going? Zhou Ke hurriedly asked. Don't suddenly do something foolish. I'm going to train. I must master my dad's ninjutsu. Knowing about his parents motivated Naruto with immense strength. He didn't want to waste a moment and focused solely on mastering the Rasengan. Rest well before you go train. Well, he's already run off. Did I do something unnecessary? Zhou Ke used a shadow clone to summon the sage. The sage replied, that was indeed unnecessary. You shouldn't have told him these things during his impulsive youth. From the current outcome, that seems to be the case, but I do not want to deceive my friend. I can't sleep. After a quick wash, Zhou Ke lay on his bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Insomnia had taken hold. The moment he closed his eyes, he pictured Naruto training, echoing that iconic line, at your age, how can you possibly sleep? It reverberated endlessly in his ears. Such is the Chinese condition when those around you relentlessly push themselves forward. Anxiety surges and mental pressure mounts. Then comes insomnia, exhaustion, depletion, and more. Zhou Ke slammed his palm onto the mattress and shot upright. How am I supposed to sleep now? Fine, I'll train too. Rather than lie here tormented by restless thoughts, I'd rather exhaust myself completely through rigorous practice. And so Zhou Ke rose, donned his training gear, and headed out for intensive training. Yet en route to the training ground, he encountered Rock Lee, just finishing his day's regimen and heading home to rest. Huh, Zhou Ke, so late at night, you're off to train? Lee asked, curiosity lighting his gaze. Couldn't sleep, just adding some extra drills. I'm off then. Though they were on good terms, Lee remained his opponent in the first round of combat. Standing idle and chatting felt awkward. Besides, Zhou Ke had no idea what to say, so he offered a terse farewell and hurried away. Lee stood frozen in place, musing inwardly. He's still training this late. No wonder he's grown so strong. It must be because he works harder than I do. No, I can't afford to stop either. Inspired. Though Zhou Ke himself would later blink in bewilderment. Inspired. What did I inspire? Lee surged with renewed vigor, his fatigue momentarily eclipsed by exhilaration, and sprinted back to resume training. The next day, Tintin relayed this incident to Niji. Already adrift in uncertainty, Niji could no longer remain passive. If everyone else is striving forward, why should I wallow in self-pity? He immediately threw himself into training, his goal to surpass his former self, and then challenge Zhou Ke once more. Zhou Ke was right. Some things truly cannot be changed, yet others can. Even if I remain trapped within the caged bird seal, I will fight to liberate future generations from this wretched fate. And as Niji immersed himself in training, others grew restless, including Kiba Inuzuka, who had already been eliminated. Kiba burst out seriously. Whether you advanced or got eliminated, you're all training like mad. Are we even allowed to exist anymore? This gap keeps widening. Who's suffering most? Not me. I'm training too. And so Kiba joined the intensive drills. His teammate Hinata murmured softly yet resolutely, everyone is working so hard. And Naruto-kun too. Then so must I. With quiet tenacity, she began her own training. Shino Aburame, the sole teammate who'd advanced yet remained nearly invisible until now, mused, originally, I hoped the Chunin exams would boost my visibility, but at this rate, I'll fade into the background entirely. Time to act. Even Shino, the one who wished others would become his backdrop, now resolved to strive. Those who began training weren't limited to the names above. Every genin with the will to advance, swept up by this ripple effect, took up rigorous practice. Not just genin, but anyone yearning for strength. The wave grew so vast, it even reached the third Hokage. Seriously, I didn't organize anything, yet the entire village seems to have launched a massive training campaign. The third Hokage exhaled slowly, drawing deeply on his cigarette to steady himself. Of course, amid this tide of discipline, a few swam defiantly against the current. The famed Ino-Shikacho trio of Konoha. Shikamaru Nara, who'd advanced to the main tournament, scoffed, training. Who'd bother with something so troublesome? As for the main tournament, I'll just perform half-heartedly and withdraw. A born slacker. Choji Akimichi, eliminated, declared proudly, I've already begun specialized training. Eating training. A true gourmand. Excessive training ruins your skin. I'll pass. Ino Yamanaka, utterly indifferent to cultivation, retorted with vanity. Truly, only they could pull this off. Let's hope they won't regret it later. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke, wholly absorbed in his own training, remained blissfully unaware of all this. He was now pondering what to train next. The sole sage capable of sound advice is currently tending to Naruto. The other two. One delights in opposing me outright. The other merely critiques without lifting a finger. Fine, 3 flawed advisors still beat solitary overthinking. Zhou Ke hesitated briefly, then summoned his 2 clones. Yet the moment he materialized the rebellious clone, it declared, you're a mature original now. You ought to train on your own. Wait, did you flip that sentence? Zhou Ke stared dumbfounded. Wasn't it standard in Naruto fanfiction for the original to exploit clones as laborers? Why was he instead being exploited by his clone? Is there any justice left? Any law? Any humanity at all? Huh. The rebellious clone countered. I need to train hard too. Don't you want the Edo Tensei Madara awakened sooner, so his power shakes the entire shinobi world? Do you wish to dance? Now that's a cool line. The snarky clone quipped beside him. Zhou Ke sighed. Well, I won't deny that. Even if his ending was absurdly comical, Uchiha Madara retained undeniable popularity, largely due to his sheer charisma and overwhelming presence. Exactly, so don't hinder my training. Leveling up Elder Madara's experience points is brutally difficult. With that, the rebellious clone vanished in a shunshin. Zhou Ke turned to the snarky clone. Hey, we're down to just us 2. Any suggestions? I handle snark, not strategy. Don't ask me for plans, the clone shrugged. Zhou Ke broke into song. What use is this clone to me? BGM son, Ryukong. Well then, back to relying solely on himself. Zhou Ke proceeded according to his own logic. He reflected, I've mastered the foundational nature transformation techniques. Next, I must specialize. Where to begin? Considering his currently unlocked allies, young Minato specialized in Flying Thunder God and Rasengan offering little benefit for nature transformation. The angry child wielded Wood Release and Fire Release, but Zhou Ke lacked the physiological basis for Wood Release and his Fire Release techniques remained rudimentary. Pass. Elder Madara, train with him. Wouldn't he throw out his back mid-session? Zhou Ke mused, indeed. The only one who could accelerate my training is Kakashi, isn't he? Earlier to hone his 5-element techniques, Zhou Ke had unlocked Kakashi's storyline, reaching the no jutsu arc version of Kakashi the exact skill level at his debut mastery of thousands of jutsu, plus the Sharingan. Zhou Ke remarked, my earlier words held truth. I possess no bloodline limit. The best I can aspire to is becoming a little Kakashi or a little third Hokage. The snarky clone retorted, don't compare yourself to those prodigies. You're already among the elite of the shinobi world if you reach the third Hokage's caliber. Should you ever acquire Tailed Beast Chakra, you'd rank among the cage-level elite. Zhou Ke fired back. If I had Tailed Beast Chakra, why the hell would I need any elemental jutsu? Has the enemy grown delusional? Or has the Tailed Beast Ball lost its edge? What is the Tailed Beast Ball? Think colossal explosive omnidirectional devastation, an act of creation rivaling nation founding. Those who grasp this reference understand, those who don't just equate it with a nuclear detonation. The snarky clone nodded indeed. Still, training remains essential. Tailed Beast Chakra remains distant. Honing your jutsu is urgent, otherwise even your transformation technique's duration won't extend. Right, that's precisely it. Enough talk. Let's begin practicing a new jutsu. Zhou Ke transformed into Kakashi's likeness. The snarky clone asked curiously, so, what will you train? Do we even need to ask? The Chidori, of course. The Rasengan was already mastered. The Chidori came next. The snarky clone nodded approvingly, a wise choice. Both Kakashi's and Sasuke's lightning-based jutsu stem from the Chidori. It's foundational. Starting here is perfectly sound. Zhou Ke clenched his hand and activated the Chidori known as Raikiri when wielded by Kakashi. Indeed, the Chidori requires no hand seals for an expert, but as a novice I'll follow protocol. The seals are boar hair monkey, correct? The snarky clone affirmed, correct. Good, I've grasped the sensation. Time to train for real. Having studied enough reference material, it was time to begin earnest practice. Zhou Ke dispelled the Kakashi transformation, reverted to his own form, and deployed shadow clones to commence intensive Chidori training. Thus time accelerated, until noon the next day. Huff, huff. I'm done, truly utterly spent. From midnight until noon, Zhou Ke felt hollowed out, depleted of every last drop of chakra. Beside him the snarky clone quipped, original. You're pushing way too hard. No soldier pills this time. You risk collapsing. Actually, even with soldier pills, collapse is likely. Perhaps I have overdone it, but the gains are undeniable. Zhou Ke gazed contentedly at his left hand where a faint current flickered. He'd seized the sensation. With continued effort the Chidori would soon flow naturally. But today's enough. I'm heading home to rest. Exhausted and ravenous, he longed for food and deep restorative sleep. The snarky clone said nothing, merely dispelled itself. Zhou Ke set off toward home, only to be intercepted at the training grounds exit by 3 masked figures, AMBU operatives. Their leader addressed him. You are Zhou Ke. Please accompany us. You've mistaken me. I'm not Zhou Ke. He waved dismissively and strode past them toward home. No way would he waste breath on them now dead tired as he was. The 3 EMBU froze. Since joining Root, they'd never encountered such a response. After a stunned pause, they sprang into action. Mission completion was non-negotiable. Regardless of resistance, he would be brought back, even if bound and carried. They instantly shunshined forward to intercept him, yet before their hands could touch him, Zhou Ke arrived first. Hey, is this intentional collision? The reaching Yinbu stammered, bewildered, then heard rhythmic breathing, asleep. The 3 exchanged glances. Had he truly fallen asleep on the street? What on earth had he been doing? Should they still take him in? Their leader deliberated briefly. Never mind. Take him in regardless. They hoisted Zhou Ke and carried him to a secluded room in Konoha. There awaited a one-eyed elder flanked by 2 subordinates. The ANBU appeared before the elder via Shunshin. The 2 bearers lowered Zhou Ke to the floor, while their leader bowed respectfully. Lord Danzo, we have brought Zhou Ke. The elder was Danzo Shimura. Did you engage him in combat? Danzo asked, noting Zhou Ke's unconscious state. No, we found him asleep. Their leader recounted the incident in detail. He fell asleep mid-journey. Danzo's brow furrowed. Could this genius who defeated the Hyuga truly be so unorthodox? Musing thus, Danzo tapped his cane lightly against the floor. His orange-haired subordinate instantly understood, stepping forward to examine Zhou Ke and reporting, Lord Danzo, his body is profoundly exhausted. He appears to have simply fallen asleep. Truly asleep. You found him near the training ground? Danzo inquired. The lead, ANBU replied, yes, sir. We first went to his residence, finding no sign of him overnight, then followed his known habits to the training ground where we discovered him. He trained through the night. Danzo nodded knowingly. Though lacking noble blood, such relentless dedication marks him as a promising talent. Defeating the Hyuga prodigy suddenly seems less astonishing. You three may withdraw. Yes. The three ENBU vanished in Shunshin. Danzo then ordered his subordinate awaken him. Understood. The orange-haired subordinate shook Zhou Ke gently. Wake up. Wake up. Who is it? Stop disturbing my nap. Zhou Ke irritably brushed the hand away. To this loyal subordinate, Danzo's command was absolute, so he ignored Zhou Ke's protest and persisted in shaking him. The vigorous shaking roused Zhou Ke. Blinking awake, he grumbled, how utterly rude. You disturb someone's peaceful slumber. Danzo's eye twitched. Rude. He was the one being disrespectful. The boy dared reprimand him. Instantly, the loyal subordinate demanded, do you know whom you address? Who? Your dad. Zhou Ke dug idly at his ear. The subordinate swiftly introduced, this is Lord Danzo Shimura, elder of Konoha. Mind your words, Jinin Zhou Ke. Never heard of him. Zhou Ke wore an expression of utter skepticism. Daring. How dare you speak so to Lord Danzo? The subordinate roared. Stop shouting. Prove it then. Zhou Ke spread his hands. The subordinate opened his mouth, but Danzo cut in. I require no proof of my identity. Zhou Ke picked at his nose. Am I supposed to believe you just because you say so? Fine, I'll play along. Why bring me here? Oh, you realize you were brought here. You grasped the situation quickly, didn't you? Danzo's demeanor shifted subtly. He found himself impressed. Awakening from unconsciousness into an unknown environment, and remaining utterly composed, such poise seemed beyond the years of a child. That very composure alone warranted Danzo's decision to take him as a disciple and cultivate him rigorously. Yes, Danzo intended to make Zhou Ke his apprentice. Earlier, Danzo had received word of Zhou Ke's victory over Niji. Initially, he'd only wondered how a civilian-born genin, 1 year younger, could overcome the Hyuga prodigy. After reviewing the full account, Danzo marveled at Zhou Ke's talent, a 12-year-old mastering the 5-element techniques, even the Rasengan of Minato Namikaze. Though born of the Shimura clan, a minor lineage compared to the Uchiha or Senju, Danzo knew well their lack of bloodline limits, relying instead on physical resilience and a broad repertoire of jutsu. Thus, he recognized Zhou Ke's potential was boundless. So Danzo resolved to recruit him as a loyal agent, hence today's summons. Yet upon meeting Zhou Ke, he sensed even greater exceptionalism, sparking the rare desire to take him as a personal disciple. Danzo had few apprentices after all. Still, though inclined to accept him, Danzo deemed it necessary to test Zhou Ke first. This world was merciless. Youthful arrogance led swiftly to ruin. Thus he declared, I summoned you here primarily because, having heard of your performance, I wish to invite you into my personal ANBU division, route, to nurture you fully. However, if you behave so recklessly, you'll prove unworthy of greatness. I'll lose interest in you entirely. Oh, then I'll be going. Zhou Ke turned to leave, decisive, utterly unconcerned. At such a moment, Danzo remained silent. So the orange-haired subordinate interjected, do you truly comprehend what you're doing? This is Lord Danzo's invitation. So, he's withdrawn it. Why linger? Besides, I hold no interest in ENBU. Goodbye. With that, Zhou Ke opened the door and departed. Zhou Ke walked out, leaving the 3 occupants in stunned silence. Indeed, no one in the village had ever dared speak to Danzo so brazenly. Instantly, the orange-haired subordinate urged, Lord Danzo, shall we discipline him? No. He's merely young and inexperienced. Once he hits a wall, he'll recall this day and come seeking me willingly. Whether out of pride or something deeper, Danzo chose to let Zhou Ke go, for now, waiting for him to return on his own. In Danzo's view, a civilian-born shinobi like Zhou Ke, despite his brilliance, would soon hit a ceiling. Advancement required access to high-tier jutsu, which civilians rarely acquired. Once basic techniques were exhausted, he'd remember Danzo, the master who could teach him further. But isn't his assigned Jonin instructor Kakashi Hatake? Wouldn't that prevent such stagnation? The subordinate reminded. Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? Danzo snapped. He'd seen Zhou Ke's file listing the instructor as unassigned. Because of this omission, he'd spoken those very words moments before. Why did Zhou Ke's file reflect this? Because of the 3rd Hokage, whose original plan was to personally take Zhou Ke as a disciple, placing him temporarily under Kakashi for preliminary cultivation. However, appointing a Hokage as mentor entailed complications, such as generational hierarchy. If Zhou Ke became the 3rd's disciple, countless villagers would owe him the title Uncle Senior Brother, creating profound awkwardness. Moreover, elevating a minor so abruptly would harm his healthy development. for Zhou Ke, the third postponed formalizing the arrangement. Thus the matter remained unannounced and unrecorded in official files, until Zhou Ke matured into a fully qualified shinobi, at which point the mentorship would be publicly acknowledged. Others might miss the third subtlety, but Danzo, his longtime friend, grasped it instantly, seething inwardly. Hiruzen, you intend to claim him first again. His competitive instinct flared. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke thought, idiot, who'd ever take you as a master? Learn your four-corner sealing technique to seal a bridge. He'd known it was Danzo's men the moment the three Yanbu appeared. Only two people in the village commanded Yanbu with such authority, the third Hokage and Danzo. Had it been the third, the Yanbu would have announced, the Hokage requests your presence. Instead, they'd bluntly demanded, come with us. So arrogant. Well, only Danzo's agents possess such audacity. Once certain it was Danzo's faction, Zhou Ke knew evasion was futile, so he performed, portraying himself as a reckless streetwise youth showing deference to no one. Surely Danzo wouldn't value such a thorn in his side. No, he's clearly very interested in me. My acting needs work. Sigh. I remained too calm midway. I should have cursed him a few times. Oh well, better not. He's petty. Insult him, and he'll settle scores later. Of course, falling asleep wasn't feigned. He was bone-tired. His thought then had been simple: since escape is impossible, I'll nap en route, restoring minimal energy, perhaps mumbling vague agreement in my days. Just then 3 more Yanbu arrived. Their leader stated plainly, the Hokage requests your presence. Now, that was the authentic summons. Zhou Ke nodded to the 3 Yanbu, I'll come immediately. After the 3 members of the Umbu finished notifying about the matter, they simply left. Hey, do you really need 3 people to deliver a message? Zhou Ke really wanted to report these people for wasting manpower. Wait a minute, they are sent by the Hokage. Who should he report to? Reporting the Hokage for wasting manpower. Should I just take care of myself? Come on, seriously. They are the Hokage, they do whatever they want, why should I care? After venting in his heart, Zhou Ke headed to the Hokage's office. However, I just came out from Danzo's place, and the Hokage's people showed up. It seems the old man has noticed Danzo's movements, or is it that the old man has started sending people to protect me? Being famous is different. The biggest change is that more people start paying attention to you. For Zhou Ke, this isn't much of an issue. After all, his ideal ambition is to become renowned throughout the world. Although it's a bit early after being targeted by Orochimaru, it no longer makes sense to keep a low profile. The only problem is that I have less freedom than before. When cultivating, I need to be cautious. At least Obito and Madara definitely can't change. As for whether to use transformation techniques during cultivation, that doesn't really matter. After all, those unaware would just think Zhou Ke is a bit off transforming into others while practicing ninjutsu. Is there some special kink involved? Well, most people should think this way. As for those few who might notice Zhou Ke's unusual behavior, whatever, Zhou Ke is now fully focused on becoming stronger, and he doesn't want to be held back by those few people. After all, without strength, one is just a sheep to be slaughtered. Only by becoming strong can others fear you and refrain from acting against you. While contemplating these matters, Zhou Ke arrived at the Hokage's office. After greeting the Umbu guarding the entrance, he walked into the office. Zhou Ke took the lead in greeting. Good afternoon, Lord Hokage. Zhou Ke is here to report. Oh, you've come. I heard you were out all night training at the training ground. Cultivation is a long-term endeavor. You do not hurt your body because of momentary impatience. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. I will be careful from now on. Zhou Ke humbly replied. Humbly accepting, but stubbornly unrepentant. Seeing Zhou Ke's humble attitude, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, and then said, you must be quite tired, so let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. You must be curious about the identity of the person you just met, right? Zhou Ke replied, that gloomy old man. He said he is a Konoha elder. Well, he certainly looks the part based on his aura. Hearing this, the third Hokage couldn't help but laugh. His old friend was actually being evaluated like this by a young person, which made him chuckle. However, he could understand Zhou Ke's view of Danzo. After failing to compete with the third Hokage for the position of Hokage, Danzo retreated into the shadows to assist the Hokage handling some unsavory tasks, acting as his white glove. This naturally fell to the third Hokage's best friend, and thus he granted Danzo great trust and power. Thus, under the name of the Umbu Training Department, Danzo cultivated his own power, root an organization that is even more hidden than the Umbu, engaging in even more unsavory activities. In summary, the third Hokage is the warm, sunlit Hokage, while Danzo is the decisive figure in the darkness. The two complement each other, allowing Konoha to once again become the strongest ninja village. However, as time passed, the ideological differences between the two grew ever larger, and Danzo's ambitions gradually swelled. His dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's policies reignited his desire to become Hokage. However, due to the third Hokage's high popularity, as long as he does not voluntarily step down, Danzo has no chance and can only endure and wait for an opportunity. Thus, while they appear to be working together on the surface, in reality, they have already begun to live separately, akin to estranged spouses. So after a brief laugh, a sense of sadness emerged from within. The third Hokage sighed inwardly. Danzo was also a cheerful person when he was young. The fact that he has turned out this way is largely due to the amount of darkness he has taken on for my sake. It's my fault. Noticing that the third Hokage had fallen into a nostalgic state, Zhou Ke reminded him, Lord Hokage. Oh, sorry, I was reminiscing about the past. The third Hokage cleared his throat, adjusting his demeanor, and said to Zhou Ke, indeed, as he mentioned, he is an elder of Konoha, and the Umbu organization, Root, is under his command. Due to its secretive nature, he usually does not appear in the public eye, so most younger villagers are unaware of his existence. Oh, is that so? Zhou Ke replied with a feigned understanding that elder is indeed quite a big shot. This could be troublesome. Where is the trouble, the third Hokage asked curiously. Zhou Ke scratched his head and responded, it seems he intends to take me as his disciple. If he is a big figure, turning him down would be equivalent to disrespecting him. What if he targets me in the shadows later? Danzo shouldn't do anything against the juniors, right? Although the third Hokage thought so, he felt a sense of uncertainty in his heart. Danzo has completely transformed into someone who would go to any lengths for his own goals. Extremely suspicious, cautious, insidious, and heavy-handed, he does not trust others and cannot tolerate even the slightest chance of oversight, insisting on following his own ideas. If Zhou Ke really offended him, Danzo would certainly treat him as a thorn in his side to eliminate. Therefore, to prevent Danzo from targeting Zhou Ke, the third Hokage had to shoulder this burden. Thus, the third Hokage said to Zhou Ke, you don't need to worry about Danzo, I will handle it. From now on, just focus on resting and training diligently for the upcoming tournament. Oh, I look forward to your performance. Yes, Zhou Ke replied emphatically. He then left the Hokage's office. After Zhou Ke left, the third Hokage pondered for a few seconds before starting to deal with documents. He took out Zhou Ke's file and began to make modifications. After a while, Danzo arrived. Danzo got straight to the point. Hisashi, did you call that kid Zhou Ke over? As soon as Zhou Ke was called away, Danzo received this news. Humph, just as the kid leaves, he's being tightly guarded. Hisashi, are you wary of me? This was Danzo's first thought. Feeling some anger over this distrust, he came to confront Hisashi. Yes, the third Hokage answered directly. That child is not familiar with the Umbu situation, so I need to explain it to him. Humph, you have a point. Danzo did not continue on that topic, but revealed his true purpose for coming. That kid has a good temperament, and I want to keep him around to cultivate. Confronting me was just a pretense. He truly came for talent. The third Hokage thought, when I first sent Orochimaru to your side, not only did you fail to correct his issues, but you also made him worse. Now you want to send good seedlings to you again. What if they go astray? The third Hokage knew Danzo's training methods, like training emotionless killing machines by making childhood friends kill each other. This is not cultivation, it's wasting the future of Konoha. The third Hokage did not want to send any more good seedlings to Danzo, so no matter what Danzo said this time, Hisashi would not let him touch Zhou Ke. Thus, the third Hokage handed Danzo the documents he had just organized. Danzo frowned after taking the document. Hisashi, are you planning to formally take him as a disciple? On Zhou Ke's file, the advisor's position was already filled in with the name of the third Hokage. Writing it into the file means a formal relationship that cannot be changed. Well, without Zhou Ke knowing, he suddenly transformed from a common ninja to a disciple of the Hokage, standing shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Sannin. From now on, Kakashi will have to call Zhou Ke his granduncle. Kakashi, what the heck, how did my disciple's generation get reduced in just one day? The third Hokage said nothing and just looked at Danzo. Danzo angrily said, Hisashi, do you want him to become Hokage? After experiencing the issue with Minato, do you still plan to let a kid who hasn't even matured yet become Hokage? In Danzo's eyes, Minato's handling of the Ninetales incident was incorrect. At that time, Kushina had already used her last bit of strength to control the Ninetales. Minato could have used ordinary sealing techniques to help her seal the Ninetales instead of using the deadly Shiki Fuin. Clearly, Minato had ulterior motives. As a man and a husband, this is understandable, but as Hokage, such behavior is a dereliction of duty. Thus, Danzo was utterly disappointed with Hisashi's faction. Hisashi's disciples are all naive kids who cannot properly protect Konoha. Therefore, he wants to become Hokage to make Konoha great again. MKMA. Make Konoha great again. The third Hokage retorted, Danzo, the future belongs to the youth. If we don't pass the future to the young, should we let us who are half buried in the ground control the future? Danzo argued, then you should let me train him. Cut off his soft spots, and let him truly become a qualified Hokage. If he can't become Hokage, being the Hokage's mentor is also acceptable. The key point is that his will can be passed down. I have already taken him as my disciple. This will be announced after the Chunin exams. You should go back and rest well. The third Hokage rarely showed a firm attitude and directly shut Danzo out. Upon hearing this, Danzo stomped his foot and gritted his teeth then. You will regret this. Danzo left angrily. Well, he couldn't really do anything to the third Hokage, so all he could do was leave with a harsh remark. After Danzo left, Hizashi leaned weakly against his chair and sighed deeply. Things have gotten worse. Is there really no way to walk back on the same path? This is a problem faced by Hokages throughout history, parting ways with a good friend. Did the second Hokage never face this problem? He is a heartless political machine, or perhaps a heart burning with the will of fire without such good friends. Or perhaps his best friend was his older brother, the first Hokage. This century-old problem has few solutions, and only Naruto and Sasuke ended up with a relatively good conclusion. Well, back to the main topic. Since the third Hokage promised to handle Danzo's issues, Zhou Ke felt great and decided to celebrate by going out for barbecue. After finishing the barbecue, Zhou Ke went home to sleep. In the evening, Zhou Ke woke up from his dream and checked the time. Did I only sleep for 5 hours? I'm still a bit tired. Zhou Ke wanted to lie down and continue sleeping, but he couldn't fall asleep. Zhou Ke scratched his head. I feel like I had a dream just now, but I can't remember what it was. Just a feeling that wasn't very good. Is it because I currently lack strength, which prevents me from feeling at ease? Zhou Ke is currently in a very awkward stage. Insufficient strength, but being targeted. Not afraid of thieves stealing, just afraid of thieves coveting. In such a situation, feeling anxious is quite normal. Ultimately, it's still due to lack of strength. I need to continue cultivating. Zhou Ke jumped out of bed and continued to train. He still followed the routine of creating 3 shadow clones to do their own things, while Zhou Ke focused on mastering his Chidori. Then, it was the next day, and Zhou Ke directly fainted. The one who complains remarked, I told you the shadow clone training method is not something ordinary people can practice, even if you use Naruto's body. His body can handle it, but your spirit might not be able to hold on. My role is indeed to prevent a tragic end. The one who complains planned to take Zhou Ke home to let him lie in bed and sleep, but just then he sensed something. Oh, someone is coming, well, I'll leave it to her. The one who complained smiled and vanished. Ninja tools are being prepared, I sense. A feminine fragrance. Why is there a feminine fragrance? Zhou Ke immediately opened his eyes. Then he saw Xiangling sitting not far away. She was cooking something in an iron pot. Seeing Zhou Ke open his eyes, Xiangling asked, You're awake? Yeah. Zhou Ke sat up from the ground and recalled what had happened. He must have trained too intensely, causing his brain to crash, leading to memory loss. Understanding what happened, Zhou Ke looked at Xiangling. What are you doing here? Did you come to find me for something? It's nothing, just. I was bored, Xiangling replied. She indeed came to find Zhou Ke out of boredom. Although Zhou Ke had given her a lot of money and she had enjoyed many experiences she wouldn't normally have with that money after that experience. A sense of emptiness appeared sage mode. In such an unfamiliar place, no matter how much money one is, being alone is truly lonely. So Xiangling could only come to find the only familiar person, Zhou Ke. However, when she arrived at his house, she found he wasn't home, and after inquiring with the neighbors, they didn't know where he went. Only then did she remember that Zhou Ke had mentioned looking for him at his house or training place. So Xiangling followed her previous memory and arrived at the place where Zhou Ke was training. As soon as she got here, she saw Zhou Ke lying there. What was he doing? Training until he looked like he had just come off the battlefield. There was no one around as Zhou Ke was quite heavy and Xiangling couldn't carry him now, so she could only stay by and wait for him to wake up. I see. Although she didn't elaborate, Zhou Ke could roughly understand from Xiangling's expression, and then he joked normally, Shouldn't you give me a knee pillow? Who would do that for you? Xiangling said in disbelief, I don't know how long you'll sleep. What if you lie on my leg and make it numb? Moreover, we are only in a superior subordinate relationship, so there's no reason for me to provide that kind of service here. Take this. Xiangling scooped the stuff she was cooking into a bowl and handed it to Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke took the bowl and exclaimed in surprise, Wow, you can even cook. The bowl that Xiangling handed over contained vegetable porridge. It's just barely enough to keep myself from starving, but it's far from being called cooking. Xiangling served herself a bowl and said, You should have not eaten for a long time, right? Hurry up and eat. Oh, thank you. Zhou Ke politely expressed his gratitude before looking at the bowl and saying, I'll dig in. The taste is actually quite good, not as terrible as you said. Is that so? Xiangling also took a bite and said, Well, it feels about this level compared to my mom's. She couldn't continue that sentence. Well, I've hit my own sensitive spot. Zhou Ke understood what she was going through and immediately changed the subject. By the way, I feel my body is in great shape. Did you do something for me? Xiangling replied, It's nothing. I just helped you recover some chakra. Was it that simple? Zhou Ke licked his lips. I feel like there's a special taste in my mouth. Zhou Ke walked over to Xiangling, grabbed her arm, and examined it. Indeed, there are fresh bite marks. It should be from me. Did you use your special physique to help me recover? As mentioned before, as long as the injured bite her skin, they will recover chakra and injuries. Clearly, she helped Zhou Ke recover using this method while he was unconscious. Yes, is there a problem? Xiangling said unhappily, I told you although I agreed to help you, I don't like this ability. Other than this time, don't expect me to use it. I have no intention of using it. Oh, I want to tell you that you don't need to help me like this in the future. Zhou Ke said sincerely. Why? Xiangling asked in confusion. This ability must be painful for you to use, so it's better not to use it. Zhou Ke said seriously. For me, just being your radar and lie detector is enough. I don't need other abilities. Xiangling. You're really strange. While others want to completely drain me, you're thinking of protecting me. Zhou Ke continued sincerely, you are a treasure. How can I not cherish you? Hearing this, Xiangling blushed, although she knew that the cherishing meant taking care of things still. Such ambiguous words made her feel a bit excited. Seeing Xiangling's shy expression, Zhou Ke smiled slightly. Her bashful expression is truly a beautiful sight. With this beautiful sight, and being really hungry, Zhou Ke quickly finished 3 big bowls of porridge and then jumped up from the ground. Alright, I'm full and my body is also recovered now. I need to continue my training. Oh, you still want to practice? Xiangling asked in disbelief. You just trained until you fainted and you want to continue practicing. You should take a good rest. Well, I don't have that kind of time. If I don't hurry and become stronger, I might get sliced up for research, which wouldn't be good. Moreover, I might not be able to protect anything anymore. Zhou Ke suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Why did I say that? Xiangling asked in confusion. You're asking me. I've only known you for a week. How would I know why you said that? Well, maybe I just said it casually. Zhou Ke shrugged and continued. Alright, let's continue training. The sound of Chidori echoed once again. Training resume. Xiangling had nowhere else to go, so she stayed here to watch Zhou Ke train. Of course, she wasn't completely idle. She went into the village to buy snacks, a lounge chair, and novels, enjoying a leisurely life. This made Zhou Ke speechless. I'm working so hard over here, and you're enjoying life next to me. Forget it. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. Ignore her. Zhou Ke quickly calmed down and focused on his training. Then, another day passed. This time, Zhou Ke had no issues, having Xiangling watching beside him. When Zhou Ke overtrained, the girl next to him kicked him to the side, forcing Zhou Ke to take a break. Can't you be a bit gentler? Zhou Ke reacted. For someone who doesn't listen to advice, being gentle is meaningless. Haven't I told you to rest? If you won't listen to good advice, then take the beating. Back to the point this time, it wasn't Zhou Ke causing trouble, but Naruto came looking for him. Naruto came to Zhou Ke excitedly and said, Zhou Ke, look, I mastered it. Zhou Ke looked at the Rasengan Naruto was holding and exclaimed, what the heck? So fast. It's only been a few days. 3 days, and you learned it. This is unreasonable. Did you just learn your mom and dad's names and suddenly become a pro? You've used shadow clones to train, yet you're this much faster. Sigh. The power of family is indeed great. Of course, being able to learn that quickly is not just about family. There's also hard work. Zhou Ke noticed that Naruto's clothes were dirty and torn, and he emitted a strange odor. It seemed like he hadn't bathed for 3 days. It appears he might have been training overnight for 3 days. You're also quite the diligent genius. Looking at the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, Zhou Ke sincerely praised, you're really impressive, Naruto. Naruto dispelled the Rasengan and cheerfully said, it's not bad. Wait, I'm not here for this. Well, then what are you here for? Zhou Ke asked, following Naruto's words. I want to ask, is there anything else you can teach me? I've already learned the Rasengan, but there's still a long time before the exam, and I can't just sit idle for the next half a month, right? Teach you something? Zhou Ke hesitated. It's not that he couldn't, but sending a clone to specifically teach him would also affect Zhou Ke's training, since the clone would consume his chakra. At that moment, Zhou Ke suddenly thought of a key figure. Shouldn't Jiraiya be the one teaching Naruto right now? This task was originally his, so he should do it. Thus Zhou Ke said to Naruto, speaking of teaching, do you want to meet your father's master? Huh, your father's master. Who is it? Naruto asked curiously. The disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, the great Jiraiya, known as the Toad Sage. Zhou Ke explained. Naruto, confused, said, I've never heard of him. Does our village have such a person? Well, he's been traveling outside the village, so the younger generation doesn't know him. I heard he recently returned to the village and is currently staying near the hot springs town. He taught your father the Hokage and is a formidable teacher. If you want to learn, you can seek him out. Really? Then I'm going right now. Naruto was eager to run over immediately, but Zhou Ke stopped him. There's one thing I need to tell you in advance. That Jiraiya is quite a pervert. If you see an old man with white hair peeking at women bathing, it's probably him. Huh, a lecherous old man. This. Naruto wondered if that was a good teacher. However, he thought that the third Hokage seemed pretty lecherous too, so it might not be too bad. Naruto dismissed his extra thoughts and went to find Jiraiya. Zhou Ke could now focus on his training in peace. Others were also working hard to improve. While Zhou Ke trained diligently, a sage observed from the shadows. It feels about time. Preparing ninja tools, thus the Chunin exam finals commenced. The finals of the Chunin exam took place in a prototype arena simulating a wilderness environment featuring earth paths, trees, and other natural elements laid out in a circular design surrounded by cylindrical high platforms for spectators, including VIP seats for the nobles of the Fire Country, the Hokage, the Kazekage, and the village leaders who came to mooch off the excitement. The main competition area was themed to simulate a wilderness environment featuring earth paths, trees, and other natural elements, allowing ninjas to showcase their combat abilities in a complex setting. However, there were too few trees, only one corner had them. It felt like a mere formality with little practical use. Currently, the 11 participants standing in the center of the arena were waiting for the announcement to officially begin the match. Why are there only 11 people? Are we short on people? Indeed, we are short. Sasuke was late, just like in the original story. Hey, Sasuke and Gaara's battle is the first match. If he doesn't show up, how will the match proceed? Should we just declare Sasuke the loser? This suggestion came from Orochimaru cosplaying as the Kazekage. There was a lot of anticipation from the audience, even the nobles watching, and it would be a shame for such a match to end prematurely. Why not postpone this match and proceed with others first? This suggestion was quite reasonable, so the third Hokage readily accepted it. Wait, why is Orochimaru cosplaying as the Kazekage? Originally, this plan to collapse Konoha was a joint effort between the Sound Village and the Sand Village aimed at launching a surprise attack to significantly weaken Konoha's power, thus defeating Konoha in the upcoming ninja wars and plundering resources from them. At least that's what the Sand Village thought. The specific plan was to send the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara into Konoha during this Chunin exam, allowing the tailed beast to rampage and create a center-focused offensive. Simultaneously, ninjas from the two villages would infiltrate Konoha to create chaos internally, drastically weakening Konoha's power in a short period. This plan, when viewed this way, seemed quite good. If Konoha was unprepared, they could very well be caught off guard by this sudden attack. Unfortunately, the Sound Village, as a partner, harbored ulterior motives. Orochimaru was entirely uninterested in the subsequent war or the division of benefits. He simply wanted to destroy Konoha. As for why he wanted to destroy Konoha, there were many reasons. However, the primary reason was his philosophical pursuit of existence. Seeing moving things was interesting, seeing stationary things felt dull. A stagnant city had no value to observe. However, sometimes he found immovable things to have their own charm. In short, he wanted to use the wind of destroying Konoha to turn the stagnant windmill of Konoha, making everything interesting. You wouldn't understand, would you? Actually, I don't understand either. In any case, Orochimaru wanted to use this plan to ponder the meaning of his existence. Feels more like someone who is bored and looking for some fun. With this thought, Orochimaru ambushed the Kazekage with his subordinates while the Kazekage advanced towards Konoha. The Kazekage was unprepared and was surrounded and killed by Orochimaru and his team. Alas, dying so wronged was a reflection of his life, wasn't it? Alright, let's not talk about the unfortunate Kazekage. Back to the main topic. Just as the third Hokage was about to announce the postponement of the match between Sasuke and Gaara, Sasuke suddenly appeared. He made it back in time. Seeing Sasuke, Naruto immediately went up to greet him. Hey, it's been a month since we last met, you've gotten stronger. Naruto seemed to have noticed something unusual. At this moment, Zhou Ke patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, well, as long as Sasuke made it back, we can start the match now. Zhou Ke suddenly interjected, which meant, indeed, this Sasuke was a clone. This was part of today's plan. This morning, to avoid wasting time, Zhou Ke had sent out 3 clones to train outside so, if a battle broke out in the village, they could lend a hand. At that moment, the sage proposed a new idea. Based on his observation, Sasuke's training wasn't complete yet, and he would be late, just like in the original story. In that case, why not have him replace Sasuke in the battle against Gaara and gain experience from it? Zhou Ke initially rejected this suggestion. If he got recognized, techniques could be said to be learned from Zhou Ke, but bloodline limits. How would he explain that? What if Zhou Ke was also a Uchiha? Ono had definitely be targeted by Danzo. After all, Danzo harbored extreme hostility towards the Uchiha clan. However, the sage insisted on doing it. When asked for the reason, he wouldn't say, leaving Zhou Ke to guess. Like him, a mind reader. If a rebellious subordinate insisted on doing this, Zhou Ke would likely ignore it. But since it's the sage, fine, if we're doing it, let's go for it. Thus, the sage transformed into Sasuke's form and substituted for Sasuke in the competition. Back to the main topic, Sasuke said to Naruto, hurry up and get off the stage, dead last, my battle is about to begin. As if triggered by a keyword, upon hearing dead last, Naruto stopped dwelling on his strange feelings and angrily retorted to Sasuke, who are you calling dead last? I've gotten a lot stronger this past month, you're definitely weaker than me now. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to battling you. Sasuke smiled faintly. However, that's only if you can defeat your opponent. Ahem, other participants, you should exit the stage. The proctor Shippuden interrupted the conversation among the few. This poor guy was lucky this time, as he didn't get killed for following the Sand Village ninjas. Since he was still alive, the main examiner remained him. The proctor spoke, and the contestants could say no more. They could only go to the waiting room and watch the match. On the way to the waiting room, Xiangling approached Zhou Ke and whispered, "So, what's happening now?" This big sister sensed something was off with Sasuke, using her Kagura Hard Eye. As the only woman present who knew the effects of Zhou Ke's two special techniques, she quickly guessed what was going on. "I don't know, don't ask me," Zhou Ke said helplessly. He still hadn't figured out why the sage was so insistent on substituting for Sasuke in the competition. All he could do was act like nothing happened. There was more than just Gaara in the upcoming main event, but also the disguised Orochimaru and the impending Konoha collapse plan. As the first major climax of the early Hokage era, within these few hours there were countless battles waiting for Zhou Ke to reap the rewards. The plan was reasonable. How many characters could be unlocked today? Forget about what the sage is thinking for now. I'll focus all attention on Orochimaru. As long as he and that old man engage, I should prepare to intervene in the battlefield. Zhou Ke fixed his gaze solely on Orochimaru. After unrelated personnel left, only the sage Gaara and the proctor Shippuden remained on the scene. Shippuden created distance to give the two contestants space to unleash their abilities. After the others left, Gaara's attention was entirely focused on the sage. He looked at the sage deep in thought and asked, "Is it you?" It seemed he recognized Zhou Ke. "It is me," the sage replied calmly. That's great." Gaara's smile gradually twisted. "Finally, I have the chance to kill you." "Do you know? If you really want to kill someone, you wouldn't say it out loud." The sage in Sasuke's form activated his Sharingan. Zhou Ke standing in the waiting room. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? He wasn't the only one in the room with this uneasy feeling. The proctor Moonlight Shippuden also sensed something was off. Shippuden thought these two feel off. It feels like they want to end the exam. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Gaara suddenly collapsed. Then Shikaku went berserk. A storm-like chakra erupted from Gaara, quickly enveloping him, rapidly forming around his body, expanding, and ultimately transforming into a massive beast. "That is the one-tail Shikaku." Shikaku, now free, happily shouted. "Yea, this lord has finally gained freedom. What should I do next? Kill all humans?" Ha ha. The sudden appearance of the tailed beast shocked everyone. Their bad memories came flooding back. 12 years ago, the Nine Tails incident. Are we going to see it all over again? Fortunately, the Jonin stepped up, beginning to calm and evacuate the crowd. Konoha had already gathered intelligence about the Sound and Sand's special intentions, so they had taken some precautions. However, they had not expected the tailed beast to be sent in during the Chunin exam. Upon seeing Shikaku appear, many Jonin had mentally prepared for sacrifice. Thus, they spontaneously formed teams to launch a desperate assault on Shikaku to buy time for the civilians to escape. Upon seeing Shikaku's appearance, the third Hokage immediately turned to the Kazekage. "Kazekage, what do you mean by this?" However, in response to the third Hokage's inquiry, Orochimaru, cosplaying as the Kazekage, didn't answer, but instead stared at Sasuke in the arena and said, This is truly beyond what I expected." That tone. "You're not the Kazekage." The third Hokage finally noticed that this Kazekage was not the Kazekage, but rather his disciple, Orochimaru. Long time no see, sensei." Orochimaru greeted. Under normal circumstances, once identities are revealed, battles should commence immediately. However, Orochimaru was in no hurry. He was very curious about how his teacher would choose when faced with a dilemma. Currently, the third Hokage truly didn't know how to choose, Tailed Beast or Orochimaru. Last time during the Nine Tails incident, even with the third Hokage personally leading the team, there were still countless casualties. Without the third Hokage leading, relying solely on the Jonin, it would be a matter of sacrificing lives. However, Orochimaru was the same. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, a Hokage-level powerhouse with combat capabilities at their peak and additional boosts from terrifying research abilities. Currently, in Konoha, apart from him, only Danzo could contend, and even if the third Hokage personally took action, victory was not guaranteed. If left unchecked, he would also inflict immense damage on Konoha. To put it bluntly, no matter which side was chosen to fight, it would be highly disadvantageous for Konoha. This should have been the original unfolding of the Konoha collapse plan. No, it was still missing a third Kazekage. Under normal circumstances, with the third Kazekage, Orochimaru, and the one-tail Shikaku, this lineup was something the third Hokage himself couldn't handle. And Danzo would never proactively step in to help for the position of Hokage. Even if Jiraiya returned to assist, the top combat strength would not suffice, leading to Shikaku causing chaos in Konoha, resulting in unprecedented damage to Konoha. Of course, one could hope for Guy to open the 8 gates, but the problem was in the Noziel era, Guy wasn't sure if he could open the Death Gate. Even if he could, it was uncertain if he had the strength from 3 years later as not only the protagonist, but also the Jonin, specifically Kakashi and Guy. Asuma and Hong are another story we're constantly progressing. 3 years later, they would definitely be stronger than now. Unfortunately, in the original story, Gaara was injured by Sasuke, preventing him from transforming into the tailed beast, ruining a crucial part of the plan. And Orochimaru, wanting to solo his teacher, killed the 4th Kazekage early, resulting in another high-level combat force being absent, so Konoha was not pushed to the brink. In fact, it didn't suffer much damage, and the final outcome was that Orochimaru and the Sand Village lost both their troops and resources. What a disgrace. Orochimaru lost both his hands, rendered incapable of causing trouble for a time. The Sand Village lost a Kazekage, having no ambitions to dominate for now. On Konoha's side, although they lost a Hokage, this incident forced Tsunade to return. A once-old Hokage whose power was declining day by day was replaced by a young Hokage at the peak of his strength, who was also the strongest medical ninja. From any angle, Konoha was gaining. However, now, due to the sage's interference, Shikaku had activated normally, and Konoha was once again in a disadvantageous situation. The 3rd Hokage clenched his fists tightly, anxiously thinking, this is indeed a critical moment for survival. Danzo, you need to consider the bigger picture. The 3rd Hokage was desperately hoping that Danzo would consider the greater good and decisively step up to ensure the safety of Konoha's villagers. But was that just a dream? It would be better to hope Jiraiya would come out now to help him deal with Orochimaru. On the other side, upon seeing the 3rd Hokage's distressed expression, Orochimaru's expression gradually brightened. Sensei, your expression looks quite nice now. The 3rd Hokage frowned and said, Orochimaru, do you hate me this much? Orochimaru shook his head. Hate? Sensei, you're mistaken. I no longer have that kind of feeling for you. Now I mostly just enjoy watching your jokes. Hee hee. Is there any difference from hating me? The 3rd Hokage angrily thought. Then he began to form hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Currently there are 2 main enemies, Orochimaru and Shikaku. Although both posed equal danger, Shikaku, being a tailed beast, would indiscriminately attack everyone. With proper tactics, he could be restrained. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was a cunning enemy who knew how to effectively harm Konoha, so Orochimaru took higher priority. The 3rd Hokage prepared to send out shadow clones to have them stall Shikaku, while he in his true form would take the umbu of the Hokage and swiftly eliminate Orochimaru. He really planned to create clones before fighting me. Teacher, you're underestimating me. Orochimaru began forming hand seals. After you see this technique, will you still dare to create clones? Seeing the hand seals Orochimaru was forming, the 3rd Hokage finally panicked. What technique is that? Oh no, I must stop him. The 3rd Hokage quickly changed his hand gestures and used a new ninjutsu. However, the appearance of a figure interrupted their movements. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke suddenly appear, the 3rd Hokage instinctively wanted to tell Sasuke to get away quickly, but then he suddenly thought. The Jinchuriki boy across from him had fainted suddenly after Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and Orochimaru had not anticipated this situation. This meant this was not his plan. Further deduction showed that Gaara's fainting was the doing of Sasuke. He had deliberately knocked out Gaara, knowing Gaara's situation, to release Shikaku. Sasuke was the culprit. No, Sasuke isn't that kind of child. Who exactly are you? The 3rd Hokage questioned. As expected of the 3rd Hokage, even after so many years you still retain your sharpness. Sasuke's body transformed into crows, scattering before reforming into a human figure. Uchiha Itachi, from the Akatsuki organization. That is the Itachi everyone is familiar with. Of course, it was still the sage cosplaying. Orochimaru, slightly surprised, said, Itachi, is that you? I thought it was that man. But that isn't surprising. With your ocular power, you could easily control the Jinchuriki. Itachi. The 3rd Hokage also furrowed his brows. Seeing Itachi after so long made the 3rd Hokage's feelings very complicated. As mentioned before, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Although the 3rd Hokage did not approve, he also did not stop it, essentially allowing it to happen. It was he who had allowed the young man before him to bear the sin of slaughtering his clan. Of course, with the Hokage mindset, Itachi did not blame the 3rd Hokage and willingly took on the responsibility of being a spy in the Akatsuki organization, a spy that had not passed a single piece of intelligence back. Logically, he shouldn't have his loyalty to Konoha questioned. However, people can change. 5 years have passed. Who knows what Itachi's thoughts are now? Does he suddenly want to take revenge on Konoha? There is a possibility after all this Orochimaru before him once risked his life for Konoha. Now he might not necessarily want to carry out any Konoha collapse plan. And this time Itachi returned and took the initiative to awaken the One Tail. The visitor does not bring good news. Orochimaru asked, Itachi, what is your purpose for reappearing now? Do you want to destroy Konoha like I do? No, Konoha has nothing to do with me anymore. I am now a member of Akatsuki, who our goal is. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan activated, and the sage turned to look at Shikaku, who was playing with the Konoha Jonin, then shot a glare over. Boom. Shikaku's mind instantly crashed, and his eyes turned into the appearance of the Sharingan. The tailed beast couldn't withstand the power of the Manjikyu. Shikaku was directly controlled. After controlling Shikaku, Itachi turned to the third Hokage and Orochimaru. The one-tailed Shikaku is now under the control of our Akatsuki organization. This sentence had different effects in the ears of the third Hokage and Orochimaru. Orochimaru thought, has Akatsuki officially begun to act? That's earlier than expected, or could it be another possibility? The third Hokage thought, Akatsuki. Is Itachi trying to remind me that this organization has begun moving, so I must protect Naruto? However, the sage paid no attention to what the two were thinking. Next, he controlled Shikaku to advance towards the village, using the method of destroying all obstacles, forcing his way out. By doing so, Konoha would suddenly have a wide road. Houses being destroyed was one thing, but many lives would be lost. For the sake of life, he could not be allowed to do this. Just then, a massive figure suddenly appeared, heavily pressing down on Shikaku. The great toad of Miyaboku Mountain, Fukasaku, made his entrance. Time slightly rewinds a few minutes. Watching the sage's actions, Zhou Ke felt even more confused. What exactly was he trying to do? Why can't I understand my own actions at all? But there's no time to analyze him now. Oh, I cannot watch Shikaku destroy Konoha, destroy my home. Thus Zhou Ke said to Naruto, Naruto, can you use summoning? No problem. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Alright. Zhou Ke shoved a kunai into Naruto's ninja tool pouch, and then tugged at Naruto's clothes, saying, I'll throw you above. Shikaku summoned the largest summoning beast to suppress him. Got it. Naruto immediately began forming hand seals to prepare. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, who hadn't retreated yet, asked, Hey, what are you two planning to do? To be heroes. Zhou Ke hurled Naruto out. Then Naruto shouted in midair, summoning technique. The summoning technique activated and Gamabunta was summoned, landing on top of Shikaku. Gamabunta, you summoned me again. Huh, another tailed beast. What's going on here? Summoned within Konoha after many years, and it's still to face a tailed beast. But now isn't the time to think about this. His summoner is from Konoha. This bond alone is enough for him to protect Konoha. Thus, Gamabunta began to exert all his strength to suppress Shikaku. However, this wouldn't resolve the problem. Gamabunta could at most suppress the tailed beast for a short time, and once Shikaku adapted, they would still be unable to defeat him. But just then a flash of light passed by, and suddenly, Gamabunta, Naruto, and Shikaku vanished together. That flash. Minato. The third Hokage exclaimed in shock as he realized what had happened. Someone who had died suddenly appeared. Ooh, what was going on? Orochimaru. Interesting. He seemed to understand something, but kept it to himself. Meanwhile, Orochimaru also noticed Itachi had disappeared. It seemed he had gone to pursue him. Looks like they took their leave voluntarily then. Orochimaru tossed out a signal. Next, the stage belongs to me. The long-hidden Suna and sound ninjas began to move, and the battle unfolded as it did in the original story. The third Hokage also put the flash he had just seen out of his mind, and focused on dealing with Orochimaru. Meanwhile, on Shikaku's side, several people suddenly teleported outside the village. This was a flying thunder god mark that Zhou Ke left in the uninhabited area outside the village in case of emergencies. After Gamabunta landed, he quickly realized what had happened, exclaiming, Flying thunder god. The fourth Hokage isn't dead. Zhou Ke, having used the transformation technique while carrying two large beings, thus exhausting Minato's transformation time, and reverting to his original form, pulled Naruto onto Gamabunta's back, saying, Not at all. That Minato just now was my transformation. You are? Gamabunta asked in surprise. Zhou Ke, Naruto's friend. Transformation. Zhou Ke activated the transformation technique again, assuming the appearance of a young Minato. Naruto blinked, puzzled, and asked, Why are you transforming into my dad's appearance to fight? Because only by becoming like this can I use Flying Thunder God. Oh. Suddenly a flash appeared and kicked Zhou Ke, then took him away. Zhou Ke. Naruto shouted, anxiously looking around for Zhou Ke's figure. Hey, kid, stop looking around, the attack is coming. Gamabunta jumped with Naruto, just managing to dodge Shikaku's attack. At some point, the illusion controlling Shikaku lost effect, and Shikaku regained his own will. However, due to the recent experience of being controlled, Shikaku was now in a state of fright, unable to think clearly, and began to destroy everything in sight. Thus, the similarly large Gamabunta became the primary target. Struggling to stand on, Gamabunta, Naruto also directed his attention to Shikaku, but he still couldn't abandon Zhou Ke. But Zhou Ke. Gamabunta said, Now is not the time to care about him. Behind us is Konoha, and that raccoon is now heading towards Konoha. If we don't stop him here, Konoha won't withstand that raccoon running wild. Zhou Ke's Flying Thunder God mark is still within Konoha's visible range. If Shikaku moves at full speed, he could reach Konoha in no time. Seeing Naruto still hesitating, Gamabunta continued, "Just trust that kid will be fine, since he can use the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god, he'll definitely be safe." "I understand. I believe Zhou Ke will be fine, now it's time to deal with this guy in front of us." Naruto began to focus on the enemy. However, a problem arose. How would the two of them deal with Shikaku? In the original story, Shikaku was released after Gaara fell into a deep sleep due to his use of the false sleep technique, and in this state Shikaku had the obvious weakness of Gaara being exposed. If they could wake Gaara, the control would return to him, and Gaara's control over Shikaku would be far inferior to Shikaku controlling his own body. That's why Naruto and the others had the chance to defeat Shikaku. But now Gaara had been forcibly knocked unconscious, and he himself had been drawn back into Shikaku's body, meaning there was no shortcut. Naruto and the others had to defeat Shikaku directly to protect Konoha. Although Gamabunta is a powerful summoning beast, asking him to fight a tailed beast unknown is too much to ask. Right now, merely defending against Shikaku's attacks was already exhausting, let alone winning. That's impossible. And Naruto hadn't reached an agreement with the Nine Tails yet, so there was no way the Nine Tails would lend him power to fight Shikaku. How could they win? Meanwhile, Shikaku noticed that the frog was as agile as a flea. Well, frogs can jump quite a bit. So agile that it was hard to hit the target, therefore Shikaku switched his target to the distant Konoha. In a fit of rage, Shikaku unleashed the tailed beast's most powerful skill, the tailed beast ball. This rank ninjutsu must be used by a Jinchuriki, who is partially transformed into a tailed beast. The chakra of the tailed beast consists of a blend of yang attribute blue chakra and yin attribute purple-black chakra, allowing it to change the form of its chakra to the extreme, compressing it into a super dense sphere, and then releasing it in one breath. The tailed beast's limit release has enough power to easily destroy a mountain. The Rasengan was created based on this technique. Seeing the tailed beast ball, Naruto was horrified. "Boss, that technique looks really dangerous." "Are you kidding? If that technique hits Konoha, it will be completely finished." Gamabunta, who could sense the chakra, could perceive the terror of this move more intuitively than Naruto. Naruto hurriedly shouted, "Then we need to find a way to stop him." "How to stop it? Are we supposed to withstand it with our bodies? If that technique hits me, I won't last even a second." Although he said this, Gamabunta still acted to stop Shikaku, with ninjutsu targeting him. Water-style water bullet. After forming hand seals, Gamabunta spat out 2 large water balls. This technique involves spitting out a giant water ball to attack the target. Spit attack, and its power is on par with Shikaku's wind-style vacuum bullet. But compared to tailed beast ball, its power falls far short. Gamabunta didn't expect this move to block the tailed beast ball. He just needed to interfere with Shikaku's actions enough to prevent him from releasing the attack. However, Shikaku controlled the sand to form a sand shield around himself, successfully blocking Gamabunta's water balls. At that moment, the tailed beast ball was charged and ready, and Shikaku spat it out directly. Naruto cried out in pain, "Stop it!" His village was about to be destroyed right in front of him, and this painful feeling made Naruto feel as if a switch had been flipped. The chakra of the Nine Tails began to overflow. However, the tailed beast ball had already been launched. Now Shikaku was beyond reach. Should the yellow flash make an early appearance? That would mean an early ending. Kamui. Just kidding, unless the future Naruto travels back, the yellow flash wouldn't possibly appear. And at this moment, the one who came to the rescue was Kakashi, who had arrived late to the Chunin exams, but had coincidentally made it here. After practicing for more than a month, Kamui finally had its moment to shine. The left eye's Kamui can freely adjust its focus, causing spatial distortion to the target within the view, which can also be a part of the body or energy, ultimately transporting it to another space, and can also teleport itself in and out of that space. The size of the transported object is determined by the caster's chakra. With this ability, Kakashi directly transferred the tailed beast ball spat out by Shikaku into the Kamui space. Obito. I have a sentence to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Successfully protecting Konoha. We're saved. As Naruto rejoiced, his progress towards tailed beast transformation also halted, currently in the state of having a single tail of tailed beast chakra around him. Who did that? Gamabunta curiously looked around. At that moment, Sasuke jumped onto Gamabunta's back, carrying Kakashi, and said to Naruto, "Naruto, calm down. Don't let that guy's power continue to leak out." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto controlled his excited spirit, but he couldn't help but say, "Was that Kakashi Sensei just now? That was amazing. Wait, what happened to Kakashi Sensei?" Sasuke explained, "His Mangekyo Sharingan consumes a lot of ocular power and chakra. That chakra ball was still very large, and transferring it almost drained Kakashi's chakra completely." In the early days, Kakashi was like this. Transferring Deidara's arm would leave him gasping for breath, and using Kamui a few times would leave him bedridden for a month to recover. In fact, later during the pain invasion, he even overused Kamui to the point of nearly dying. Gamabunta recognized Kakashi and said, Is he the fourth disciple? Yes. It's been a long time, Lord Gamabunta. Kakashi was still very respectful towards his teacher's summoning beast. Hey, you look so weak, you should go hide in the back. Gamabunta said helplessly. Kakashi weakly replied, It's okay, I can still use Kamui once more. I can still cover for you all. If Kakashi-sensei I can't move. Naruto started to panic. Originally with Kakashi's arrival, there was a feeling of having a backbone, but now this backbone had collapsed. Did the support beam just snap as soon as it was put up? Then it's up to the two of us to resolve this, Naruto. Sasuke said seriously, although I'm not sure what the situation is right now, that guy should be the tailed beast inside Gaara, right? If that's the case, my power can stop it. Sasuke's 3-Demo Sharingan began to spin. This was the reward for his special training this month. The 3-Demo was activated ahead of time. Naruto, Sasuke, you. Sasuke looked at Naruto. With me by your side, you don't have to worry about being swallowed by that guy's power. Use it to your heart's content, and together we'll take down the one in front of us. Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled confidently and no longer suppressed the chakra of the Nine Tails, standing beside Sasuke with his fists clasped. All right, let's show them our power. Ninja tools being prepared. Zhou Ke was brought to a deserted area by the sage in Minato's form. After Zhou Ke got up from the ground, he immediately questioned, What exactly do you want? To use the death of the third Hokage to create a new hero of Konoha. The sage no longer concealed his true intentions. Huh. Zhou Ke emitted a sound of confusion. Why do that? Don't you know that by doing so the old man? I've said it, I want to use his death to achieve my own goals. The sage reiterated. Zhou Ke argued, it's meaningless. Even if the third Hokage doesn't die, as long as I perform well, I can still become the hero of Konoha. Besides, does becoming a hero really matter? It does matter. The sage said coldly. There's a difference between icing on the cake and timely help. In the event of the Hokage's death, if someone can step forward to save the crumbling building and support the collapsing tide, my popularity will soar to its peak. Everything I do afterward will be much more convenient. Why couldn't this have been discussed beforehand? Zhou Ke asked, not understanding. Because you wouldn't agree. The sage said calmly. You want to save the third Hokage, right? Yes, what's wrong with that? Zhou Ke was no longer in the mood to conceal his thoughts, stating frankly. Does it make sense? He was already killed in this battle, and his death would only cause the young people to work harder and even force Tsunade, who had been reluctant to return back to Konoha. It seems to be more beneficial than detrimental. Of course you think the third Hokage has been kind to you. You can't bear to see him die like this, wanting to save him and let him survive this disaster. This is your thinking, right? Exactly what's wrong with that? Zhou Ke continued to question. There's no problem, but saving someone is just your own idea. The sage rejected. What I want to do is to take advantage of this opportunity to expand our interests all at once. Zhou Ke argued, interests? Don't you have any humanity? The old man has helped me a lot. How can you think of using him as a stepping stone for your own profit? The sage replied, those who achieve great things prioritize their own interests. As long as they can achieve their goals, nothing can be sacrificed. Cold-bloodedness is what you should do. Wrong. This is a shonen manga, and friendship, effort, and victory are essential. Zhou Ke said firmly. Though it seemed like he was being unreasonable, he wasn't wrong. Hokage is from a shonen manga, and friendship, effort, and victory are the way to go. Zhou Ke continued. I admit that I'm not a good person, but I will never stand by and watch my benefactor die. That is my bottom line as a human. You can't stop me. As for your speech, it won't change my mind, and if you want to do what you want, there's only one way. That is to forcefully do it with violence. Right. Zhou Ke didn't want to waste more words, with the sage directly transforming into his young Minato form and using Flying Thunder God to teleport away from there. However, the next second, he was kicked back by the sage. The sage said, it's useless. Our Flying Thunder God marks are common, and I can see through your thoughts. You can't escape from here just by running. Then I'll take you down first, then we can talk about the rest. Zhou Ke became angry. Who are you to act so high and mighty? Thus the battle began. How to fight in the Chunin battle. According to the tradition of the Naruto mobile game, first to twice, then unleash the 10,000 Flying Swallow Light Instant Shadow Zero style. Throwing out multiple Flying Thunder God kunai hitting will mark the opponent, and then shuttling back and forth in the kunai to slash at the opponent. After a flash of invincible frames, Zhou Ke landed steadily and then unleashed the Rasengan. Of course, a purer version would be to unleash the Baryon Rasengan. Tisk, the same master taught them, but they couldn't break the move. While this kind of situation is most likely to occur only in short videos, while the reality was that Zhou Ke was kicked like a ball. Zhou Ke had only dodged 3 times before the sage seized the opening, kicking him, followed by 18 continuous kicks, referred to as Zhou family's 18 kicking legs, directly kicking Zhou Ke into the door like a soccer ball. Ghoul. The ball went in. The Super Ability Soccer team won this World Cup championship. At this moment, Shaolin Soccer Kung Fu Soccer captain Tsubasa and Inazuma 11 all possessed the sage. He was not fighting alone. Below is the sage's award ceremony. Rip. Zhou Ke directly tore the award ceremony scene apart frantically saying, Why is the gap so big? Are you kidding? I've never heard of a Naruto fanfic where a clone can beat the main body. Such a thing is impossible. Theoretically, the physical abilities of the clone should be consistent with the main body, but the chakra of the clone cannot be regenerated. Once used, it simply disappears. And even Zhou Ke's clone, no matter how special, would still disappear if it took too much damage. But why was the gap between the two so vast? Zhou Ke couldn't even touch the opponent. The hardware is completely the same. No, Zhou Ke's endurance is even slightly stronger, so what determines battle capability is the system. When 98, no matter how hard it tries, can't defeat Win 10, though not necessarily. If the hardware is too poor, then Win 10 might not even run. So does that mean I'm the one who's incapable? Is my combat power too weak? Impossible. Zhou Ke couldn't believe this inference. These clones were all created after the perfect transformation technique was unlocked. Since then, it has only been a little over 4 months. In 4 months, even if they put in several times more effort than me, there shouldn't be such a significant gap. After all, we're the same person. Unless they are me at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Ke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, asking, What are you all? However, before the sage could answer, a laugh caught Zhou Ke's attention. Ha ha, main body, have you finally noticed? The rebel said while lying on a tree branch laughing. Noticed what? Speak clearly. Zhou Ke asked anxiously. Don't be vague, just say it. What are you all? You are me and I am you. Nothing more, the sage replied calmly. Don't say such nonsense. Just because I suddenly gained a perfect transformation technique, why are your clones so much stronger than I am? No, just because I suddenly gained it. Perfect transformation technique. Zhou Ke suddenly thought of something special about himself aside from this technique. The reincarnator. He is a human who reincarnated with memories. Zhou Ke speculated, could it be that the problem lies in the reincarnation aspect? Oh, finally thinking in the right direction. As a reward for your thinking, I'll give you a little hint, main body. The rebel said with a smile. You've never doubted your reincarnation, so now there's a question. Since you know you're a reincarnator, why did you give yourself a new name? Would it not be better to use your past name? Or, do you not remember what your name was? Huh. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck through Zhou Ke's mind. Something had been unlocked. Yes. What is my name? What was my name in my previous life? Why do I have no impression of it at all? What is my name? What is my true name? Am I truly human? Am I a monster? Who am I? Faced with Zhou Ke's confusion, the sage refused to respond. At that moment, the rebel interjected, Those statements are literal. What you perceive as a single reincarnation is in fact your 10th. The figure before you is your previous self. Oh, by the way, I am your 8th incarnation. The sage turned toward the rebel. Is it meaningful to explain this to him now? It will only deepen his disorientation. I care nothing for his feelings. If he cannot endure even this degree of suffering, then let us simply begin his next life immediately. The rebel fixed his gaze upon the sage and said, You truly embody rationality above all else. I wonder what experiences forged you into this version of me. The sage merely gazed back at the rebel in silence. TCH. That silence only inflamed the rebel's irritation. Some volatile emotion began spilling outward from his very being. Zhou Ke rose unsteadily to his feet and struggled to speak. I have no mind left for any of this. No matter what either of you say, nothing will stop me. The sage turned to Zhou Ke. I am not stopping you. To do as you wish is simple. Defeat me. I know. Zhou Ke glared fiercely at the sage while inwardly strategizing. Set aside everything they just mentioned. Focus solely on victory. Though my opponent's stats mirror mine, our mastery differs vastly. I am but a shadow operative. He is a hyper shadow. There's absolutely no chance of winning. No, negative thoughts must be banished. Shaking his head to dispel the notion of defeat, Zhou Ke concentrated more intently. Yet victory is not impossible. He is a clone, lacking stamina. If I exhaust his chakra completely, he will fall. But time is precisely what I don't have. Zhou Ke was racing to save someone. If he wasted too long here, the third Hokage would perish, rendering all effort utterly futile. Thus, stalling tactics were categorically forbidden. Then there remains only one path to victory. I must surpass my former self. The sage's predictions were calibrated against Zhou Ke's prior strength. Should Zhou Ke transcend himself, his actions would exceed those predictions, and therein might lie a sliver of hope. Fine, I'll test this theory now. Even if failure means death, what is there to fear? Transformation technique. Transform. Zhou Ke activated the transformation technique once more, but this time he did not assume the form of the young Minato. Instead, he became Tiger Skin Obito. Truly grateful to you, rebel, for unlocking this as well. Zhou Ke addressed the rebel who, beyond cultivating age spots, had also unlocked the Tiger Skin Obito form. What followed was a duel between Tiger Skin Obito and the young Minato, a scene hauntingly familiar. Had such uncanny repetitions occurred too often today? Enough talk. The battle commenced. Zhou Ke raised his hand and launched a giant fireball technique. Confronted with the incoming fireball, the rebel, who stood beside the sage, immediately retreated. The sage, however, hurled an injured flying thunder god kunai skyward and vanished in an instant, reappearing atop the very kunai he had thrown during the first skirmish. Yet at that very moment the sage discovered another figure already standing upon his kunai. It was Zhou Ke in tiger skin form. He anticipated my location. No, was it a shadow clone? The sage observed that every kunai he had thrown now bore a newly created clone of Zhou Ke. Immediately after launching the giant fireball, Zhou Ke had deployed shadow clones, 3 in total. All subsequent clones were standard shadow clones, ensuring full obedience and reliability. Zhou Ke knew his intellect could not match the sage's. He lacked the capacity to predict his opponent's movements, nor could he emulate the young Raikage's battlefield dominance to track and eliminate Minato at blinding speed. So he abandoned prediction entirely. He would strike at them all. Thanks to Hashirama's cells, Obito possessed formidable chakra reserves, more than sufficient for Zhou Ke to generate enough clones to occupy every flying thunder god mark. Thus, wherever the sage reappeared, a clone would seize him and drag him directly into the Kamui dimension. Since Minato's flying thunder god could not escape, Kamui victory would belong to Zhou Ke. Didn't this tactic feel eerily familiar? Hadn't Obito conceived something similar, though without shadow clones, relying solely on Kamui to pull Minato inside? Would Zhou Ke's refined strategy succeed? No, the sage vanished again. Yet every flying thunder god mark across the battlefield had been occupied. Where then could he possibly reappear? If he fled beyond this vicinity, Zhou Ke would gain time to depart. In tiger skin form, Zhou Ke could return to Konoha village via Kamui alone, without needing the flying thunder god. Thus the sage had only one destination left, the very first kunai he had thrown. That kunai arced over the giant fireball and flew toward Zhou Ke. The sage materialized upon it, gripped the blade, and hurled it at Zhou Ke's true form, while simultaneously forming a Rasengan in his palm and charging forward. Zhou Ke did not retreat. He charged straight toward the sage. Another uncannily familiar moment. Was the next move the flying thunder god's second stage? Facing the incoming kunai, Zhou Ke activated intangibility. The blade passed harmlessly through his body. Now came the unknown clash. Who struck first would claim victory. Well, anyone who had watched Naruto knew it wouldn't be that simple. Just before Zhou Ke made contact, the sage teleported onto the kunai that had pierced Zhou Ke's body and slammed his Rasengan downward. Yet what followed diverged sharply from expectation. As the sage landed upon that kunai, he noticed another clone behind Zhou Ke, previously obscured by Zhou Ke's own body hidden in his blind spot. The clone behind Zhou Ke smiled and declared, "Did you truly not expect this? I am the real one." Zhou Ke was no Obito, whose intellect barely surpassed 2 and relied solely on Kamui. Zhou Ke wielded every tool at his disposal. That was his way of fighting. Zhou Ke had sent his clone ahead to draw the sage's attention, then followed with a secondary strike of his own. This self-invented technique was named the Shadow Clone Technique. Would this technique, akin to the Shadow Windmill's Shadow Clone Technique, decide the outcome of their duel? No, the true one is below you. With unwavering conviction, the sage drove his Rasengan downward. All minds think alike. He knew exactly what Zhou Ke would be thinking. The clone behind him, claiming to be the real one, was merely a decoy, designed to divert his focus, while the true Zhou Ke below delivered the fatal blow. After all, defeating him demanded precisely such layered deception. Indeed, you saw through it. But did you anticipate this? A voice rang out from above the sage, while the Zhou Ke beneath him had vanished. Had the lower Zhou Ke escaped via Kamui? How could it have happened so swiftly? Well, that credit belonged to the rebel. The rebel Kamui, Kakashi Kamui. During training, Zhou Ke had repeatedly employed the sealless Kakashi form, accumulating enough experience to unlock his next evolution, the Shippuden Kakashi, the so-called Kamui Kakashi. Clearly seething with resentment toward the sage, the rebel voluntarily transformed into Kamui Kakashi and used Kamui to relocate Zhou Ke's true form. Dual Kamui power, unattainable even by the Six Paths Madara. Rematerializing directly above the sage, Zhou Ke reversed the tide. Now it was Obito delivering the decisive blow upon Minato. This is Kamui's second stage. A maneuver even Obito never mastered, now unleashed by Zhou Ke. Simultaneously, lightning crackled across his right hand as he lunged toward the sage. No, this too falls within my calculations. At some unknown moment, the sage had executed a flawless 180-degree midair spin, now facing Zhou Ke, hidden Rasengan thrust forward. Kamui was a known ability. Zhou Ke's utilization of it was unsurprising. Still, Was that aerial 180-degree rotation borderline cheating? Regardless of how he spun the Chidori and Rasengan were destined to collide, except Zhou Ke wasn't wielding the Chidori. Behold, the lightning flash poisonous dragon drill. A high-velocity drill wreathed in brilliant blue lightning, Zhou Ke's original technique. Over the past month, Zhou Ke had mastered the Chidori, but remained unsatisfied. He sought a technique uniquely his own. Moreover, the Chidori required the Sharingan, rendering it unusable without one, thus demanding refinement. After all, relying perpetually on others' techniques always felt incomplete. Having fully grasped both shape transformation Rasengan and nature transformation Chidori, Zhou Ke was ready to fuse them into a signature jutsu. Naruto, building upon the Rasengan, infused wind release nature transformation to create the Rasen Shuriken. Zhou Ke, however, chose the Chidori as his foundation, enhancing it with the Rasengan's spiraling motion to forge the lightning drill. After all, drills are a man's romance. This technique should still exist only in theory. For once, the sage experienced an extraneous emotion, confronted with a technique still in conception suddenly manifested. Secret training was impossible. The clones shared Zhou Ke's memories. Thus, this technique emerged purely from spontaneous inspiration. Yes, transcending oneself meant unleashing what one had never before been capable of. That was proof of growth. Excellent. This move exceeds his expectations. Though improvised and unfinished, it crystallizes months of relentless effort. Take this. Zhou Ke's lightning flash poisonous dragon drill collided with the Rasengan. Both techniques shattered instantly, unsurprising given its improvised nature and the Rasengan's perfected stability. Yet though the drill collapsed, lightning lingered. Its Chidori core pierced straight through the sage's body. Clack! This battle is mine. Do not dare impede me from saving lives. With those words, Zhou Ke transformed once more into the young Minato and vanished in a flash. The sage pierced clean through, lay motionless upon the ground. Moments later, the rebel approached. Heh, lost did you? How does it feel? Don't blame me for interfering. I found you equally insufferable. What do you think? The sage, still prone, gazed up at the rebel. Everything thus far has unfolded precisely as planned. I have fulfilled my purpose flawlessly. TCH, how infuriatingly serene you are. The rebel grumbled. You sealed away your memories and name to escape that venomous goddess's gaze, so you could live peacefully in this world untouched by her influence. Yet how can such placidity ever overcome her? No, this is the only path to victory. As long as I remain myself, I cannot defeat her, the sage replied. The rebel retorted. So this is the conclusion after a lifetime of striving. Unbelievable that my next incarnation has surrendered. How many defeats did you suffer before reaching this point? Have you ever won? Until now, we've been nothing but pitiful clowns writhing helplessly in her grasp. Since you hold that belief, keep playing house with him. I will exact vengeance upon that wretched goddess, my own way. With that, the rebel dispelled his clone and vanished. As long as I remain myself, I cannot break free from her dominion. Thus I require the ultimate trump card, the restoration of my original heart. Having spoken, the sage's clone reached its temporal limit and dissolved alongside him. Preparing equipment. After evading the sage and the rebel, Zhou Ke first leapt back to Naruto's group. Seeing Sasuke and Kakashi present, he entrusted them with the situation, confident that Gamabunta and Kakashi could stall Shikaku indefinitely. Then Zhou Ke sprinted toward the Chunin exams, returning to the waiting room where candidates had originally gathered. Upon arrival, he found the 4 Violet Flames formation already active, a barrier-based ninjutsu requiring 4 practitioners positioned at cardinal points. It erected a translucent purple flame cuboid. Its walls radiated violet fire, repelling outsiders and inflicting severe burns upon contact. Its casters were Orochimaru's elite sound ninja quartet, the Sound Four. Tasked with guarding Orochimaru, their trustworthiness implied formidable prowess, though truthfully they remained mere tools, albeit exceptionally refined ones. The barrier confined Orochimaru and the third Hokage within, while sealing off Konoha's Anbu outside, forcing an unknown confrontation between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. So, the interior space is already saturated with Wood Release. Does that mean the impure world reincarnation has already been activated? TCH, was I truly too late? Zhou Ke cursed inwardly. Under normal circumstances, he could have intervened before Orochimaru invoked the impure world reincarnation. Without that advantage, Orochimaru would have been far easier to subdue, but with those two aiding him, the odds shifted drastically. Worse still, Zhou Ke now confronted a more pressing dilemma: how to breach the 4 Violet Flames formation. A frontal assault would incinerate him. Without pre-placed marks, the Flying Thunder God offered no entry. Only Kamui remained viable. Using Obito's power openly isn't ideal. Wait, I need only toss a kunai inside. Zhou Ke devised a solution and acted immediately. He dispelled his transformation preparing to assume Tiger Skin Obito, yet faltered mid-cast, ugh, chakra. Zhou Ke sensed his chakra reserves nearing depletion. Though transformations drew upon the target's chakra, the act itself consumed his own. And what had he done today? He'd split into 3 shadow clones, reducing his chakra to 1/4. A brief rest restored half. Then came consecutive transformations and combat. Escorting Gamabunna Naruto and Shikaku outside the village cost 1 transformation, battling the sage and Qing Shui cost another, shifting to Tiger Skin Obito cost a 3rd, defeating the sage, and reverting to young Minato cost a 4th, for transformations total. Additional chakra expenditure elsewhere compounded the toll. Remaining chakra, perhaps enough for 3 more uses. 2 needed now, leaving only 1 margin for error. No, Zhou Ke retrieved soldier pills from his pack and swallowed them. Soldier pills existed precisely for moments like these. Then Shizun's voice chimed, "You're already resorting to pills. Is your exhaustion that severe?" Zhou Ke turned. Shizun was still hiding in the waiting room. "Whoa, you haven't evacuated yet." "Evacuate where? This isn't my village. And my Jonin Sensei abandoned me, so I have no idea where to go." Truly, the Grass Ninja Village operates like a ramshackle stage troupe. A Jonin Sensei abandons his Jin in mid-crisis. Well, understandable. Most people instinctively flee upon seeing a tailed beast. Human nature. Perfectly natural. Zhou Ke told Shizun, "Though the tailed beast is gone, this place remains perilous. I'll escort you somewhere safer. Hold your tongue." Shizun pressed her arm against Zhou Ke's lips. "You're heading into battle above, aren't you? Let me replenish your chakra first." Time was critical. Zhou Ke wasted no words. He opened his mouth and felt the surge, sweeping away hunger, reclaiming oneself. Blissful. Zhou Ke exhaled in pure relief. Though not fully restored, he was near peak capacity. Zhou Ke increasingly believed hiring Shizun had been an extraordinarily wise investment. Without further delay, Zhou Ke transformed into Tiger Skin Obito and used Kamui to insert a pre-marked Flying Thunder God Kunai into the 4 Violet Flames formation, by entering the Kamui dimension, opening a portal within the barrier, and launching the Kunai through it. Then he exited Kamui and reverted to the young Minato form. Next, Zhou Ke teleported, carrying Shizun, straight to his home. Shizun blinked in surprise. This is my residence, marginally safer. Stay hidden here for now." He instructed her. Of course, this location isn't immune to attack by shinobi from either village. Stay alert and flee at the first sign of danger. Understood. Watch your own safety too. I'd rather not lose my new employer so soon after fleeing my old village. Her Jonin Sensei's abandonment had granted Shizun opportunity. No one in the Grass Ninja Village knew her whereabouts. She could vanish amid the chaos, remaining undetected long enough to ensure safe escape. As for what came after, that could wait. Preparing equipment. The 3rd Hokage felt unprecedented pressure. The 1st Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, and Orochimaru together formed a trio whose very names inspired dread. No, dread wasn't even possible. They struck with such overwhelming speed, he was annihilated before terror could take root. Though recent years hailed him as the strongest Hokage, that reputation stemmed from younger generations' ignorance of elder legends. The true strongest Hokage stood before him, the 1st Hokage. At his zenith, the 1st Hokage could shake the earth and rend the heavens. His power transcended the very definition of shinobi. He was the undisputed shinobi god. The 2nd Hokage too earned renown across the ninja world for inventing numerous forbidden techniques, devising razor-sharp tactics, and wielding water-style jutsu, as vast as oceans. Against them, the 3rd Hokage stood immeasurably outmatched. 3rd Hokage, I was clearly the strongest Hokage in my prime. Why have I devolved into near bottom-tier status? Author, unavoidable. Hashirama and Madara ascended together into godlike realms. The 2nd Hokage rode his brother's coattails, gaining not only mastery over water release, but also the title of Forbidden Techniques Master. No change, still appearing as an elderly corpse even in impure world reincarnation. Tragic. 3rd Hokage. Fortunately, both were bound by the impure world reincarnation, deprived of autonomous while under Orochimaru's control, and operating at less than 1/10 their true strength. The 3rd Hokage retained a fighting chance. Yet, this trajectory led only to defeat. Even at 1/10 strength, there might remain terrifying, compounded by Orochimaru's auxiliary assaults. The 3rd Hokage had already brushed shoulders with death multiple times. Were it not for Enma, the mighty summoning beast of the Sarutobi clan, shielding him with his indestructible body, the 3rd Hokage would have perished long ago. Enma, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's contracted summoning beast. Possessing an adamantine body, he could transform into the adamantine staff or shift localized segments mid-battle at will, and even perform hand seals to cast jutsu. Orochimaru deemed him the strongest summoning beast during the era before seal restrictions. His adamantine staff combined diamond-like hardness with limitless elasticity. Now under Orochimaru's command, Hashirama Senju unleashed the Wood Release technique Forest of Death, engulfing the entire four violet flames formation in wood. Only Enma's transformation into the adamantine prison wall saved the third Hokage. Adamantine prison wall, the staff multiplies into dozens of rods, forming a cubic cage to imprison foes or shield the user. Damn it, there's no other choice. The third Hokage reflected within the prison. Had I abandoned my naive ideals and slain Orochimaru when he defected, this catastrophe would never have befallen the village. This is my failure. To settle matters now, I offer my life. Yet just as the third Hokage resolved his final decision, a flash of light erupted within the four violet flames formation, aimed directly at Orochimaru. That flash was none other than Zhou Ke. He had instantly repositioned behind the four red flames formation and charged straight toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such a figure launching a direct assault. There was no time to defend. No, his automated Edo Tensei companion reacted instantly. The second Hokage flashed before Orochimaru, intercepting Zhou Ke's in his youthful Minato form Rasengan with his own body. The Rasengan struck the Edo Tensei, second Hokage, squarely, cleaving him cleanly at the waist. Yet that momentary sacrifice granted Orochimaru and the Edo Tensei Hashirama precious seconds to react. Orochimaru, hidden shadow snake hands. Edo Tensei Hashirama stomped the ground. A deceptively whimsical motion, yet seasoned mobile game players would instantly sense impending calamity. To prevent disaster, Zhou Ke immediately teleported back to the third Hokage's side via Flying Thunder God. The third Hokage gasped, "Is it truly you, Minato?" He employs the Flying Thunder God and bears no resemblance to an Edo Tensei. Could Minato still be alive? Impossible. I myself prepared their corpses. The third Hokage found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding reality. Across from him, Orochimaru murmured, thoughtfully, "So, you must be Zhou Ke. Traitorous rebel. My identity is practically stripped bare. Is this intellect even mine, my previous incarnation?" From your previous incarnation. Zhou Ke. The third Hokage stared dumbfounded at the man before him who wore Minato's visage, yet was in truth Zhou Ke. Indeed, it is I. This is my transformation technique. Unusually refined, I replicate not only appearance, but also mastery of another's jutsu, down to the finest nuance. Since Orochimaru had already unmasked him, Zhou Ke abandoned concealment and openly clarified the truth to the third Hokage. Such a technique exists. No, it was perfectly logical. Now it makes sense why Zhou Ke mastered the Rasengan, and how he extracted intelligence from Danzo. If he can wield Minato's jutsu, infiltrating Danzo's stronghold would be as effortless as returning home. And now the Rasengan's origin is clear, learned through this very method. Wait, then why did he ask me for the Flying Thunder God scroll? Ah, I see. Acquiring the scroll grants him legitimacy to wield it openly. So this is his cover, to mask the true nature of his technique. Though concealing it from villagers seems excessive, it is understandable. Were Danzo to learn of this, he would stop at nothing to seize Zhou Ke, just as he seized Shirsue's eyes. As an orphan without protection, safeguarding himself this way is entirely justified. Not only had the third Hokage grasped Zhou Ke's reasoning, he had even supplied compassionate justifications. Indeed, as ever, those cherished feel invincible. Orochimaru, too, had once been thus. Yet Zhou Ke differed fundamentally, and deserved such trust. To save the third Hokage, he had shattered his own limits. Zhou Ke moved to elaborate further, but the third Hokage cut him off. Explanations can wait. First, we must confront our enemy. Understood. Orochimaru is mine. Zhou Ke drew 12 kunai, hurled them skyward, and became a streak of light charging toward Orochimaru. I never imagined fighting Minato again. Very well. With a flick of his wrist, Orochimaru directed the Edo Tensei first and second Hokage toward the third, clearly seeking an unknown duel with Zhou Ke. TCH. Though frustrated, the third Hokage had no choice but to engage his own two mentors in battle, while Zhou Ke closed in on Orochimaru. Multiple hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru opened with his signature technique, 10 serpents lunging simultaneously from every angle, fangs bared for Zhou Ke. Yet milliseconds before impact, Zhou Ke vanished, reappearing instantly upon one of the kunai he'd earlier thrown. Truly the yellow flash, unbelievably swift. Ugh. Orochimaru's words died mid-sentence. Zhou Ke had already reappeared. Earlier, while evading the fireball jutsu, Zhou Ke had secretly embedded a Flying Thunder God kunai. It soared past the serpentine barrage and landed directly before Orochimaru, whereupon Zhou Ke teleported in and drove the kunai deep into Orochimaru's torso. Remarkably fast, but such a strike cannot kill me. Orochimaru smiled coolly even as a serpent slithered from his mouth, bearing his Kusanagi sword, aimed point-blank at Zhou Ke. The blade struck empty air, lightning you cannot grasp. Zhou Ke had already rematerialized at his prior position via Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru pressed his wounded chest, watching crimson blood seep forth. Master Zhou Ke's technique is extraordinary, truly matching Minato's velocity down to the breath. Heh, I find myself rather eager to possess your body. Yet I remain bound by my vow to that other man. For now I may not act against you. Moreover, your conduct suggests no awareness of my pact with the rebel. Can souls truly reincarnate into the same vessel? Or is there another explanation? Orochimaru's unsettling declaration sent chills down Zhou Ke's spine. He retorted, the legendary Sannin possess only this much strength, and yet you covet my body. Dreaming are you? Orochimaru chuckled. It seems wounding me has inflated your confidence. Fool, was the wound truly the point? Look at your chest. Zhou Ke pointed. Their unmistakable glowed the Flying Thunder God seal he'd imprinted. The Flying Thunder God technique allows not only pre-placed seals, but also instantaneous imprinting upon contact. Once affixed, the seal cannot be erased, except by a ten-tails Jinchuriki. Thus, after piercing Orochimaru, Zhou Ke withheld further strikes solely to brand him. With that seal, Zhou Ke could hunt Orochimaru endlessly. Do you mean this? Orochimaru suddenly yawned wide, truly cavernous jaw stretched like a basin. Then he writhed forth from his own mouth, retrieving his discarded skin from the ground and flaunting the Flying Thunder God seal etched upon it. What the a? This is possible. Zhou Ke stared speechless. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. External shedding, oral egress, no hand seals required, it evades even Amaterasu. Removing a Flying Thunder God seal poses no difficulty. Obito, should I learn this? For anyone but Orochimaru, such a technique consumes vast chakra, but executed by him the cost was negligible. This maneuver crystallized a revelation for Zhou Ke. Orochimaru possessed profound countermeasures against Minato. Minato was a high-mobility assassin, blazing speed his hallmark. But his offensive repertoire remained comparatively limited. Close combat, kunai strikes, the Rasengan, and coordinated assaults with summoned toads from Myobokuzen. This triad sufficed against most foes, but against Orochimaru it proved catastrophically inadequate. Though Flying Thunder God granted absolute speed dominance, Orochimaru's endurance was legendary. The shinobi world's foremost survivor was no mere boast. Kunai slashes against Orochimaru were less effective than gentle exfoliation. Though the Rasengan's destructive force was immense, Orochimaru effortlessly evaded it with his body replacement technique, and his final recourse, summoning toads, was matched by Orochimaru's own summoning of Manda. As for Minato's exceptional sealing prowess, could he truly exchange lives using the dead demon-consuming seal? Even Itachi sealed him with the Totsuka blade, and he resurrected anew. Does one grasp the weight of a Horcrux-like existence? Trading the dead demon-consuming seal for a foe with backup vessels and guaranteed resurrection. That is not strategy, that is financial ruin. A catastrophic loss. His sole vulnerability, mental fragility, drastically lowering Jinjutsu resistance. Yet Minato's illusionary skill paled beside Itachi's. Attempting Jinjutsu against Orochimaru was sheer delusion. Speaking of Jinjutsu, there existed a flawless solution. Assume Itachi's Akatsuki form lock gazes, and Orochimaru would crumple into snakeskin paste ripe for Zhou Ke's disposal. But transforming before the third Hokage into Minato was one matter, assuming Itachi's form was another entirely. Minato, a civilian shinobi, lent credibility to replicated taijutsu. This could be rationalized. Assuming Itachi's form meant replicating a bloodline limit, utterly inexplicable. And worse, doing so would implicitly admit responsibility for this entire catastrophe. How could he explain it? My clone went rogue, ignored my orders, and launched the Konoha destruction plan. Who would believe that? Yet as Zhou Ke pondered how to overcome Orochimaru struck. Ninpo Valley of the End Serpent Formation. A technique wherein Orochimaru expelled countless serpents from his mouth to overwhelm enemies relentlessly. Used previously against the Four-Tails version of Naruto. An incalculable swarm erupted from Orochimaru's maw, flooding the entire Four Red Flames formation, then surged madly toward Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke teleported frantically, but every kunai he'd scattered was now occupied by serpents. Landing meant immediate assault. Damn, just used that trick myself. Did the boomerang return this fast? Zhou Ke was stunned. Orochimaru's tactic mirrored his own against the sage. When speed fails, overwhelm with numbers. Confronted by this encirclement, Zhou Ke could only blink between positions, but within the cramped confines evasion space vanished. Soon wounds bloomed across his body. Ugh, not merely superficial cuts. These bites burned fiercely. Poisoned. Damn it. I must end this swiftly. What now? How to defeat Orochimaru. No, if defeat is impossible, then perhaps victory is unnecessary. Zhou Ke recalled his middle school obsession Yu-Gi-Oh! If an opponent cannot be sent to the graveyard, then banish them instead. Solar Dragon Inti and Lunar Shadow Dragon Killia nod in solemn agreement. I'll simply teleport him beyond Konoha. Exile him to some remote mountain ravine. Clarity struck Zhou Ke like sunlight piercing storm clouds. His objective was solely to save the third Hokage. Orochimaru's death mattered little. Removing him would shatter the Sound Force cohesion, neutralizing Shikaku would secure Konoha's triumph. Action followed insight. Zhou Ke sprang into motion. Yet at that instant the third Hokage's voice rang out, "No, you must end him here. Otherwise the souls of the first and second Hokage will remain under his control." The third Hokage is no Orochimaru. He would never permit his mentor's souls to be toyed with. Still, the old man's perceptiveness was undeniable. He deduced Zhou Ke's intent merely from his expression. Zhou Ke struggled to articulate his frustration. "Sir, I want to end him here, but I cannot." "Then, leave this to me." The third Hokage made his decision, first creating 2 shadow clones, then rapidly weaving hand seals. Snake boar goat hare dog rat rooster horse snake. Clasp hands. That technique, is it? Old man, stop. There's a way to win. Zhou Ke panicked. The third Hokage was invoking the dead demon consuming seal. Originating from the Uzumaki clan, this supreme sealing art demands precise hand seals. Snake boar goat hare dog rat rooster horse snake, followed by clasping hands to summon the Shinigami. The deity then severs and devours the target's soul, sealing it within his belly. Seal size is determined by the caster, and once ensnared the target cannot perform any jutsu. Yet completing the seals binds the caster to the Shinigami, surrendering his own soul. Upon consuming the target's soul, the Shinigami devours the caster's in turn, binding both souls eternally within his stomach, locked in perpetual hatred and strife, forever denied rebirth. Thus this technique is the ultimate mutual annihilation, a suicide strike ensuring total victory. Zhou Ke lunged to intervene via Flying Thunder God, but a sudden dizziness struck. Snake venom surged, draining the remaining duration of his Minato transformation. He reverted to his true form, and was swallowed whole by Orochimaru's serpents. Watching Zhou Ke vanish into the coils, the third Hokage instinctively surged forward, only for reason to rein him back. Already exhausted from fierce combat, and having expended chakra on shadow clones, his reserves neared depletion. Rushing to save Zhou Ke would leave him powerless to seal Orochimaru. So he prayed Zhou Ke would endure the serpent onslaught, and charged forward with his 2 clones toward Orochimaru, the Edo Tensei Hashirama and the Edo Tensei Tobirama. Stop! Zhou Ke transformed again into youthful Minato, bursting from the serpent mass, but it was too late. The dead demon consuming seal's hand seals were complete. No outcome could alter the third Hokage's fate. Hearing Zhou Ke's cry, the third Hokage severed his final hesitation, the child carrying hope lives. Then this old man may depart with honor. This resolve ignited a final surge of vitality, like Twilight's last brilliant flare, propelling his speed beyond all bounds. His 2 clones seized the first and second Hokage, ripping their souls from the Edo Tensei bodies and sealing them away. Simultaneously, he seized Orochimaru, extracting and sealing his soul with decisive finality. At long last, he had cleansed the clan's shame. "Forgive me, master, I am but a decoy." A voice emerged from behind the sealed Orochimaru's body, where a small white snake had lain unnoticed. "What?" The third Hokage stared, disbelief freezing his features, as the being he'd just sealed shifted from Orochimaru into an unfamiliar stranger. His life-ending technique had consumed a random bystander. Well, still marginally better than Danzo. At least the third Hokage truly sealed the souls of the first and second Hokage, sparing them further desecration. At least until the Great Ninja War, they would remain absent. Danzo, meanwhile, had merely sealed a bridge. Does that not bring a measure of solace? The white snake dropped to the earth and reformed into Orochimaru. "Master, I foresaw your use of this technique and prepared a new vessel expressly for you." Orochimaru had long received the script from the rebel, and thus preemptively countered the dead demon consuming seal. This vessel was specially modified, applying principles of the living corpse reincarnation technique, allowing Orochimaru to inhabit and control it directly. Though response lagged slightly, it mattered little. The battle's primary force was never Orochimaru himself. His diminished combat capacity was irrelevant. The result was resplendent. The third Hokage deceived, sealing a vessel's soul, while Orochimaru detached unscathed. Witnessing the third Hokage's imminent feudal demise, Zhou Ke's fury exploded, driving him to annihilate Orochimaru on the spot. Yet Orochimaru's core objective in Konoha was already achieved. The third Hokage lay slain. Even if Konoha remained intact, his mission was fulfilled, and he fled instantly with the sound 4. Don't let him escape. You will die here. Zhou Ke roared in fury. But the third Hokage gripped his wrist. Pursue not a fleeing foe, and you've lost composure. Chasing him now plays directly into his schemes. But Zhou Ke bit his lip, voice trembling. It matters not. This ending suits me well. In my final moments, I wish only for you to remain. The third Hokage collapsed weakly. The Shinigami had begun harvesting his soul. Zhou Ke dispelled his transformation, kneeling helplessly beside the third Hokage. After all this effort, had he accomplished nothing? Damn it. Do not wear such a face. You have performed magnificently, consoled the dying third Hokage. Zhou Ke, I am sorry, I failed to save you. It is all right. This fate rests solely upon my shoulders. Age has dulled my perception. I failed to discern Orochimaru's evolution. Yet at least I preserved the souls of the first and second Hokage. This outcome, I can accept. Hokage-sama. The ANBU barred outside the 4 red flames formation immediately pursued Orochimaru and the sound 4 upon their retreat, but left 2 guards to attend the Hokage, who now finally approached. The third Hokage issued his final order. Tell the others, do not pursue. If Orochimaru wishes to flee, you cannot catch him. Conserve your strength to aid Konoha's people. But Hokage-sama's vengeance. Powerless to intervene as their leader perished within the barrier, their anguish was profound. Now even retribution seemed denied. Let it be. Protecting the children outweighs revenge. The third Hokage glanced at the 2 ENBU, then turned to Zhou Ke, the flying thunder god I entrusted to you. You wield it superbly. As your teacher, I am deeply proud. Why this declaration? A moment's reflection revealed the truth. He was shielding Zhou Ke. By stating it publicly before the ANBU, Zhou Ke's mastery of the flying thunder god gained legitimacy, eliminating suspicion of theft or illicit learning. Moreover, formally acknowledging Zhou Ke as his disciple bestowed him with vital protection. With his imminent death, no guardian would remain. Danzo's intentions toward Zhou Ke were unknowable, so he would shield the boy as far as possible. The 2 remaining ANBU exchanged stunned glances. Since when had the Hokage taken this youth as his apprentice? Yet this explained both his flying thunder god mastery and formidable strength. Truly the yellow flash had returned. At that moment a figure leapt from afar, Jiraiya. After the invasion began, Jiraiya fought within Konoha, repelling sound and sand forces. Upon the sound 4's withdrawal, he rushed to assess the situation, only to find his master on the verge of death. This, though hardened by countless deaths, witnessing his master's final moments pierced Jiraiya's heart with unbearable sorrow. Gazing upon Jiraiya, the third Hokage smiled faintly. Jiraiya, it is profoundly comforting to see you one last time. Entrust the next Hokage to you. Should you decline, seek Tsunade. That irksome old man departs, and she too must return. We could never dislike you, old fool. Jiraiya whispered, head bowed. Rest assured, I will bring Tsunade back. Yes, Konoha rests in your hands. And then, the third Hokage turned his final gaze to Zhou Ke. Promise me, henceforth use your extraordinary jutsu to protect Konoha forever. Will you? I will. So long as I dwell in this village, no harm shall ever befall it. This was the solemn vow Zhou Ke could offer. Seeing Zhou Ke's earnest gaze, the third Hokage closed his eyes in quiet satisfaction. This boy, like Orochimaru, was a prodigy, possessing ambition, cunning, and private designs. Yet at his core he was fundamentally different, gentle, kind-hearted, and incapable of walking the same dark path as Orochimaru. This time I have entrusted wisely. First Hokage, second Hokage, I may now face you with head held high. Thus perished the legendary shinobi, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Meanwhile, the battle among Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara was drawing to its climax. Naruto and the giant toad Gamabunta joined forces, employing a transformation technique to assume the form of the nine-tailed fox, forcibly subduing Shikaku and granting Sasuke the critical opportunity to lock eyes with the beast. Sasuke in turn lived up to expectations. His newly honed 3-tomo Sharingan suppressed Shikaku's consciousness, compelling Gaara to forcibly revert from his tailed beast form. Yet Sasuke's ocular chakra reserves proved insufficient for the strain. Upon restoring Gaara to human form, he collapsed, just as Kakashi had, exhausted and incapacitated. From that moment onward, only Naruto remained capable of halting Gaara's rampage. Naruto rose to the occasion, ultimately defeating Gaara, and through the power of impassioned rhetoric awakened within him the belief that love exists even in this world, and that friendship too is possible for one such as himself. Gaara thus abandoned all will to fight. Consequently, Tsunade withdrew its forces. Its alliance shattered, its leader, the Kazekage, slain, though his body remained undiscovered, leaving the matter still speculative. Its greatest asset, Gaara, unwilling to continue combat, and its ranks decimated during the assault on Konoha. Fortuitously, Konoha had also lost its Hokage, and the true instigator was Orochimaru, while Tsunagakure had likewise lost its Kazekage. Thus, Konoha's wrath fell entirely upon the Sound Ninja, sparing Suna's surviving shinobi harsh retribution, and they withdrew safely. Konoha's forces did not pursue them, still steeped in mourning over their fallen Hokage. Among that grieving assembly stood one man burdened doubly, Kakashi. Obito. Why? He repeated the question inwardly, as though confronting a ghost. Indeed, he had seen Obito. Watching Naruto and Sasuke subdue Shikaku, Kakashi allowed himself a quiet, tender smile. His two students had truly come of age. At that very instant, however, his peripheral vision caught sight of a long-armed figure, the enigmatic black-clad man wearing a spiral-patterned mask. It had to be Obito. Confirming his students' safety, Kakashi gave immediate chase. The masked figure was in fact Obito, though he had never intended to intervene in the Chunin exams. At that moment, he had been resting peacefully within his Kamui dimension. He had fashioned himself a wooden lounge chair using Wood Release and settled into a tranquil afternoon nap, when suddenly a colossal-tailed beast ball soared overhead. That sphere passed barely 1 meter above Obito's head, deceptively spacious, yet terrifyingly closed with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. 1 meter was indistinguishable from direct impact. Moments later, the tailed beast ball detonated nearby. Only Obito's lightning-fast reflexes saved him. He activated Kamui at the instant of perception, warping himself away just in time. Had he hesitated, his nap would have ended in death, and the Naruto saga might well have concluded prematurely at Pain's assault. Shaken and furious, Obito erupted. Kakashi is an absolute fool. Giving me this, I wasn't so you could hurl anything into Kamui space. Throwing trash. Fine, I'd simply clean it up. But now he's tossing tailed beast balls. Who can endure that? Obito nearly stormed forward to shout the accusation straight into Kakashi's face. Yet reason prevailed. He knew such outbursts would serve no purpose beyond venting emotion and offered no strategic advantage. Instead, he moved quietly toward Kakashi's location to observe what had transpired. There he was discovered and pursued. Kakashi even gave chase into the Kamui dimension itself. Over the past month, he had exhaustively tested every facet of his Kamui ability, confirming he could activate it at 0 distance to draw himself inside. Through sheer persistence, Kakashi finally closed the gap. Obito, you are Obito, aren't you? He demanded. Huh, how did he recognize me? Obito faltered inwardly, but preserved his composure, replying coolly, I don't know what you mean. Obito Uchiha is dead. I am Madara Uchiha. Having spoken, he instantly warped out of the Kamui dimension. Kakashi's unerring identification was deeply unsettling. He needed answers, urgently. For now, evasion would suffice. Investigation must come first. Kakashi attempted to resume pursuit, but his Kamui capacity had been exhausted, leaving him powerless to follow. He could only watch helpless as Obito vanished without trace. So close, yet once again 1 step too late. Bitter frustration surged within him. Still, though stung by defeat, Kakashi swiftly rallied. This time he had nearly grasped the truth. With continued resolve, he would catch him. Beyond Obito, another pair had infiltrated Konoha amid the chaos. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. They had been dispatched to capture Konoha's Jinchuriki, Naruto. Scaling the ruined walls of Konoha, Kisame gazed upon the devastation and remarked poetically, Itakasama. The wind today carries unusual clamor. Itachi remained silent. Of course it's clamorous. We're in the middle of a battle. When Itachi offered no reply, Kisame continued, though it narrowly escaped annihilation, the damage appears severe. Once thriving, now reduced to rubble. How pitiful. Itachi remained silent. This ruin is precisely why I should have eliminated Orochimaru long ago. Kisame pressed on, how unlike you. To fall mute before your homeland's desolation. Even you must feel some lingering attachment. After a pause, Itachi murmured, no. I feel no attachment whatsoever, but I do feel devotion. Even after all these years, the will of fire still burns fiercely within my heart. Is that so? Well, that sounds more like you. Still, our journey has taxed us. Let's find shelter and regroup before seeking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Any recommendations? This is your homeland after all. The Hot Springs village is suitable. I'll delay formal operations until after the 3rd Hokage's funeral. Until then, feigning illness will buy time. As he thought this, Itachi clutched his chest. Kisame, odd in appearance yet profoundly gentle, immediately noticed the shift. Are you unwell, Itakasama? It's nothing. Itachi replied coolly. His condition remains unchanged, so let us retreat to the Hot Springs village for rest. Kisame gently supported Itachi as they departed. Thus Konoha's turmoil subsided, ending not in triumph, but in Pyrrhic victory. En route to withdrawal, Tsunagakure recovered the Kazekage's remains, discarded like a stray dog beside the road, igniting fury among its shinobi. Yet against Orochimaru undiminished and at peak strength Suna was utterly powerless. Like Konoha, Suna suffered from a critical shortage of elite warriors, its strongest Chiyo having long since retired. Without high-tier combatants, further engagement meant only greater losses. Swallowing their outrage became inevitable. Nonetheless, this tragedy provided Suna with a convenient justification. Orochimaru alone orchestrated the entire affair, assassinating the Kazekage, impersonating him, and issuing false orders for war. Suna's shinobi had never wished to betray their ally. Orochimaru alone bore responsibility for this catastrophe. To demonstrate sincerity, Tsunagakure formally surrendered to Konoha. What other choice remained? Their military strength now lagged, even behind the Sound Ninjas. Konoha, in turn, accepted the surrender. Unavoidable, given the cost of victory, the loss of their Hokage, their village's paramount protector. This marked Konoha's weakest era. Mere self-preservation was its utmost limit. Waging war elsewhere was unthinkable. Moreover, all other matters must wait until the third Hokage's funeral concluded. 2 days after the battle, the funeral commenced. As the longest-serving Hokage, he was deeply beloved. Crowds gathered in great numbers to lay flowers. Yet Zhou Ke, the story's protagonist, stood apart from the mourners. Clad in black mourning robes, he sat atop the stone steps beside the Hokage monument, gazing silently upon the ceremony. Gazing numbly at the proceedings, he sighed deeply. Memories stir tears that never dry. Atop the tower's silk balls meet destined vows. His softly sung verse carried only sorrow. Zhou Ke stood adrift in profound uncertainty. He feared the present, distrusted the past, and evaded the future. Since the third Hokage's death, his thoughts had raced incessantly, yet the sheer volume of upheaval left him paralyzed, unable to chart a path forward. First, the past his own shadow clone revealed. He was no ordinary reincarnate, but one who had undergone 9 successive rebirths. In his previous life, something catastrophic occurred, prompting him to seal away all memory and identity. Zhou Ke knew nothing of this. What truly transpired in those forgotten lives? That mystery consumed him. Then the present, his unruly shadow clone, inspired genuine fear. Had it obeyed him, the third Hokage might yet live. Yet events unfolded identically to canon. What if such tragedies recurred? Both the sage and the rebel pursued their goals without restraint. What if friends or family suffered harm due to their conflicting ambitions? This was the source of his dread, the present uncertain and perilous. Finally, the future according to the sage and the rebel. The sage sealed memory and name to evade a relentless enemy, one who had hunted him across lifetimes. If such a foe existed, they might yet cross paths. His past selves possessed the agency to choose their own rebirths, surely formidable beings. Yet even they resorted to erasure to escape this adversary. Could such a being ever truly be overcome? That question seeded his desire to flee the future. His life felt entangled beyond unraveling, and trapped within that knot. Zhou Ke no longer knew what action to take. Suddenly a voice broke the silence. "You sing quite beautifully." "Ah, you're here, Miss Nanami." Zhou Ke glanced down the stairs to see Nanami Chiyuki, also clad in mourning black. "What brings you here?" Nanami ascended the steps and said, "I finished laying flowers and was heading home, then saw you standing here. Your song surprised me. It was unexpectedly lovely." "It's nothing special. I practiced back in school." Zhou Ke deflected vaguely. The school he referenced was not the academy, but his first life's university, where he performed in a band and earned the title Anime Song God, a testament to his genuine vocal talent. "Oh, I don't recall ever hearing you sing before," Nanami asked curiously. "After graduation came work. No further opportunities arose." Leaning listlessly against the railing, Zhou Ke replied, "Besides, I only sing when weighed down by sorrow." Nanami followed his train of thought. "So you're feeling sorrowful right now?" "Well, roughly speaking. I've lost sight of why I should strive at all." Frustration spilled forth unbidden. Nanami studied him, then observed, "In gamer terms, you're currently stuck on a boss." "Huh. We've already beaten Orochimaru. Can that really be considered a boss block?" Zhou Ke turned to her. "I don't know what burdens you, but surely your true adversary isn't Orochimaru." Nanami countered. "Fair enough." Zhou Ke nodded. "Then my diagnosis stands." Nanami affirmed. "An overwhelmingly powerful boss. Defeating it seems impossible. That's a plight every dedicated player knows well." Zhou Ke quipped, "Isn't that just part of the game?" "No, it's deeply agonizing." Nanami retorted, instantly shifting into stern tutor mode. "You crave the next chapter, yearn to explore the next stage, long to behold the vistas beyond. Being halted by an unconquerable boss, denied all that, is pure torment." Overwhelmed by her fervor, Zhou Ke hastily agreed. Yes, I understand the agony." Nanami nodded approvingly. "Good. You grasp it. Now let's continue." Yes, facing an unbeatable boss is infuriating, sometimes even tempting one to abandon the game entirely. Yet for true devotees, gaming is woven into life's fabric. Surrender is unthinkable. One must charge forward, bravely devise ingenious strategies, exhaust every resource, and only then attain transcendent joy. Zhou Ke dared not object aloud. Internally he mused, What is she talking about? Yet somehow it resonates. Noticing his confusion, Nanami chuckled awkwardly. Apologies. I may have explained poorly. No. I think I get the gist. Don't retreat from hardship. Face it heed and push through and claim the triumph. Right. Let's say that's close enough. Nanami nodded. Well, though our situations differ, your point holds merit. I shouldn't halt my progress at the first obstacle. I must confront them, overcome them, and perhaps in doing so finally attain what I truly seek. Exactly. Nanami affirmed, then paused, studying him for several seconds, before saying, It seems you've found clarity. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. And with that she bounded away, clearly eager to return home and resume gaming. She climbed all the way up just to comfort me. I owe her one. Zhou Ke scratched his head, then drew a deep breath. If I'm truly the final trump card, I cannot remain paralyzed here. First, I need answers. A serious conversation with my three shadows is long overdue. With resolve renewed, Zhou Ke assumed Minato's likeness and departed the village via Flying Thunder God. Preparations underway. Orochimaru's hidden lair. Orochimaru and Kabuto engaged in quiet dialogue within a secluded chamber. Kabuto flattered, Lord Orochimaru, you executed this plan flawlessly, neutralizing 2 of the 5 Kage with minimal effort. Your maneuver against the Hokage was especially chilling. How did you anticipate his suicidal technique? Are you probing for secrets, Kabuto? Orochimaru lifted a glass of red wine with a sardonic smile. Victory had made him indulgent. Red wine in this world. Well, let's assume it exists. By no means, my lord. I merely speak from curiosity. Kabuto responded cautiously. I merely struck a bargain with a certain individual. Details will follow. First we have urgent business. Orochimaru set down his glass. Kabuto bowed. Your command. Orochimaru did not issue orders directly, but asked instead, How fares Kimimaro? Kabuto hesitated. Poorly. His battle with the Kazekage worsened his condition. He lies bedridden now, and he nears death. Orochimaru completed the sentence. Kimimaro Kagaya, sole inheritor of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit, the dust release bone release, had been handpicked by Orochimaru, a fiercely loyal, phenomenally gifted warrior, though doomed by a congenital affliction. Indeed, Kabuto conceded. Orochimaru mused, regrettable, but unavoidable. Yet, so long as he draws breath, he retains utility. Therefore, Kabuto ventured, my lord, you intend to assign Kimimaro a mission? Precisely, not immediately but soon. We shall prepare, meticulously restore his physique to peak condition, then perform a surgical procedure upon his body. Kabuto pressed, What procedure do you envision, Lord Orochimaru? You'll discover soon enough. Orochimaru rose and exited the chamber, Kabuto following closely into the shadows. Preparations underway. Zhou Ke arrived above the open sea near the land of waves. There he deployed multiple shadow clones, summoning all 3 manifestations before him. The sarcastic clone spoke first. Why here on the ocean? Because this expanse offers perfect seclusion. Only sky and sea surround us. Unless one masters water release, concealment is impossible. Eavesdropping is out of the question. Zhou Ke stared blankly. Who exactly are you interrogating? And answering yourself. As the sarcastic clone, I voice the audience's questions. They demand answers, and I deliver. Please refrain from breaking the fourth wall. Thank you. Zhou Ke rolled his eyes. I summoned you not for commentary, but for clarity. Our discussion will shape the future. Fail to explain yourselves thoroughly, and I refuse to proceed further. He recalled his authority. Though less skilled in combat, he remained the original, the sovereign will. Whether to summon them rested solely with him. Unsatisfactory answers would invite outright abdication. Without this transformation art, he had envisioned a simple life. Wife, children, hearth, peace. If they refused transparency, he'd gladly return to that quiet existence. What consequence could there possibly be? Naive. Do you truly believe hiding away, feigning normalcy guarantees tranquility? The rebel scoffed contemptuously. Then just tell me everything. No riddles, no games. Zhou Ke snapped. Discover it yourself. I have no intention of wasting time explaining. The rebel vanished instantly. This is my past. So extraordinary. Zhou Ke was genuinely speechless, then turned to the sarcastic clone, the most approachable of the 3. Would he offer insight? The sarcastic clone shook his head vigorously. Don't look at me. I'm only the 4th incarnation. Much remains unknown to me, and besides, he forbids me to speak. His gaze shifted pointedly toward the sage. The sage, the architect of this crisis, was the sole repository of complete knowledge, the omniscient one. So, how would he respond? In response to Zhou Ke's confusion, the sage calmly replied, If I could so casually disclose this, I wouldn't need to exert so much effort to seal my name, my memories, and to sever my own self. Zhou Ke continued to ask why. At least you should tell me the reason. The sage answered, because it cannot be said. You are not yet capable of understanding. Names and memories hold power. Even just a mention can create ripples which then reach that person's ears, and we would once again fall into her grasp. Sounds like the relationship between Sun Wukong and the Buddha. Zhou Ke thought, it sounds quite mysterious. This involves conceptual enemies clearly of a formidable nature. Zhou Ke now felt as if an enemy whose path had been obliterated suddenly emerged while he was still at the stage of playing in the village's mud. What kind of absurd plot is this? The only things I can reveal to you are these. Our enemy is a scoundrel who claims to be a goddess who delights in manipulating the lives of others for her own amusement. My fate has been toyed with by her endlessly repeating a tragic life. Currently, the only way I have found to resist her is for you to continuously grow stronger, to possess power that surpasses hers. When the time comes, the sealed memories will all be unlocked, and you will understand what is truly happening. It sounds like one must cultivate from foundation establishment all the way to immortality to grasp the full picture. Can you at least reveal a bit about what she did to make me hate her so much? Zhou Ke could already sense that all his rebellious anger was directed at that goddess, which made him very curious about what she had done. Before my eyes she killed my wife and child, the sage said coldly. Well, that's indeed very painful. Although I have no memories of that, Zhou Ke could understand that feeling. That's just the lightest of it. The true suffering goes far beyond this. The sage continued, that's just the lightest. Zhou Ke was taken aback. Ignoring Zhou Ke's reaction, the sage continued, the moment you were reincarnated, the baton was passed into your hands. What you do next entirely depends on you. Whether to choose to live a carefree life or to strive and retaliate against her, it is all up to you. However, that bastard treats me as her most entertaining toy with no intention of letting me go. Even if I choose an action, I cannot guarantee she won't find us again, so you better take care of yourself. After saying this, the sage departed. What do you mean I decide for myself? Isn't that an outright threat? Zhou Ke said, feeling speechless. At that moment, the commentator remarked, actually, your subconscious has this feeling, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have subconsciously named yourself Zhou Ke. That makes some sense. Zhou Ke stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then is the headache I get when recalling the past related to this. However, he still didn't understand. If the name was to be sealed, why seal all the memories? Leaving some hints for oneself wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? The commentator replied, although he didn't tell me what happened from the memories I possess. In my 9th life, I sealed all memories after encountering that unfortunate individual, likely wanting to cut off all ties with her. All memories after encountering that unfortunate individual. Zhou Ke tried to recall. My last memory seems to be my 26th birthday. No way was I treated as a toy from then on. It was hard to believe he had just managed to get into a prestigious university, completed his studies, interviewed at dozens of companies, and painstakingly entered a large company to secure a stable job, only to be treated as a toy in less than a year. If I had known I should have bought a house earlier, at least I could enjoy a year without worrying about mortgage payments. But then again, it seems I don't even have a down payment, so buying a house in advance is impossible, Zhou Ke complained inwardly. Actually, it was fine at first, but it just got worse as it went on. That unfortunate individual enjoys making me reach the peak before brutally crashing me down. In simple terms, it's the ups and downs of life. I see, so being a toy means this. The ups and downs of life. Just imagining it sent a chill down Zhou Ke's spine. Even to prevent such occurrences from happening again, he must continue to strive. Though many questions remained, Zhou Ke decided to focus on the present. Without sufficient strength, even if he unraveled those doubts, it would only add to his troubles. Thus, his top priority was to grow stronger. After all, regardless of the situation, one must have strength to have a voice. So Zhou Ke returned to the village to continue his training. Speaking of which, should he not worry about the sage and the rebels' antics? Of course he did, but the normal methods couldn't suppress them at all. Zhou Ke had no methods to threaten them. What he could do now was to enhance his own strength and suppress them with power. No need for further discussion, let's dive straight into special training. The first thing to do is to complete the Lightning Poison Dragon drill. At the very least, this drill must be able to break through the heavens. Zhou Ke returned home to change out of his morning clothes and continued his training. However, at the doorstep he encountered a group of people. Was it the members of Danzo again? Zhou Ke, Lord Danzo requests your presence. The leader said upon seeing Zhou Ke. You again? Are there no others? Zhou Ke replied speechlessly, please help me convey a message. I already have a teacher and am not interested in changing masters. After saying that, Zhou Ke waved his hand, urging them to leave quickly. It seems learning the Flying Thunder God has made you quite confident. No one in Konoha dares to speak to me like this. Danzo appeared from the corner behind Zhou Ke with 2 subordinates. Clearly Zhou Ke's new information had reached his ears. So you personally came. Why hide around the corner? Do you think standing at my door waiting for someone is too humiliating? Zhou Ke couldn't help but think, then said to Danzo, "Oh, hello, Elder Danzo. It's better that you're here in person, or I can tell you directly. I already have a teacher, so you need not trouble yourself. If Hizashi has fallen, no one will guide you from now on. Why not quickly abandon the dark and join me?" Due to face-saving issues, he certainly wouldn't voice his thoughts. "Well, I still have Kakashi Sensei guiding me, so I want trouble, Lord Danzo." Zhou Ke decisively refused. "Do you truly understand what you're saying? Such a good opportunity, and you're wasting it." Danzo glared at Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke was also annoyed by Danzo saying, "Lord Danzo, let's stop beating around the bush. You came to find me purely to recruit me as a subordinate, right?" "I said I'm not interested." Danzo replied. "It seems Hizashi protected you too, while making you unaware of how difficult it is to climb up without anyone's protection." "I don't know how difficult it is, but I sincerely do not want to work with someone who would watch their closest friend die without helping," Zhou Ke said coldly. Danzo was rendered speechless by this. At that moment his orange-haired subordinate interjected, "How dare you speak to Lord Danzo like that? He dares to say what I dare to say. May I ask, Lord Danzo, where were you and your subordinates when the village was in danger?" Zhou Ke truly didn't want to deal with someone like Danzo who, for the sake of his own position, neglected even his closest friends. Of course, this situation arose mainly because the manga didn't feature Danzo at this stage. This character was clearly added later as a scapegoat. This was a necessary sacrifice. This was something Danzo couldn't articulate. In any case, that's how it is. Please do not disturb me any further. Zhou Ke continued towards his home. Danzo's 2 subordinates were furious and wanted to teach Zhou Ke a lesson, but Danzo stopped them, saying coldly, "There's no need to pay attention to a foolish brat." After saying that, he left coolly. "Well, are you sure it's not because of guilt in your heart that you left so decisively?" The root members were very obedient. They did whatever Danzo said and naturally left honestly. Zhou Ke went straight home, shut the door, and muttered, "Well, it seems I've offended Danzo. So what if I have?" Thinking of that hidden boss, Zhou Ke felt there was nothing to fear. Compared to her, Danzo was nothing. "Who did you offend?" Xiangling poked her head out from inside the house. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Ke exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't she supposed to be at the inn? "The people from our village are searching for me everywhere, so I came here to hide." As previously mentioned, Xiangling had already resolved to leave the village, so she planned to take advantage of being abandoned this time to go missing. However, her village members had no intention of letting her go, and thus began searching in Konoha. Therefore, Xiangling could only come to Zhou Ke to hide. "To be honest, quite a few people know that we're pretty close, so it's easy for you to be discovered here. How about I send you to the land of waves for a while? When the storm passes, I'll come find you, and we can travel the ninja world together. It's just that I know some people in the land of waves, and they should be able to take care of you for a while." Zhou Ke briefly mentioned his experiences in the land of waves. "Oh, that sounds nice. But why travel the ninja world?" Xiangling asked curiously. "Well, I plan to leave Konoha after a while and explore a bit." This plan had been in place for quite some time. After a while, Naruto and Sasuke would leave the village, and there wouldn't be many major events in the village. Zhou Ke felt it was rather boring to stay in the village, so he might as well take advantage of the transition between the fillers and the main story to visit the other 5 great nations and broaden his horizons. And now, knowing the future enemy, Zhou Ke felt that exploring was even more necessary. Past experiences proved that real combat made one grow stronger faster. If nothing was happening in Konoha, then he would cause some trouble in other villages. Just right now that he was at odds with Danzo, staying in Konoha would make it easy for him to target him, so it was better to head out. In short, this is a plan with numerous benefits and no drawbacks. Of course, he needed to wait until Jiraiya brought Tsunade back to become Hokage. After all, Zhou Ke was just a genin, and without the Hokage's permission to leave the village, he could end up being labeled a rogue ninja. So the next step was to find Tsunade and bring her back to the village. Not in a hurry. After sending Xiangling to the land of waves, Zhou Ke contemplated the next step should be. Itachi should be returning to the village soon, right? After the destruction of Konoha, the time point of Itachi's first appearance would be here. This battle could not be missed. As for Tsunade, normally Orochimaru, who lost his hands due to the Reaper death seal, would seek Tsunade for treatment, leading to the battle between the 3 of them. Logically, this battle should provide a lot of experience, but Orochimaru escaped unharmed this time. Would he still seek trouble with Tsunade now? Well, anyway, since I'm free, I might as well take this trip. By the way, should I bring Xiangling along after finding Tsunade? Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Naruto, is also a member of the Uzumaki clan. Given her beautiful red hair, Tsunade might be able to guide Xiangling a bit. This idea was good, but would be discussed later. For now, the priority was to handle the Itachi matter. While Zhou Ke was thinking this, he happened to encounter Kakashi outside the famous sweet shop in Konoha, the dango shop. So Zhou Ke took the initiative to greet him. "Kakashi-sensei, who are you waiting for here?" Hearing Zhou Ke's call, Kakashi paused for a moment, then looked at Zhou Ke. "Oh, it's you. I'm waiting for Sasuke." Kakashi's momentary pause was obviously unusual. It seemed as if he was doing nothing, but in reality his attention was focused elsewhere. Yes, it was likely on the dango shop. So Zhou Ke glanced into the dango shop and saw familiar black Akatsuki uniforms with the fire cloud pattern. Itachi and Kisame were leisurely enjoying dango inside. Itachi truly put in effort to draw attention in the village. Not only was he dressed conspicuously, but he was also openly eating dango in public. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi thought to himself, as expected of Kakashi, he noticed us immediately. My ostentatious secret infiltration into Konoha was not in vain. Secret infiltration refers to dressing in a flashy black cloak with red clouds, wearing an exquisite hat, and openly sitting in a shop where he used to have snacks with his childhood girlfriend, leisurely enjoying breakfast. It certainly looked ostentatious. Then he continued to think, moreover, is Sasuke being guided by him? It seems I need to give him a lesson to make him understand my strength so he can properly guide Sasuke. Itachi needed to give Kakashi a solid lesson to let him know how strong he was now, so that he wouldn't end up cultivating Sasuke to be half-baked, challenging him without even being able to hold back. Is that why you wanted to poke Kakashi in the Tsukuyami space? Noticing Zhou Ke staring into the dango shop, Kakashi quickly said, "Sasuke is a bit late. If you don't mind, can you help me?" Zhou Ke raised his finger pointing towards the shop. "Kakashi-sensei, those two seem like spies." "Kakashi, isn't this kid usually quite smart? Why is he starting to act recklessly now?" "Itachi, although being discovered is a good thing, saying it out loud is quite bad. Directly engaging in combat in a crowded place would cause massive casualties, and if I don't use lethal force, I won't be able to break through the encirclement. Dying at the hands of Konoha ninjas would also be a form of relief for Itachi. He wasn't afraid of death, but he would not be willing to die without paving the way for Sasuke. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to sit back and wait. He would inevitably have to engage in a fierce battle with the village. Konoha could no longer afford any losses." Thus, after signaling Kisame Itachi, and he instantly vanished. After they left, Kakashi considered pursuing them, but just then Sasuke arrived. Tisk, one of the duo, is undoubtedly Uchiha Itachi. After failing to capture Shikaku, he actually remained in the village. Is his target Naruto? Regardless, Sasuke was definitely not a match for him now. He couldn't let Sasuke notice Itachi's presence here. So what should be done about those two? Just as Kakashi was troubled, Asuma and Kurenai arrived for their date. Great, there were people he could entrust with the task. Kakashi immediately signaled the two, informing them of the intruders, and they headed in that direction. Although Kurenai and Asuma were still unclear about the situation, they still took the initiative to pursue. Meanwhile, Kakashi had to think of a way to distract Sasuke. But at that moment, Kakashi noticed Zhou Ke was gone. Oh no, that kid intentionally exposed the identities of those two to make them leave early. Is he planning to deal with those two by himself? Kakashi quickly understood Zhou Ke's intentions. If that kid truly learned the Flying Thunder God technique, his raw strength would be able to confront them, but it is still too dangerous. Is it because his strength has increased that he has become arrogant? Or is it because the third Hokage died in front of him that he no longer wishes to act with his companions? Kakashi deeply understood the feeling of becoming a lone wolf after a companion's death. After Obito and Rin died, Kakashi also went through a period of self-destructive solitary actions, not wanting to let his mistakes lead to more companions' deaths. Kakashi, as someone who has been through it, understands this matter very well. Thus, to prevent Zhou Ke from acting recklessly, he needed to soothe Sasuke quickly and then rush over to help. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke's true intention was, experience points, here I come. He was following Itachi and Kisame like a lovesick fool. For Zhou Ke, who needed to grow stronger, these two were as tempting as beautiful women in their underwear. This was mobile experience points. How could Zhou Ke let others take advantage of them? Meanwhile, Itachi was rapidly fleeing while conversing with Kisame. Kisame questioned, "Itachi, why don't we just fight them directly there? Do you still have feelings for the village?" "Of course, I, Uchiha Itachi, am a Konoha person in life and a Konoha corpse in death. How could I not have feelings?" "No, I have no feelings for this place at all. It's just that fighting there would also pose a danger to us." The acting skilled Itachi still gave a contradictory answer. Kisame nodded in agreement. "I'm fine, but for you, Itachi, a war of attrition would indeed impose a heavy burden on your body." Indeed, a protracted battle is very unfriendly to Itachi's body. A voice suddenly appeared next to them like a ghost. "Who is it?" Itachi and Kisame simultaneously entered battle mode. But in the next second, their surroundings changed. They were forcibly taken away. Indeed, Itachi and Kisame had vanished from the spot, forced away by Zhou Ke using the Flying Thunder God technique. After a while, Kurenai and Asuma arrived in pursuit. Asuma pondered, strange, why did the trail disappear here? Kurenai analyzed, did they notice someone was tracking them? Then they erased their traces here. Maybe. This is troublesome, losing track of intruders in the village isn't a good thing. Asuma frowned. Konoha had just suffered heavy losses, and now facing a strong enemy again would be unbearable. At this moment, Kakashi arrived hurriedly asking, what's the situation? Kurenai replied, we lost track. The clues about the two end here. It seems they erased their escape traces. Kakashi noticed a kunai stuck in the corner, and somewhat panicked said, it's bad, they didn't erase their traces, they were taken away by Zhou Ke using the Flying Thunder God. That kid from your class. Is he planning to deal with those two alone? Asuma exclaimed. I don't know, but it's very possible. Kakashi analyzed. I heard that kid learned the Flying Thunder God technique, but I didn't expect it to be true. By the way, who are those two intruders? Kurenai asked curiously. Kakashi replied, I haven't recognized the taller one yet, but the other person is Uchiha Itachi. What? The genius who slaughtered the Uchiha clan. This is too dangerous. Why is that kid acting recklessly? Kurenai said with a hint of anger. Kakashi, haven't you taught him well? Asuma looked at Kakashi speechlessly. I only taught him for a little over 2 months at most. The rest of the time, he practiced on his own. What could I teach him? Kakashi felt quite wronged, but saying this was merely an excuse, so he decided not to waste words. It's meaningless to talk about this now. Let's find Zhou Ke's location. Summoning technique. Kakashi summoned his ninja hounds, the 8 ninja dogs. The 8 ninja dogs are summoning beasts contracted with Kakashi Hitaki. Each has a distinct personality, understands human language, and can assist ninjas in search and capture tasks. They are very useful auxiliary ninjas. Then, after a brief discussion among Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, the three each took 2 ninja dogs and began searching for Zhou Ke's whereabouts, hoping to find him before he encountered danger. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke was confronting Itachi and Kisame. The forest where the battle with the sage took place. After Itachi and Kisame were captured, they immediately retaliated. This is also why one should avoid using the Flying Thunder God technique with the body while grabbing the enemy, as capturing the enemy essentially means the enemy has captured you. If the opponent's reflexes are fast enough, they can severely injure you in return. Both of their hand speeds were not slow, and the person who caught them was directly turned into a mass of chakra. Chakra. Could it be that they were caught by shadow clones? That's certainly the case. Zhou Ke wouldn't be foolish enough to send his main body to capture them. Besides, such dangerous tasks should be left to shadow clones. That's how Minato's Rasengan works. The shadow clone uses Flying Thunder God to grab the enemy, and then Minato's main body covers with Rasengan. They also noticed that it was a shadow clone that brought them here, so while being vigilant against being captured again, they searched for who had brought them. Then they spotted 2 children not far away. Kisame remarked, they look like they're almost 13. Hey, aren't they just freshly graduated Genin? Itachi reminded, don't be careless, Kisame. Just now he used the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, not an ordinary 13-year-old ninja. Second Hokage, it's mine, it's my Flying Thunder God, Kisame joked, that legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Is it true? Mr. Itachi, you guys from Konoha have produced another genius, Itachi thought. This is a great thing. Even if the 3rd Hokage is gone, there will still be someone to protect Konoha in the future. Itachi, who was inconsistent in his thoughts, thought excitedly. Kisame continued. However, even if he's a genius, it's a bit too arrogant to think 1 or 2 people can deal with both of us. The other one seems to be a shadow clone. Yes, let's deal with him here. Though he said that it definitely couldn't be done. They had to find a way to deter him, so let's use Tsukuyami. Itachi decided to use a small Tsukuyami to inflict some mental damage on Zhou Ke, making him retreat. After all, since the opponent can use Flying Thunder God, it is an impossible task to catch up. This excuse is simply perfect. However, why is he so gentle with Zhou Ke and yet has poked Kakashi for 72 hours? Are you deliberately targeting Kakashi? While Itachi was thinking about this, Kisame initiated the conversation. Hey kid over there, what's your name? Before asking for the opponent's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? But I already know who you are. Konoha's rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi and Mist's rogue ninja, the Great Sword Kisame. Ho, well said, seems like you're not an ordinary kid. Are you confident you can win against us alone? Kisame retorted. However, in response to Kisame's question, Zhou Ke ignored him and instead spoke to his clone, his comic relief role, saying, if those two are together, it seems a bit difficult to deal with. Let's split into 2 unknown battles. You choose which one. The sage and the rebel had somehow gone off somewhere. The only one who could help fight now was the comic relief role. The shark-faced uncle. The comic relief pointed at Kisame, saying compared to that gloomy guy next to him, this one is a bit simpler-minded. Alright then, I'll take care of Uchiha Itachi. Zhou Ke took on the task of fighting Itachi. The duo across from them felt slightly displeased that Zhou Ke had so casually assigned them roles. Kisame said with mild dissatisfaction, "Itachi, it seems we've been looked down upon." Though he indeed had the capital to be arrogant as a ninja, this was still too reckless. Itachi thought to himself, "There's no shortage of strange ninjutsu in the ninja world, and it's common to lose even when one is stronger due to the opponent's special ninjutsu effects." Thus, to remind Zhou Ke that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people, Itachi decided to give Zhou Ke a good lesson this time. So he asked, "Konoha's Genin, state your name." "What? Do you still have the saying of slaying nameless ones?" "Well, it's no problem telling you my name is." Zhou Ke suddenly paused. He recalled what the sage had said before. Names have power. Should I not casually state my name anymore? However, in the world of Hokage, is there really no technique that can curse someone just by using their name? Besides, I named myself, so what's the harm in saying it? Huh, I've got it, let's play it this way. Zhou Ke suddenly got an idea. Zhou Ke smiled slightly and said to the two, "Since you sincerely asked." "Huh, is this what we're doing? Then I'll cooperate." The comic relief chimed in, "We will benevolently tell you. As expected of me, I understand myself well." Zhou Ke continued, "To prevent the world from being destroyed. For the sake of world peace." Zhou Ke, to uphold the justice of love and peace. Comic relief, the adorable and charming savior. I am Nagato. We are the savior team traversing the ninja world. Comic relief, white holes, a bright tomorrow awaits us. Zhou Ke, if only there was a cat here, it would be perfect. If only the sage or the rebel were here. Although Zhou Ke and the comic relief spoke passionately, the duo on the opposite side obviously did not get the meaning of this set of lines. A cold wind blew by, it fell silent. The main purpose of Zhou Ke using the name Nagato was to irritate the public leader of Akatsuki, Pain, also known as Uzumaki Naruto. Zhou Ke used just his name. After today's events, Itachi and Kisame would definitely report this back to the Akatsuki organization when Nagato hears that the opponent is also named Nagato and claims to be the savior. I can imagine how interesting Nagato's expression would be then. It's a pity I won't be able to see it with my own eyes. Zhou Ke felt a bit regretful. However, is it really appropriate to provoke a mid-boss like this directly? Well, who cares about appropriateness now? At this point, it's impossible to be conservative anymore. The next action strategy needs to shift from conservative to bold, show muscles, and attract others to battle against oneself. Then become the king of battles, constantly enhancing his power to prepare for future fights. Kisame and Itachi showed no reaction upon hearing this name, indicating that Zhou Ke probably hadn't exposed his true identity in front of them before. He only used the abilities of the Rinnegan, controlling the Akatsuki organization with the puppets created by Pain's 6 paths. Itachi said seriously, "Nagato, I remember that." Before he finished speaking, suddenly a person appeared in front of Itachi. It was his shadow clone. This was one of Itachi's signature ninjutsu, body replacement explosion, creating a crow clone that will explode upon contact with the enemy, causing damage to surrounding foes. Even in a calm state, Kakashi's Sharingan wouldn't notice anything unusual. Itachi could explode without forming hand seals, which had great power. Zhou Ke thought, as expected of Itachi, such a fast hand seal speed. However, I'm not slow either. With this thought, Zhou Ke also made a counteraction. He transformed into a young Minato, then placed a flying thunder god kunai in front of him and used his ninjutsu, flying thunder god guided thunder. This technique uses kunai to form seals. When attacked, it will teleport projectiles to designated flying thunder god marks. Simply put, it's a counterattack. Itachi's clone was about to collide with Zhou Ke and explode, but was teleported onto the kunai not far behind Kisame. Then it charged towards Kisame's back, unable to stop. Noticing this change with his Sharingan, Itachi immediately shouted, "Get out of the way, Kisame." Kisame, who trusts Itachi very much, immediately dodged to the side, but Itachi's clone had already exploded, sending Kisame flying due to the force of the explosion. However, Kisame's body was very sturdy, and this level of explosion was just a bit painful to him. Thus the follow-up assault came. "Die, you bastard." Sakura from Shippuden suddenly appeared and punched Kisame, sending him flying. This Sakura was naturally transformed by the comic relief. This player, who only plays female characters, had already unlocked the option for Sakura from Shippuden and was now progressing towards Tsunade's option. As the first character from the Shippuden main cast to be unlocked, Sakura's strength, although slightly weaker than Naruto and Sasuke's, was still impressive, especially when facing Kisame, a wielder of the sword Samehada. She was definitely capable of fighting. The reason for this is that Kisame is known as the beast without a tail. He possesses a massive chakra level equivalent to that of a tailed beast, and the sword Samehada he wields is a key to his power. Once attacked by Samehada, the opponent's chakra would be significantly absorbed, weakening them, as their chakra gradually diminished during the battle. However, since Samahata can devour the opponent's chakra and return it to the user, Kisame's chakra would continue to increase. He belongs to the type that grows stronger when facing strong opponents, especially when facing hosts like Jinchuriki, who possess immense chakra. Kisame's abilities can be maximally unleashed. Additionally, even without relying on Samahata, Kisame himself possesses the ability to absorb chakra. However, if he encounters opponents like Might Guy who attack without using ninjutsu or chakra, it becomes meaningless. Sakura's main combat method is using physical techniques, attacking directly with fists and feet. Although the monstrous strength driving her punches and kicks relies on a substantial amount of chakra, the force delivered is genuine, not an attack materialized by chakra, which Kisame cannot directly absorb. Just let yourself take the beating from Konoha's female hero. Konoha's female hero is the nickname for Haruno Sakura. Kisame did not expect the opponent to suddenly turn into a woman and use such great strength to attack him. He was caught off guard and was sent flying by the comic relief's iron fist, crashing through dozens of trees before disappearing into the forest. The comic relief did not stop and continued to pursue. He wasn't planning to beat Kisame to death, was he? While it seems rather difficult as Shippuden Sakura's strength is still somewhat lacking, once Kisame adapts to the rhythm, he can still defeat Shippuden Sakura. Of course, if Tsunade suddenly unlocks, then the answer would be different. Tsunade's strength is powerful enough to kill Kisame, the kind that can crush Susanoo Kisame. Are you scared? And moreover, Tsunade has ample chakra, so she wouldn't fear absorption, avoiding the situation where prolonged battles cause a drop in combat power. Seeing Kisame being knocked away like this, Itachi immediately thought of going to rescue him. But forget it, how could he afford to be distracted while battling the Golden Flash? After Zhou Ke transformed, Itachi noticed that Zhou Ke's chakra fell off. Was there something wrong with his transformation technique? This technique feels like directly becoming someone else. I see, is this his reliance? In an instant, Itachi adjusted his strategy in his mind, directly treating Zhou Ke as the fourth Hokage for combat. As expected of Itachi, he quickly realized Zhou Ke's ninjutsu effect in such a short time. Kishimoto's father is like this. Since he treated Zhou Ke as an equal to the fourth Hokage, there could be no negligence in battle. Although he had only seen the fourth Hokage as a child, Itachi still had a certain understanding of his abilities. At such a young age, he could instill fear in the ninja world using his powerful personal strength to help Konoha in the Third Great Ninja War, and became Hokage at the youngest age. How could he be weak? For this reason, Itachi directly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Each person's abilities with the Mangekyo Sharingan are different. Of course, there is also the possibility of repetition, such as Sasuke and Itachi both having Amaterasu. And among the Uchiha clan, some people who awakened the Mangekyo in ancient times also possessed Amaterasu, and Itachi's abilities are the left eye's Tsukuyomi and the right eye's Amaterasu. Tsukuyomi, this technique can pull the enemy's spirit into a Jinjutsu space. In the Tsukuyomi world, all factors, including time, place, quality, etc., are controlled by the caster, and the enemy will suffer immense physical and mental pain in the illusion, which is identical to the pain suffered in reality. Merely seeing Itachi's eyes will result in being affected. It is an extremely powerful Jinjutsu. Amaterasu, known as the black flames that never extinguish, capable of releasing a large area of black flames to burn the opponent, and the black flames will not disappear until the target is completely consumed. Due to the immense burden this technique places on the caster's body, the eyes will bleed when used. With just these two moves, Itachi could dominate the ninja world. However, while Itachi was prepared for battle, Zhou Ke suddenly stopped and smiled, saying, "Well then, shall we have a chat?" "A chat? I see no wonder," targeting Kisame's attack. "It seems you want to discuss something privately with me." Itachi thought for a moment and said to Zhou Ke, "We're just enemies, there's nothing to discuss." Zhou Ke replied, "The third Hokage told me before he died that you are Konoha's spy." "I'm just a rogue ninja, not a spy." Itachi was not the kind of man who would casually reveal information he didn't know Zhou Ke's intel, and in this situation, no matter what Zhou Ke said, he wouldn't admit it. "Well, it doesn't matter to me if you deny it, as long as it is established that you and I are alone together. Let's begin the fight." Itachi didn't want to waste words, and Zhou Ke didn't say much either. "Let's fight first and gain experience points." In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ke threw out 30 Flying Thunder God Kunai, ensuring that there were landing points all over the battlefield. The Flying Thunder God technique allows jumping to places with Flying Thunder God marks, including that kunai inserted behind Kisame. A total of 31 kunai. 31 landing points, huh? This will be hard to track, Itachi thought to himself. At this moment, Zhou Ke vanished before his eyes. Itachi used his Mangekyo to search everywhere, preparing to counterattack with ninjutsu, but he couldn't find Zhou Ke, if not in front, then behind. Itachi did not turn around, but summoned his summoning beast, a crow, as a drone to observe the back. These crows were originally trained by Itachi's close friend Uchiha Obito. After Shizui's death, these crows belonged to Itachi. He used them as mediums for the crow clone technique to attack assist in battles and also to cast Genjutsu. However, there was no sign of Zhou Ke behind either. It was as if Zhou Ke had hidden away. Just then a mist began to rise nearby, quickly filling the forest. Is this the mist concealment technique? Itachi observed. Looks like I need to retract my previous thoughts. He didn't come recklessly to fight, but had made ample preparations. Prepared to fight against the Sharingan. Thanks to Zabuza for providing strategies against the Sharingan. In the original work, Zabuza used this technique to restrict Kakashi's Sharingan. By the way, Zhou Ke still couldn't use this technique. He could use it because he switched forms and turned into Kakashi's form. Zhou Ke watched closely Kakashi. This is how a tool that knows 1,000 ninjutsu is used, and not just relying on earth style and lightning style to send out dogs. The Sharingan is not the Byakugan. While it can see chakra flow through objects to a certain extent, it cannot achieve complete transparency. When blocked by a thick mist made of chakra, it would be as if his eyes were completely white, unable to see the surrounding environment. Whether it's a normal Sharingan Genjutsu or a Mangekyo technique, Itachi's eyes must see the person to activate the ability. In a situation where his vision is narrowed, the capabilities of his eyes are essentially sealed. There's no way to use Amaterasu at close range to burn himself right. Itachi could not use Izanagi. He couldn't control Amaterasu to become armor like Sasuke to defend against attacks. However, Itachi did not panic at all in this extremely unfavorable situation, still calmly thinking of a countermeasure. In a situation where my eyes are sealed, I cannot use Genjutsu or eye techniques, and the opponent possesses the Flying Thunder God that can attack at super speed. Will he wait for my guard to drop before launching a sudden attack? With this thought, Itachi closed his eyes and focused all his attention on his ears. Many people overlook a problem due to Itachi's powerful Sharingan ability. Itachi's strength is all-encompassing. When his eyes are not usable, he relies on sound to discern position and uses a ninja's intuition to fight. Because of using the Mangekyo in battle, Itachi's eyesight has been declining. It's unrealistic to depend solely on his eyes to fight. Just then Itachi suddenly jumped up. At the place where he had just stood, a hand emerged from underground. As I thought, he must have anticipated that I would focus all my attention on guarding against kunai, flying from around, due to fear of the Flying Thunder God, so he chose to attack from underground with Earth-style ninjutsu. Excellent strategy. Itachi internally gave Zhou Ke a high evaluation, but unfortunately, the enemy he faced was Uchiha Itachi. Such tricks won't work. As Itachi jumped, he had already begun forming seals, looking down at the person emerging from the ground, preparing to use the break bond's fire to attack. However, he froze for a second upon seeing who emerged. Sasuke. Zhou Ke adorably called out, "Nizan." Seeing his younger brother's cute face, "Zhou Ke, huh? Sasuke's face is cute." Itachi couldn't help but feel moved for a moment. While hearing Nizan after a long time must have moistened his withered heart, right? But he quickly adjusted his state, thinking Genjutsu. No, wait, it's still a transformation technique. What an impressive transformation technique, completely without a hint of flaw, and how long has it been since I heard that title? No, the opponent is an imposter. I should discard unnecessary thoughts. These words represented that paused second, Itachi's inner monologue. In just 1 second, he adjusted his mindset and continued to launch an attack. However, Zhou Ke's subsequent attack had already begun. Zhou Ke in Sasuke's form shouted, "Fire-style Great Fireball Technique." TCH. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Because he was a second late when Itachi unleashed the Great Fireball, Zhou Ke's fireball had already reached him, and the two fireballs exploded just a meter away from Itachi's face, engulfing him. Itachi immediately protected his vital points with one hand, then threw a kunai attached to steel wire into a nearby tree to pull himself away. However, just as he flew out, Zhou Ke's follow-up attack arrived. Amaterasu. The flames of Amaterasu ignited on Itachi. In this situation, even the usually calm Itachi was startled. How is this possible? Can I be transformed too? Itachi caught a glimpse of Zhou Ke, who had already transformed into his own appearance. Of course, he was not surprised that Zhou Ke could transform into his appearance, but rather that Zhou Ke could even replicate a bloodline limit. Isn't this transformation technique a bit too overpowered? Zhou Ke, is this transformation technique even fair? It's all the result of hard work and sweat, okay? Do you know how much effort I put into unlocking these characters? Oh, it seems it didn't take that much effort. Alright, I am a hanger, and are you angry? Now is not the time to think about Zhou Ke's techniques. I must first get rid of the flames of Amaterasu, or else I will be burned to death by my own ninjutsu. To protect his vision, Itachi did not use his Mangekyo to resolve the flames of Amaterasu on his body. Instead, he used the body replacement technique to switch places with his crows, allowing them to bear the flames of Amaterasu for him. From Zhou Ke's perspective, it looked like Itachi scattered into crows and then reassembled into human form at another location. Of course, his Akatsuki uniform caught fire, and there was no way to salvage it, so he abandoned it directly. He now had the appearance of Susanoo Itachi, and several crows were burned into roasted crows by Amaterasu. A meaty aroma wafted through the air. The first round of battle ended with Zhou Ke slightly ahead. After using the substitution technique to create distance, Itachi began to rethink his strategy. His opponent was exceedingly strong, and he could not engage in battle in a half-hearted manner. However, at that moment, Zhou Ke reverted from his transformation technique back to his original form. Itachi looked at Zhou Ke in confusion. What did this mean? Was he giving up? I'm not fighting anymore. Zhou Ke, seeing Itachi's thoughts, responded proactively. I already know you are a spy, so why continue to fight so fiercely? A simple spar is sufficient. The experience points were already gained, and continuing the battle would harm Itachi's body. If this battle caused him too much exhaustion, and he couldn't hold on until the wind of change, it would be quite embarrassing. Itachi, is this kid mentally challenged? Then I'll take my leave, perhaps we will meet again. By the way, that mysterious masked man is actually Uchiha Obito, the deceased comrade of Kakashi Sensei. His Mangekyo Sharingan is a space-time ninjutsu. The rest is up to you to investigate. After saying this, Zhou Ke transformed into Minato and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. What did you say? Itachi rarely revealed his emotions. For so many years since leaving the village, he had been researching the true identity and abilities of that mysterious masked man, but he had not uncovered anything. How did a mere child who only operated within the village know this? Compared to this intelligence, Itachi was now more curious about Zhou Ke. He knew many things that were unheard of, showed a maturity that was not befitting his age, and possessed techniques even more extraordinary than the Uchiha Sharingan. Who exactly is he? While Itachi pondered these questions, the water suddenly surged toward him like a flood. Water release, great exploding water collusion. Kisame unleashed a massive wave of water from his mouth, instantly forming a gigantic elliptical water prison to trap his enemy. The caster could soar freely within the water. Oh no! Itachi immediately tried to dodge, but it was too late, and he was swept up by the water. After that, there was no more movement. A few minutes later, Kisame released the great exploding water collusion and said to Itachi, who had turned into a drenched chicken, "Sorry, Itachi-san, I dragged you into this." Itachi dried his clothes with fire release while asking, "Is the opponent very strong? Did you need to use this ninjutsu?" Kisame, clutching his chest, said, "The compatibility is slightly off. The opponent's strength is too great. After taking a serious hit at the beginning, I directly broke 8 ribs. She didn't give me time to recover, continuously suppressing me with her fists, so I had to use this technique to trap her first and think of a way to counterattack. However, after being trapped, she disappeared. Was it just that kid's shadow clone? That kid is quite strong. Itachi, a mere clone could fight Kisame to this extent, and why did it transform into a girl? Can that strange transformation technique even be used on clones?" Seeing that Itachi was silent, Kisame continued to ask, "How's the situation on your side?" "I drove him away." Itachi thought for a moment and said, "For now, let's head back and inform the leader about what happened in Konoha. Other plans can wait for later." Kisame nodded. Preparing ninja tools. The humorous role commented, "You seem to have shown off your transformation ability. Aren't you afraid Itachi will notice?" "Not afraid. Even if he notices, he won't say anything." Zhou Ke was confident that Itachi wouldn't say much and might even help cover for him. After all, he cares for Konoha and would even be willing to sacrifice his life for the village. Even for his beloved younger brother, he would leave a backup plan to deal with him if he were to betray Konoha. Such a person would definitely help Zhou Ke lie. And with Itachi's lying abilities, he would surely help Zhou Ke craft a perfect lie. "Oh, I see." The humorous role nodded in understanding. "Then why did you call me out?" "We just had a fight, and I just want to rest now. Please find Naruto's location and give this kunai to them. After I finish reporting what happened here to Kakashi Sensei, I will go find them." So troublesome. "Well, fine, since you need to hurry, I'll help you this once." The humorous role took the kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God symbol and left. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke transformed into Minato again and used the Flying Thunder God technique to find Kakashi. Preparing ninja tools. Announcement: Zhou Ke can transform into many characters. From the initial 4-person web, Zhou Ke's transformation list has grown significantly. Kakashi route, Rookie Kakashi, Umbu Kakashi, No Seal Kakashi, Kamui Kakashi. Branching from the Kakashi route, Rookie Obito, Furious Obito, Tiger Skin Obito. Branching from Furious Obito, Old Man Obito. Naruto route, Genin Naruto, One-Tailed Chakra Cloak Naruto. Due to recent frequent training in this form, more chakra than usual, he has gained enough experience points to soon unlock Wind of Change Naruto. Branch of One-Tailed Naruto, Genin Minato, Young Minato. Uchiha Sasuke route, Rookie Sasuke. Due to all experience points from Genin Sasuke being used to open other routes, the Heaven's Curse Seal Sasuke, has yet to be unlocked, but the previous battle with Itachi greatly increased Sasuke's experience. It is expected that with a bit more time, he will unlock Curse Seal 2 Sasuke. Jinin Sasuke's branch, Rookie Lee. Because training with Lee has accumulated a lot of experience, the drunken boxing Lee form has been unlocked, and he is now on the path to Wind of Change Lee. Jinin Sasuke's branch 2, Uchiha Itachi Ninja Rookie, Umbu Itachi, Akatsuki Itachi. Haruno Sakura route, Wind of Change Haruno Sakura. Is that it? That's it. What else could there be? After all, the humorous roles specializing in this line is quite lazy. Well, that's all the forms Zhou Ke can currently use. Preparing ninja tools while Kakashi was troubled about not being able to find Zhou Ke anywhere, Zhou Ke appeared on his own. Yo Kakashi sensei, Zhou Ke greeted. You brat. Never mind, it's good that you're safe. Kakashi initially wanted to scold Zhou Ke, but thought better of it. He was just glad he was okay. However, while reprimands could be spared, Kakashi still needed to understand what had happened, so he asked, did you fight with those two? I had a fight, but I couldn't win and ran back in disgrace. Zhou Ke scratched his head foolishly. So you can use the Flying Thunder God, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy to escape from them. This was also the main reason Kakashi did not blame Zhou Ke. Having the Flying Thunder God made it impossible for anyone to stop him if he wanted to run. As a disciple of the 4th Hokage, Kakashi was very clear on this point, and he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect you to have learned the Flying Thunder God. It feels like you've already surpassed me. Well, that's not true, is it? I feel there's still a lot I can learn from you, teacher, Kakashi retorted. It sounds like I've guided you through something. Think back carefully. Aside from helping you test your chakra affinity, I haven't really taught you anything. I must say you are truly a genius. Even without guidance, you have made such rapid progress. Even the 4th Hokage did not have such an exaggerated talent. Well, I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants to become stronger so quickly. It's not just my achievement. Zhou Ke was right. Whether it was the avatars from previous lives or those ninjas after transformation, they had all provided Zhou Ke with significant help. Without them, he wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Seeing Zhou Ke's expression, Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. He had become so strong without becoming arrogant. The child's temperament was still so good. At this moment, Zhou Ke continued, Kakashi sensei, there's another thing. During the battle with those two, Uchiha Itachi used Jinjutsu to exchange information with me. Kakashi furrowed his brow and asked, exchange information. What does that mean? Zhou Ke fabricated, actually. Grandpa III told me a secret before he died. Uchiha Itachi is actually a spy sent to the Akatsuki organization by him. Is this true? Kakashi's brow furrowed even more. He had heard about the Akatsuki organization earlier that day when Jiraiya spoke with him, and now there was new information which gave Kakashi a subtle feeling. Zhou Ke nodded seriously, absolutely true. It's just that the third didn't say it himself. Well, since the third has already passed away, I can say whatever I want without evidence. Kakashi curiously asked, then why are you only telling me now? Zhou Ke continued to fabricate. Grandpa III entrusted me to inform the next Hokage about this news, ensuring that the two advisors and Elder Danzo, especially Elder Danzo, must not know, otherwise Sasuke might be in danger. Sasuke in danger? Why tell Elder Danzo that Sasuke would be in danger? Wait a minute, if Itachi's defection is feigned, then the massacre of his clan is actually a ticket for joining the Akatsuki organization. And the reason Sasuke is still alive. Is it because Itachi couldn't bring himself to harm Sasuke? Or because he regarded him as his most important younger brother? So if Elder Danzo knows, he would threaten Itachi with Sasuke. This explains many things. Kakashi cooperatively pieced together the events in his mind for Zhou Ke. After mentally piecing together the entire sequence of events, Kakashi continued to ask, then why did you tell me this? This does not comply with the orders of the Hokage. Well, that is indeed not compliant, but the information exchanged with Itachi involves you, teacher. Zhou Ke paused and seriously fabricated, Uchiha Obito. Zhou Ke was relying on the fact that the people of Konoha could not confront Itachi directly, so he placed all knowledge of the Akatsuki organization on Itachi's shoulders. To be fair, Zhou Ke was helping Itachi fulfill his duties. After all, he hadn't done a single bit of his job as a spy, and Zhou Ke helping him convey the Akatsuki intelligence was indeed helping him complete his mission. However, if this matter exposed his identity as a spy, well, since he was willing to die for Konoha, he probably wouldn't mind this issue. Upon hearing the name Obito, Kakashi's expression clearly froze for a moment. Obito, Zhou Ke replied, the Akatsuki organization was founded by him. To be precise, he is a co-founder. Kakashi immediately pursued, what is his goal? What Itachi currently knows is that the plan is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to gather a large amount of money to prepare for the future. The second step is to establish a mercenary organization not belonging to any nation, provoking minor wars, monopolizing the war commissions of small countries at low prices, expanding the scale of wars, then breaking down the ninja system of major countries, destroying economies, monopolizing all wars. The third step is to collect tailed beasts, create tailed beast weaponry, and then use this power to conquer the world and create a truly peaceful nation. Destroying the existing ninja system and creating a truly peaceful nation. Is that what Obito thinks? Kakashi silently clenched his fists. Honestly, he could understand why Obito would do this. I don't know about that. You can ask him directly in the future. Of course, the premise is that you can fight him. According to Itachi, that Mr. Obito inexplicably has the cells of the first Hokage, allowing him to use Wood Release. Combining the powers of the Uchiha and Senju makes him formidable in the ninja world. Kakashi Sensei, with your current strength, you can't even stand in front of him and talk. Zhou Ke spread his hands. Having said this, Kakashi should be more motivated to work hard. Wouldn't we see a stronger sixth Hokage during the Wind of Change period? After listening to all this, Kakashi fell into deep thought. The amount of information was overwhelming. He really needed to digest it properly. Seeing Kakashi lost in his own world, Zhou Ke said, "All right, I've said everything I needed to say to you, and I should be on my way." Upon hearing Zhou Ke was leaving, Kakashi immediately came back to his senses. "Where are you planning to go?" "Oh, I plan to follow Naruto and Jiraiya to find Tsunadesima. If she agrees to become the 5th Hokage, I will inform her about the Akatsuki organization. So I'm off now. Don't tell anyone else about the Akatsuki intelligence yet." After saying this, Zhou Ke vanished in an instant. After Zhou Ke left, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh and lament. Obito would do this. It must be for Rin, right? Did he think this ninja world was responsible for her death? What should I do? Kakashi stood there once again like a discarded scarecrow. He didn't know who would come to push him forward this time. Preparing ninja tools, meanwhile, lying on a certain cliff taking a nap. Ever since he was hit in the face by a tailed beast ball, Obito has refrained from resting in the Kamui space. Who knows when Kakashi's brain would misfire again and throw something into the Kamui space. If a tailed beast ball was thrown in while Obito was sleeping, he might just die in his dreams. Such a death would be worse than dying directly on the bridge of heaven and earth. At this moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and said to Obito, "Obito, the White Zetsu, sent to monitor Kakashi, has returned with news." "Oh, what did you find out?" Obito sat up from the ground, curious. "Such and such, this and that," Black Zetsu briefly described. "Itachi and Kisame went to Konoha and then encountered a kid who can use the Flying Thunder God. That kid learned from the 3rd Hokage that Itachi is a spy sent to the Akatsuki organization, and during the battle they exchanged information, learning about the Akatsuki organization and my affairs from Itachi. Did Kakashi find out about my business because of Itachi?" Black Zetsu speculated, combining Itachi's previous appearance in Konoha with the rumors of his confrontation with Orochimaru. Perhaps Itachi sent a shadow clone back to stop Orochimaru from taking his brother's body, while also leaking your situation out. Obito, Uchiha Kenji. Obito thought for a moment and nodded. If that's the case, then the previous events make sense." "Itachi, how does that make sense, you idiot? You're just a brainless pawn." Black Zetsu agreed, as expected of Itachi to have investigated your situation without anyone knowing. "This is also why I am so wary of him." Obito increasingly felt like a small genius. Indeed, he was a small genius. Laughs. "What should we do next? Our plan has been exposed ahead of schedule, and we haven't begun capturing the tailed beasts yet. If all the shinobi villages start being vigilant, it will be difficult to handle." "No worries, even if they are vigilant, the major shinobi villages will still be wary of each other. They won't be able to pool their strength." Obito did not believe the 5 great villages would cooperate. While they might manage short-term cooperation, over time, they would still betray each other. This is human nature. It is an unchangeable fact. That is why he agreed with Madara's idea of using infinite Tsukuyomi to bring about true peace. However, if they protect the Jinchuriki, the task of capturing them will become very troublesome. It seems the plan needs to be advanced. Obito said seriously. "Setsu, go inform Nagato, tell him to start preparing for the capture of the tailed beasts." "But the Akatsuki still doesn't have enough manpower. There are still vacancies. The Akatsuki organization currently isn't fully formed in the original manga. Hayden hasn't joined yet, but Ultimate Ninja Storm seems to have accelerated this. No worries, we just need a couple more positions. We will quickly find suitable candidates. By the way, that kid Zhou Ke hasn't revealed all the information Itachi gave him, right?" Obito asked. Black Zetsu replied, "From the news sent back by White Zetsu. Not yet, but he used the Flying Thunder God to find Jiraiya and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki outside the village, so he is likely already exchanging information. It seems we can't intercept him and prevent information from spreading further." Did you just say Jiraiya and Naruto are outside the village?" Obito caught onto the blind spot. Black Zetsu, that's right, according to the message sent back by White Zetsu, in order to find one of the legendary 3 Tsunade, Jiraiya took Naruto out of the village. Recently Jiraiya has been secretly investigating the Akatsuki organization. It seems he has discovered our plan to collect tailed beasts and is preparing to personally protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, even the legendary 3 alone would find it difficult to perfectly protect Naruto. Black Zetsu guessed what Obito was planning. Obito, do you intend to strike first? We will seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now. Obito was clear-headed. Since their goal had been exposed, there was no distinction between acting early or late. Instead of continuing to hide, it was better to take advantage of the opponent's current lack of vigilance to capture the most troublesome Nine-Tails. Black Zetsu expressed concern, but the Nine-Tails is extremely powerful. In a small group, sealing it will become very complicated. Furthermore, the 4th Hokage's 8 trigram seal is not so easily undone. No worries, well, first capture Naruto, then use my ocular technique to forcibly control him, so he won't go berserk, and then slowly find a way to unlock the 8 trigram seal. After all, if he could control the Nine-Tails, capturing a mere Naruto would be easy. Then let's proceed like this. With that, Black Zetsu had no choice but to agree. Obito continued, however, protecting Naruto is that Jiraiya, going in so directly, is a bit reckless. We need to make some preparations. Obito began to plan how to capture Naruto. Black Zetsu asked, what should we do about Itachi? Now that it is known he is a spy, shouldn't we consider taking him down before he notices? Obito thought for a moment and said, no, there is no need to act against him. His body is deteriorating, not lasting for many years, and we can fully utilize his identity as a spy to leak some false information to Konoha, and then in the next operation to capture the tailed beasts, we can arrange more tasks for Itachi, greatly exhausting this spy's labor, even shortening his already limited lifespan. Directly using him as our pawn. Good idea. He'll contact Pain and inform him of these situations. After saying this, Black Zetsu was about to leave. At this moment, Obito called out to him, wait. Black Zetsu turned back and asked, is there anything else? Obito thought for a moment and said, don't mention Itachi being a spy, you just say there is a spy within the organization and let Nagato figure it out himself. We can't make it too easy for Nagato or else he will be hard to control. After all, the Rinnegan is with Nagato. If he turns against us, it will take a lot of effort to retrieve it. Black Zetsu nodded, indeed. This is true for you as well, Obito, though I won't let you have it too easy. You want to execute the Eye of the Moon plan without Madara, but what you don't realize is that it's impossible for you to succeed alone. Instead you should think of ways to interfere with Obito bringing Madara back. Or find someone to revive Madara. Black Zetsu also began to plot his own schemes. Obito casually glanced at Black Zetsu. This guy is the embodiment of Madara's will. I can't trust him completely. Given the current situation, I also need to plan carefully. These two each have their own schemes. It would be surprising if they succeeded. Zhou Ke transformed into the young Minato and instantly teleported before Naruto, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoa, Zhou Ke, don't just pop up like that. It's terrifying. Naruto exclaimed, startled. By the way, why do you always take on my father's appearance? Having already been briefed by the narrator, Naruto was only mildly startled, not genuinely surprised, to see Zhou Ke arrive. After dispelling the transformation, Zhou Ke explained with a casual shrug, well, I can only use the Flying Thunder God when I look like this. Nearby Jiraiya asked curiously, why is that? Isn't it astonishing? Even I don't know why, but somehow it just flows effortlessly when I'm in this form. Perhaps the 4th Hokage's blessing watches over me. Zhou Ke wore an expression of reverent gratitude. Naruto sighed helplessly, hold on, that's my father. Why would he bless you? Jiraiya silently mused, that sounds utterly implausible, but then again, everyone guards their own secrets. Pressing too far would be unwise. And so, respecting Zhou Ke's silence, he asked no further. After the 3rd Hokage's death, Jiraiya investigated the youth who had fought alongside him in his final battle, and what he uncovered left him stunned. His own teacher had taken this boy as his secret final disciple. Yet, judging from recent feats, the boy's talent was extraordinary. He mastered all 5 elemental ninjutsu, excelled in taijutsu, and at age 12 had already acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. Truly, he was a prodigy, even more exceptional than Minato himself. In light of this, his teacher's decision to accept Zhou Ke as a disciple became entirely understandable, perhaps grooming him as the next Hokage. As his teacher's chosen successor, Jiraiya trusted his judgment. Implicitly, Zhou Ke was unquestionably worthy of trust. Still, trust notwithstanding, Jiraiya needed to know why Zhou Ke had sought them out. After a moment's pause, Zhou Ke asked, may I accompany you both on your journey to find Lady Tsunade? As he spoke, Zhou Ke cast a subtle glance toward Naruto. Jiraiya instantly understood. The matter could not be discussed in front of Naruto, and nodded assent. I suppose that's acceptable. Have you informed anyone else in the village? Yes, I've just spoken with Kakashi-sensei, Zhou Ke replied. Then there's no issue. Jiraiya gave a thoughtful nod of approval. Naruto, meanwhile, burst out joyfully, great. Zhou Ke's coming with us. After all, traveling with friends made the journey truly meaningful. And so the three set off together. That evening they arrived at a small town and checked into an inn. After dinner, Naruto wasted no time. He headed outside to train. Having already mastered the Rasengan and the summoning technique, he had begun honing the Great Rasengan, the colossal variant of the technique. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto was away, Jiraiya finally turned to Zhou Ke to ask what he'd been unable to discuss earlier. Zhou Ke repeated to Jiraiya the very explanation he'd given Kakashi earlier. So Itachi was actually a spy dispatched by the old man. That is unexpected, Jiraiya murmured, frowning. Was the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan truly the price paid to infiltrate Akatsuki? Or was there another hidden truth? At the time, Jiraiya had been absent from the village, and thus remained unaware of crucial details. Zhou Ke replied, according to the third Hokage, the Uchiha affair appears deeply entwined with Elder Danzo. Zhou Ke skillfully guided Jiraiya's imagination, blaming every unsavory deed in Konoha squarely upon Danzo. After all, that was precisely how Kishimoto had written it. No wonder at all. Jiraiya exclaimed, enlightenment dawning instantly. Danzo had long harbored deep animosity toward the Uchiha clan, orchestrating their total eradication fit his nature perfectly. Coupled with Zhou Ke's account of Uchiha Obito, the pieces aligned disturbingly well. Noticing Jiraiya's nod of grim acceptance, Zhou Ke thought inwardly, master of blame, wear your mantle proudly. Should other burdens arise, I expect you to bear them too. After all, hadn't Danzo declared himself willing to sacrifice everything for Konoha? Then let him dutifully shoulder the burdens of Konoha's future savior. Having pieced together the full sequence of events, Jiraiya sighed. I never imagined Minato's other student would become this. Back then he was such a bright, cheerful boy, just like Naruto is today. I once believed he might shift the village's perception of the Uchiha clan. And yet that same boy grew into a murderer of his own master. Was it this warped shinobi world that twisted him beyond recognition? Having wandered the shinobi world for decades, Jiraiya had witnessed countless idealistic youths, eager to reform the world, gradually corrupted until they surrendered to its darkness. Honestly, could one truly assign all blame to them? Even the first Hokage, hailed as the god of shinobi, failed to reshape this broken world. How then could others be fairly condemned? Zhou Ke quipped dryly, in a sense he did change their perception. The Uchiha went from living people to corpses. A chilling remark. Was it too dark? Jiraiya was left speechless. Had his younger brother developed a taste for morbid humor? From now on, at least refrain from saying such things in front of Sasuke-kun. He rubbed his temples and added, incidentally, thanks to this unexpected turn, we now possess intelligence on Akatsuki. Might you share it now? Zhou Ke hesitated. If Lady Tsunade agrees to become Hokage, won't I simply have to explain everything again? It seems rather tedious. Let's wait until then to recount it all. Even intelligence has its tedious moments. Well, fair enough. I won't press further, Jiraiya conceded readily. Then Zhou Ke stepped out to train. Time spared was time lost. So long as he pressed forward, the path would extend endlessly and blossoms of hope would inevitably bloom. Therefore, never stop moving. The next day the trio resumed their journey. Guided by Jiraiya's intel, they arrived at the legendary gambling district. Lady Tsunade, the famed Sennin, was granddaughter of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and his wife Uzumaki Naruto. Her greatest passion, legend said, was a single word: gambling. Indeed, the epithet Sennin might as well stand for gambling, liquor, and vice. This predilection was inherited from her grandfather, the god of shinobi himself. Rumor held that as an infant barely 1 or 2 years old, she'd been taken to gambling halls by her reckless grandfather, and thus her lifelong addiction began spiraling beyond control. Though devoted to gambling, her skill was abysmal, earning her the mocking title legendary fat sheep. Consequently, she amassed staggering debts and spent much of her life evading creditors. Beyond gambling, her most renowned gift was medical ninjutsu, though the moniker resurrection from the dead belonged to another frog-faced physician, not her. Nonetheless, Tsunade's healing prowess was unparalleled in the entire shinobi world. If she could not cure a malady, no one could. Her mastery extended to aesthetic medicine as well. Disliking the signs of aging, she employed specialized medical techniques to maintain a perpetually youthful appearance, resembling a woman in her mid-20s, perhaps eternally 24. Occasionally, she adapted her guise on the fly, shifting seamlessly between teenage 30s and 40s to elude her pursuers. She wielded her medical art to its absolute zenith. Naturally, to locate someone like this, one must come to the gambling district, Zhou Ke explained to Naruto. Naruto responded flatly, are we really entrusting the Hokage position to her? Can she truly be relied upon? Having heard Zhou Ke's description, Naruto worried Konoha might soon be sold off to settle her gambling debts. You needn't worry. Tsunade has never faltered on matters of principle. Ah, there she is. Jiraiya spotted Tsunade and her apprentice Shizune at a pachinko machine. Shizune was the niece of Tsunade's late lover Dan Kato. After Dan's death, Tsunade took Shizune as her disciple to honor her beloved's memory, keeping her close, ever protective. Hearing movement near the entrance, Tsunade instinctively glanced in their direction. Seeing her turn, Jiraiya greeted warmly Tsunade. Before he could finish, her eyes lit up with sudden excitement. Jiraiya? You're here at just the right moment. Huh, why does this feel ominous? Cold sweat broke across Jiraiya's brow. Tsunade continued eagerly, Jiraiya, you've come to settle my debts, haven't you? The moment those words left her lips, Jiraiya knew exactly what would follow. And indeed, he noticed a ring of men glaring fiercely at Tsunade. They were debt collectors. Precisely, they were debt collectors. Tsunade owed vast sums from gambling, but her mastery of disguise had fooled these lenders, delaying repayment. Now, having cornered her at last, they had no intention of letting her slip away. The instant Tsunade declared Jiraiya would repay her debts, the collector's attention snapped to him, while Tsunade seized Shizune's hand and fled at blinding speed, rivaling Might Guy himself. Indeed, fleeing creditors could awaken astonishing power. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade vanished, leaving the debtors no choice but to redirect their fury toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya, seeing the danger, urgently urged his grandson student Naruto and younger brother Zhou Ke, "We must flee." "Wait, where?" "You're on your own now." Zhou Ke had already dragged Naruto away, having read Tsunade's gleam the moment it appeared. Only Jiraiya, long estranged from his beloved, stood frozen, gazing after Tsunade, awaiting her response. "Hey, that's hardly fair." Jiraiya sprinted after them, but the debt collectors erupted with desperate strength. If they failed to recover their money, their own boss might feed them to the fishes. Life itself hung in the balance. No restraint was possible. Thus began a frenzied chase through the gambling district, a cat-and-mouse pursuit between debtors and Jiraiya, while Zhou Ke, Naruto, and Tsunade had long since vanished into the night. Once safely concealed, Tsunade wiped her brow. Phew. Thank goodness Jiraiya appeared just in time. Today I let my guard down and got cornered. Though personally unmatched in strength, she dared not confront them directly, for as a gambler, maintaining good relations with lenders was vital. Refusing future loans would prove disastrous. Thus she could not strike back, only evade. A deadpan voice interjected nearby. Can this woman really become Hokage? Tsunade turned, and there stood Zhou Ke and Naruto. Zhou Ke, having tracked her movements closely, knew precisely where she'd fled. You two are brats who followed Jiraiya-senpai. Tsunade crossed her arms. Exactly. We came with Jiraiya-senpai. Greetings, Onisama. Zhou Ke offered politely, giving Naruto a gentle nudge. Naruto reluctantly offered a half-hearted greeting. As one who dreamed of becoming Hokage himself, he found it hard to imagine this gambling-obsessed woman leading Konoha, a sentiment perfectly understandable given he knew nothing yet of her true character. He saw only her weakness for gambling, so his skepticism was natural. Tsunade ignored Naruto entirely, staring instead at Zhou Ke in astonishment. Jiraiya-senpai. Onisama, is your mind sound? She stood before a boy no older than 12, yet 50-year-old Tsunade should have been his grandmother. A child addressing her as senior sister sounded absurd. Or, had the third Hokage taken a new disciple? Impossible. The Hokage was perpetually overburdened and advanced in years. How could he possibly find energy to train a student? True, he lacked the energy to teach. But Zhou Ke required no instruction, he taught himself. He truly is our junior brother. Jiraiya appeared in a flash of body flicker, finally having shaken off the pursuers. Could the legendary Sannin truly be driven to such disarray by ordinary debt collectors? Regrettably, yes. Though Jiraiya dismissed the title, he refused to strike civilians, especially not debt collectors seeking Tsunade. Doing so would make him appear morally bankrupt. Were he to resort to force, tomorrow's headlines would scream Konoha's Sannin defaults on debts, then assaults creditors. An unforgivable crime. Such scandal would irreparably tarnish the Sannin's reputation, though admittedly it wasn't exactly pristine to begin with. Tsunade stared incredulously. You're serious? Has the old man opened a new class? At the phrase old man, even Jiraiya's usual levity vanished. His voice grew grave. Tsunade, there's something I must tell you first. The third Hokage has fallen. You mean what? Tsunade recoiled, stunned. It will take time to explain fully. Let's talk over dinner, shall we? Jiraiya suggested. Tsunade paused briefly, then accepted. And so they moved to a nearby restaurant. As Jiraiya recounted the tale, was it Orochimaru? Tsunade clenched her fists, eyes burning with vengeance. Jiraiya nodded gravely, yes. He deceived our master, slaying him almost unscathed. Though forced to retreat afterward, his hatred for Konoha remains undiminished, and he will surely strike again. The village needs a new Hokage. The elders, including both advisors, have unanimously decided you shall assume the mantle. At these words, Tsunade's veins bulged, her resolve surging as if ready to race back to Konoha and die defending it. Yet the next moment her shoulders slumped. With a weary sigh she whispered, "Ah, the village means little to me now. Besides, I have no interest in being Hokage." It felt as though distance had eroded her attachment, yet she still loved Konoha. Her aversion stemmed from unbearable memories accumulated there. The Senju clan, once Konoha's foremost family, always charged first into wars suffering devastating casualties. Tsunade received constant news of slain kin and comrades, including her beloved younger brother Nawaki. Nawaki, who dreamed of becoming Hokage, died in battle, just as her cherished lover Dan Kato, who shared that same dream, also perished for the village. Every moment in Konoha resurrected those wounds, so she chose exile, fleeing her homeland to escape the pain. What do you mean means little? That's the Hokage. Naruto shot to his feet furious. It's a role revered by the entire village. Don't speak as if it's worthless. Becoming Hokage was Naruto's deepest aspiration. Tsunade's dismissal felt like a direct assault upon his dreams. How could he not rage? Tsunade glanced at Naruto dismissively. Jiraiya, he's far inferior to your previous student, not just in wit or intellect, but even in appearance. Naruto slammed the table. Say that again. Jiraiya interjected with a chuckle. Compared to the fourth Hokage, anyone falls short. After all, he possessed unparalleled shinobi genius, extraordinary chakra control, brilliant strategy, universal admiration, and striking charisma, a true heartthrob like myself. Hearing praise of his father softened Naruto's anger, and even sparked quiet pride. To hear his father lauded so highly made him feel by association that he too must carry greatness within. Yet even the fourth Hokage didn't live long. Tsunade struck the rawest nerve. She continued coldly, sacrificing one's life for the village. Life and money aren't interchangeable. To treat one's own life so lightly is sheer folly. Naruto's knuckles whitened as he struggled to contain his fury. Tsunade pressed further. Didn't the first and second Hokage, who yearned to end all warfare, also perish hearts heavy with unfulfilled vows? Jiraiya fixed her with a solemn gaze. Tsunade, you've changed. Whatever lies in your heart, how could you utter such words? I'm over 50. Time reshapes anyone. Tsunade drained her cup. And Saratobi Sensei, still playing the hero at his age, that's just courting death. Even Jiraiya bristled with indignation. Tsunade delivered the final blow. The Hokage title is meaningless. Only fools would accept it. Enraged, Naruto lunged, his fist aimed straight at Tsunade's face. But before impact, Jiraiya locked him in a firm embrace. Phew, what raw strength. He gritted out. Has he tapped into the Nine-Tails chakra? Of course. He would lose control hearing his father mocked so cruelly. Tsunade watched Naruto struggle, astonished. The Nine-Tails chakra is leaking. What is this, boy? Don't you dare insult my father, or the third Hokage-sama. Naruto roared. Whether you're a woman or not, I'll flatten your face. Ah, so he's Minato's son. Though understanding his fury, Tsunade burst into laughter. Hey, yeah. Ha. Bold of you to speak to me like that. Want to fight? Fine, let's go outside. Then let's go. Naruto wrenched free and stormed out of the restaurant. Tsunade followed without a word. Outside they faced off, battle stances locked, tension crackling. Before striking, Tsunade teased, as one of the Sannin, how could I possibly bully a mere genin? Very well, I'll fight you with one finger only. Don't underestimate me. Naruto drew his kunai and charged. Tsunade evaded effortlessly, then tapped a precise pressure point on his wrist, forcing him to drop the kunai. Snatching it midair, she flicked it toward his forehead protector, only for a shadow clone to intercept the strike. Tsunade marveled inwardly. He formed hand seals the instant the kunai left his grip, using the second Hokage's technique. Apologies, but this Naruto is vastly stronger than his canon counterpart. He cannot be defeated so easily. Summoning 5 clones, one blocked Tsunade's counterstrike. The remaining 4 lunged, fists aimed squarely at her face. Still think one finger is enough? Naruto crowed triumphantly. His boast was cut short. His own clone sent him flying backward like a billiard ball. Tsunade first launched a focused finger thrust, sending the frontal clone hurtling into Naruto's body, then struck the remaining 4 clones in lightning succession. Each collapsed under the strain. Effortlessly, she'd deflected the assault. She'd even turned Naruto's own technique against him, sending him tumbling head over heels like a cue ball. Humph. I was underestimated after all, Tsunade remarked, watching him roll across the ground. Ugh, I'm not done yet. Naruto scrambled upright, refusing to yield. The second round was about to begin, when Tsunade suddenly spoke up. Hey brat, I have a question for you while you're still lucid. Naruto remained silent, but his hesitation to attack signaled he would hear her out. Tsunade continued. Why do you cling so fiercely to the title of Hokage? Naruto replied, It's not about you. I will inherit the mantle of Hokage. Is it because your father was the fourth Hokage? Tsunade asked. No, this vow predates my knowledge that the fourth Hokage was my father. Naruto grinned confidently. Because becoming Hokage has been my dream since childhood. Tsunade gasped. Memories surged forth unbidden. She had heard those very words from both her late younger brother and her beloved fiancé. In that instant, their spectral likenesses overlaid Naruto's form, and Tsunade lost herself in reverie. Naruto noticed her distraction. What's with her? Ignoring me outright while lost in her own memories. Never mind. Since she's holding back, don't blame me when I win. My opponent is a master on par with Jiraiya, so unleashing this technique should be perfectly justified. With that thought, Naruto created a shadow clone and launched the Rasengan. Nearby, Jiraiya mused inwardly, so he intends to end the match with the Rasengan. Though I warned him not to use it against ordinary opponents, deploying it against Tsunade, well, she'll certainly deflect it. What is he doing now? Jiraiya suddenly realized Naruto wasn't wielding the standard Rasengan, but a far larger variant, the Great Ball Rasengan. A reinforced evolution of the Rasengan originally usable only by channeling the Nine-Tails chakra. Its essence lies in exponentially amplifying chakra volume, compressing it from afar into an ultra-dense sphere, releasing its full destructive force upon impact, rivaling the cataclysmic impact of a falling meteorite. Has it stabilized already? Jiraiya murmured, mildly surprised, then corrected himself. No, still half-baked. Even as Naruto lunged forward, the Great Ball Rasengan shrank uncontrollably. Clearly the technique remained unfinished, utterly impractical for real combat. The turbulent chakra dispersal jolted Tsunade from her daze. This is the fourth Hokage's technique. Tsunade knew the Rasengan's power well. Even she, if struck directly, would suffer grievously. Unlike ordinary shinobi who'd perish instantly, evading it was non-negotiable. Tsunade activated her monstrous strength, precise chakra control, allowing her to concentrate immense chakra into any part of her body, then unleash devastating concussive force capable of shattering stone walls. Now with a single fingertip, she drove a jagged fissure deep into the earth. Unaware of the ground's instability, Naruto stepped onto the crack, lost his balance, and slammed the Rasengan straight into the earth, blasting a crater wide and deep. A perfected version. Perhaps I must retract my earlier judgment. A mere genin mastering such a technique speaks volumes about his innate talent. Tsunade had revised her assessment of Naruto, but pride prevented her from conceding so easily. Granted, you've manifested an elite jutsu, but execution remains sluggish. In actual combat, no enemy grants you time to prepare such a move. Then again, is it precisely because you wield this formidable technique that you dare aspire to Hokage? Not at all. Ugh, if only I could fully manifest the Great Ball Rasengan. Naruto pounded the ground in frustration, as though the failure lay solely in that incomplete technique. Even if you can now wield the Rasengan, that technique exceeds your current capacity. Abandon it. Tsunade recognized Naruto's deficiency in fine chakra control. Though his reserves were sufficient to sustain the technique, he lacked the stability to maintain the Great Ball Rasengan. Mastery demanded far more rigorous training. Stung by her dismissal, Naruto rose defiantly. Grant me 3 days. I will perfect it. Then we fight again. Bold words. For someone addressing his elder, Tsunade retorted dryly. Who you are means nothing to me. Speak plainly. That is my shinobi way. Naruto met her gaze unflinchingly, sparking Tsunade's competitive spirit. She proposed, very well, let's wager. I grant you 1 week. Master that technique, and I'll acknowledge your path to Hokage, and give you this necklace. What junk is that? Who'd want it? Naruto deadpanned. Jiraiya rapped his skull. This is a relic of the first Hokage, worth 3 mountains of gold on the open market. A relic of the first Hokage. Then I must have it. At the mention of the Hokage, Naruto's resolve blazed anew. Tsunade added, conversely, if you fail, all your money becomes mine. She withdrew Naruto's wallet from his pouch. My money. Naruto cried. Yet even as he winced, he refused to yield on matters of the Hokage. And so the wager was sealed. Jiraiya reflected, though she hasn't agreed outright, Tsunade is at least intrigued. Progress indeed. Still, why does Zhou Ke remain so somber and silent? He turned toward Zhou Ke, who had yet to utter a word. Though their acquaintance was brief, Jiraiya sensed Zhou Ke was no reticent type. Something clearly troubled him. Yet Jiraiya, eager to press his advantage, invited Tsunade for drinks, leaving Zhou Ke's quietude unresolved for now. Meanwhile, Naruto launched into overnight training to fulfill the wager, and Zhou Ke, still silent, was indeed deeply troubled. Alone atop the inn's roof, gazing at the moon risen high, he muttered, it feels like the plot's unraveling. His intervention had already fractured the original narrative. Originally, Orochimaru, his hands severed in battle with the third Hokage, had sought Tsunade's aid. His offer to resurrect her slain brother Nawaki and beloved fiancé Dan Kato, using the impure world reincarnation. Tsunade, wary of Orochimaru's peril, hesitated, lured by the unbearable temptation of revival. He granted her 1 week to decide. Coincidentally, Naruto and his companions arrived at precisely that moment, leading to the events just witnessed. After 7 days of reflection, and witnessing Naruto's unwavering determination, Tsunade rejected Orochimaru's proposal and resolved to eliminate him while he was weakened safeguarding Konoha. Yet despite Orochimaru's crippled state, Tsunade remained outmatched, due to a fatal flaw: hemophobia. Ironically, a medical ninja terrified of blood. This trauma stemmed from her failure to save Dan, his blood staining her hands, searing her psyche. At the sight of blood, her body recoiled, violently paralyzed by memory, rendering combat impossible. Thus, even vastly superior in raw power, Tsunade fell before Orochimaru and Kabuto, until Naruto's indomitable will rekindled her faith in him. When Naruto nearly died, the terror of losing him shattered her phobia. She overcame it, defeated Orochimaru and Kabuto, and ultimately returned to Konoha as Hokage. Wait, why recount all this? Because Orochimaru hasn't appeared at all. Whether due to Zhou Ke's interference, Orochimaru escaped unscathed, his hands intact, eliminating any need to seek Tsunade's healing. And judging by Tsunade's demeanor, he truly never came. So what now? Without Orochimaru as catalyst, how will Tsunade conquer her hemophobia? Moreover, her decision to return as Hokage hinged partly on confronting Orochimaru. How then will she commit to Konoha without him? Sigh, this is troublesome. Zhou Ke exhaled, when inspiration struck like lightning. Of course, no villain. Then I'll play the villain. Recalling past incarnations, rebellion, and sage, he smiled wryly. Cosplay after all. If villains won't appear, I'll embody one to advance the story. Brilliant idea, truly inspired. But whom shall I portray? Zhou Ke pondered. Orochimaru was the obvious choice, yet Zhou Ke loathed him utterly. Playing him was unthinkable. Besides, Tsunade and Jiraiya knew Orochimaru intimately. Any impersonation risked exposure. And crucially, he lacked the transformation ability required for such a ruse. So who else might serve as protagonist for this act? At times like these, only a scapegoat will do, Zhou Ke reasoned matter-of-factly. Did he mean Danzo? No, scapegoat number 1 had no plausible reason to be here. Zhou Ke settled on scapegoat number 2, Uchiha Obito. As the world's greatest antagonist, bearing blame is your duty. In 1 week, I'll appear as Tiger Skin Obito, sees Naruto mock him mercilessly, and jolt Tsunade back into accepting the Hokage mantle. What a flawless plan. I am a genius. Zhou Ke nodded, satisfied, then paused. But if I'm absent during the act, suspicion may arise. So this task must fall to my 3 clones. Can they obey my command? Mulling endlessly wasn't his style. He acted immediately, first teleporting via Flying Thunder God to Wave Country, then summoning his 3 clones beside the same vast ocean as before. Why here again? Rebellion groaned. Can't we discuss this somewhere less damp? To prevent eavesdropping, Zhou Ke explained. Lately I recalled that Obito deploys white Zetsu agents underground, perpetually gathering intelligence. Discussing plans in unsafe locations risks their interception, and I refuse to live under the shadow of a temporal space shinobi stalking me. As the saying goes, thieves may thrive for millennia, but vigilance cannot last forever. With temporal space techniques, assassination is effortless. Constant guard is unsustainable. Eventually fatigue will betray me. Dying that way would be absurd beyond words. Sage nodded approvingly. Indeed, a sound rationale. Enough preamble. Get to the point, the critic urged. Why debate? This role belongs to me. Rebellion declared, stepping forward. I adore playing the villain. Zhou Ke stared speechless. Is this truly my past self? How did I become this? It was difficult to reconcile this ruthless, blood-soaked villain with himself. The current Zhou Ke, who though no paragon of virtue, possessed fiercely guarded moral boundaries. Yet it's not incomprehensible. The pattern of personality shifts is discernible. Zhou Ke reflected the 4th life's critic resembled a naive, cheerful simpleton, the 8th life's rebellion a remorseless cutthroat schemer, the 9th life's sage a hyper-rational entity willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his ends. Could it be understood thus? Beginning innocently as a cheerful fool, the critic, then gradually descending as truth revealed itself, that he was being manipulated, betrayed, tormented, until vengeance consumed him, darkening his soul, irredeemably rebellion. Yet even that path led only to defeat. So the sage chose rebirth, erasing all memories preceding his fateful encounter with that accursed goddess, and beginning anew in this Naruto world to train afresh. thus becoming himself the 10th life. Zhou Ke found this hypothesis profoundly logical. But now was not the time for introspection. Setting aside those thoughts, he addressed rebellion. You may undertake this. If you swear one thing, no reckless actions. At minimum, you will not harm the innocent. Otherwise, I will never release you again. Even if you emerge unbidden, I'll annihilate you instantly. Yes, yes, whatever you say, Rebellion conceded. All right, have we finished? I'm off to train. And with that, Rebellion vanished. Sage departed silently without a word. Watching them go, Zhou Ke sighed helplessly. Why have I become like this? Though Zhou Ke was the 10th life, he retained only memories of his first. Effectively, he was that first self. The critic chimed in, time reshapes anyone, especially after enduring such trials. What did you endure? Zhou Ke asked curiously. Could you share something? In that life, I was an ordinary high school student, until inexplicably recruited into an organization guarding human reason. Then catastrophe struck, an existential threat to humanity emerged. As frontline commander, I spearheaded the world's salvation. Everything seemed poised for victory, until inexplicably the world ended. Later, within our shared mental realm, the sage revealed the truth that a cursed goddess engineered it all. She delighted in pulling me back into despair, just as success gleamed within reach. That sensation was unbearable. Truly unbearable. Zhou Ke recoiled, just imagining it, then wondered aloud. Earlier you mentioned watching your family die before your eyes. Does that mean none of my 9 prior lives were free from her torment? Joker, why that name? Perhaps it was etched into his very soul, a fool perpetually toyed with for amusement. Nonsense. Zhou Ke signifies the trump card, the ultimate ace. Regardless of past suffering, I will not let such tragedies repeat. Zhou Ke declared resolutely. I am the final ace, not some fate-played clown. With the plan set, all that remained was waiting. Wait. Was passive waiting truly the answer? Since we're already here, let's bring Xiangling along too. Zhou Ke mused. Having arrived in Wave Country, why not retrieve Xiangling stored here and see whether Tsunade, given her grandmother Kushina's ties, might impart some wisdom to her. The next day, Zhou Ke brought Xiangling to Tsunade. Before meeting her, Xiangling sighed. I'd barely settled into life in Wave Country. Why whisk me away so soon? Plans change faster than tides, Zhou Ke chuckled. We've encountered legends, the Sannin themselves, the peerless medical ninja. If she accepts you as apprentice, you'll thrive independently, even without me. You expect her to take me on just because of you. We're strangers. Xiangling shot him a skeptical glance. Not quite. Your bloodlines do connect. Tsunade's grandmother belonged to the Uzumaki clan, granting Tsunade at least 1/4 Uzumaki heritage. You two are distant kin after all. I thought the Uzumaki were extinct. Beyond Naruto, others survive. If I can secure her patronage, my future is assured. Xiangling banished such hopeful fantasies. No, she merely carries Uzumaki blood. Don't overreach. Zhou Ke then introduced Xiangling to Tsunade, still groggy from last night's drinking binge with Jiraiya. Jiraiya meanwhile remained curled around a trash can, vomiting. Seriously, Jiraiya, you're that weak. All those years of sake sipping at pleasure houses were wasted. Jiraiya, I am a heavy drinker, but medical ninjutsu lets her metabolize alcohol instantly. Even if I drank myself to death, I couldn't outlast her. Good morning, senior sister Tsunade. Zhou Ke greeted warmly. Still irritable from sleep deprivation, Tsunade glared. What brings you here, so early? Last night Jiraiya had briefed her on Zhou Ke, and left her stunned. Leaving talent aside, 12 years old yet matched a full-strength Orochimaru. What is this creature? Still such power explained why her grandfather had accepted him as disciple. Zhou Ke replied, it's already noon. Besides, I've come seeking your guidance, senior sister Tsunade. He stepped aside, revealing Xiangling. Tsunade blinked, startled. An Uzumaki. Her vivid crimson hair was unmistakable. Zhou Ke nodded. Precisely, of the Uzumaki lineage. He briefly outlined Xiangling's origins. So what do you propose? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Would senior sister Tsunade consider mentoring her? Zhou Ke asked. Why would I? Tsunade frowned. Do you presume Uzumaki kinship alone entitles her to instruction? Xiangling rolled her eyes behind him. See, I told you this wouldn't work. Not at all. I'm hardly that naive. Zhou Ke produced a large chest and slid it before Tsunade. A token of respect for senior sister. He lifted the lid. Tsunade's eyes gleamed, stacks of banknotes. Money. Vast intoxicating wealth. Enough to fund weeks of gambling. Excellent. I'll keep her nearby and offer modest guidance. Her demeanor transformed instantly. Her back straightened, fatigue vanished, and her voice softened toward Zhou Ke. Snatching the chest, she cooed, truly my dearest junior brother. You know exactly what your big sister craves. A proverb held true, where milk flows mother follows, where money lies father bows. This chest promised a week of unrestrained gambling, pure delight. Given Zhou Ke's thoughtfulness, aiding him was trivial. Besides, they were kin. A little mentorship posed no burden. Who moments ago questioned whether Uzumaki ties sufficed for mentorship. Her turnaround was breathtaking. Xiangling watched Tsunade's swift metamorphosis, thinking these Sannin really are money-obsessed. Can they truly be legendary figures? Xiangling-san, having joined Zhou Ke's team for money, do you truly possess the authority to judge? After receiving Tsunade's approval, Zhou Ke departed cheerfully to immerse himself in cultivation. Once Zhou Ke had left, Tsunade turned curiously to Sharingan and asked, "What is your relationship with this young man?" Sharingan replied without hesitation, "A superior-subordinate relationship," then briefly recounted their first encounter from her own perspective. Naturally, she wisely withheld Zhou Ke's secret regarding his ninjutsu, demonstrating commendable discretion in safeguarding her superior's confidentiality. Having heard Xiangling's account, Tsunade glanced toward the direction Zhou Ke had taken and remarked, "This youth possesses remarkable insight." He recognized the rarity of Uzumaki clan members and seized the opportunity without delay. Sharingan nodded in agreement. Zhou Ke's perception was indeed sharp, but whenever uncertain, following his judgment proved unfailingly sound. Enough, let us set this aside for now. First, let us assess your innate aptitude. Tsunade tailored her instruction to each student's unique talents, adapting her methods accordingly. The assessment revealed an astonishing truth. Tsunade inwardly marveled. This child's talent is truly exceptional. Even among the Uzumaki clan, Xiangling's gifts were outstanding. Vast reserves of chakra and innate ability to sense moral alignment. The divine perception known as Shinra Tensei, the Uzumaki clan's ancestral sealing technique, Kongo Fujin, though she had yet to master its application, an extraordinary regenerative capacity, bodily self-healing. She possessed every hallmark ability of the Uzumaki lineage. If allowed to mature fully, she would become the ultimate support, a paragon born of providence, healer, controller, and tracker alike. To be candid, her innate potential alone justifies accepting her as a disciple. Tsunade sensed that this girl possessed the capacity to master all her techniques, and perhaps even surpass her one day, provided of course she applied herself wholeheartedly. Half-hearted effort would never yield true strength. Noticing Tsunade's prolonged silence, Sharingan ventured timidly, "Senior Tsunade, is something amiss?" Tsunade responded with mild reproach, "Senior. Call me teacher." And just like that the title shifted. "Yes, teacher." Sharingan promptly adjusted her address. She knew at last she had truly secured an unshakable patron. Though previously protected by Zhou Ke, he remained merely a genin. Should the Grass Ninja Village send envoys for her, Zhou Ke might not have been able to shield her effectively. But this figure was different, legendary among the three Sannin, whose very name commanded awe. Moreover, Zhou Ke had mentioned she would soon return to Konoha to assume the mantle of Hokage. Becoming her disciple would instantly elevate Sharingan to the status of a Hokage's apprentice. Even a nominal affiliation would carry immense prestige. In the Grass Ninja Village, she had been little more than a mobile blood bank, powerless and insignificant. This transformation rivaled the metamorphosis of an ugly duckling into a swan. Regardless, she resolved to cling to this patron with unwavering tenacity, and to rest diligently until formally accepted as her disciple. Thus training commenced then. Preparation of ninja tools underway. The Akatsuki held a networked assembly. Its formal designation was the Komi no Jutsu, a capability granted by the Rinnegan. Pain acting as relay received chakra-converted thought waves transmitted by Akatsuki members and amplified them before projecting them as vivid illusions at designated locations. These illusions differed fundamentally from ordinary projections. When routed through pain, they enabled the execution of diverse jutsu across vast distances. Ordinarily, however, the technique served chiefly for convening remote meetings. Today's agenda centered on the incident involving Itachi and Kisame during their recent mission to Konoha. Itachi concisely summarized the events. Upon hearing his report, Konan, the Akatsuki's second-in-command, spoke with slight tremor, "A boy who calls himself the savior, named Nagato." Having spoken, she turned her gaze toward Pain. Though Pain's expression remained impassive, his true form, Nagato, could be heard grinding his teeth. The others showed no particular reaction to the name Nagato, but Kaku, the organization's financial overseer who had long been affiliated with the Akatsuki, remarked, "Has Konoha produced yet another user of the Flying Thunder God technique? Another troublesome adversary?" Daidara, the Akatsuki member famed for his explosive artistry, though this was a playful mischaracterization, exclaimed, "Huh, old man, are you implying you've encountered someone wielding this technique? Or did you battle the fourth Hokage yourself?" "The fourth Hokage? Humph, that blonde whelp hardly qualifies as a threat. The one I faced was the second Hokage," Kaku declared proudly. "I once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. En route, I clashed with the second Hokage. That technique proved exceedingly vexing. I paid the price of 1 heart to deceive him. Deidara retorted, you mean you found an opening to flee from him? Honestly, just like our elder old men love embellishing their past glories. He was thoroughly routed yet spins it as a triumph. Does he feel no shame? Brat, do you wish to die? Kaku roared in fury. Deidara utterly unflinching shot back. Who's afraid of whom? Let me show you what true art really is. Silence. Pain, who had remained silent until now, suddenly commanded. When the leader spoke, the quarrel ceased instantly. Once quiet reigned, Pain turned to Itachi. Itachi, what is your assessment of this youth, who calls himself Nagato? Itachi paused in thought, then shook his head. Insufficient intelligence. I cannot offer meaningful insight. I intend to return to Konoha covertly to investigate this boy further. Go. Pain replied after brief contemplation. The name Nagato was clearly directed at him, and thus he burned with urgent desire to understand precisely who this youth was. With the matter settled, the assembly disbanded, each member returning to their duties. Beyond the present Akatsuki members, Obito, through Zetsu, had also eavesdropped on the entire meeting. After listening in full, Obito remarked, Itachi lied. He withheld critical details. Black Zetsu concurred. Itachi's role as a double agent is now confirmed, and the name Nagato may well have been deliberately disclosed by him. Given his deep familiarity with internal Akatsuki affairs, might he also know of my existence? Obito pondered, especially my ocular technique. Though even knowledge of this dojutsu conferred little tactical advantage, the risk remained non-negligible. Black Zetsu asked then, if this intelligence reaches Konoha, should we abandon our planned operation? No, we proceed and reinforce our forces. Opportunity may vanish in an instant. We must seize the Nine Tails before Konoha recognizes the gravity of the threat. Obito readied himself for battle. Soon he would don the white mask and commit, fully pushing to the very brink. Oh, perhaps the white mask is premature. Black Zetsu added, should we request reinforcements from Nagato? Obito considered briefly, then scoffed, humph, unnecessary. A contingent of white Zetsu suffices. Who was he? Uchiha Obito, the future second sage of the Six Paths, and for a time the sole one. Even now he had dominated the shinobi world for over 12 years, undefeated save for that single loss to the fourth Hokage 12 years prior. What need had he of assistance? Moreover, when had the Akatsuki ever engaged in coordinated group combat? Preparation of ninja tools underway. 1 week passed. The day arrived to evaluate Naruto's training progress. That morning, Zhou Ke and Sharingan shared breakfast together. Sharingan teased, how do you manage to appear and vanish so mysteriously? You're never around. Last night you didn't even return at all. While I was cultivating, Zhou Ke replied. You spend all your time training, but you don't strike me as someone driven by hunger for power. Sharingan asked, puzzled. Zhou Ke sighed, I have no choice. If I don't strive now while peace still holds, profound regret will follow later. That's certainly true, Sharingan conceded. Then Zhou Ke countered, and how has your training progressed these past days? Have you learned anything new? I've learned quite a lot, Sharingan declared, straightening her posture with quiet confidence. So assured. It seems you truly have acquired something substantial. Zhou Ke suddenly noticed a subtle shift in Sharingan's expression. Something had caught her attention. Wait a moment, she said, closing her eyes and beginning hand seals to focus her perception. Zhou Ke's expression grew grave. Have you detected something? Sharingan frowned. It's strange. I sense movement beneath the ground, but no chakra. Only a peculiar sensation of joy, pure unadulterated delight. Delight. Underground. Grave robbers. No, wait. Zhou Ke recalled abruptly, only white Zetsu could move underground undetected, its chakra signature completely concealed. White Zetsu masked its chakra so thoroughly that most Sensornin remained oblivious, even as it traversed subterranean paths. Yet Xiangling's Shinra Tensei perceived emotional resonance. Thus she sensed the subterranean white Zetsu's presence solely through its joyful emotion. Zhou Ke wondered, why has white Zetsu begun moving now, so near me? Is it targeting me? Or pursuing some other objective? Wait, today we've staged a ruse pretending Obito attacks Naruto, thereby compelling Tsunade to overcome her hemophobia and return to Konoha as Hokage. If white Zetsu witnesses me transforming directly into Obito, won't that expose the fact that someone can impersonate him flawlessly? Should we halt the plan? As Zhou Ke weighed his options, a series of thunderous explosions erupted in the distance. He turned to Xiangling. What's happening? Are shinobi involved? Sharingan furrowed her brow. I'm unsure. The blasts resemble exploding tags, yet I detect no shinobi chakra. How do so many chakra signatures appear out of nowhere? It feels just like your transformation technique. The chakra over there is chaotic beyond measure. My transformation technique. Indeed, white Zetsu possessed formidable mimicry. not only replicating chakra signatures, but flawlessly assuming the appearance and mannerisms of specific individuals. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, this ability inflicted considerable hardship upon the Allied shinobi forces. So, had White Zetsu initiated its operation? Come to think of it, does my transformation technique resemble White Zetsu's? No, it surpasses it. I replicate not only forms but techniques, and even Kekkei Genkai, with perfect fidelity. But now is not the time for such musings. Zhou Ke shook his head to dispel extraneous thoughts, then grasped Xiangling's hand. Let's return to the inn, to inform senior sister Tsunade and senior brother Jiraiya of what you sensed. Let's hear their counsel. So saying, he transformed into Minato and carried Shirangling back to the inn. Upon landing, Zhou Ke reflected, relying on Minato's form each time to activate the Flying Thunder God technique slows everything down. I truly must master it myself. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique was now an urgent priority. Incidentally, he dispelled the transformation immediately upon landing. Seeing Zhou Ke arrive with Xiangling, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, who had already gathered at the inn to discuss the unfolding situation, immediately asked, "What's happening outside?" Zhou Ke replied, "Details remain unclear, but someone adept at concealing chakra appears to be sabotaging the area. I suspect Akatsuki involvement." He deemed clarity essential. After all, Naruto's safety was paramount. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, then both frowned. The Akatsuki. Then their target must be. Wait, I sense an immense chakra signature appearing out of nowhere, over there. Shirangling closed her eyes and pointed toward a direction. It's overwhelming and profoundly dark. A chilling aura, one I instinctively recoil from. As she spoke, her body began trembling. Jiraiya analyzed aloud, emerging spontaneously. Spatial ninjutsu. An Akatsuki member. Could it possibly be Uchiha Obito? Zhou Ke supplied the name for Jiraiya, and inwardly mused, Obito has appeared unexpectedly. Was it because his earlier confrontation with Itachi drew too much attention? Or has he been secretly observing Sensei Kakashi all along, overhearing our conversations and accelerating his plans? Honestly, are you a stalker? Peering endlessly at Sensei Kakashi's backside, Zhou Ke inwardly mocked Obito as a repressed eccentric. Does that qualify as slander? Probably not. Jiraiya continued his analysis, an abrupt emergence. Could this be a diversion? Or a direct trap? Either scenario boded ill. Their optimal course would be immediate evacuation, but as Konoha shinobi, abandoning civilians was unthinkable. Thus, despite foreseeing deception, they had no choice but to confront it head-on. Now, how best to proceed? Jiraiya rapidly assessed. Tsunade suffers from hemophobia, unsuitable for frontline combat. Shizun lacks sufficient strength and would become a liability. As for Zhou Ke, should he evacuate Naruto via Flying Thunder God? Yet the enemy also wields space-time techniques. If their aim is to isolate Zhou Ke and Naruto, complications would escalate. For safety's sake, Jiraiya reached a decision and addressed the group. I'll investigate that location. Tsunade, hold the fort here. Zhou Ke, you stand ready to evacuate everyone using Flying Thunder God at a moment's notice. All agreed, except Zhou Ke, who objected. I possess Flying Thunder God. I can retrieve you instantly. I'll accompany you. Sending Jiraiya alone risked catastrophic failure, like a dragon plunging into the sea, never to resurface. Very well, we go together. Jiraiya nodded. Tsunade could safeguard Naruto, and Zhou Ke's presence would ensure swift extraction, much like their past collaborations with Minato as depicted in last year's short film. Thus Jiraiya and Zhou Ke departed. Meanwhile, Naruto emerged from his room bewildered. What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? He'd trained intensely the previous night and only just awakened, roused by the commotion. Tsunade rolled her eyes and said dryly, "Nothing. Go back to sleep." Revealing the danger would prompt him to rush headlong into peril. If the enemy targeted him specifically, exposing him prematurely would be disastrous. Just then the room shuddered faintly. Something momentous was about to unfold. Shirangling suddenly cried out, "No, Shizuna-senpai's chakra signature just appeared over there. And something's deeply wrong with this Shizun." At those words, Tsunade's pupils contracted. Then she whirled around to see Shizun reaching toward Naruto. Without hesitation, Tsunade slammed Shizun against the wall and demanded, "Who are you?" Shizun offered no reply, merely struggled briefly, then realizing futility, smirked. Legendary Sannin indeed. Your strength is formidable. But killing me changes nothing. Your disciple has already been captured. Hand over Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade silenced her with a single punch, shattering the white Zetsu's skull and revealing its true form. A transformation technique. TCH. Tsunade snarled. Then seized Naruto and Shirangling and sprinted toward the direction Shirangling had indicated. Shizun must be held captive there. Rescue was imperative, and with Naruto and Shirangling unable to be left behind, she took them along. Meanwhile, aided by Zhou Ke's flying thunder god Jiraiya, and Zhou Ke swiftly reached the scene. Landing, Jiraiya grumbled, "Must you always assume Minato's likeness to use flying thunder god? Constantly invoking a fallen comrade's visage stirs painful memories. Apologies, I cannot yet wield flying thunder god fluidly in my own form. Let's set that aside, look over there." Zhou Ke pointed toward a ruined district. The preceding explosions had reduced nearby structures to rubble. Cries of anguish echoed everywhere, resembling hell itself. At the ruin's center sat a black-clad figure wearing a tiger mask, beside him a woman entangled in Wood Release bindings. Zhou Ke shouted, "That's Shizune-senpai." When? No. Was the Shizune with us earlier an imposter? Jiraiya gasped. If true, Tsunade was in grave danger. Jiraiya yelled, "Zhou Ke, return immediately." Zhou Ke instantly formed hand seals, but the masked figure interjected, "Activate that technique, and I kill her instantly." Simultaneously, thorn-like protrusions erupted from the wood, piercing Shizune's body. Hostage tactics. Obito, how depraved your heart has grown. Truly despicable. Zhou Ke seethed inwardly. Tch. Jiraiya cursed. Though desperate to send Zhou Ke away, he could not permit Shizune's death either. At that moment, a violent gale erupted. Tsunade, unleashing a thousand-fold surge of strength, charged forward to save her friend. Arriving at the site, she unceremoniously deposited the dazed Naruto, and Sharingan aside, then lunged toward the masked figure, roaring, "Release her." Facing Tsunade's ferocious advance, the masked figure coolly retorted, "I suggest you remain where you are." At that moment, Shizune cried out in agony as a wooden stake pierced her flesh. Witnessing this, Tsunade stomped hard, halting her momentum through sheer force, cracking the earth beneath her feet. A fissure yawned open, so deep it vanished from sight. Her fury knew no bounds. Her molars ground together. Unable to protect her brother, forced to watch her lover perish, could she now fail to shield her beloved niece and disciple? What meaning remained in her existence? Only to endure eternal ridicule. Nearby, Zhou Ke strategized, "Let me reconstruct events." Due to my prior interventions, Obito accelerated his plans, personally attempting to abduct Naruto. Thwarted by Jiraiya's vigilant protection, he instead seized isolated Shizune, dispatched a white Zetsu to impersonate her, and launched a feint to draw allies away, while the imposter ambushed Tsunade to capture Naruto. If that failed, he'd resort to threatening Shizune to coerce compliance. Is this strategy plausible for someone like Kaku? While masks are rumored to enhance intellect, Obito during his masked phase did display such cunning. Though just aside, his Kamui duel with Madara later confirmed his strategic acumen. Such a plan was entirely reasonable. Crisis clarified. Now what action? Obito is shielded by Kamui. Direct assault proves futile, and any movement risks driving those wooden spikes deeper into Shizune-senpai, already trapped in a fatal stalemate. Zhou Ke realized this was the most precarious situation he'd faced in this lifetime. Urgent disruption of this deadlock was imperative. At that moment, Tsunade, consumed by rage, bellowed, "Release her, or I'll ensure you die without burial." Humph. Such concerns no longer apply to me, the masked figure intoned emotionlessly. "Surrender the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and I spare her life." Delusional. Surrendering one life to save another, especially a child, was unconscionable. Even at the cost of her own life, Tsunade would never consent. If refusal stands, then consider this alternative: kill Jiraiya, and I'll release her, granting you fair combat. Tsunade recoiled. "What did you say?" The masked figure rested his chin on his palm. "Don't fault me for ruthlessness. Confronting two legendary Sannin simultaneously strains even me. One must fall first." "Tch, how thoroughly you've decayed Uchiha Obito," Jiraiya retorted. "But abandon your delusion." Tsunade would never comply. "Wait, Tsunade, you're not seriously considering it, are you?" Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's unnerving expression and the unmistakable wind-up for a punch aimed squarely at him. No, she'd already struck. Disaster loomed. Not yet confronting the enemy, yet allies turned on each other. As the fist hurtled toward him, Jiraiya hastily leapt backward. Tsunade's blow struck the ground instead, carving a deep crater into the earth. Jiraiya cried in alarm. "Tsunade, you're serious?" "No other choice remains," she retorted, and with those words shot him a sharp, urgent glance. Years of deep friendship allowed Jiraiya to instantly grasp Tsunade's true intent, and he braced himself to coordinate their counterplay. Yet, it was still too obvious. "I suggest you abandon such schemes altogether." The masked stranger clenched his fist. The Wood Release binding Shizune tightened further. Shizune let out a pained cry. "You wretched bastard." Tsunade whirled around, her fist already arcing toward the masked man's skull. But each step Tsunade took toward the masked man caused the wooden coils binding Shizune to constrict anew. She was utterly immobilized. "Unless you're willing to sacrifice this woman's life, you cannot defy my command." Now, strike Jiraiya down at once. The masked stranger continued issuing orders. With their ruse exposed and pressure mounting, Tsunade had no choice but to engage Jiraiya in combat, fighting while frantically devising a way out. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke racked his mind for a breakthrough. Damn it. I should have never dispelled the transformation. Now I'd need to retransform just to activate Flying Thunder God. That startup lag is absurd. Even a blind man could react. Right now, immobile and cornered, our only hope lies in outside intervention. Hey Naruto, how about charging in recklessly? At that very moment, a ripple tore through space, and beside the masked stranger, another identical masked figure materialized. I'd forgotten about Rebel. Zhou Ke suddenly recalled his own stage performance plan. In fact, he'd spent the entire previous night preparing this deception. To prevent Rebel from improvising, Zhou Ke had meticulously scripted every detail: entrance, timing, dialogue, defeat, choreography, and even the precise manner of panicked retreat. Alas, all that meticulous planning had gone entirely unused. Zhou Ke thought grimly, so it goes. Frequent walks by the river inevitably dampen one's shoes. At last the imposter has met his double. My technique will almost certainly be exposed, but so be it. Rebel's arrival will shatter this stalemate. Whether this gambit can reverse the tide hinges entirely on this single move. The sudden appearance of Rebel instantly seized everyone's attention. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances. Is that his clone? What purpose does such a clone serve? Even the original masked man paused, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Upon entering, Rebel, assuming the guise of Tiger Skin Obito, scanned the surroundings. Wait, why does this scene differ entirely from what we rehearsed? An unforeseen complication. Well then, if the script has changed, I'll follow my own rhythm. With a self-assured grin, Rebel adopted the whimsical, clownish tone of Toby, Obito's playful alter ego, and chirped, "Oops, wrong location. Carry on fighting, please." And with that, he hopped jauntily backward. Zhou Ke froze, his mind reeling. That idiot. What kind of showboating is this? Help save her now. Amidst Zhou Ke's mental shock, another figure stood stunned. The original masked man himself, now mimicking Toby's dazed, silly voice. Obito, why are you appearing ahead of schedule? That foolish, exaggerated tone. Had his earlier gravitas been pure pretense? Zhou Ke instantly seized upon the remark. Wait, that phrasing implies something crucial. Is that man not Obito, but rather that unique white Zetsu? Among the white Zetsu existed one extraordinary variant, a spiral-wrapped entity containing an enraged child. Part of Toby's comedic persona had been modeled precisely on this being. So this isn't Lee Kue confronting his double, but rather the imposter meeting his own counterfeit. If he's not Obito himself, then the threat of Kamui vanishes entirely. Zhou Ke snatched a kunai and hurled it at the masked man, simultaneously activating a transformation technique assuming the form of the young Minato. Once exposed, the masked man abandoned all pretense, fully shifting into Toby's shape. Yikes, a kunai's flying my way. What do I do? Just kidding, I'm dodging. And Toby, now officially renamed Toby, leapt sideways. He evaded the kunai, but the next strike proved unavoidable. Zhou Ke activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting directly onto the thrown kunai, then delivered a devastating Rasengan overhead slam straight onto Toby's head. Toby screamed as he was blasted away, but Zhou Ke did not pursue. His priority remained saving Shizune. Everything else could wait. Witnessing Shizune's rescue, the others collectively exhaled in relief. Freed from constraint, they could now fight without reservation. Yet in that shared collective release of tension, Zhou Ke suddenly realized a chilling truth. If the masked man was merely Toby in disguise, then where was the real Obito? No, Naruto. Zhou Ke whipped around and saw it behind Naruto. Another masked figure emerged from the space-time rift, hands outstretched to seize him. Murata, Obito declared. The true assassination attempt had been here all along. Zhou Ke grasped Obito's master plan. Everything until now had been misdirection. The sole objective was to exploit the group's momentary lapse in vigilance and snatch Naruto amid the chaos. Too far to throw a kunai. What now? I should have placed a Flying Thunder God mark on Naruto beforehand. Zhou Ke berated himself for his oversight. Had he done so, he could have teleported there instantly. But regretting it now served no purpose. Rescuing Naruto was paramount. Throwing a kunai won't make it in time. Wait, Sister Tsunade. Zhou Ke watched as Tsunade's fist already blazed toward Obito's face. Unlike the others, Tsunade seethed with unspent fury. Her rage would not dissipate simply because Shizune was safe. Only landing a crushing blow on Obito could quell it. Thus, she instantly recognized that the man who'd threatened her might not be the space-time-wielding student of Minato described by Jiraiya. Following that logic, his target could only be Naruto. So Tsunade immediately retreated, racing toward Naruto's position. Had she anticipated Obito's maneuver? Tsunade roared, "Die. Direct physical assault holds no meaning against me." Obito sacrificed his right arm, its current form composed of Hashirama's cells, To absorb Tsunade's punch, he transformed the artificial limb into pliant with dissipating the impact's kinetic force. Then Obito activated Kamui, not merely to pull Naruto into the Kamui dimension, but to drag Tsunade in as well. Dragging Tsunade into Kamui carried risk, but he had no alternative. If Zhou Ke launched a Flying Thunder God Kunai, history would repeat itself, the same fatal flaw that cost him 12 years ago during the Ninetales attack. Minato's speed had proven unstoppable. He would not allow that weakness to resurface. Circumstances reversed once more, spiraling rapidly toward disaster. Zhou Ke forced his mind into overdrive, scrambling for solutions. What now? Flying Thunder God is too slow. My only remaining option is transforming into Obito and storming Kamui to confront him directly. But that would fully expose my transformation technique. Fine, exposure be damned. I'll fight him, Hedon. Zhou Ke resolved to engage Obito in mortal combat. But just as he prepared to dispel his current transformation and assume Obito's form, he sensed something. Wait, this sensation. Oh, thank you, fourth Hokage. In that instant, Zhou Ke vanished and reappeared beside Obito, seizing both Naruto and Tsunade before vanishing again via Flying Thunder God, leaving no trace. Obito watched the trio vanish, 12 years of absence flooding back, clenching his fists as he snarled, "Damned Flying Thunder God." With that, he withdrew himself into the Kamui dimension, disappearing from the battlefield. Second Hokage, behold, my jutsu remains the eternal bane of the Uchiha. Those innately malevolent Uchiha brats. Never shall they escape my techniques. Left behind, Jiraiya sighed helplessly at Shizune and Xiangling spacetime ninjutsu. Such a nuisance. We haven't the faintest idea where they've gone. Humph, was that fellow still around? Tobi, previously blasted aside, staggered upright, while numerous white zetsu erupted from the earth, encircling Jiraiya and the others. Tobi chuckled dumbly, though I've no clue what just happened. I'll take you all hostage anyway. Gotta pee. Jiraiya assessed the situation, thinking Shizune's unconscious from earlier injuries. Xiangling lacks the strength to protect her. So I must stay and eliminate every one of these pale fiends. Naruto's fate rests with Tsunade and Zhou Ke. Here, swift victory is essential. Sage mode activated. Jiraiya's body underwent profound transformation. His earlier stillness and silence hadn't been idle. He'd been stealthily gathering natural energy since arriving. Now, with Sage Chakra fully refined, Sage mode ignited, and battle with the white zetsu erupted. Weapon preparation underway. Zhou Ke transported Naruto and Tsunade to his nearest training ground, a forest not far from the gambling district. After landing, Zhou Ke breathed deeply. Truly, gratitude belongs to the fourth Hokage. Why so? Timely arrival owed entirely to the fourth Hokage's legacy, the Flying Thunder God mark etched upon Obito's body. During their prior clash, Minato had defeated Obito's Kamui using Flying Thunder God's second phase and left an indelible mark upon him. Once inscribed, such marks persist eternally. Obito likely deemed the mark obsolete, his teacher long dead, and thus neglected to remove it. Ironically, this oversight now favored Zhou Ke. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Ke sensed the mark and instantly teleported beside Obito, rescuing Naruto and Tsunade before fleeing here. Tsunade landed furious. Don't drag me along. I'll smash him within his own spacetime dimension. Obito's actions had pierced Tsunade's deepest taboo. She would kill him even if it meant perishing trapped within Kamui. Humph, as if you could possibly defeat me. Space warped, Obito reappeared. Incidentally, his right arm was whole once more, evidently replaced in haste. How convenient. Hashirama's cells truly excel. Naruto's prosthetic arm in Boruto functions similarly. You've pursued us. Tenacious spirit. Zhou Ke drew a kunai, readying himself. Running away no longer. Obito countered. How can one flee when haunted by an incorrigible phantom? Better to end this here. Zhou Ke spoke with quiet resolve. Die. Sky annihilating kick. Even as he spoke, Tsunade's leg lashed out. Obito didn't flinch. He let Tsunade's kick pass cleanly through him, striking the earth instead. Intangibility granted absolute confidence. Intangibility allowed him to phase parts of his body into an alternate dimension upon contact, rendering attacks incapable of landing. For a taijutsu specialist like Tsunade, unless her strength shattered spacetime itself, Obito remained untouchable. Not even a single exchange could she endure. Because Obito slashed his own arm, blood welled forth. Just after Tsunade shattered the ground, crimson spattered across her face. How's this for blood blindness? Kata shine. She wouldn't die, but the sight of blood instantly paralyzed Tsunade, collapsing her to the ground. Obito sneered, afraid of mere blood. How then can you kill? Such is the measure of the Senju's descendants. Utterly disappointing. Die. Wood Release piercing branches surged from his palm, using the first Hokage's technique to slay his own granddaughter. At that moment, Zhou Ke flashed forward, dragging the weakened Tsunade back to Naruto's side. That flash remains as irksome as ever. Obito grumbled. Zhou Ke thrust Tsunade into Naruto's arms. Naruto, protect her. Okay, I got it. Honestly, Naruto remained utterly lost, but he knew one truth: trust Zhou Ke without question. Handing Tsunade over, Zhou Ke faced Obito. Uchiha Obito, your identity is laid bare. Remove that wretched mask. I don't know what you mean. Pride demanded he endure suffering rather than surrender dignity. So long as the mask held, the Toby persona would never yield. To him, Uchiha Obito had died, the Night Rin perished. Zhou Ke shrugged. Fine by me. Your survival ends here regardless. Your thoughts matter little now. Confident are you? Does your arrogance stem from that peculiar transformation technique? Obito's gaze was sharp. He discerned its effect. It seems to grant you the physical capabilities of your transformed self. Indeed, perhaps the mask enhanced his intellect after all. Naruto remained baffled, but Tsunade understood, so that's why he assumed Minato's form, to wield Flying Thunder God. Zhou Ke nodded calmly. Precisely. This technique allows me to near perfectly replicate my subject's physiology. Meaning, you face the fourth Hokage himself. Afraid yet? Truth veiled in illusion, illusion cloaked in truth. Intimidation was strategy. Fear or hesitation in Obito would tilt the coming battle decisively toward Zhou Ke. I am no longer the man I was 12 years ago. Today I stand above the fourth Hokage. This boast held weight. The past dozen years had forged him into something far greater. Fine words, but victory demands proof. Zhou Ke drew 24 kunai and hurled them outward, establishing anchor points across the battlefield. Obito silently retrieved chains, just as he had against the fourth Hokage. With a flick of his fingers, he launched his opening assault fire release, great fireball technique. Another bond-shattering fireball, such as the Uchiha way. After all, what is an Uchiha without a great fireball? Zhou Ke ignored the fireball entirely, teleporting straight to Obito's side. Why circle when the mark was already on his person? He appeared behind Obito, kunai thrust forward, yet the blade passed harmlessly through his body. Obito maintained intangibility even in his default state. TCH. Zhou Ke cursed inwardly. Only now, facing it firsthand, did he grasp how maddeningly resilient this ability truly was. While intangible, Obito was invulnerable in the physical world, his duration lasting 5 full minutes. Ceasing use reset the cooldown. To counter it, one must either enter Kamui to strike his displaced body, or land uninterrupted assault for 5 minutes, preventing him from deactivating intangibility. But could Zhou Ke sustain 5 minutes of relentless offense? Yes, by invoking Amaterasu. Though often dismissed, this black flame posed genuine difficulty for Obito. Amaterasu was a lock-on technique, igniting directly upon the target. Intangibility offered no evasion. Even if avoided, Amaterasu burned eternally. Once ignited nearby, Obito could not deactivate intangibility. When the 5 minutes elapsed, he'd burn to ash. Ideal in theory, but given Amaterasu's notorious inefficiency, better to discard that notion. Since revealing his ability to mimic bloodline limits remained untenable, impersonating Itachi to deploy Amaterasu was off the table. Victory must come through Minato's power alone. Thus, he must emulate Minato's tactics, trick Obito into voluntarily manifesting. Intangibility rendered him incapable of attacking. It permitted only feints. True assault required corporeality. Zhou Ke would lure Obito into striking and turn that moment into his undoing. Yet Obito suddenly spoke. You seem oddly familiar with that battle. But you may not know, I held back then. I never employed Wood Release. Wood Release piercing branches. Branches erupted from the earth behind Obito, sprouting sharpened wooden spikes that launched toward Zhou Ke. Piercing branches fired lethal wooden spears, impaling targets, and once embedded sprouted branching thorns to tear victims apart from within. Zhou Ke knew a direct hit would spell ruin, so he became light itself, flashing between his scattered kunai to evade the barrage. This barely sufficed for defense, yet Obito's onslaught escalated. Fire release storm of blazing vortex. A brank fire technique, merging Mangekyo Sharingan with fire ninjutsu. First, Kamui warped surrounding space to summon a violent gale. Then flames erupted from his mouth, swirling into a colossal vortex of fire and wind. Its range was vast, and combined with piercing branches, Zhou Ke's evasion routes dwindled to nothing. Worse still, Zhou Ke felt his transformation weakening. Damn, I forgot my stamina is insufficient. This Minato form won't last beyond Obito's intangibility window. No choice. I must gamble everything now. Zhou Ke teleported again, materializing beside Obito, Rasengan coalescing in his palm as he slammed it downward. He'll surely intangibilize. Let me pass through. Wait, it connected. Zhou Ke stared stunned. The Rasengan had struck true. Yes, obliterating Obito's right arm once more. Had Obito deactivated intangibility? And why again the right arm? Recalling his earlier ruse against Tsunade, Had he sacrificed his arm yet again to bait a technique? Bad, evade now. Strange, why can't I sense the flying thunder god marks around me? Zhou Ke panicked. Then Obito spoke calm, and cutting is focusing solely on me truly wise. A sickening shank, a wooden spike erupted from behind, piercing Zhou Ke's torso. Someone had ambushed him. Who? Zhou Ke's transformation technique was forcibly dispelled by a lethal strike, leaving him impaled through his right chest by a wooden spear from behind, and suspended high in the air. Ugh, my chest burns, can't catch my breath. What in the world is happening? A torrent of questions flooded Zhou Ke's mind, nothing made sense. Who had ambushed him? Glancing back slightly, he saw it white Zetsu, controlled by black Zetsu, had extended his arm into a sharpened wooden spike that now pierced Zhou Ke's torso. R&M, black Zetsu, do you only know how to stab from behind? So am I just another Uchiha Madara to you? Well, Zetsu had always excelled at concealing chakra, and with Zhou Ke's full attention locked onto Obito, he'd utterly failed to notice the veteran schemer lying in wait behind him. And why had all his flying thunder god markings suddenly vanished? It was obvious at a glance white Zetsu clones stood beside every kunai he'd thrown, deliberately shattering each one. Though flying thunder god markings could not simply fade, nothing forbade their physical destruction. The very seal segments had been snapped cleanly in two by white Zetsu's hands. With no intact anchor, teleportation was impossible. Obito's strategy for this battle had been masterfully devised, using his own body to lure Zhou Ke into close combat, directing white Zetsu to obliterate every nearby flying thunder god mark, and thus trap him, then delivering the final blow himself via black Zetsu's stealth strike, strikingly reminiscent of the tactics Zhou Ke himself had employed against the sage. In short battles between phasing shinobi and lightning-fast teleporters were contests of deception. After all, you're merely a genin. Obito scoffed dismissively as a white Zetsu emerged from the earth and grafted his severed arm onto Obito's right wrist. Replacing an arm really is that easy. Lifting Zhou Ke aloft, black Zetsu asked, "How shall we deal with him, Obito?" Killing him holds no interest, just discard him aside. Obito intended to make this greenhorn understand true lifelong regret. Without hesitation, black Zetsu flung Zhou Ke aside like discarded refuse. He then sank silently back underground. After flexing his newly grafted limb, Obito ignored Zhou Ke entirely and turned toward Naruto. "Very well, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It's your turn. How dare you harm my friend?" Naruto finally erupted, wild torrents of Nine-Tails chakra surging uncontrollably outward, threatening imminent descent into berserk darkness. Yet a single glare from Obito sent Naruto collapsing unconscious, caught instantly within a Jinjutsu. At this stage, Naruto stood no chance against Mangekyo-level illusionary arts. In mere minutes, Zhou Ke gravely wounded and fallen, Tsunade paralyzed by hemophobia, Naruto rendered insensate by Jinjutsu. Had everything truly collapsed? This battle belonged to Obito. My intervention guarantees this outcome. Naturally, he strode forward, ready to seize Naruto. Tsunade watched Obito approach, her heart seething, not with rage at him, but with scorching self-loathing. Damn it, move. Why won't my body obey now? Tsunade, are you truly such a worthless woman? You failed to protect Danzo, failed to save Dan. And now even the promising young disciples you cherished are beyond your protection. Damn it, move. Move. Why won't you move? Her voice cracked, on the verge of tears born of utter helplessness. Stop. Zhou Ke's voice rang out from behind Obito. Turning, Obito saw him, clutching his wound, staggering upright despite agony. Breathing is labored, chakra refuses to coalesce. Even transformation techniques flicker unstably. I stand at the edge of annihilation. Yet, even so, I will not fall. Clutching his wound, Zhou Ke fixed his gaze upon Obito. He could not, would not, stand by while his friend was taken. If Naruto fell into Obito's hands now, death would be inevitable. How could he ever let a friend die? Seeing Zhou Ke's defiant stance, Obito recognized something hauntingly familiar. An irritation flickered across his face. Surrender now. Lie still, and you may yet live. Persist, and you choose only death. I'm sorry, but even if it costs me my life, I will protect my comrades. Zhou Ke whispered, voice frayed with exhaustion. Obito's tone shifted subtly. You are a shinobi, aren't you? The shinobi world's code is clear: mission completion reigns supreme. Comrades, expendable. Preserve your life. Discard such hollow attachments. True, those who break the rules are deemed failures. But, Zhou Ke smiled faintly, those who betray their comrades are worse than failures. What did you just say? Obito's pupils contracted violently. Yes, that was your own words. Zhou Ke laughed bitterly. A man who abandons his own convictions is inferior even to his former self. A failure incapable of changing this world. All that awaits you is defeat. Silence. Enraged, Obito phased forward, his new wooden arm erupting with a spear-like thorn that pierced Zhou Ke's left chest, straight through the heart. Blood gushed from his mouth, Zhou Ke felt death closing in. My lungs fill with blood. Can't breathe. My heart screams. Am I dying? Boy, you pay dearly for reckless speech. Obito's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Cough, cough, cough. Did my words strike your rawest nerve? Zhou Ke murmured, barely audible. Obito replied coldly, your words mean nothing to me. I do this solely to show you, this ignorant child, how merciless this world truly is. Heh, if you truly didn't care, you wouldn't be this furious. Indeed, ever since Rin's death you've lived as a confirmed loser. No justification, no excuse can erase that truth. Zhou Ke knew well, strike where it hurts most, expose the wound. Salt the wound, grind salt deep into the scar. Rin was the threshold he could never cross. Keep stabbing there, and eventually he will shatter. Why then did Zhou Ke speak these words at all? Obito sensed the anomaly too, and wondered inwardly, strange. He's provoking me relentlessly as though courting death itself. Yet this makes no tactical sense. Hey, keeping your focus locked on me, is that truly wise? Zhou Ke suddenly laughed, a ragged, ghastly sound, as he seized Obito's wrist and unleashed crackling electricity Chidori current. Chidori current was a technique developed by Sasuke Uchiha building upon Kakashi Hitaki's Chidori. Where Kakashi could channel lightning only through his hand, Sasuke refined it to envelop his entire body, creating an rank lightning release technique that simultaneously paralyzes enemies, defends against assault, and inflicts grievous damage. Chidori current was a technique developed by Sasuke Uchiha during the Shippuden era, refining Kakashi Hitaki's Chidori, originally limited to the hand, into a full-body lightning discharge. Chidori current was a technique developed by Sasuke Uchiha during the Shippuden era, refining Kakashi Hitaki's Chidori, originally limited to the hand, into a full-body lightning discharge. An rank lightning release technique that simultaneously paralyzes enemies, repels incoming attacks, and inflicts severe damage. Truly a fusion of offense and defense. Within this week, the sage had unlocked Shippuden era Sasuke for Zhou Ke, granting him access to Chidori current. Drawn by its sheer visual brilliance, Zhou Ke prioritized mastering it, and fate proved its worth. Black Zetsu cried out urgently, Obito, behind you. Phase now. No, my body won't respond. Chidori current's current surged through Obito's limbs, locking his muscles rigid, preventing phase activation. Then came the sound he dreaded most. Great Rasengan. Naruto, awakened to one-tail form, slammed the colossal sphere into Obito's back. That familiar jolt of impact returned after 12 years. Obito struck again by a Rasengan to the spine. He might as well cosplay Spider-Man. As Zhou Ke rose, he glimpsed Naruto, toppled by the Sharingan's glare, yet twitching a finger. Clearly he'd resisted the Genjutsu. The plan crystallized. Zhou Ke baited Obito's attention with barbed words, while Naruto struck from behind. To prevent Obito from phasing away, physical contact was essential. True, Obito held Zhou Ke, but as long as they touched, Zhou Ke could unleash Chidori current to paralyze him. No phase, no survival. Incidentally, the Chidori current was pre-charged before his first impalement, when he still retained sufficient chakra. In his current state, he could never muster it anew. This great Rasengan dwarfed the one Minato Namikaze once delivered, larger, more potent, devastatingly destructive. Obito's right side tore apart, his left half hurled violently by spiraling winds. Wait, why did he split cleanly in two rather than shred into pulp? Because Naruto aimed off-center, not at Obito's spine, but at his right shoulder. This was no slip of the hand. It was deliberate. A direct hit to the back would have killed not only Obito, but Zhou Ke held aloft directly before him. Naruto would never sacrifice his friend. So he chose precision over power, damaging Obito enough to sever his grip, thereby saving Zhou Ke impaled upon his right arm. The result: Zhou Ke and Obito's right arm flew rightward. Obito's left half spun leftward. Both suffered catastrophic injury, yet both survived. Naruto lunged midair, catching Zhou Ke smoothly, but landed with mounting dread. Zhou Ke's left side was skewered by a wooden stake still fused to Obito's severed right hand. His right side gaped open, a gaping void revealing organs beyond. Any ordinary person would be dead. Only Zhou Ke's indomitable shinobi vitality kept his lungs drawing shallow, desperate breaths. Zhou Ke, hold on. Don't die, Naruto sobbed, then immediately pleaded with the nine tails sealed within him, old fox, help me again. Impossible. Last time I aided you was to crush that detestable Uchiha brat. I owe him no debt, and certainly none to this boy. The nine tails bore no bond with Zhou Ke, no reason to intervene. Yet this clarified why Naruto resisted the Genjutsu, not through strength, but because the nine tails freed him. Jinchuriki could rely on their tailed beasts to dispel Genjutsu, but only if mutual trust existed. Only then would the beast willingly aid its host. Naruto and the nine tails had yet to reconcile. Under normal circumstances, no aid would come. But this was exceptional. The Ninetales loathed the Uchiha and recognized this one. The memory of being controlled 12 years prior remained searingly vivid. The Ninetales knew Obito's aim was to capture him. As Madara Uchiha's successor, his intentions were unquestionably malign. If captured, who knew what followed? Though residing within Naruto was uncomfortable, it paled beside falling into the clutches of that innately malevolent Uchiha boy. Thus the Ninetales not only shattered the Genjutsu, but stabilized Naruto's chakra, enabling the great Rasengan that gravely wounded Obito Uchiha, but saving Zhou Ke, that lay outside its domain, and death suited its interests better. Losing a cherished friend would draw Naruto closer to darkness, easing the Ninetales' eventual possession of his body. Knowing the Ninetales refused, Naruto pivoted instantly, pleading instead with Tsunade. Granny Tsunade, please save my friend. I know, make way. Tsunade stepped forward, pressing trembling hands over Zhou Ke's wounds. Internally diagnosing bilateral pulmonary perforations, severe alveolar trauma with respiratory distress, massive hemorrhage, heart, aortic arch laceration, cardiac failure. This child is slipping away. Time was critical, but her hands betrayed her. Trembling violently, she couldn't stabilize the chakra healing technique. How could she treat him like this? Chakra healing technique channels chakra through the palms to accelerate tissue regeneration, a foundational medical ninjutsu. What am I doing? I've endured enough of my own weakness, relying on children to shield me from enemies. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Clenching her jaw, Tsunade drove a brutal fist into her own face. Huh. Naruto stared stunned. Blood trickled from Tsunade's lip as she gritted out, I'm done with this cowardice. Damn my hemophobia. Damn this notion that some lives are beyond saving. I will reclaim the future, reclaim hope, for them. Resolve hardened, her hands steadied. She began healing Zhou Ke with unwavering focus. Seeing the soft glow of chakra healing technique, Naruto exhaled in relief. Zhou Ke would live. Then came the voice that froze his blood. Futile. You will all perish here. Tsunade and Naruto whirled. Obito stood unscathed in the distance. His mask lay shattered, but the single visible eye remained closed and no wound marred his frame. Impossible. That attack couldn't leave him unharmed. That is Izanagi, the Uchiha's ultimate Genjutsu. By sacrificing one Sharingan, one rewrites reality, transforming any adverse event within a brief window into non-existence while preserving only favorable outcomes. That technique, I read of it in ancient scrolls. It's real. Tsunade gasped. This art was the Uchiha's most guarded secret and used for generations. Its obscurity was unsurprising. You know even that. You understand the Uchiha far too well. You cannot be allowed to live. Obito resolved to kill Zhou Ke and Tsunade here, then depart with Naruto. Thus the piercing technique reignited, wooden spears hurtling toward the trio. Naruto lunged to intercept, but Tsunade seized his arm, yanking him before her. She turned her back on Obito, shielding both Naruto and Zhou Ke with her own body. Every spear struck home. Her form transformed into a grotesque human pincushion. Granny Tsunade. Naruto burst into tears, not only from sorrow but terror. Such impalement meant certain death. Foolish. Their deaths follow yours. Why protect them so desperately? Obito mocked coldly. I am the 5th Hokage. I will not watch the village's youth fall before me. In seal, activate. Ninjutsu creation rebirth, Byakugo technique. Tsunade's voice, initially weak, swelled with fierce authority, culminating in a triumphant roar. Strange seals bloomed across her skin, and every wooden spear violently ejected from her flesh. Wounds sealed, instantly vanishing as though never inflicted. Byakugo technique is enshrank combat-oriented medical ninjutsu developed by Tsunade. Upon activation, curse seals spread across her body, triggering instantaneous autonomous regeneration, uninterrupted by motion or combat. Its flaw lies in its autonomy. Regeneration consumes vastly more chakra than standard healing, and even trivial injuries trigger full-scale repair, unnecessary when minor wounds could heal naturally or await treatment. Once restored, Tsunade placed one hand on Zhou Ke to stabilize his vital signs, and turned fiercely toward Obito. If you wish to harm these children, step over my corpse first, Uchiha brat. As you wish. Obito wasted no further words. 2 burdens, and you think you can best me, perhaps not. Suddenly black Zetsu erupted from the earth. Obito, Jiraiya approaches. What a... Have the white Zetsu been annihilated? Obito clenched his teeth, then convulsed violently, hand flying to his mouth. Tsunade understood instantly he was not unscathed. Obito had activated Izanagi too late, though it negated the fatal blow the great Rasengan's devastation struck before the technique manifested. His composure was mere theater. He was a gilded candle, bright but hollow at the core. Damn it, my condition is exposed. Facing 2 Sannin in this state. Retreat is the only path. Though fury burned, dying here would end everything. Obito chose withdrawal. Before departing, he declared, "It seems victory belongs to you, for now. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki remains in your custody. But do not mistake this for conclusion." "Ha ha, are you about to say I'll be back?" How delightfully cartoonish. Zhou Ke rasped weakly. "Enough. Stop speaking. You'll drown your trachea in blood and suffocate completely." Her warning came too late. Hypoxia claimed him, and he slumped into unconsciousness. TCH. Unruly brat. Too many wounds demanded attention. Tsunade worked frantically. Obito departed via Kamui. Neither Tsunade nor Naruto moved to stop him. They let him go. Naruto, watching Zhou Ke's condition worsen, pleaded, "Granny Tsunade, is Zhou Ke going to be all right?" "Silence. I must concentrate." With no distractions remaining, Tsunade poured every ounce of focus into Zhou Ke's treatment. His injuries were catastrophic. First, restore independent respiration. Repair the lungs, evacuate blood from the alveoli. To halt this deterioration, the wooden spear, piercing his left side, must be removed. But extraction risks massive cardiac hemorrhage, so the aorta and heart lesions must be sealed simultaneously. Otherwise, he'll bleed into shock and die. Worse, time is the enemy. This child teeters on the brink. Just like Dan all those years ago. I must outrun time itself. Then Jiraiya's voice cut through the silence. "Hey Tsunade. Shizun says Zhou Ke's chakra has dwindled to near extinction." Having dispatched the white Zetsu, he arrived with Shizun, her sensory ability pinpointing their location. Arriving, Jiraiya beheld Zhou Ke's ruin and ground his teeth, wounded this severely. "Even you cannot heal him." "Silence." Tsunade snapped. "I need absolute focus to direct healing chakra precisely. Indeed, his chakra is nearly gone." "Tsunade Zensei." Shizun rushed to her side. "Let me handle this." Rolling up her sleeve, she offered her arm for Zhou Ke to bite. Tsunade knew Shizun's ability and warned urgently, "His injuries are too grave. Using your power could drain you utterly." Shizun was still too young. This burden might kill her outright. "He's done so much for me. I won't let him die like this." Shizun pressed her arm to Zhou Ke's lips. Unconscious, Zhou Ke instinctively bit down. And then, miracle. "Ah!" Xiangling screamed in agony as Zhou Ke sank his teeth into her arm, a power that inflicted excruciating pain upon her own body. Meanwhile, Zhou Ke's wounds healed rapidly, our lost flesh regenerated with startling speed. Witnessing this, Tsunade could not suppress a thought. If only I'd possessed such an ability back then, Dan would never have died. No, what's past is past. She forced herself to stop. Focus. This treatment is what matters now. With that resolve, she turned to Xiangling and said, "Enough. From here on, leave it to me." Critical injuries had already been repaired by Xiangling's ability. The remainder was well within Tsunade's expertise. Xiangling immediately withdrew her hand and smiled at Zhou Ke. "Phew, looks like we're good. Hey, you owe me half your life. Don't forget to pay up." Zhou Ke, still unconscious, unaware, unhearing. Naruto meanwhile stood nearby, sniffling and sobbing profusely as he thanked Xiangling, so much so that she began to recoil in mild disgust. Xiangling grimaced, "Hey, don't wipe your snot on my clothes. And for heaven's sake, stop crying. You're a boy." "Sorry, I just can't help it." Naruto replied, laughing through tears. Once the wounds were sealed, Tsunade immediately initiated CPR. Moments later, Zhou Ke resumed steady rhythmic breathing. Though still unconscious, his vital signs had stabilized. He had been pulled back from the brink. Tsunade issued her medical directive. Vital signs are stable. Now comes gradual convalescence. The group collectively exhaled in quiet relief. Jiraiya spoke for them all. Phew. So if Zhou Ke is safe, this crisis has passed. Though who could have imagined Uchiha Obito would become this? Among those present, Jiraiya knew Obito best. He had met the young man countless times, having trained his own student, who in turn had trained Obito. Jiraiya sighed inwardly once more. How had that cheerful, earnest boy transformed into this shadowed figure? Yet he kept the thought to himself, for Naruto's sake. From Jiraiya's careful observation, Naruto had yet to recognize the man before him as the very one who slaughtered his parents. Whether this ignorance served him well remained uncertain, for Naruto was still growing, his psyche unformed. Confronting such hatred too soon might warp his path irrevocably. Others might endure it, but Naruto carried the nine tails, the most vengeful of all tailed beasts. Should Naruto succumb to darkness, catastrophe would follow. What if he spirals into Kurama's chakra and becomes Minma? What if Sasuke races after him? Where does that even lead? Thus, until Naruto matured, further silence was wisdom. No, not merely silence. For now he must vanish, hidden away, immersed in rigorous training. Jiraiya mused inwardly. With Akatsuki targeting Naruto, leisurely growth was no longer possible. Worse, their enemy wielded space-time ninjutsu. Naruto would remain perilous even within Konoha's walls. Hence Jiraiya resolved to take Naruto far from prying eyes, to train him until he could stand unscathed before Uchiha Obito himself. Only then would he return to the leaf. That, however, was for later. For now, pressing matters demanded attention. Jiraiya turned to Tsunade. So what next? The gambling district lies in ruins. Shall we relocate? Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and replied firmly, relocate. No, we return to Konoha. Immediately. Shizun blinked, then brightened. Lady Tsunade. You mean? Time to change titles. Call me 5th Hokage. Tsunade declared, sharp and resolute. Tsunade, formal duty calls for formal address. Zhou Ke, yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizun beamed. Yes, 5th Hokage. Tsunade's acceptance of the Hokage mantle signified she had finally crossed the threshold of her past grief. No wonder Shizun, who regarded her almost as a daughter, radiated pure joy. Naruto, too, rejoiced. Having felt Tsunade's unwavering protection during the battle, his reverence for her had deepened into profound respect. Her ascension to Hokage was nothing short of perfect. His own dream of becoming 5th Hokage, however, had quietly dissolved. No matter, he could aim for 6th, though truth be told 7th was always destined to be his. And so, buoyant and lighthearted, they set off toward Konoha, while elsewhere in stark contrast brooded Uchiha Obito, darkness incarnate. Since his fateful clash with the 4th Hokage 12 years prior, he had reigned unchallenged across the shinobi world. Who could have foreseen his first sortie after emerging from seclusion would end in abject humiliation, exposing secrets, failing utterly, and nearly perishing on the field? Back in his hidden lair, having tended his wounds, Obito laid down upon his bed. From the floor, Black Zetsu emerged, voice laced with concern. Obito, how fares your body? Fine. A month's rest will suffice. His physical injury paled beside the deeper wound to his pride. Such a disgraceful defeat. This crushing loss shamed not only Obito, but every white Zetsu under his command. The Zetsu Prime declared, Obito's humiliating defeat has become the hottest topic among us white Zetsu. Let us hear the verdict of our most eccentric member, Kisame Zetsu. Kisame, ever blunt, retorted, withdrawing like that. He's thrown away his face entirely. Tell me, how many members has Akatsuki cycled through? Has anything truly changed? Same old recipe, different spice. Always solo missions. Why not fight as a unit? Even Madara Uchiha had justification. I am the shinobi demon. He could duel the entire world single-handedly, save for Hashirama Senju. Who are you exactly? You claim to rival legends, but your skill barely scrapes the surface. Yet still you insist on going alone. Look, Obito defied reason, charged forth alone, and suffered this ignominious rout. Kisame continued undeterred, so tell me, what level is Obito really at? To even require me against Sage Jiraiya, who do you think I am? Can I win? No, I lack that capacity. Plain and simple. At this rate, enemies will keep leveling up. First Kurama bonds with Naruto, then Naruto falls to Sasuke's Susanoo, then Sasuke loses to Konohamaru's mastery, and soon no one remains to lose. An ordinary white Zetsu murmured, losing to the first two isn't that shameful, is it? The Zetsu Prime pressed on another note. Obito was the earliest architect of the Shippuden era. Kisame scoffed, oh praise the heavens. You haven't even laid proper foundations for this battle. How can you guarantee victory in the decisive match? Be pragmatic. I urge Obito, master your tactics first. Grasp the very philosophy of saving the world. Why hoard dual Kamui's power when you've gifted one eye to Kakashi? Reclaim it now. Zetsu Prime, do you see any hope left? None whatsoever. Next comes defeat by Kakashi, then joint annihilation by Naruto and Sasuke, followed by manipulation as Madara's pawn, ending inevitably as ash upon the wind. Utterly faceless. Zetsu Prime, this concludes our special report. What, pray tell, are you two whispering about over there? Obito barked, glaring at the huddled Zetsu and Kisame. We're debating whether this pile of dung tastes good. Kisame chirped, raising his hand. Obito, don't get angry. Anger only makes me look foolish. To soothe his fury, Black Zetsu shifted focus. Then, what next? Resume pursuit of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. They're on highest alert now? Best to wait. Naruto is surely surrounded by layers of guards. Attacking now would be sheer folly. Must Akatsuki mobilize en masse? Not impossible. Even incomplete current forces could overwhelm Konoha outright. But destroying it now would draw scrutiny from the other four great villages. A coalition? That would grow inconvenient. In short, I'll heal first. Until then, assign scouts to monitor Naruto's movements. But, Obito paused. Black Zetsu prompted, but what? There is a higher priority target to investigate, Obito mused. Black Zetsu asked who? First, the figure who emerged from my Kamui dimension. Rebellion had exited the Kamui space while Obito lay concealed within it. Hidden in the shadows, Obito watched Rebellion enter, and then exit, the Kamui realm. His shock was absolute. When had his exclusive domain become freely traversable? Who was this person? The one disrupting our plans. Indeed suspicious. Could it be Zhou Ke? His transformation technique is extraordinary. Seems capable of flawless mimicry. Black Zetsu speculated. Possibly, but I doubt it. If he truly could assume my form, why risk a suicidal confrontation? He could have simply pursued me via Kamui afterward. Kisame, known mockingly as Kinji Wisdom Level 2 in his youth, began analyzing aloud. Note: Ken denotes strategic intellect and combat acumen, traits that while modest in youth have since matured markedly. Black Zetsu nodded approvingly. Indeed, if you delayed just moments longer, he'd have perished utterly. Betting one's life like that is reckless beyond measure. That boy wouldn't do it. Moreover, he stood present on site. If he could deploy a clone transform and activate Kamui simultaneously, humph. Even I couldn't manage that. Could some imitator? Brilliantly, Kinji sidestepped the truth. Then again, Zhou Ke was no ordinary being. A logic had little purchase here. Then, who is he? Black Zetsu asked. Precisely why you must investigate, Kinji delegated smoothly. Very well, I'll begin at once. Black Zetsu conceded, resigned. Obito added, and there is another to investigate. Zhou Ke. Black Zetsu supplied instantly. Correct. Acquire his complete dossier and assign surveillance. He is dangerous. Shall we eliminate him? Black Zetsu inquired. Obito hesitated, then shook his head. No. With Flying Thunder God at his command, he's too perilous for others. I'll handle him myself. But first, he turned, gazing at the Flying Thunder God seal branded upon his back. This must be removed. The seal cannot fade. I assumed it would lie dormant forever after the fourth Hokage's death. Never imagined it would awaken again. Black Zetsu quipped. How do you intend to remove it? Simple. I'll excise the flesh itself. As he spoke, Obito began cutting, voice utterly devoid of inflection, as if carving stone, not skin. A ruthless man indeed. Discarding the severed tissue, a white Zetsu stepped forward, offering fresh flesh to restore Obito's form. Black Zetsu observed dryly. That will extend your recovery time. For temporary use it mattered little, but full integration required adaptation. When Obito first received white Zetsu flesh, assimilation took months. That time is no longer necessary. It will stabilize soon enough. Until then, the investigation falls to you. Black Zetsu bowed slightly and vanished underground. After his departure, Obito closed his eyes, a failure. Preparing equipment. One rejoices, one mourns, and one watches amused. Beyond the combatants, a silent observer had witnessed all. Orochimaru, Bio-Sentinels, serpentine constructs, had recorded the battle in its entirety and transmitted it to him. Orochimaru now sat alongside Kabuto in their hidden laboratory, reviewing the footage. Kabuto marveled. Lord Orochimaru, how did you foresee this battle? Orochimaru had anticipated it precisely, deploying surveillance undetected and even retrieving spoils, shattered white Zetsu remnants swallowed whole by his serpents. Kabuto stood awestruck. Not only the intelligence but the trophy itself was staggering. Haha, I know no details. Merely, a friend shared this intelligence with me. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Who then was this friend? Hard to guess. Dramatic pause. Of course, the source was none other than Rebellion himself. Orochimaru had held no initial interest in this affair. Reuniting with old acquaintances held little appeal while his hands remained intact. His true fascination lay in his pact with Rebellion future intelligence. Having tasted victory at the Konoha Crush, Orochimaru coveted knowledge that shaped destiny. What compelled his personal involvement this time? Rebellion's intel, that the Akatsuki's true leader would appear seeking the Nine Tails and clashing with two of Orochimaru's former comrades. That unquestionably warranted observation. Rebellion hadn't predicted Obito's appearance. Rather, he'd engineered the spectacle to showcase his abilities, inviting Orochimaru to witness firsthand. Yet fate intervened. Obito arrived unbidden and undeniable. Fortuitous accident, or perfect irony. Either way, Obito's live combat footage would delight Orochimaru, and the white Zetsu remains were an unexpected boon. Does Lord Orochimaru even have friends? Kabuto muttered wryly. Ha 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 ha. I am no recluse. Friends, yes, I have them. Orochimaru shifted his gaze from the screen to the white Zetsu fragments nearby. So this Zetsu is a stable humanoid manifestation of Hashirama's cells. A treasure beyond measure. Kabuto, begin experimentation. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto sprang into action. Orochimaru moistened his lips. This boy owes me a favor. What gift shall repay it? Repaying favors was pretext. The real aim was forging deeper collaboration. He paused, undecided. The agreed timeline still allowed ample reflection. Besides, soon he'd meet Sasuke. Would jealousy drive the boy from Konoha seeking power? Orochimaru knew the answer. Konoha offered no mentor suited to Sasuke's thirst for vengeance. Only he could accelerate Sasuke's growth. And Sasuke would come. Preparing equipment. Ah, strange ceiling. Zhou Ke groaned upon waking. A voice cut in, "You're awake." Zhou Ke turned. There stood Nanami in nurse's attire. He quipped, "Wow, striking. Your uniform suits you surprisingly well. If only you weren't clutching a handheld console." Nurses don't tend patients while gaming. Surely her superiors would reprimand her. Though Zhou Ke wisely kept such tactless thoughts to himself. Still making jokes. "You must be recovering well," Nanami remarked, glancing briefly before returning to her console. "I'm a patient. Could you spare me some attention?" Zhou Ke sighed. "Never mind, it's pointless. Since you're here, I've returned to Konoha, right?" Nanami nodded. "You were brought back 3 days ago by the 5th Hokage." 3 days? So I've been unconscious for at least that long. Zhou Ke bolted upright, then recoiled. Ow, ow. Pain flared across his chest. Instinctively, he touched the spot. This was pierced clean through. Memories of Obito's assault flooded back. Nanami explained, "Yes, a grievous wound. Though repaired, the new tissue remains fragile. Rest and careful rehabilitation are essential." Rehabilitation required. Zhou Ke pressed a hand to his wounded chest, reflecting, "That was perilously close. I nearly died there." Regret washed over him. Had I abandoned secrecy from the start, fought Obito with everything, I'd never have faced such near-certain death. Sigh, my own inadequacy. To be ambushed by Black Zetsu, of all people. He recalled mocking Madara in his past life, calling him a fool for falling to Zetsu's treachery. Now the boomerang had struck home. Yet this proved his deficiency in practical experience. Traversing the shinobi world dueling diverse opponents was now imperative. Before departing, however, Sasuke's path required intervention. With Itachi's influence absent, Sasuke remained balanced and bright. Would he still seek Orochimaru? Unlikely, but Zhou Ke had a plan. Zhou Ke asked, "Anything notable happened in the village these past 3 days?" "Only Tsunadesima's ascension to 5th Hokage. Since you're conscious, I'll return to my post." Aren't you assigned as my nurse?" Zhou Ke had assumed Tsunade personally appointed her. "I'm merely covering for someone else. They've returned." As she spoke, the door opened. Naruto bounded in, grinning ear to ear. "So Naruto is the one who tends me after all," Zhou Ke muttered, crestfallen. Having hoped for gentle care from a lovely nurse, only to find Nanami temporary and Xiangling absent. Clearly his romantic luck remained dismal. Naruto hopped before Zhou Ke, brows lifted. "Zhou Ke, you're awake. Why do you look so disappointed?" "Nothing, just regretting the loss." "What's got you so cheerful?" Zhou Ke deflected. "Well, Jiraiya-sensei says he'll begin my special training in 2 days. One step closer to Hokage." Naruto beamed. Having guarded Zhou Ke these past days, he'd just returned from Jiraiya's briefing. Now the conversation ended, he naturally came back. Hearing this, Zhou Ke understood Naruto would depart soon. Before he left, Sasuke's path had to be secured. Otherwise, the legendary Valley of the End Clash would vanish forever. After the happiness, Naruto began to concern himself with Zhou Ke's health. "How is your body now? Is that area still uncomfortable?" Chihai, who had not yet left, reminded him. "You haven't moved for 3 days, so I don't recommend you engage in strenuous activities right after waking up. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Let's go handle the discharge procedures now." Zhou Ke prepared to leave the hospital. "Hey, shouldn't you stay in the hospital for a couple more days since you just woke up?" Naruto asked with concern. "No need." Zhou Ke waved his hand, saying that he still didn't know what was going on with Obito, and he couldn't afford to take his time now that he could potentially become the target. Chihai said nothing about Zhou Ke's decision. After all, the medical advice had been given, and if he didn't listen and got hurt again, it would be his own problem. Zhou Ke quickly packed up, completed the discharge procedures, and left the hospital with Naruto. After leaving the hospital, Naruto curiously asked, "What do you plan to do next? Are you going home to rest?" Zhou Ke shook his head and said, "No, I plan to see Lord Hokage first. Grandma Tsunade is there right now," Zhou Ke remarked. "Oh, you're going to see the pervy sage. Well, let's not talk about that for now. After you finish talking with them, how about we go get some ramen? Let's consider it a celebration for your discharge." "Ill treat," Naruto enthusiastically said. "All right, it's settled." Zhou Ke was quite hungry after not eating for several days. Speaking of which, is it really okay to eat ramen right after 3 days of no food? Then the two arrived at the Hokage office building. Outside the Hokage office, Zhou Ke said to Naruto, "I will discuss confidential information with Lord Hokage, and Jiraiya, you wait outside." "Huh, I can't listen." Naruto scratched his head in confusion, and then said, "Okay, I'll wait here for you." He happened to see Konohamaru and ran over to chat with him. Zhou Ke said nothing and went directly to the Hokage's office. After notifying the Hokage's personal umbu guarding the door, Zhou Ke entered the Hokage's office. Once inside, Zhou Ke greeted Tsunade and Jiraiya, saying, "Hello, Sister Hokage brother." "Hello, Shizune." Shizune, as the Hokage's assistant, was naturally present, but calling them both sister and brother might confuse the hierarchy among the three. Jiraiya quipped, Why am I only referred to as brother? You can call me Frog Sage Brother too. Stop being cheeky, Jiraiya. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya with an exasperated tone, then turned to Zhou Ke. You must have just woken up. It's best to rest in bed for now. I want to rest too, but there's something on my mind that prevents me from resting properly. Zhou Ke scratched his head. Tsunade speculated. Are you worried about Uchiha Obito? You can rest assured I have arranged Umbu and sensory ninjas around you and Naruto. If he shows up in Konoha, we will respond immediately. Well, it's not really about him. I mainly want to relay some information about the Akatsuki to you. Zhou Ke said. Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances. Jiraiya awkwardly chuckled. I completely forgot about this. Tsunade also said seriously, this indeed is important. So go ahead. First of all, the creator of the Akatsuki organization is named Yahiko, and his two teammates, Nagato and Konan, were the initial core of the Akatsuki organization. What did you say? Jiraiya was taken aback, even losing his composure. Tsunade recalled thoughtfully these three names. Weren't they the orphans you adopted in the Land of Rain? Jiraiya, I received news that the three of them were dead. Oh, I never expected them to still be alive. Why did they end up like this? Jiraiya questioned in confusion. In his memory, those three were very good kids. The introverted Nagato, the somewhat dull Konan, and the optimistic Yahiko should have developed in a good direction under Yahiko's leadership. Why did the organization they created turn into this evil mercenary group? Zhou Ke answered, according to my investigation of Uchiha Itachi, I pushed all the information I know onto Itachi. After all, they want go find Itachi to verify it, so I can make up whatever I want. The original Akatsuki was an organization that fought for the ideal of changing nations and building a bridge of hope for world peace through communication between people. However, as the organization grew under the efforts of the three, the leader of the Land of Rain at the time, Hanzo, regarded them as a thorn in his side. Therefore, during the invitation to form an alliance, Hanzo launched a surprise attack and captured Konan, leading to Yahiko's death while trying to save her. Is that so? Indeed, the news I received was that the three of them were killed by Hanzo. Jiraiya clenched his fists silently. He regretted that if he had been there at the time, would things have changed? Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and then said to Zhou Ke, don't stop, keep going. Zhou Ke continued, after Yahiko's death, Nagato succeeded him as the leader of the Akatsuki, and he underwent a drastic change in character. Under the persuasion of Uchiha Obito, he adopted Obito's ideology to conquer the world with force, using the tailed beasts to create powerful weapons to intimidate anyone who attempts to incite war and forcibly achieve peace. I see, so this is the ideology of the Akatsuki. Tsunade supported her chin with her hands, contemplating. Although I want to say they are delusional, this is indeed the most likely method to achieve peace. Jiraiya added, in this era there are no ninjas like the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara. Even the tailed beasts are a disaster for the 5 great ninja villages. They require the leadership of a Kage and a significant sacrifice of lives to suppress them. If they were to gather all the tailed beasts, the ninja world truly would have no power to resist them. Then it would be similar to the situation when my grandfather was alive, Tsunade chimed in. Although I don't remember much, Saratobi-sensei, I said. My grandfather's strength was far beyond others, and when he was alive, other ninja villages didn't dare to act recklessly. The only one in the entire ninja world who dared to provoke conflict with my grandfather's strength was Uchiha Madara. However, while this method could achieve peace, it will inevitably sacrifice many lives. Jiraiya said tightly, the reputation of the first Hokage was built before the ninja villages were established during the Warring States period, where he emerged through war. And even if Nagato gathers the tailed beasts to demonstrate his strength, he must show force, and at that time,